Acorda e corre pra ver a cor do mar.
O sol já tá pra nascer, vai clarear.
Acorda e corre pra ver a cor do mar. O sol já tá pra nascer, vai clarear. Vamos sambar. Acorda e corre pra ver a cor do mar. O sol já tá pra nascer, vai clarear. Acorda e corre pra ver a cor do mar. O sol já tá pra nascer, vai clarear. Vamos sambar. Vamos sambar. Vamos sambar. Vamos sambar. vamos a bailar. Un pasito más, bueno para gozar. Un pasito más, vamos a bailar. Un pasito más, bueno para gozar. Un pasito más, vamos a bailar. Un pasito más, bueno para gozar. Un pasito más, vamos a bailar. Un pasito más, bueno para gozar. Vamos a bailar. Un pasito más, bueno para gozar. Un pasito más, vamos a bailar. Un pasito más, bueno para gozar.
I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are.
history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. I'm flawless winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's MOUZ!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, and DHL.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to say welcome to another edition of the Intel Extreme Masters and welcome back to Rio de Janeiro. Our first trip here of course was for the Major in 2022 where Outsiders claimed one of the most unlikely Major wins in history. In 2023 Vitality claimed the spoils, and in 2024 it was Na'Vi with the trophy lift and another Blade Instagram photo. We took a hiatus from Rio last year, but we're back with a bang with some of the best teams in the world and some incredible storylines as well. My name is Travis. Alongside me is Hayes, a long-term commentary partner of mine for his S-tier tournament debut, all the way from South Africa. Talk to me, mate. How are you feeling?
Honestly, super excited, man. Like, genuinely, it's such a pleasure to be here. It's a real privilege to get to be here as well. Get to cover one of the biggest tournaments on the calendar year with some of the best teams in the world. We've come a long way, bro, and I couldn't be more excited for this opportunity.
I know, right? It's funny, right? I mean, so many tournaments we've done in ESL Challenger League and the lower tiers in South America. We've done so many of these local South American teams, and now we're doing one of the most popular events in South America, in Brazil. So yeah, it means a lot to both of us, but who cares about us? Only we care about us. You guys care about the Counter-Strike. That's what we're here for. Let's have a look at the teams we've got in action this year. Really excited. Some of the best teams in the world, like I said. Some of the lower ranked teams making their way through that we've actually had a chance to cover in those qualifiers, like Red Canids, for example. The massive underdog probably for this event, the lowest ranked team coming in. And yeah, I think there's so many storylines to get our teeth into.
Heaps and heaps. I mean, like you said, obviously the Brazilian teams are going to be the most excited for this opportunity to get to play in a stadium at one of the S-tier LAN events, as we get to see them here as well. Of course, Furia with Fallen, it could be one of Fallen's last opportunities to play in an arena event on home soil. There's a lot of whispers about what might be happening in the near future with his career, so you want to soak it all in and make the most of the opportunity. And like you highlight for guys like Red Canids, this is a massive opportunity for them where they could try and also do some damage and just get a chance to compete in the biggest tournaments in the year for their country, right?
Exactly, right? I mean, and to be fair, for Red Canids, it's probably one of the most best opportunities they've had in a very, very long time, because sure, they've played a couple of majors as an organisation, but the team's been a little bit up and down this year. So, yeah, they're going to be playing over on the A stream, though. Don't forget that. They've got an opening game against Vitality, of all teams. So that is, well, you could say a baptism of fire. I'm not entirely sure if they're going to have any chance there, but there is the Group A upper bracket. And we're going to be focusing on Group A to begin our B stream coverage as well, Matt, with Gentlemates G2 and 3D Max Falcons to begin.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple cool opening games. Spirit versus Liquid, like you say, G2 versus Gentlemates, with the fact that we've got the change in G2 where we've got Taku standing in for Hunter missing the IGL. That closes the gap a little bit between the two teams as well. That means Gentlemates probably be licking their lips and looking at this wounded G2 thinking, this might be our chance here to potentially actually push them and maybe get the win over them.
Yeah, maybe. And of course, we've got Group B coming up later this evening. Our B stream games will be Legacy versus MOUZ and Aurora versus HOTU. Some really fun and exciting young players and some storied names, of course, in those two matchups. And the main stream will have Bait and Na'Vi and Furia versus Passion UA, another tough game. For Passion UA there. Maybe we'll get a chance to cover them later in the tournament, Matt. I know you'd love to support your South African boys, TC and JT, playing a big event in Brazil.
Absolutely. I mean, I was there casting in ESL Challenger League DreamHack Winter when they won their first LAN, or DreamHack Summer was the second one, 2024, when they won their first LAN event under Complexity. I'm just saying, I was a good omen for them then. Maybe they got to get me on the books for this one as well, mate.
That's maybe a little bit optimistic, but you know what? We love delusion. Delusion should be praised. But here's our B stream schedule as I was mentioning it to you. Gentlemates G2 is where we're going to kick it off, and it's a lot of talking points with this one, of course. We've got G2 without their captain, and some Pius playing against his former core, obviously, back from the Movistar Riders days, is now interim in-game leading. I wonder if he knows something about these Spaniards that we don't. I'm sure he does.
Yeah, and then 3D Max versus Falcons will be the second game of the day that you and I get to cover. Now, I think that there's some interesting talking points with Falcons, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to wait a little bit longer and see once we do get to that game down the line. And then, of course, a couple of our colleagues will be taking over for those last two games of the day.
Indeed, and I think for me, the main thing about this opening matchup we've got on the B stream is we have to talk about Hunter and Tak, right? I mean, Hunter, excuse me, broke his foot, which is crazy, right? I mean, the fact that he can't play is the first time that's happened since IEM Chengdu last year when he had some illnesses. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, from a little look back through the history books, Matt, he's played 1,150 maps for G2. I think those are the only two games he'll ever has missed for them. So that's pretty crazy.
Damn. Yeah, that is insane. I mean, really unfortunate timing as well. You know, with the major around the corner, with them making a roster change, Nerds coming into the mix, they're going to want to be trying to get as many reps as possible to get the team up to speed. Of course, massive opportunity for Tak though, right? We've seen this before with other teams and orgs where they've promoted an academy prospect to the main team to fill a gap when a player was needed on short notice. So imagine what this is like for Tak, right? Now getting promoted from the G2 Aries squad, a chance to play at IEM Rio with the main team. I'm sure he's relishing this chance.
Yeah, exactly, right? And, you know, that's one of the main things that, even though you probably are never expecting it, you have to be prepared for, right? I mean, Tak has been playing mostly against Tier 3, Tier 4 opposition in ESL Challenger League with G2's academy called G2 Aries. But if you're, you know, one of those players that is a part of an academy of a big organization, if you're not prepared to one day in an emergency be called up, then you're gonna struggle, right? You have to have that little aspect in your mind of, okay, let's really put some hard work in here and be ready when the opportunity arises. Because I believe, after a little look back through the history books of his records, right, for Tak, his highest ranked opponent he's ever played is Fnatic at a Draculan in Romania.
Okay.
So
yeah.
This is an incredible opportunity for him.
Yeah, a little bit of a step up, I think it's fair to say. Listen, I haven't seen much of him. Obviously, we commentate a lot of Tier 2 and Tier 3 Counter-Strike, but I've been dodging G2 Aries, so I went and watched some demos, and this guy actually plays super actively, Trav on the CT side in particular. He loves to make plays. He's very infrequently just like standing still or holding an angle. He's always looking to make some sort of a play, but he also seems to have pretty good respect for the line where he doesn't seem to overheat too often. Even if he gets like a kill or two, he then doesn't keep trying to force the issue, which tends to be the case with these lesser experienced players. He's got a really strong pistol on him as well, especially with the USP. He often does get set up on the T side beat by G2 Aries, and I don't imagine he's going to get the same sort of resources here in the G2 main team, but keep an eye on his mechanics. This guy's extremely sharp.
Yeah, and I think that's something that he's going to need to show off the bat, which is very difficult for a young player coming in like this, coming from the lower tiers, to immediately play a Tier 1 event, especially in a country that he won't be familiar with. I don't think he's ever played a LAN outside of EU, right? So, yeah, I mean, especially if you add the fact that some Pius is now interim in-game leader instead of Hunter. The secondary voice, which I believe was confirmed in an HLTV article, is Nerds. And I don't think that some Pius has ever in-game led a team at any level before, even when back in the Movistar Riders days, playing with some of the Spanish boys you see on your screen right now. So That's a big thing for him to do.
For me, the smacks of Saw just coming in with all the game plans. I mean, Sunpius will almost be just guiding the ship, but it's going to be Saw who set the ship on its trajectory, on its path coming into these games. Like you highlighted, Nerds will give some input. It does feel a little bit off, though, that it's like Nerds, the guy who's just joined, is also going to be helping out with calling here. And I think that maybe highlights a little bit of an issue in G2 in terms of them not necessarily having a second go-to voice within the team.
Yeah, maybe, but at the same time, right, Nertz, the reason why he's been picked up for G2 again is because of the synergy that he had with Sunpius and Saw back in those, Ents and Heroic days. I think one thing that does need to be noted is how this re-edition switches the roles around. We can't really judge too much when they're not playing with Hunter, obviously, but as an example, Heavy God wasn't playing B Anchor on Dust 2 in some of their first games with Nertz, and knowers know that Heavy God's been in that role since his OG and Cloud9 days. So if he finds comfort with Nertz on the team too, I have no reason not to believe in an improvement for G2 when they have Hunter on the team in future events.
Yeah, there's going to be some juggling that they need to figure out because Melbs was one of those hardcore self-sacrificial entry fraggers on the T side. Anyway, we can delve into those details because this is an important graphic that we've brought up here for Gentlemates, and it shows their trajectory from the start of last year to where we are today. Now, that yellow line there is the really important yellow line, which just averages out their trajectory and their progression. They've now slipped below it for the first time in over a year. It obviously cost them that major spot as well. They fell out of contention for the major ranking, so they didn't get the invite to the ESL Cologne major in a couple of months, and that was a disaster because they were absolutely on track to make the major the entire time right up until the bitter end.
Exactly right. I mean, I thought they were the epitome of a tier 2 gatekeeper for quite a long time at that level of CS, right? Some of you may remember this exact 5 beat Vitality in last year's ESL Pro League, and funnily enough, ever since that result, Vitality kind of just haven't lost a big event, pretty much, right? So, yeah, I mean, Gentlemates had an incredible start there, but the truth is, since then, the best teams that they clash closely with, the likes of BetBoom and M80 and NIP, and as you mentioned, in the rush for Cologne, they lost to 9, Big, and HOTU. So, if you lose to teams like that, who are right in the mixture, in that middle of EU, VRS, and Tier 2, Tier 3, you probably don't deserve that major berth, sadly. And there's a world in which their appearance here, IEM Rio, Matt, could be a last dance for this 5 as a complete 5.
Well, they've got PGL Astana around the corner as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the same team featuring, maybe going into the off-season. The problem with them is the problem with these countries that decide to remain national launders' favorites, of course. You're kind of limited for your talent, your pool talent, right, that you can draw from to bring in new and up-and-coming players. But I think if they do well at this tournament and PGL Astana, then they're still on track. They'll remain within invite range as well, which is obviously super important because that's what they're playing for now, right? To maintain themselves in a position where they're still going to be getting invites to these bigger tournaments.
Exactly. I mean, Gentlemates did qualify for Rio coming through the global qualifier, and that was an incredible grind. They lost to HOTU in the upper bracket, but then won 5 BO3s in a row in a lower bracket gauntlet against Gen 1, which would have had, NBK on the team at the time. I believe now he's in the coaching analyst setup with 3D Max. Nemesis, Ursa, 9, and then BetBoom to make the main event. And their game against BetBoom was particularly remarkable. They won an OT in map 3 after Artfrost fumbled 2 separate 1v1 opportunities to get BetBoom to Rio. So, honestly, for Gentlemates, they can be taking this event as I said, with kind of no pressure on them at all. The race for the major is over. They haven't made it. So, what can they can't really do much anymore other than play for the future.
Absolutely. It's about now shifting the perspective and kind of realizing what their goals would be as we get a quick little gloss over the map pool here, get an idea of where the strengths and weaknesses lie here for these two teams coming into this particular series. Now, I think it's safe to say we won't see Dust. You can see that little M8 logo right at the bottom. 0 times played. For G2, the little samurai, yeah, he ain't a fan of Nuke either, is he?
No, I don't think so. And, that leaves a couple of maps that are pretty wide open for these two teams, honestly. The ones that they do like playing a hell of a lot of. I think it is worth mentioning that Gentlemates beat them in ESL Pro League last year. And I'm expecting a similar map pool. Inferno, Mirage, Ancient was that map pool then. Would not surprise me if we have some maybe middle ground maps chosen because of, favorites being permabanned out here. for both these two teams. And yeah, as you said, I think that makes for an exciting game, because knowing that Gentlemates, with what was exactly the same team, only difference with G2 was playing with MOUZ, I believe. They know they can catch G2 short here, because one of G2's issues this year has been inconsistencies. They still got incredible ceiling, and if they're playing without Hunter, that is going to add an extra inconsistency to this roster, and Gentlemates will be hoping to try to catch G2 on a difficult tournament.
On top of that, it's not like a like-for-like swap bringing Tak into the team here to replace Hunter. You know, when I was going over the demos, and I'll delve into a bit more once we jump into the map, he's not playing the exact same positions as what Hunter does. In fact, far from it. He gets a lot of resources on the T side, and he plays a lot of the star positions on the CT side as well. So it's probably quite a teething process to even try and integrate Tak, the player on our screen right now, into the team to get him feeling somewhat comfortable and still try and get the most out of him as an individual, but also not disrupt the rest of the team just because Hunter's not playing in this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, as I was talking about earlier, right, I mean, the MOUZ Nerts swap with Liquid was a good one in my mind. If there's one person who can revitalize Nerts and make him feel more comfortable again, as opposed to how he looked in Liquid, it would be Coach Saw. But there's so many unknowns with G2 in this tournament, and you know, Tak is a great player. As I said, we've done a little bit of research on him, we've checked a few demos. I think he's got something about him. But you know, there's only really one player that's been incredibly well known from G2's academy come through, and that's been Klim, who's obviously currently on loan from G2 Ares on to MIBR. So people have wanted Klim to be on the main G2 roster for quite a while as a replacement for Sunpius. Right now, I don't think you can touch Sunpius. Firstly, as an interim in-game leader, even when he's not that, he's still got a really stable level on this team. And there are very, very few AWPers around the scene right now that you can pick from Tier 2, Tier 3 that are just plainly better and will be a massive upgrade. So he's very important to the roster, and he's got a very stable head. And especially in a game like this, playing against his former core from those Movistar Riders days. Don't forget, Martinezza was Sunpius' replacement when Sunpius left Movistar Riders and jumped ship after they had that incredible IEM Cologne run in 2023, I think it would have been, in summer. So you know, they played against each other before multiple times and know each other very well. Sunpius is going to have some ideas, I'm sure, to make sure this is still a G2 victory.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case as we get a look at the veto now, Trav. It's Gentlemates who have picked Inferno. No surprises there whatsoever. No prizes for guessing what they would have picked. That is frequently they go to. I mean, obviously Nuke never would have been in the equation because it's G2's permaban, and it's almost always between Nuke and Inferno for Gentlemates. G2 pick Mirage coming into this one here. I think that that's a very easy map to integrate Tak on. It's a map that he plays a lot. It is a general go-to. I thought that they may have opted for Ancient instead. It's a map that G2 have been particularly good on. It's obviously a heavy god specialty, and that's exactly why Gentlemates have decided, we do not want to play against you guys on Ancients as that decider, which was the decider the last time these two teams played against each other at the end of last year. So now we've got a choice between Overpass and Anubis.
Yeah, and I think Overpass is probably one of the more middle ground maps between these two teams, right? I mean, it couldn't be more perfect in that sense. They've both played it 8 times. They both have a 50% record on it. So I think that's probably what's going to happen. And there we go. So I quite like the veto for Gentlemates. I'm not just saying that because G2 are obviously not playing with Hunter. There is a world in where this is their best opportunity for an upset. And if you look at Gentlemates' Inferno, there is an issue here where you might think, okay, wow, they've only lost 1 out of 8. Surely there's going to be a great map for them. You have to dig a bit deeper as to who they've beaten on those maps, right? Winning against Liquid and M80 at Bounty at the beginning of the year. They beat Nuclear Tigers in the Rio qualifier for this very event. But then, of course, the other wins are against more Tier 2, Tier 3 teams like Istanbul, for example, and Roman Imperium Cup, where they managed to beat Eyeballers. And then eventually, they finally lost one to Big in that BC Game Masters Championship, which in the end, Big won that and then went through to the finish line to beat FaZe in that grand final to qualify themselves for the major. So, honestly, it looks great for them, that map, but I think it's still very difficult for Gentlemates to get a W here.
I mean, if there was a map that'd be able to do it, you would imagine that Inferno is probably their best chance. And if they can't win on Inferno, I certainly don't see them winning on Mirage against this G2 outfit who have just stacked to the brim with firepower. Alex is actually a really important piece to Gentlemates' T side of Inferno because he's often the guy who's looking to take early duels. I mean, normally your entry party is actually MOUZ and WG, but on Inferno, that is a little bit different here with this Gentlemates team. You actually see Alex taking a lot of the opening duels for the squad, does a lot of work in Banana with MOUZ. I mean, that is one of MOUZ's specialties, is the T side in Banana. So I think a lot of the hopes here for Gentlemates on Inferno is going to hinge on whether or not Alex shows up. Now, we got to remember as well that Alex is the only full IGL in the series, and he's got to really look at that and think, it's almost when a team's missing an AWPer, another team has to use a stand-in as an AWPer or use another player as their AWPer to fill a role. If you're the main AWPer, you're licking your lips at that prospect. Now, this is where Alex can look to try and outgame G2, try and look to go really deep with the strats and try and force especially when they're on the CT side, this is where I want to see him step up as the IGL, to try and throw the T side off track, to try and complicate the process, try and throw as many spanners into the works as possible to make matters really difficult for G2 to figure out without an IGL.
Yeah, and look, I've said that it's still going to be difficult for Gentlemates to win this game, even with G2's issues, right? But one of my first ever big ESL gigs, Matt, was back in 2021 for IEM Fall. One of the biggest games I did back then was Movistar Riders versus G2. That was Hunter, Amanek, Nico, Jax, and Nexa versus Alex, Davy G, Mopos, Sumpius, and Deaths. And Movistar Riders caused a big upset that day. So it's funny how things switch around and how teams and players continue to face each other so many years later. But yeah, I mean, you never know. Maybe I'm an omen for the Spaniards. Maybe it'll be a day for the Vamos.
I guess we'll find out soon enough. Did they not win that? I know you commentated a LAN event in like 2020.
That would have been ESL Challenger Valencia.
Yeah, yes. All right. So it was a Spanish event, not the Spanish winners. Okay, so I'm crossing.
No, they won.
There. Anyway, they did, right?
Won.
Okay,
they won.
Yeah.
So they won their home event, ESL Challenger Valencia. And then they went to Cologne, where I attended as well, not to cast the event, one day, the dream, but just to watch, and they made the semi-finals, for goodness sake. So look, every single time I've covered these guys, this core of the team, they've done pretty damn well, so you never know.
All right, well, I mean, maybe if this goes their way, you got to knock on the door and say, hey, how about one of them jerseys? I mean, Cassad would be in shambles, but they're very, very nice. I'm a big fan. Either way, G2, let's talk a little bit about them on Inferno. Now, obviously, they are massively solidified on the CT side of this map by Heavy God as that A anchor input. Like, he is just an immovable object. He is extremely good at recognizing when to take fights and when to bunker down and play time. He so frequently gets multi-kills from that position as well, and he's a massive asset to them on the CT side of the map, on that A bomb site over in pit in particular, and I think he's going to be one of the main issues and challenges for Gentlemates to overcome.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, more often than not here, when you look at the straight-up head-to-head and all the individuals on the team, when we look at both of them side by side, there's not many games or roles in which Gentlemates can trump G2. So let's see how it goes. They're going to jump into the server now and get ready for the TAC debut coming in here in his first ever Tier 1 event, filling in for Hunter. It may be temporary. Let's see if he can make the most of it.
Well, here we go. Inferno live, opening game for IEM Rio 2026 here on the B stream. Gentlemates and G2 locking horns. Gentlemates going to be starting off proceedings on the T side. Obviously, G2 get to choose which side of the map they start on. Two-man setup in towards the top of Banana with the flash primed, but Gentlemates head in the opposite direction.
TAC will do the right thing, take that information and fall back to the side. Now here we got on the corner of apartments, immediately deleted by Salsol, and there goes TAC as WG enters. That's a great take for Gentlemates to begin, and Sumpius, he may have a couple of flashes, but there's no kit on this retake for G2. Now this is quite far up, and that new graveyard position will expose Mopos, make things pretty awkward, and Mattis actually has cleared Salsol going for the boiler flank, so all of a sudden 3v3, Sumpius still has those flashes, and they can try now and force the issue. Davigi in pit has a crossfire to work with Martineza, and Martineza will hold on. He can get himself all three. Great start for the Gentlemates AWPer.
Oh, brilliantly done there. Like you say, for Martinez to set the round in motion by just finding all those kills. I mean, there was a clear and direct plan. It was a little bit late for G2 to have kind of figured out what was going down. With them pushing down Banana, they get the info, but Gentlemate's still activated when they hand that window of opportunity available to them, and getting those 2 kills so cleanly on the A-bomb side basically got the job done.
Yeah, exactly the start they would have wanted. And a very simple call to go for that A play as well. I think just keeping it simple today when they know there's maybe frailties on G2 could be the way to go. Will be a G2 force coming back in. We've got the 5.7s, we've got the MP7. Nertz with his favoured MP7. If there's one person that would have been delighted that MP7 buff that came through a few months ago, it would be him. He was using it before the buff.
Yeah, just shows you the value in sticking by your day ones. He's now been rewarded. Sometimes it can go the opposite direction, but for him, he's benefited massively. Nothing untoward coming through from this round out of G2 so far. Pretty standard setup. Going to look to retake top Banana control here, but Gentlemates are happy to let the CTs have their fun. They know that the CTs will be limited for utility coming into this round, so instead they wait for G2 to make their move, and then they set themselves up accordingly immediately afterwards as they start to make their way up middle. Sunpius good for a frag, but the trade comes through immediately afterwards.
Happy to have that top mid control. Mollying toward the back of pit now. There's still 2 players on the A side of the map, and they don't need to go if they don't want to, so they won't. They'll fall back to a bottom Banana, and right now that B-bomb site is totally open, so I think G2 may have gambled incorrectly here. They've got the utility they need, Gentlemates, to make sure that there's no catch on that CT cross. We'll give it a look. A few bullets through that smoke, and he does do some good damage onto the AK of Martineza, but you need a bit of a gamble push here, and I'm not sure that will work out for them. They're going to give it a look, but more often than not here, you'll be saving your force to try it again.
Yeah, especially with no utility in play here. Not really any option besides just calling it a day and heading for the hills. And some really nice calling here from Gentlemates after they, show a little bit of presence in Banana, then feign as though they're committing to the full exec up top mid into that A-bomb site. G2 get on their little horses and they scurry across as fast as possible, because when you're in a force buy on the CT side, you're also more inclined to rotate quicker than what you normally would in a gun round, because you feel compelled to try and get ahead of the round and figure out what's going on and set yourselves up accordingly. So you're almost more antsy in that regard. That's exactly what Gentlemates play into by forcing those rotations and then just execing into a vacant bomb site.
Yeah, keeping it simple. And that's the way to go about things early. Tak hasn't really had a chance to get into the game yet, so I can't blame him.
Tech, on the other hand, is right here already.
Indeed. I mean, I'll have to try and figure out what the issue is, but hopefully not too long. By the way, we do see you guys in chat, and we know we've got a few little tidbits to sort out, so we'll figure that out for you as quick as we can. It has been relayed, so don't you despair. We've got you.
Do not fret. The engineers are working on it.
You need to press the button, the magic button that just fixes everything that apparently people think we have access to.
You've just tilted the whole of production. Yeah, it's like, really, you think we could just push one button, Trav, and it's all fixed? We've got thousands.
He had no zoom.
Start the game, Carson. Come on now. Enough yapping.
But yeah, one of the things that I want to see from today in general is just G2 have this stable level even when you're not playing with your in-game leader. As I was talking about earlier, right? I mean, Hunter has played 1,150 maps on G2. He debuted with Nexa, Jax, Kenny S, and Amanek. That is a very, very long time. 2019 is now a scarily long time ago, right? Who would have thought that time actually goes that quick? But it does. And as I said, he hasn't missed a game since he was ill at Chengdu last year. So yeah, lots of it's a rare occurrence for G2 to not play with Hunter. It might only be 2 events in his entire career that he's missed while under the G2 banner. So it's a really weird setup for Saw as the coach and Sunpius as the interim in-game leader and Nertz as the secondary caller for this event have to deal with.
I wonder if this might actually like benefit Sunpius in a weird way, forcing him to actually take a little bit more responsibility as a leadership figure within the team, forcing him to pay a little bit more attention to the macro of the round and what's going on around him, what his teammates need from some of these situations, and maybe what some of the best game plans are. I mean, sometimes it can go the complete opposite direction where it's like the Medusa effect. Once you look into the eyes of being an IGL, you can never unsee that big picture and go back to the micro of just focusing on your own crosshair. But obviously Sunpius hasn't been in great form for a while now, and maybe this is something that could just help him inadvertently. I mean, obviously this isn't an intentional decision, but you got to try and look at the positives that you can take away from this, and maybe this will just help him, as I say, take a step back and get to take in a bit more of the macro. Maybe that could help him with his AWP game down the line.
Indeed, we'll have to say that's the case. Thankfully, the tech is not too long, and we're immediately ready to get back underway. G2 with that saved Force Spy, see if they can put it into good use. And actually something I wanted to mention about Gentlemates and maybe, you know, changes that they might have to make. Now, they haven't made the major, obviously. You know, before Gentlemates went on this incredible run, before they were signed to Gentlemates, daviG took a break, right? He took a break and he was pretty much convinced that he wanted to retire. Then all of a sudden, he was playing great again. Gentlemates were playing great again. They were in a major run and they wanted to try and make it happen with him. And now that's not happened. I wonder what the motivation is like for daviG. And we mentioned about players from the Spanish region who would be there to maybe take over the reins and join Gentlemates. There's a certain man by the name of Joey on MOUZ NXT. Knowers may know him.
Not anymore.
He's now no longer on that MOUZ NXT project. He's been talked up for a while by many Spaniards in CS. So I think that could be a bit of a slam dunk for me. A slam dunk move in the future.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I actually really like that call. I hadn't thought about that much myself. I feel like daviG, I don't think you could draw parallels, though, between how he felt last year and this year. I'm going to put that pause on ice for a second, though, with this exec gaining some traction. G2 do still have a 3-man setup with the Force rotating across, and they will be able to find a couple kills here to try and keep Gentlemates at bay, but there's a flurry of frags to restore calm against this, what is essentially a Force buy, even though they haven't spent their money, because they carried the cross the forced weapons from the previous round into this one. Nice try there from Tack on the Deeg. And now Heavy God left. I mean, this is more than just vaguely doable. Like 60 health between two players. 8 on the money. Going to chip down daviG even further. They're both basically one-shottable. I mean, Martinez is certainly to the body. daviG might be. Depends on how close Heavy God can get. Problem is he doesn't have a kit and he doesn't have confirmation on how much damage has been done. So he's just looking to inflict extra economic damage. But that won't happen. And it's a flawless start for Gentlemates on their map pick.
Yeah, not sure how Heavy God didn't get that kill, but there we go. He only needed 1 bullet, I think, but yeah, the damage won't be as much as he would have wanted. As you said, economic damage will be perfect for G2 in that round. It's all the thing they could really do in that situation, but now is the round that matters. Sunpius, he's joined the AWP IGL club, at least temporarily. What can he show us on this CT side to begin Inferno to try and get his team up and running? An immediate push down. Full blind as he tries to fall back off of it. Nice try, but not to be.
Yeah, like you say, part-time membership for him in the club. And, great double nade. Nertz was feeling pretty comfortable with the smoke in towards the halfway of Banana, and then he plays catch inadvertently. Not a fun game to play when it's HEs coming your way. Gentlemates now shift their focus in towards the, say, bomb site. For the time being, G2 do still have the necessary 3-man setup. A tag but no frag from Sunpius. He's forced backwards. He's going to be able to round the corner. He wants to force the fight, and that's going to cost him his life.
Heavy God's got to hold on. We know, you mentioned it, pit player Heavy God is one of the best at the job, but he's going to need to do more now, and he's delivered brilliantly. Oh, Heavy God's done it again. What a quad kill. We talked it up and it happened, but it's still a 1 versus 1, by the way. Mattis versus Salsol. Salsol trying to fake that bomb plot, and now Mattis is playing the mind games. When is he going to peek? Who's going to take a heads-up duel? Finally, it's going to be Mattis, and he'll manage to get it done. The Heavy God quad kill does not go in vain.
Oh, what a massive hold coming through from him. Trapped in the corner, holding the line, finding all of those kills, saves the day for his team. That's why he's such a massive asset. That's why I highlighted him in the pregame coming into Inferno in particular. 1 mag? Are you kidding me, Heavy God? That is ridiculous. Brilliantly done. And then really well done from Mattis in the 1v1. He never seemed to kind of panic in that situation. He was just toying with Salsal. Salsal even gets off of the bomb plant when he's like half a second away from completing the plant because he's worried Mattis is just committing straight to the push. And then just big wide swing out in the open. Mattis backs his mechanics, and that will open up the account here for G2.
Yeah, if there's one person on G2 you'd want to back their mechanics, it would be Mattis, to be fair. I mean, you could argue he's the best player on the team with pure raw ability. How many times we saw him deliver for Fnatic, and even back on his old teams like Samp. Remember we covered him for the first time on Samp, I'm sure. Of course. And these days on G2, it was an absolute slam dunk of a pickup. He knew he'd play well and deliver. And sure, you know, G2, they haven't exactly won much other than that Blast London event. You could definitely argue that was a bit of a fluke, beating Vitality in that grand final. But look, you can't argue with the talent they have on the team, especially with Mattis.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of an evolution for him, though, back to maybe a little bit more of the type of the player he was in Fnatic since MOUZ's departure, because Nerds is not going to be a self-sacrificial entry fragger on the T side. He needs more resources. He likes to be part of the guy, the core who goes in maybe second, get a little bit more set up. He's not just going to be running in first, dying for the cause, and then giving info to the players who come in afterwards. So I expect Mattis to actually pick up that role a little bit more and try and take up some of the space that's been left by MOUZ since he's left the squad. And I think Mattis can do that. He did do that for Fnatic, and so I think we will see him going back to that just like hyper-active entry fragger and not really being too concerned about dying if it's in a meaningful cause. More on that in the second half, though. Gentle mates, keeping this one simple and direct.
Right-click flash is primed for Mattis from Coffin. Nerds will re-smoke them, though. That's a very good timing on that. They're going to have to force their way through it, maybe, and that will make things awkward. He's let them get long way in. Nerds almost shoots his teammate for a split second there, but he makes up for it. Still gets a kill and delivers another. Oh, the transfer sick from Nerds. He's looking a bit like his old self already. Now, Salsal's in another clutch. 1v2, not impossible by any stretch of the imagination. He had a chance in that previous round, but that was a 1v1. 1v2 is a step a little bit more difficult. And Sunpius and Heavy God, neither of them have a kit picked up. There is one on the site there. You can see it to Salsal's right. Going to creep forward now, and there's going to be an immediate hold, a 10-second hold, and Sunpius has been seen by Salsal. Oh, but it's Sunpius who will get the kill. Very good opportunity for Salsal to get that one kill and then force Heavy God off that defuse, but not to be.
Also just good spatial awareness there from Sunpius when he does turn his attention to CT. He doesn't have much cover to work with, but he does use the pillar there to give himself a little bit of something, and that's what makes the difference, because if Salsal gets that kill, Heavy God's probably forced to get off the defuse, but it's this hold here from Nerds that makes the massive difference, and it's the extra man on the B bomb side as well. Gentlemates run into a stacked up bomb site, and they get platted by Nerds with a fantastic triple. That spray transfer on the third was a thing of beauty. And we've required a couple big individual moments from some players as the last lines of defense on the bomb sites yet to get G2 going, but they've got rounds on the board. So they close the gap to 1, and they should be able to tie it up here unless Martinez can find a way to let this hero AK sing.
Yeah, Davy G's been very kind, giving it over to Martinez. Brought it up and had absolutely nothing left for anything of his own. Got a deagle now off the body of Mopos, sure, but AK for Martinez needs to do something special. And yeah, G2, let's see if they can assert themselves properly now, because Gentlemates will be thinking to themselves, 2 clutch opportunities in a row. Those might be the rounds we need to find a way to win if we're to just make absolutely certain that G2 are looking weak today. If they lose the clutches, then G2 can probably still scrape by, even with Academy stand-in tack in the team for his Intel Extreme Masters debut and Tier 1 LAN debut.
Yeah, that's going to be the hardest part for Gentlemates, though, because of how extremely talented these G2 players are. So when it comes down to team play, yeah, Gentlemates might have an edge because of the stand-in and G2 missing their IGL. When it comes down to those individual moments, that's where you're going to see G2 prevail. Sunpius hasn't been shying away from these duels, and he takes down that hero AK. Smoke will somewhat isolate the bomb site here for Gentlemates until Matisse gets in on the action. Double kill, quick fire from him. Nerds will then phase straight through the smoke. It's flawless from G2 as they tie up the scoreline at 3 apiece.
Absolute must for them to assert themselves early, because just thinking about it from the mental perspective of TAC for a second, if they went down like 6-0 early, lost a couple of clutches, even if he's not got many kills on the board, which obviously he only has one, it was a Deagle anti-eco kill, or anti-force spy kill, sorry, that can get to a player's mind when you're playing in a big tournament for the first time. And now they're even at 3-3, he knows that nothing's really been his fault in any way. He can try and relax round by round, and feel better round by round.
Yeah, there's also less pressure on him because of these big individual moments coming through from the team around him. So it's a really good point that you highlight there, that it is going to allow for TAC to just settle into the game a little bit more, and he can take a little bit longer to get going. That is a meaty grenade, my goodness. That's certainly going to help G2 down the line. Damage done both ways, though. All 10 players left alive, but a couple of them have lost some limbs.
Yeah, and TAC, of course, like, can't just overthink things either. It's very, very difficult for me to say that. He's the player, I'm just sitting here talking about him. But, like, as I say, comparison is the thief of joy. If you compare yourselves to others, you'll never be happy. So, he has to focus on himself.
Hell yeah. Is that Dostoevsky, or is that like Friedrich Nietzsche?
No idea.
Just good old Trav. That's what I know.
Good old Trav. Okay.
Matisse, oh, have a look at that ragdoll. Good frag back from Sunpies to bring it into the 3v3. There's pressure now mounting in on this A bomb site. Doesn't look like Gentlemates are going to pull the trigger on a commitment. In fact, they're going to reroute and reshape the round here and shift themselves into what looked like a B split. Duffy G, instead of committing through CT spawn, recognizes his presence alone is going to force this B side player to turn his attention away from the bomb site itself, and he can look to try and shut these rotations off, instead forcing them through Banana. Pretty quick move being made by Heavy God right now. I don't think Gentlemates will expect that, and Nerds has timed his peak to perfection.
Yeah. Nerds peeking when the second player is crossing rather than peeking for the first player makes such a big difference there, and they're fully aware that Davy G is at full long control. So even though the bomb is down, this one is pretty much impossible. Nerds is going to clear it, and even though he's low HP, gives Davy G no chance. That's Nerds' full control of that round there. As I said, going for the second player first, that's more unlikely for them to realise or be ready for it if he had maybe gone for the swing on the first player crossing. No CT smoke really does not help. I love how Mattis almost flicks up to the ragdoll there. He's like, wait, a player's jumping at me? No,
muscle memory, bro.
That's Artemis blasting off.
I was going to say that as well. He's on Artemis too. Going to go loop round the moon, come back to Earth. Hopefully not in the same sort of fashion. Either way, that is a good recovery from G2. I mean, obviously it was just a bit of a slow start, losing the pistol, and then their 2 force spies afterwards. I say 2 force spies, 1 force, and then 4 saved up forced weapons, and then they've bounced back with 4 on the trot. Notes has looked extremely good. Now, it's a very small sample size. Notes has only played on Inferno twice with G2 so far. He's got a whopping 40% entry attempt on the 2 maps that he's played on the CT side for G2, which just highlights how extremely active he's been. I mean, it's basically him and Sun Pius that have been taking all the early duels on the CT side of this map for G2, and it's exactly what we've seen, right? Notes over towards Banana, having a hell of a lot of license. Sun Pius with the Yorp floating around as well, looking to take early fights and smother Gentlemates.
Yeah, Nerds didn't actually play, like, as much Inferno as I thought he had on Liquid, which was a bit of a surprise to me when I looked back at the numbers of how many games he played. It's still an okay amount, obviously, and against the best teams in the world, and he didn't do that badly, but especially on what was a very dysfunctional Liquid team. Probably still is a dysfunctional Liquid team. But yeah, I think him playing this well early, especially in a tournament for G2 where they're not playing with Hunter. Keep going over it, keep reminding you guys in chat. I'm sure you guys, of course, new people joining all the time. Hunter is injured. There's a cast on his ankle, on his foot, so can't play. And if Nerds, Heavy God, and Mattis all play well, it's going to be very, very difficult for Gentlemates to win, even in this particular scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sun Pius looking composed as well. Good job from him here with the AWP. Everything going according to plan in the eco. Gentlemates get shut down. And now they're going to have to start to dig a little bit deeper in the playbook to get some rounds back. Because obviously they started all right, but they're yet to win a gun round. And if that doesn't change anytime soon, they're heading in the direction of potentially losing this map in the first half.
I mean, G2 haven't started terribly, right? I mean, with Nertz on the team, they managed to win that Star Ladder stake LAN over in Barcelona. Not just to give them confidence for here, but also for the future of what will be the critical IEM Cologne for them. So, to win a trophy already, sure, well, it was with Hunter, but it shows that they maybe are on the right track. It wasn't against the best teams in the world, don't get me wrong, but it was still teams that they had found a way to lose to previously. I mean, they lost to Sinners in the BC Game Masters, for example, which was a crazy defeat to take. And they also had a very close BO3 of BO3s against BetBoo across various lands, which they in the end did win 2-1 in 3 separate BO3s. So they're not comfortably beating tier 1.5 right now, which is what they need to do as G2.
Well, big moment here in the round. Brawling towards the top of Banana. That Matties and Nerds combination will work the trick. Heavy God making moves through apartments as well is going to catch Sousal completely off guard. These mid-round moves being made by G2 right now certainly making life difficult for Gentlemates. A lot of license for plays to be made on the CT side, which is akin to the normal systems for G2. There generally is license for these types of plays, and it's exactly how they're approaching this game right now. And it's working the trick. Gentlemates struggling to keep their composure with how much is going on as they now set their sights in on this B-bomb side.
Nice.
Orp in conjunction with Davigi. Like you say, audio cue given up. 20 seconds on the clock. Great timing on the flash. Great timing on the swing. And now it's all on Martinez in an impossible 1 versus 4.
And he might not have space to save yet. Look at Heavy God. Here comes a deep nade. Look at Sunpius, and he's the one to catch his counterpart. His fellow Spanish Orpa, the man who replaced him on Movistar Riders all those years ago. And funnily enough, that was when that replacement was pretty poor. I mean, when Martinez did replace Sunpius, he did not look that great at all. And then a few years later, after a couple of other stints in some other South American teams for Martinez, he's got progressively better. Now he's definitely one of the Orpas in Tier 2 to really keep an eye on. Very consistent for Gentlemates, but Sunpius is the OG from Spain, and he's showing him who's boss right now.
Yeah, different AWP styles between them, right? Martinez is electric, he's volatile, he's flicky, he's fast. Sunpius is more stable, but he's certainly flexing his muscles right now. This is a fast-paced approach coming through from Gentlemate, albeit on the pistol. They're looking to flood into this A bomb site. Sunpius with a hell of a job to do right now. He's already eliminated 2 from the round. He hasn't realized that one's dropped out of apartments. He's now got some support that's arrived on the scene in the way of Tak, who's good for a frag. Sunpius is going to miss, but now it's Matties to come through and save the day.
Oh, beautiful. Look at Sunpius' reaction. You can tell that one was a bit of a messy one for him. He did not feel comfortable there, but it's not just him getting a couple of kills. It's the fact that he stays alive for that long. I mean, Mattis on the scene from that B bomb site just in the nick of time to keep Sunpius alive. How he's managed that, I'm not so sure. Good transfer for Mattis with that A1S. Not many bullets there to get that second kill confirmed. And if he'd missed it, he would have had to pull out the pistol to try and save Sunpius. And who knows, that could have been the moment where they got overrun a little bit. Now a tack to come through. And not tack on G2, a tactical timeout for Gentlemates.
Yeah, 7 rounds in a row for G2. Only 2 rounds left to be played in this first half here for Gentlemates to try and pad up these numbers before they shift to the defensive half of the map. They're struggling in the kill department right now. I mean, they're just lacking, contributions from Mopaz and Sousal in meaningful ways at the moment. I mean, Mopaz is supposed to be that hard entry fragger. You empty Nertz's pocket on stage and Mopaz will fall out at the moment. Sousal is often looked at as the guy who's supposed to give that extra level up with the rifle on this Gentlemates roster. Sometimes he can provide that depth, that X factor that they need, but both players struggling heavily. And if that course doesn't change anytime soon, this ends 9-3, surely G2 have got this in the bag from there.
Yeah, not exactly the path of the game that we thought would be coming through. You mentioned the 7 rounds in a row. We all know what that means. That means that all Gentlemates have gotten in this game is a pistol and a couple of conversions.
Look at the util damage, Trav.
Crazy.
My God. I mean, obviously it is just akin to Inferno in general, but again, Gentlemates, before they've even been able to see a soul or take a duel, a bunch of them have been brought down to around half health. They're going to leave MOPOZ posted in towards the top of Banana. And now try and shift the focus in towards the A-bomb site. And well, they get control and then disengage entirely. Only 2 players over towards the A site though, so this is the best option available. Make that only one. Heavy God's gone down in apartments. Sunpire's forced backwards. They now know where he is. This is impossible for him to navigate. And there's no support anytime soon. He's got it all by himself, but he's going to get completely overwhelmed, you would imagine. He trades AWP for AK, but goes down immediately after.
Yeah, I think getting that AK immediately was almost the key to finding one more kill and maybe helping Mattis, Nertz, and Tak think about having a look in here. But more often than not, this is a save. Now, they've got lots of money, lots of dollar in that residual bank account for themselves, so they might play a few more aggressive exit kills, try and keep the Gentlemates' money low. Here's that AK that almost provided a little bit more for Sunpire's, and Tak is sticking around, so he's going to be looking for the exits, trying to build up some confidence, get more than 3 kills on the board. Not doing too badly to begin with, though. He's not making any critical errors, and he might not be getting many of the frags. Are they going to go in? No, not now. I was going to say that they were showing utility and trying to... I thought they were considering throwing one player in there, but apparently not. Just looking for the exit kills, like I said. Mattis will go down, but it is Nertz to keep himself alive, and MOPOZ will grab that AWP. So, really important round for the Spaniards. They'll stay within 3.
Kind of wish they did roll the dice on the retake there. I mean, I know it's super unlikely, and they wouldn't have realized how much rather utility damage they'd inflicted in the round before that. They instead take the safer option of looking for exit kills and then making the next round, the last of the half, a little bit easier for themselves. But with how much money they have in play, I was just thinking, oh, come on then, let's see if you can try and pull the rabbit out the hat. Instead, Gentlemates will snap the streak of 7 as they get a round back. And this one, super important as well, but it's going to have to be done without MOPOZ. And Martineza.
Immediate. 3v5 to recover from. That's painful. They do have top mid control and top banana control, but Alex is now forced away from that. That's a really good protocol there from G2. It might be a 5v3, you know, more often than not, and you in your basic games may say, let's bunker down and play from the sites. Usually that is the right call. But here, when they have the utility to force more map control, it should work for them. And Mattis is retaking up the position that Nertz has left. That could be a surprise for Alex. Bottom banana. Gets away with it.
They're living so dangerously right now. Yeah, maybe you can get away with Nertz just trying to hammer the round home, but if Mattis goes down to the AWP, you've almost gifted a way back into the round there for Gentlemates. Mattis going to be that rotator now back in towards the A-bomb site. You've got the crossfire set up between Tak and Heavy God. Tak has been able to kind of coast through the half so far. He's going to take first contact here, though, and try and set up Heavy God.
Missed flash there from Mattis in Library. Catches the edge of the wall, and Daviji's going to clear Tak. Now, Heavy God baited in. How many can he get? Now is the only man here. He needs to deliver right here, right now. 25 seconds left in the round. Doesn't track the running Alex. That's crazy. And now, Sunpire's against his brethren, his friends from the Movistar Riders era in a 1v2 at a good half. Has Sunpire's, and the sidearm might be the thing to do the job. Because 34 HP on Salsol, 5 on Alex. He's got an HE, has Sunpire's, and this 5-7 is so damn doable. Where's this HE going to land? How close is it going to get? It goes into the air like a firework, I'm afraid, and it doesn't catch Alex at all. Sunpire's realizes the humor behind that one. But still, even though a bit of a recovery from Gentlemates at the end of the half, it is G2 in slight control. Slight control for G2 at 7-5. Gentlemates do well to find that fifth at the end of the first half in our first map here at Intel Extreme Masters Rio. But it does deserve to be mentioned that 3 of those 5 rounds came from the pistol and the conversions. G2 did dominate most of that half.
I mean, a little bit of a sandwich. The opening 3 and the last 2 there for Gentlemates to amass their 5 rounds. And G2 did blunder, Trav. There was a 3v5 in that last round that got away from them. And listen, Gentlemates are extremely good on the CT side of this map, and G2 tend to struggle quite a lot on the T side of this map. That opening kill, though, from Matisse will certainly help. He has been a monster. 15 kills, and we're only in the 13th round.
Yes, sir. Exactly what G2 needed in a tournament like this when they're not playing with Hunter and when some Pius is having to take up in-game leader duties. You need your Nerts and your Mattis to really deliver when you've got an academy player standing in for the injured Hunter. Look at the peak from Davigi and Mopos, though. Oh, the turnaround is ridiculous. The top banana hold is perfect. Now, some Pius, he might have a full belt of utility on a pistol round of all rounds, but he's in a 1v2, and there's the flank for Martineza. Now, Gentlemates are cooking.
But that's just amazing. Good lord. What a amazing resurgence coming through from Gentlemates and towards the top of Banana there. Just a big wide swing out of the lads there, finding those kills in such quick succession. G2 get the rug pulled right out from underneath them. They plan to just try and simplify the process as much as possible, but this 3-man setup just destroys G2. That opening kill doesn't mean a whole lot as Gentlemates now close the gap to just 1. Now I want to highlight Matisse on this T side. T side Inferno is his worst T side out of the entire map pool in terms of maps that G2 actually plays. So he's had a really good CT side so far, but they just lack a lot of firepower and impetus on the T side of Inferno in general, and some of that is down to the big drop-off from Matisse. You're not going to be getting a whole lot out of attack. You don't have your IGL. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about G2 to try and finish this off on the attacking half.
Yeah, they're going to need their individuals to step up, like you said. That is the main condition. And unfortunately for G2, right, that is something that's been very hard for them to rely on in general. As I said, they won that tournament over in Barcelona at stake. But, you know, if you look at other games that G2 have played against actually opponents they should be fighting close against, they lost that crazy BO3 to Sinners over in the BC Game Masters Championship. They've lost to Foot, they've lost to Aurora, they've lost to Spirits. They're not near those teams right now. And yeah, that has to be a concern for them, especially when they're seeing how incredible Paravision have been this year, and now Foot are reaching that level 2. Like, a lot of these established organizations, and it's the conversation I'm going to get in later when we cover Falcons versus 3D Max, but so many of these established orgs are being overtaken by these young upstarts right now.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It certainly is a bit of like a shifting in the guard in that regard. Foot definitely one of those teams that's moving and shaking things up at the moment. As we get into the first gun round of the second half, AKs across the board. Look at the bonus buy for Gentlemates. They've got money on all 5, 2 MP9s and a FAMAS. This is prime real estate for G2 to actually get their first round on the board. If they can't convert round 15, they're in deep water going into the rest of the half.
Martineza boosted up on the short balcony. Yeah, and as you say, the bonus round for Gentlemates, that would be a crazy one to grab at this stage. Really would put G2 on the back foot all of a sudden. Got banana control fully right now, with Alex still jump spotting half wall. Pause there in support. These two have been playing with each other for a very, very long time. Sure, Alex had that little break when he went off to in-game lead NIP. Unfortunately, didn't go too well. And he's back playing with his Spaniards again.
Didn't count, did it?
Indeed. Okay,
only now does your time on NIP start counting. Like you say, though, there's moves being made here.
They've left Mopars behind the sandbags. Alex has just decided, look, if you die, you die. Mopars has managed to get the 1, but now he needs to somehow get more, and the bomb is still bottom ramp, by the way. There are 25 seconds left in this round, and that bomb is only just being retrieved. It's a very laboured gun round here for G2. Martinez is going to find Heavy God. And that bomb is going into a B, but if we get a hide in Alex, at least one kill, it's a bit whiffy, but he gets it, and that's going to waste enough time for Tak to be last alive with that bomb. Messy opening gun round from G2.
Yeah, I'm not even entirely sure there was much of a game plan in that round, to be honest with you, because you've got a player fighting up Banana and a player fighting up top mid at the same time, and I get that maybe you're trying to take control simultaneously, but it didn't feel like either was really supported or set up to actually stand much of a chance of A, winning a duel, or B, getting the control. They both go down, and all of a sudden they're just scrambling to try and figure out a plan. Then you've got a player in apartments who's like, maybe I can get an in on the safe bomb site. You've got a player who's pushing into B. They're both just trying to create an option. But again, same as in the earlier stage of the round, neither of them have a really good chance of actually getting a foothold in on the bomb site that they're attacking. So that was all over the place and trying to do a lot at the same time, but none of it really having the best chance of finding success.
Now, these are the rounds that matter for Gentlemates. The gun rounds, winning a bonus buy, fantastic. But if you can't convert against Tech 9s, it's all in vain, and what's the point? So, these are very, very losable. Do have control of the entire map still right now, though. They've still got fully information on Banana. Mopaz will now see what's going on with that Molotov flying in. He won't fight for it too long. He knows it's a low buy for G2 in this round. Fighting a Tech 9 alone would be a very, very bad idea. And he's going to wait for his rotation of Alex to come through.
I'm not a fan of this at all. When you know you're playing against a low buy, you don't need to gamble. You do not need to try and get ahead of the round and play a 4-1. Rather, just make sure that you're covering both sides appropriately. Now, that smoke is going to ice Alex out the side. It's a really good flash to have blinded up Mopaz, but because of the kill on Alex, he's given Mopaz at least on life, who will regain his vision, regain control, and at least get himself a kill before he inevitably goes down. Tak will successfully path his way into the shadows. Bomb plant going to be secured as well, but it's going to be a really difficult post plant to hold on to, especially with Heavy God, who needs a lot of time from his teammates to actually get in on the action here as well.
Exactly, and he's Tech 9 long range. What can Heavy God do with this? Keep an eye on that CT ramp right now. He needs some guys to fight and or stay alive. It's okay damage, but Tak's down and Heavy God's been spotted. There is no way he can do anything from this one now. Some kills would be nice. He's jiggling out these ones pretty nicely, to be fair, but as we can see, the bomb is being defused. There was never a chance to actually win the clutch, and Gentlemates' lead is 2.
Yeah, and they're just 4 rounds away from winning their map pick all of a sudden. I spoke about how they've got an extremely good CT side, and you add that to the fact that G2 tend to struggle a lot on the T side. It does not stack up very well for G2 as things stand. Not yet off the mark on the attacking half. We got a technical pause here, so no chance for any comms to be coming through here to maybe try and change up the way that this game is going so far. And nothing really for G2 to try and fall back on. It's not like they've really been getting any major success in any parts of the map so far. I mean, sure, they got banana control in the previous, but that's more because it was given up by Gentlemates. So it's not like they've got something that they can try and fall back onto and then build upon going into the next round.
And in a way, I mean, look, G2 could easily come back and still win this map and the series comfortably. You never know. But in a way, this is not really that much of a surprise. If you're not playing with a player who maybe has only missed like 2 or 3 games in 1,150 maps it is on G2, and Hunter, who's injured, then things are going to look a bit messy. T-sides in particular are going to look a bit questionable when some Pius, who is interim in-game leading, not sure he's ever in-game led a team previously, even back in his old roots in Movistar Riders. So, yeah, this is maybe the main reason why it's looking so rough at the moment.
And they're playing with the stand-in who's from an academy team that has just leveled up like 1 billion levels in terms of going from that level to now playing at IEM Rio, an S-tier event with the best teams in the world. And Nerds just joined the team a couple of weeks ago, so they're also trying to blood a new player into the mix. So there's so many moving parts to this at the moment. This is where Saw's got to find some sort of a solution. He's got to come up with a game plan here. You don't want to rely on Sun Pius having to find the solution for the team, considering that he is still very new in this role and is just taking it up as a temporary solution. This is where it's got to be on Saw. Just try and give them some advice, give them some guidance, give them an in the round, so that they can try and get the ball rolling here in Rio on this T side of Inferno.
Yeah, and to give you an idea of what the last team that TAC would have played against is. They played against Unity, Mikey, Kafida, Woozy, Morisco, and Neofrag. Now, we know those guys. Neofrag mentioned. We know those guys. If the only player you guys in chat know is Neofrag, I'm not surprised, because that is an example of how different a level it is for TAC to play, especially on LAN in Brazil. Big travel day for him. And probably wouldn't have known so soon either, right? So...
And he's got sharp mechanics, but that's only going to get you so far. I mean, you got to think about the strats, the layering of utility, the spacing, the game plans coming through from Gentlemates are all on a level that TAC would just not have ever seen before. I mean, so much utility damage done. I love the aggression from WG at the start of the round off the back of the tech into the TAC pauses as well. It meant that G2 were trying to come into round with the game plan, and they're just being disrupted across the board here by Gentlemates right now, who are looking to make plays, stifle the round here and shut G2 down. And they're just going to cluster together with these 3 remaining players in towards the top of middle, but the space has been given up to them. They haven't taken the space yet. 1 smoke, 2 flashes left remaining here and 44 seconds on the clock.
Bias pushing down. He'll get taken by Alex comfortably. Heavy God goes down to Martineza, and they could be about to win a gun round with the majority of their players alive. Yes, sir. 10-7. G2 have enough money for some kind of scrapped together buy. Pots and pans, maybe. I mean, they can get Galils and utility. That might be what they have to do at 7-10 behind. And yeah, it looks like Gentlemates are on track to keep their incredible 2026 Inferno record intact.
It also feels like G2 are lacking some vibes at the moment, man. Like, where's the energy going to come from when the team is down like this? I mean, Matisse, Heavy God, generally pretty, like, quiet, stoic guys. Sun Pius, when the mood is good, obviously he's got that, like, Spanish demeanor where he can be quite jovial and upbeat, but maybe frustration could start to creep in. Nerds generally seems fairly reserved as well. Tax, obviously, not going to want to step out of line at all. I feel like they need someone to just try and improve the mood a bit, yeah, and obviously that would normally be Hunter.
Yeah,
so not only are they lacking that in-game direction, but also just some good vibes, man.
I mean, it's funny because the vibes look great. I mean, 7-5 half.
Yeah, when they're winning.
It could have been a lot better. I mean, some players didn't complete that clutch at the end of the half, but he was laughing and joking with Mattis and looking like he was having a whale of a time. But yeah, exactly. They haven't won a bloody round since. That makes a big difference to your mood. 5 in a row for Gentlemates. Who would have thought that when you're not playing with your main in-game leader, you can't win a T round? Let's see if they can finally win one on this low buy.
Setting themselves up for an explosion in towards this B bomb site. Well-timed smoke grenade there from Alex, and you still have an incendiary on Mopaz as well to chain this utility together. G2 not looking to respect it. Mopaz maybe a little bit preemptive on the use of the incendiary. He just hears 1 smoke coming through and he immediately deploys it. So at least G2 have been able to bleed all of the utility off of these B-bomb site players as they now look to set this round in motion and get a move on. It's going to be down to Sun Pius on that hero AK who's taking quite a lot of damage. It's Alex to take first contact. He's got Mopaz behind him. This double layered setup, hoping it goes unchecked, but the trade there from TAC as G2 get control.
Yeah, big one from TAC. He might only have 5 kills, and we can't blame him for that on his debut, but like any important frag like that, even if it's just a rundown trade with a Tech 9, they do mean something. And it's a kill that's probably going to force Salsol, Martineza, and Davi G away here. They're definitely committing to the save now with Salsol's position. They can play exit kills. They've got money to do that to try and limit G2's money, because of course, if they win the round, which they are going to, on what is that half investment, that does give that money a little bit of a bonus if you keep players alive, especially with grabbed AKs. And with some players fighting Salsol, they're a lot safer bottom banana. So all 4 will stay alive. G2, this is a lifeline. Gentlemates might be a solid team. They might be a great team at the top of tier 2. But you know, G2 will be thinking to themselves, even with the situation we're in, we should not be losing right now.
Yeah, a lot of space was given up on that B bomb site by both MOUZ and Alex, though, by playing in towards Coffins. There was no contact taken when G2 pushed to the choke point initially, and it just allows them to run riot at that point. Big wide swing to pull the crosshair off the angle and just trying to overwhelm MOUZ once he's the last player left alive at that point. It's a big lease on life for G2, but it doesn't mean all that much if they can't actually build off the back of that and win another round here. At least at a minimum, they have built themselves up a bit of a financial buffer, so if they lose this one, they can afford a reinvestment. It's not like it's completely tickets on Inferno, but there's still heaps of money here for Gentlemates as well, who are still in complete control.
Martinez going for the bottom banana pick, and Nert's gone already. A little bit too much of a jiggle from Nert's. That's all you need to give up to Martinez to hit that shot. And look at that nade on Mattis and Heavy God. Goodness me. That is significant ouchies. Top middle. Trying to use that Molotov to force Martinez back away toward B. Southsol, do you see the pushed up Mattis underneath the balcony there? I'm not so sure, but again, they're just feeding Martinez in banana right now. That's 2 very easy kills for him. Now it forces them into the A bomb site. Not really much more they can do other than try and press the issue here. And Davy G on the site with the AK. Got a good crossfire with Southsol.
Oh, wow.
Davy G may go down, but Southsol will hold on for his 1 kill, and it's very even trades, exactly how it should go down. And that is Gentlemates on to 11, 2 away.
Everything going according to plan for Gentlemates in that round. Martinez are doing a brilliant job with the AWP, just peering down banana, finding that first frag for free, maintains the control, and he even gets another kill as well. It's Pius who tries to force that CT AWP back, and then that really leaves G2 without any option besides grouping up, trying to push up short and get onto the A bomb site. But at that point, Gentlemates know exactly what's going on. They've got a really good idea, so they're set up accordingly. They've got that beautiful triangulation set up, Pep Guardiola style, with some tiki-taka pinging contact off of one another, getting the trades necessary and getting themselves within touching distance of dealing that decisive blow.
Yeah, only lost 1 game on Inferno in 2026, have Gentlemates, and sure, they're not playing against the best opposition in the world, but some of them are decent. I would say half of them are very good results. They did lose their only game on it last time out against Big in that tournament where Big won to qualify for the major, qualify for Cologne, their home major. Oh, Martinez sitting in the fire to try and get that frag down to 76. No one will peek him. Mopos staying very assertive, top banana, and they've done that throughout pretty much the entire half. But that 1 round you mentioned, where they've had a little bit more defensively, and guess what? That's the 1 round they lost.
And that's maybe even a good little reminder for them to continue to be proactive, take initiative. That's what's been working well for them so far here on this CT side. And that's what I mentioned in the pregame, is what I wanted to see from Gentlemates on the CT side here against G2 across the series, is trying to disrupt G2, because you know without their IGL, they're going to struggle to come up with solutions on the fly. So you want to pose these questions and cause these issues. It is going to be Alex with a bit of a surprising approach to the duel there. I think that might be Nerds' first frag on the T side, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a really important kill, as G2's backs are firmly against the wall.
Martinez, I think, has heard some rotations. We saw some furious communicating there. Is he ready for what is this top middle push? Flash will come in. Can he avoid it? Oh, we're not going for a flash. We're going for a pure jump, and that's Mattis down. Good repositioning. Classic AWP angle for Martinez. They don't have anything. I mean, Heavy God's got 1 flash, but he's not really in a position to use it right now. Now, can they surround Gentlemates on this side? Oh, Martinez is going for every pick in the right direction right now. He's looking for more, flicking around, doing such a brilliant job for his team. And some Pius, last alive, tap on the bomb, 10 seconds, not going to happen. Surely he's going to get flanked by Mopos. 12-8, they're 1 away.
And Martinez wants him to hear it as well. It's been a brilliant CT side. Great job from him to find that second kill. I mean, the first frag kind of ordinary, but the fact that he gets another kill before he inevitably gets overwhelmed and goes down is a brilliant return from him there. And you could see he just hesitated for half a second or a second before he commits to the duel, and then he just goes balls to the walls, all in. Look at how he just swings out into the open here. He knows he's going to die, but he just wants to get 1 more kill before he does, to make up for the fact that he loses his life. And from there, he's bought enough time the rotations. I felt like G2 missed their window of opportunity, which closed about 5, 6, 7 seconds before that. And now, Gentlemates have 4 chances to win their map pick and open up their run here at Rio.
1 T round. Who would have thought it when you don't play with your in-game leader? Turns out those IGLs are kind of important. 3-man push, top banana. Trying to get full control of it again. Is MOUZ going to try and get that jump over toward the top of half wall? Looks like he wants to try it, but staying put for now. Oh no, it's just about pushing back into the cubby. They're going to push down now. That catches off Martinez, but he doesn't. No, there are 2 more where that came from. Might not matter. Alex actually got tack, but Nertz is able to get the kill in return. And now MOUZ is the man to hold on. They're going to try and put pressure on MOUZ. They know there can't be more than 1 more player on B. It has to only be MOUZ. But with the AWP, it might just work out for him. He's managed to find Mathis. Now still holds on against Heavy Guard. And again, Some Pious is last alive in a clutch. 1v3. I'm not sure this is going to be happening. It will not be happening. Easy kill for MOUZ. Hunter's leg died for this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brutal capitulation for G2 on the T side of the map that they've struggled a lot on in the T side in the past couple of months, and this is no different, unsurprisingly, even more so without their IGL in the mix, with a stand-in who is always going to struggle at this level of the game as well. But we can't take away from what a solid performance that was from Gentlemates on the CT side. Martinez are coming alive in a massive way. MOUZ kind of quiet through the map, but he came up big when his team needed to with the multi-kill to regain control in round 21 as well. That trade frag on Nertz, and then just keeping that presence to stop G2 from being able to get full control was really well done by him, as Gentlemates will open up this affair here with the win over G2.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable! Something special to throw up this decoy, and that's exactly what happens. Katowice! We are back!
Placement matches set your starting point. Face It rating measures your impact as you climb. The soft ELO reset narrows the gap between the highest ELO players and the rest of level 10. Your starting point will be based on your recent ELO in activity. We're introducing Face It rating, so you can see exactly how much you stack up against others at your level. Face It rating measures how much your actions have increased your team's chances of winning the match, taking into account the full situation. Season 8 launches April 22nd. Good luck and have fun.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition, when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Fuck the guy toxic.
Uma direita, voltou, caiu no chão, voltou pra direita.
Oh, I missed my flash pillar. Fuck the guy toxic. I was just William. I just listened to William do the noise for you, but it was perfect. Two guys. Two there. Let's go, guys. You need to go rear. 1 millisecond aqui.
You whiff, não? Fechou,
Nice, boys. Let's go. Nice. Second match, jump for rank. Yeah, more stats to the flashes, yeah.
Well, gentlemates, they knew what was ahead of them today. They knew G2 were coming in wounded, and guess what? They've taken advantage of it. Map 1, Inferno, is one that gentlemates like a lot. They've managed to win it. Now we go into something a little bit more middle ground, though, Matt. If G2 were to make a comeback here, you would think it wouldn't be a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good map for G2. I've heard about never corner a wounded buffalo, never corner a wounded samurai. Yeah, that doesn't sound like great advice either, to be honest with you. Backs against the wall stuff here for G2, coming into a really good map for them, a map that they tend to perform a lot better on, in particular on their T side. Of course, we'll harp on about it again, that they don't have their IGL, so expect a bit of a drop-off in that department, but they always struggle on the T side of Inferno, even with Hunter. So I think we will see an improvement here, and there's a good chance that G2 can force a decider.
Important question for you, Matt. Have you ever been cornered by a wounded buffalo, being from South Africa?
Never a wounded one, but I have been walking through the Kruger Park before and came across a lone male buffalo, and they are very dangerous. So we very quickly turned the opposite direction and went the other way.
I would say that is smart. Let's see if G2 can put on a smarter performance than Inferno coming in here. The last time I watched G2 on Mirage, I think it was this. I'll double check it quickly, but I think it was a game in Pro League up against. It probably would have been Foot. Yes, it was Foot, and we know Foot are so damn good on Mirage. I'll get back to that point in a second because we've got the fighting connector coming through. Martinez and Alex will hold on already. Nurse has been able to return with one, and HeavyGod's actually tapped down Salsal and Alex as well through the corner of that smoke, which is pretty impressive considering where he was actually playing from. They know Nurse is in con, but with the HeavyGod damage, they've been able to get a plant on A. Mopoz does get that tapped back, so this 2v2 is very much on. And look at the utility still on gentlemates here. HE on Devi G, Incendiary on Mopoz with a defuse kit, but it might not mean anything as Tack will get a first kill, and there's Nertz with a follow-up. So G2 start better than map 1.
Brilliant little two-piece there from HeavyGod to open up A. Fantastic multi-kill there coming from Nertz in on middle. They're able to connect the dots perfectly in on that A bomb site. The split works the trick, and it will be G2 who open up. And I was going to say they're prolific in pistol rounds in this map. They've got like a 65% win rate in pistol rounds, which is insane. I mean, pistol rounds are extremely volatile and very difficult to be consistent in. Conversely, gentlemates struggle a lot in the pistol rounds of Mirage, so it's not surprising at all to see it going down in that fashion. And I'll even add on that without them having the IGL and the struggles they've had on the T side already, winning a pistol round is a great way to start off their campaign in this first half.
It is indeed. Yeah, we'll see if that helps them. One of the things that I was trying to bring up before the action went down in bottom con is a chance this round's not live. Yes, I hear the ticks in the chat. That probably means not live. Alex has dropped, so I have more time to talk about it now. I watched G2 play against Foot at Pro League. It was one of the games I did on my co-streams for the event, I think. And I'll tell you what, I mean, G2, we know what Foot are like. They are the most aggressive, crazy W key team with, you know, good limitations on that too, to temper that aggression in the scene right now. They're incredibly exciting, and they adore Mirage. It was the map that really put them on the entire map of the global map of the CS scene. But G2 owned them 13-4. That was with Mulbs, but every single duel G2 took in that map, they won. It was absolutely insane. They were literally not missing a beat. Whatever Foot tried to do, getting in their face, playing defensive, any sort of call did not work. And that is exactly the kind of game that this G2 can deliver, their individual ability. But, you know, now things have changed with Hunter not here temporarily. It's these sort of games that G2 can find a way to lose, unfortunately, because if they needed that individual ability to win that one, if they're even 10% off today, they'll be punished.
Yeah, and you know, can't not notice. Obviously, we always expected it to be very difficult for TAC, but he did struggle a lot on Inferno. What he ended with, I think, 5 kills on that map there in total across both halves, 6 actually. So he really struggled to get going. So there's already going to be a bit of a, struggle in that regard. Not as much of a contribution from that corner. But in general, like you say, that this is a map where their individuals tend to fire on all cylinders. It's a really good map for both Heavy Guard and Matties. Heavy Guard on the T side seems to really enjoy his time and his roles on this map as well. But like you highlight, they have to all be at their best. If they even have a minor drop-off, they're going to have problems to try and bridge that gap of missing their captain at the moment.
And yeah, and with Hunter, they have lost against teams that you could argue they shouldn't be losing against. Sinners at the BC Game Masters Championship 1917, and BetBoom at Roman Imperium Cup 1311. And it shows you that some of these tier 2 teams that are working their way up to possibly contend in majors, which of course BetBoom and Sinners now will be doing, are no pushovers. Look at their results for G2 on Mirage. It's loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win. So they're losing here, right?
I mean, that's what the trend would suggest, but when I'm trying to do it with my crypto, it hasn't worked nearly as well. So I'm a little bit shy from committing to that. Either way, yeah, Gentlemates have been banged out a couple of times on Mirage. They lost 13-6 to BetBoom, 13-5 to Eyeballers as well. I mean, we know that Eyeballers have been in some decent form lately, but that is a heavy one-sided loss. 13-9 to HOTU, who are very good on Mirage. So, with all of those things in mind, it does feel like G2 should have Mirage in the bag to be able to force a decider. But obviously they were super underwhelming in that second half of Inferno in particular. I think when I ran the numbers, they got 16 kills in total on that T side across 9 rounds that were played. So they weren't even averaging 2 kills per round in that second half on Inferno.
Yeah, and that probably saying that's a concern would be an understatement. So we'll see what they can do. Alex, this is a reminder, was the player that dropped from the server. Getting him logged back in ASAP. Obviously has to retrieve his phone from the magical box.
Black box.
And then give it back to ESL. Back to the admin.
Black box contains all the secrets.
Indeed. That referee won't be allowing any funny business, I'll tell you that.
It does look like they're making some progress and getting him back into the server, so we should be getting underway again momentarily. Of course, we can gloss over what happened on the A stream or what's going down. Of course, we have got the Kings who have opened up there against Red Canids. They completely destroyed Red Canids 13-4. Red Canids obviously started on the T side after having picked nukes. That was always going to be really difficult for them. And now on Overpass, well, unfortunately, it's not going any better.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for Red Canids in a way because it was a special journey for them. They came all the way from the open qualifier to this event and then greeted with the GOATs. So what can you do? I
think for them just being here, though, is what it's about, right? Them just getting to feature at the event, them having qualified for this tournament, that would have been the goal. That's been ticked off the list. Once then you think, oh, boys, we're in Rio. Okay, cool. Let's see our opening. Oh, it's okay. So we'll start this run in the lower bracket then.
Yeah. It's like these incredible, young tennis players who are going to try and qualify for a Grand Slam. You qualify for the French Open. Oh, I'm playing Rafael Nadal. Oh, I qualified for Wimbledon. Oh, I'm playing Roger Federer. Like, not really much you can do in round 1, I'm afraid.
Take it in your stead and make the most of it as we now will stride back on into the action between G2 and Gentlemates. It's a force buy here from Gentlemates, and they're already down a Sousal.
I'd prefer to be +1 Sousal rather than -1 Sousal, I think. Mattis has got those new gloves from that most recent update. Look like gardening gloves. Look at those. Gorgeous.
Not much of a skin cell myself, but I can appreciate a nice pair of gloves when I see them.
All right, let's see.
Opening Frank found nice and early on that A bomb site, and they're going to use that to then execute into the weaker side of the map. Gentlemates haven't actually adjusted the setup off the back of that early kill. Martinez has been spotted in CT, and now he's been tagged down as well. He should get overwhelmed, just peppered through the box. G2 assume full control on course for a 2-0.
Yep, no Salsol, now no Martinez. That scout is dropped in CT. They're just going to try and keep their turn P9s and Deagle into this one. For G2, even if this event, even if this series and event goes awry, they're not going to be feeling too bad about it because they know what they're having to deal with. Having to incorporate TAC as he gets the kill on Davy G. With a bit of anti-force by kill confidence. Go down to Mopos here though, and won't. Good spin around. Actually keeps all his utility up as well. That could be impactful for a little extra dollar to keep hold of.
And inflicting extra economic damage on Gentlemate, so they're barely going to have anything to work with in round 3. Should be G2 storming to a 3-0 start here. Good way to kick off their campaign and put those demons to bed with what had happened on the previous map.
And as I said earlier, that G2 coming off a tournament win in Barcelona, so wasn't beating the best teams in the world by any stretch of the imagination, but it's confidence and knowing that they've got a good level above that tier 1.5 competition if they need it, which we all know they should have. With Nertz in
that's
play,
what Gentlemates are at, right?
Yeah, exactly. And with Nertz in play, you'd hope they'll be able to show more. And Nertz can personally show more. Now, under the Saw tutelage again from the Ents and Heroic days, we know how good he was back in those two teams, those two organizations, when they swapped a few. So, need to see him step up, especially on a tournament where they're a little bit wounded. Mattis and Nertz and Heavy God are the main 3 you need to look at. But right now, TAC is leading the way alongside Nertz. And TAC could be getting a few more as well because there's a full eco still to eat up in round 3.
I wonder what the style of calling is going to be like here from Sunpius, whether he's going to just try and draw from the playbook that has been left for him in Hunter's stead, or whether he's going to just try and keep things far more simple so that he doesn't have to worry too much about the minutiae and the finer details. I mean, obviously, they're still trying to blood Nertz into the team as well, so you're going to be kind of limited for depth in that regard, and obviously, it's his first outing as an IGL as well, so you'd imagine the simpler approach would be easier to manage and navigate, but there'll definitely be some plays that they can just fall back on that they've been crafting over the past few months that you could just, call that type of a strat and everybody knows what's required over it. They would have run TAC over the playbook as well, so I think it'll probably be like a little bit of a combination of the two.
Yeah, I believe TAC was the highest rated player for G2 Ares on the time that he played for them, and he'd been on the team for quite a long time, actually in various iterations of the G2 Ares Academy team. But yeah, I think he's also one of these players from Lithuania, and right now, kind of a crazily strong scene that Lithuania have. I mean, you may remember they won that IESF type tournament. I think it was called EESF last year.
Yeah.
And I think Ryu and Jugs was on that team with Magila, if memory serves me correctly. And there's a few people in chat who are TAC supporters. I see you, who will know those players and TAC himself very well. I see a guy called Toy in chat, and he is a former teammate of TAC, I believe, when I look back through his history.
I think he might be a coach now, if I'm not mistaken.
He's a coach, correct.
Yeah.
The Astral
roster. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I remember names like Esperanto and Nookie when they came into the mix in like the crazy days. Nookie.
Nookie might mean something else, I think, Matt. I don't know.
Depends where in the world you are. Nookie, that's the one either way. I've been casting him the other day, so
yes.
Forgive me, my brother. Anyway, we're back underway once again. Gun round, a chance here for Gentlemates to get the engine turning over. Open play for Martineza. Fairly limited utility. And they're already looking to try and take initiative and do battle in towards middle. Assert themselves to a degree. But they're not going to hang around for too long, and that means G2 can start to assume some control.
Start. Martinez will easily find Nertz, and now it's the time for Gentlemates to start delivering on this CT side with their full buy coming through. Utility being swapped over to Sun Pius. Who's going to be the man to throw all of that coming through now? That window smoke will land, and sure, Tac still has that Mac 10. Don't count G2 out even in a 4v5. Pretty normal setup right now, to be fair, for Gentlemates. You've got Martinez, CT, you've got more player under Balk, mollied out nice low, and Tac actually hits that double headshot really cleanly. HE towards CT does decent damage to Alex. That might afford them a plant.
Nicely scaled forward here from G2 so far to make this one work. Matty's going to get caught off by Mopaz coming through from lowers, though. You wouldn't be expecting that dual two-man advantage here for Gentlemates to get things going, and Tac has a moment on the attack. He's able to find 2 kills. Very low on health, and Mopaz will round on Sun Pius. Not hurt on the jump up into snipers means he will round on his Spanish countryman, and Tac gets burnt out the round. Good little flurry from him, but it's Gentlemates to open up their account.
As a Brit, it's very common for Brits to enjoy supporting the underdog. Tac was the underdog in that clutch by a country mile. He probably the deepest dog you've ever seen in your life. That was a 3 HP 1v2 again in his first ever Tier 1 tournament, and he almost made it happen. That was a great attempt. And now he's got some confidence to build on.
Yeah, exactly where I was going with it as well. Start to settle in. You can see him checking the notes, giving some thoughts as well. Settle him into the game. You want to make the most of this opportunity because you never know when it's going to come again, if it's ever going to come again. So you want to be super present and soak it all in. Not get too caught up in the moment and overwhelmed by the occasion. Gentlemates, though, courtesy of Martinez in the previous, got things going this time, flexing his muscles in terms of his opening options from spawn into Palace. First blood drawn and a 5v4 ensues.
Another move by Martinez to find an opening kill. Thing is, are they expecting Heavy God just to wander out of Palace right now? It's a very random timing and they have no clue. Shift down the ladder to stay silent. He knows one's there. He might see both, and he lines up both. Brilliant awareness from Heavy God, and it completely cracks open the A-bomb site.
Oh, just awesome game sense there from Heavy God, recognizing the opportunity that presents itself when Nertz goes down in Palace. He doesn't shy away. In fact, he capitalizes on that window of opportunity. Problem is, or was, that his 3 teammates who have rotated across, or at least 2 of them, were in top middle. So it's taken him quite long to get you, but it doesn't matter when Heavy God continues to do the heavy lifting.
Here he goes. He got that sick quad kill from Pit on Inferno. Unfortunately, while the round wasn't in vain, the map was. Here, it will assert G2 into a 4-1 lead. That's all Heavy God, and that's what he's all about. When he was, in the old days of his career, we used to watch him all the time on mixed teams and Endpoint and OG. He's always kind of a cut above in those teams. Look at this. Perfect maneuverability.
Goes back even further than that for me to that Iron Branch squad was when he first came onto the radar when I had come across him, and that was with guys like, well, some guys who haven't been painted in the best light since then, so I guess it's best not to be giving them the time of day on the broadcast, but guys like Masfel, Sad, Yeki as well, who's over in that Favbet roster. That was when I'd first kind of come across Heavy God and was like, yeah, this guy's special. He's got it with the rifle, and he's really honed his game since then. I mean, really, that round was all him. Recognizing the opportunity that had presented itself and then stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think of those players you listed, Mazval is the one that I thought at the beginning of the year was one to watch. He's been around for a while, but he's recently qualified for Astana, I believe, with that Magic team. So I'm sure there are some Tier 2 knowers in chat who are aware of him. He's definitely a talent. But Heavy God's the man to watch right now. Up to 9 kills already. Full control, my friend.
Absolutely. And keeping Gentlemates on the back foot at the start of Mirage, who are now going to have to settle for another save. I mean, they've been able to at least scrounge together a little bit of firepower here, but really not a whole lot. Great start to the T side. We saw some massive struggles on the T side of Inferno, but it's a completely different complexion here on Mirage. If you're WG, you got to be the man. Yet to get a kill here on the map, but he's the one with the M4. Got to find a way to try and insert himself into the round and find some early impact.
Yeah, and that is what Martinez has been doing, but doesn't have the AWP this time to do exactly what we've been seeing from him in the last couple of rounds. Little boost in window, a bit more of an elevated angle to check under for Davy Balcony clear, thanks to the molly from G2. Bombs still in spawn, they haven't made their mind up yet. They know that it could be a bit of a weird, funky buy on the Gentlemate side. So no reason to throw in a body early for no reason.
Just taking their time here are G2, right? Just playing with a bit of caution. This has been a staple so far on this T side, is throwing some later utility in towards middle, but actually pretty infrequently looking to try and capitalize on the space with that util. Instead, it's to try and create diversions and then shift into this A bomb site. This has been their bread and butter. Show presence early in middle, shift out of mid, execute into A. Gentlemates have caught wind of this. It's a well-placed nade that will do some chip damage. Salsal looks to try and do a bit more with that from us. You've got a couple players sneakily positioned in on this A bomb site at the moment, and the pistols will prevail for a couple of kills. WG in on the act as well, and this is where the round could start to spin out of control. It's only Tack left remaining with 20 seconds on the clock. It's Mopaz behind Triple, who will go undetected and will step out, enables his teammate, and Gentlemates win the life buy.
Oh, straight into the Spanish blender, and that might create some tasty meals, but that one is overcooked for G2. That was painful to watch. Way too many angles to worry about on that A site push. And poor Tack left in an impossible 1v3 at the end, not even aware that Mopaz had taken up that reposition around Triple. So many. I mean, even the one kill from Martinez on the Deagle makes such a big difference there. It relaxes things for the other Gentlemates players, but that is a duel we haven't seen much of so far in this series. A straight heads-up 1v1 between Sumpius and Martineza, and this time Sumpius wins it.
Well, expecting WG underneath Palace, though, he's going to be able to save his teammate only just, but only for a moment, as Heavy God forces his way through Connector, doubles down on entry duty, as G2 again are going to bounce back immediately after having lost a round.
That happens so much, right? I mean, even when it's an annoying round, you may look back on later in the demo review and say, oh god, like, what have we done there? The bounce back round is what's more often than not the most important thing, and they've made that one look pretty comfortable. Bomb can now come through on A. Mopaz and Salsal have to save. If they do save, they can easily drop a gun from Mopaz onto Alex, who will need it, and Daviji's got 5,900 in the bank, so no issues for a purchase.
I love the acceleration here, the change of pace from G2, just a blistering start to the round with a lot of pressure in on that A bomb site immediately, just looking to try and cross and pressure stairs into jungle. At the meantime, you've got that player who's just charged and surged up middle into Connector, and Gentlemates just get completely overwhelmed by the aggressive approach there from the T side. Really cool to see that they can also piece those sorts of rounds together. It's going to be a big boost of confidence for them as they now are in full control of their map pick. And I'm not sure if that was a call out of spawn or if that was because of Sumpius getting that opening frag onto Martinez. That might have been the cue that had really set that round in motion with the way that they decided to approach it.
And who knows, really, right, as well, because with Sumpius as the interim in-game leader for this event, like, he might try less elaborate things to make it a little bit more comfortable for him. So just pure map feel and map knowledge from years and years of playing Mirage. No, decades probably even. I'm sure that might be just what he's deciding to go for to make it less stressful on him as well as anything else. So we'll see if that's the case or not. Anyway, 5-2 is the lead for G2. Heavy God's putting in a sterling performance, and Tack is currently 8-2. Confidence for him will be growing round by round, and just not just confidence but comfort in what is his first tier 1 LAN, and first time I think anywhere in a country away from EU, if I'm not mistaken.
Wouldn't be surprised, yeah.
People forget that about young players coming through. It's why, you know, Donk was such a phenom when he came through to begin with, because he just took to tier 1 travel and owning everyone like a duck to water.
Yeah, he is Counter-Strike. Cuts him and he bleeds CS. Martineza, again, he has been the foundation of Gentlemate's success in the past 2 rounds they've won so far. He's got an opening kill here on the crown jewel of Heavy God. He's found a tag in on tack, and it will be another frag out of him. Alex gets in on the act. Matty's caught in transition, and it's a really well-contained round here from Gentlemates. They were happy to concede that control into middle initially, prioritize those choke points then from middle in towards the bomb sites. They take that advanced setup over at ramp once again, where last time they were caught off by that unorthodox push and the offbeat timing push from Heavy God out of Palace. This time they don't have to deal with that threat, and it all works out according to the plan.
Yeah, maybe that was a little bit more of one of those elaborate calls from G2, which is just hard to put into practice when you've had so little time. For some bias anyway, and as we said earlier, just for clarity for those of you watching, so you know, Nertz is helping with the secondary calling. So, you know, it's not something that, you know, both those two players have helped with secondary calling in teams gone by, but for some bias, definitely first time primary calling. So T-sides, look, 5 rounds on the board is okay for a team without an in-game leader. Let's see if they can get any more.
Yeah. Thing is, they got 5 out of the 7, so they're gonna want to maybe get like 1 more. Ideally, they win the half from that position. If Gentlemates can limit them to 5, they'd be extremely happy with that recovery. Yet to win consecutive rounds, though, are the Spaniards here on Mirage. Can they buck that trend? Martineza does miss, proving he's human. Double AWP setup in play. Davigi wielding that second over in apartments. Martinez has been a firecracker. He's going to advance forward here in the dying stages of the round.
Oh, it's dangerous. Heavy God's in a very similar position to when he crept down the ladder in one of those previous rounds and got that overall very clean quad kill. And yeah, they're going to maneuver in toward ramp now. Utility will be thrown in, and Martinez knows this is where he has to deliver. And look at Nertz creeping around the corner of the smoke. Heavy God does find the entry, but there's Mattis coming up from con. Martinez is more stuck than the stuck thing, and there's no way out. Oh. What a tap on short. That is what Mattis is all about. His first 3 kills of the game, by the way, all of them are clean.
Oh, get wrecked, Dovey G, with the all posted on the long line. Mattis does not care. He just rips his head right off. Sure, Mopaz gets 1 in the 1v3, but he takes a hell of a lot of damage in the process. Second chance will get him up and get him out of dodge, looking to try and salvage that sniper on Dovey G's body. Yeah, Martineza was live by the sword, die by the sword in that position, and unfortunately for him, his teammate went down empty-handed, which just left him in a spot where he was never going to be able to get out with his life intact. Got a kill, but genuinely no more opportunity to find anything more than that frag with how he gets wrapped around from connector. Just pressure from all angles. He ends up being crushed, and again, G2 will bounce back after losing a round.
And again, it was instigated by a Heavy God entry. Here's a tap from Mattis, by the way. See ya! Next round.
Yeah. Wouldn't want to be off the back of that one, man. God damn.
That's the kind of explosivity that Mattis possesses. Seen it so many times for Fnatic and on G2. Quite a bit, and that's one of the main things that I've been impressed with Mattis, right? No, he's not really fallen off massively from how he played in Fnatic. It's a very similar Mattis, which is very important for G2.
He's been really stable. He's been a very stable player for the team, as you highlight. He's been stable at a high level as well. His mechanics always look extremely sharp. He's got that like X factor about him where he can just blow rounds wide open. You know, if you give him a little bit of space as well, he can be that playmaker that you need to make something out of nothing and give the team a way into a round. Now, Gentlemates need a way back into the half, and that requires winning round 10. If they lose this one here, then I think they start to tread deep waters and could be on the brink of their head slipping below the water, because they'd have to eco if this one doesn't go their way, and that puts them quite far behind the game on the favored side of the map.
Nertz and Heavy God in Palace again. Popper's playing on the balcony for now. That Molotov shouldn't catch him. That's the lineup that will be maneuvering under Balk, but the smoke actually catches it. So that's big for Mopars. Oh, he's made noise. That's a shame. Nertz has heard it very clearly. You can tell by the way he's looking. They know there's a player inside of that smoke. Mopars, he's still not being cleared properly, though. He's done really well to find one. Drop into the sandwich from Alex. He finds one of his own. How is Mopars still alive? Finally he activates. Bomb on the floor. What's going on? Almost another one. And it's all down to Martinez. All of that could be in vain, but it's a great catch on Nertz. It's now new boy Tak against Martinez in a 1v1. Bomb on the site itself, kind of in the middle of no man's land. Tak's going to go for a jiggle. Oh, that's confident. And he crosses into jungle. Martinez should know the timing is there.
Though.
And yeah, that's the thing I'm worried about. The bomb is still on that site itself. He wants to go for the plain duel here, Tak, which is very bold, but now, of course, Martinez is worried that he's gone all the way through market. But he hasn't. He needs the bomb, and now it'll be planted.
I think he thinks the steps that he heard was the player moving his way through the vent into the B bomb site. Instead, it was Tak just desperately running, sprinting back onto the site, and he's going to breathe a massive sigh of relief as he's the one who holds all the aces now in the 1v1. Bomb down, nestles himself into Palace. There's no kit here, notably for Martinez, so time is of the essence. He's got a lot of utility, trades AWP for AK to give himself some more maneuverability, desperately trying to figure out where Tak has positioned himself, because surely there's no world in which he's going to be able to stick a 10-second. He has scooped up a kit, though. Maybe that's the difference maker. Smoke on the bomb. Can Tak hold his nerve? He peeks out, and Martinez will decapitate him to save the day for his team.
That was so clean. I mean, the thing is, Tak doesn't even play that badly. Some people might say, look, why are you peeking? But the reason he's peeking is he's trying to catch him while he's using utility, while he's positioning himself onto that bomb to go for the defuse. That's not a bad timing to peek for Tak at all. Martinez is just giga aware.
Yeah, you're bang on. He's trying to catch Martinez in transition there, and he's trying to go for that off-timing peak. But Martinez looked so robotic with the way he was clearing out all those angles. He looked so confident. Even I think most players will probably start to panic in that situation. He holds his nerve, and he wins a really important round, a key round there. Look at what that does to the finances for G2. For the first time in the half, Gentlemates are actually in a position to put G2 on the back foot here and all but guarantee a tied-up scoreline if they can win round 11. How about we go B? Put WG. He ain't seen much action besides when he retakes, and even then, the round's already all over the place.
Well, look, I'm a B player. That is the life of a B player. You get one and die, if you're lucky. Or rotate into A and
strong legs
die.
with all that jump spotting, mate.
Indeed. Alright, Tak's been having a good game, but he'll be feeling a little bit annoyed at himself for not converting the 1v1. And now, Mattis, oh, yeah, Davy very much caught there. And now the MP9 of Mopars stuck on the balcony. Very awkward position. That smoke is still in play near the apartments. Oh, he's done so well to find Mattis from that range before Heavy God traded him. How Gentlemates have a 3v2, I don't really know.
Key kill in the mix there is that Alex has gotten Nertz, who was boosted up or jumped up into snipers. That's the frag that then regains control for Gentlemates. Mopars does really well to stay alive as long as he does, and like you say, get that frag at range. Gonna be a fake plant. Gentlemates would now know that's the case. Rotation coming through from Salsal. Frag found from Heavy God, though. Himself and his captain looking to combine. But you minus the Heavy God, and it leaves the Spanish prodigy in the mix here, and he will find that first kill. Martinez again thrust into the 1v1 to save his team.
Against the guy who was on the team when he replaced him back in the Movistar Riders days. Martinez versus Sunpius, a very quick rotation all the way around, up short, and Sunpius has no clue that he's gone for that one. The full rotation makes it a lot more comfortable. Good brains for Martinez, and it's the second 1v1 in a row.
Yeah, and finally, consecutive rounds being won. Boy, were they hard fought, though, for G2, for Gentlemates to actually get both those rounds on the board, like you say, requiring back-to-back clutches for Martinez, who has been by far and away the best player here for Gentlemates so far on the CT side. He has been electric for his team, putting up really strong opening kills, and then even closing these rounds out at all. He's doing it all. Trading was on point, and good proactivity, good signs of confidence from Gentlemates, breaking open those smokes in middle, taking the fights to G2 and trying to stifle the attack.
Mopars and Martinez have 22 kills between them. Salsal and Davy G and if you want to add Alex too, why not, have 12.
Lord,
it's quite
those
a big
are
differential.
Little bit top heavy, I might say.
And there's another one. Lovely flick on Mattis. Jump away, back into CT. Oh, I really felt like he was going to hit that. He's got some help coming in from Davy G, but he's gone down to the heavy god Deeg. There's a chance maybe, but not when Martinez continues to keep hitting these shots. I mentioned he's a tier 2 AWP to watch, and I tell you what, he is looking clean for Gentlemates. They recover the half brilliantly. 6-6, G2, shaky on the T side again. Can they recover? Gentlemates loving life at the moment. They recovered that first half against G2 to a 6-6, despite Heavy God having multiple quality moments. Martinez answered back. Now, G2, they go onto the CT side. When you're in-game leaderless, you'd think that would be better for them. Let's see if that's right or wrong.
Yeah, relying more on the individuals to kind of have their moments and maybe not have to galvanize as much and go as deep in the playbook to find success. Gentlemates, like you say, salvaging their first half campaign by winning those last 3 rounds, almost entirely thanks to Martinez and some good contributions from MOUZ as well, who stepped up his game from the first map into the second. G2 prolific in pistol rounds on Mirage. Is that going to continue to be the case here for them to regain the lead, or will Gentlemates get their noses in front for the first time?
Oh, actually, 3 players boosted in window.
What the hell?
That is not something you see all too often on a T-pistol, and some pious, I'm not sure, knows about that. He might know about 1. 3 will be a bit of a jump scare, I fear. He does get himself a 1-for-1. That's fine considering. Now Mattis might be the man that needs to deliver. He's got a bit of help on the site, thankfully, from Tack, but there he goes. Absolutely deleted. Mattis is burning, but still alive. Eventually flicks onto Martinez. How he's got that one, I'm not quite sure. Looking for one more, and Davy G drops. A little bit of a scratch of the nose after. He's feeling it. Easy for Mattis. He doesn't care. And now Salsal in a 1v3. It's still doable. I mean, Mattis is not exactly full health from all his heroics, and Heavy God's not on the scene just yet. He's waiting in the short position on an off angle. Salsal now creep forward. Good pre-fire. Oh, surely
wow.
That could have been the kill that made the difference. But you can see G2 playing this one really carefully. They can't afford to give this up. And the time is the biggest issue. 16 seconds. He has to make the balcony jump to get the bomb. He's actually got it. And will go for a tap to force Mattis into the open. Oh, he's trying so hard to get a plant from somewhere. But he just can't get it. And now the time is getting also low. 1 tap is all he needs on Heavy God, but there's no time for it. It's a real nice try considering, but he won't be able to get it done.
Oh, it's the Matty's moment where he mops up 3 of the mates there with some quick fire kills. I mean, he was looking like a live wire, flicking back and forth. He even shot at his teammate at one point, and they didn't hear it, Trav. They didn't hear that silence shot. He shot at Tack, and I thought that maybe they would have clocked it and then been able to deal with them. The fact that he wasn't traded was criminal. Gentlemates were in such a good position with that long split around through middle into the B bomb site. That unorthodox approach nearly gets the job done. But Matty's had other ideas in mind as he comes up in a massive way for his team. And now it's the full eco and a chance here to farm some freebies.
Nobody look at the current scoreboard. Sorry.
What's wrong with the Trav? 6-8's all good.
The one number that's been left behind by the other 2 around it, unfortunately. I see you guys in chat.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You're obsessed. You guys are obsessed. Anyway, full eco dealt with. And G2 now can relax a little bit. That was an incredible hold from Mattis. Salsal just had no time to really play out that 1v1 on the site as he would have wanted. And almost a rare occasion when he would have gone down after time to Heavy God. That's why he decided to push aggressively at the end of the round, but was able to keep himself alive. That does mean he's got a little bit less than he would have wanted into this gun round, though. He's got a Galil and a Molotov and a Flash. Not the best utility in the world, but it's okay. Their opening gun round.
Yeah, big opportunity for Gentlemates considering that there are still some of these weaker weapons in play. MP9, MP7 and a FAMAS as well. Prime opportunity for Gentlemates to get the ball rolling here on this T side. Failing this round puts them in a pretty rough position to try and recover. Then they'd be down the good old school number, 6-9. Then it'd be an anti-eco, probably 6-10.
Oh, here comes the mid-pincer. This is the perfect time for it, and I love that from G2. Mid-round, on not really a random timing, but a pre-planned timing. Just all peak together, from window, from short, from bottom con. And it all works at absolute perfection. The bonus buy is easy. They actually win it more comfortably than I think they would have ever thought possible. That was clean.
Yeah, they just collapse on middle there. Like you say, in the middle of the round, they kind of lure Gentlemates in by not contesting them. They give up that space, and then they just pounce in on middle from multiple different avenues of entry. There's a whole lot of pressure that, just like I say, collapses onto Gentlemates, and they're not able to keep themselves composed, and they get picked off. And that is a statement of a round coming through from G2.
Yeah, beautiful. Converging and converting as they would have hoped it would have gone. And maybe now a little bit of a difference in pace over toward B. Mattis trying to hold on, actually using all of his M4 ammunition. He's somehow alive. How has my guy survived? I'm baffled. If that was
he's done it again.
He's done it again, but he's died right at the end of the round. If that was me, I'd be dead in half a second. But Mattis is got better pathing than me because he's a professional and I'm not. And G2 take the anti-eco comfortably.
That's why he's on the server and we're just talking about him, and boy are we saying his name a lot in these past couple of rounds because he's had some really high impact over towards that B-bomb site. 3 more rounds is all G2 require here in the second half to level up the series and take us to a decider. And it's got to be this gun round here for Gentlemates, otherwise it feels like it's a formality from there. Martinez was the one-man army in the first half with his AWP. He was opening rounds, he was closing them with the clutches. I'm going to need the rest of the team to come to the party. WG in particular has had an awful map, just 2 kills, and his life's not going to get any easier here in this round. Already played catch with that HE. He struggled in a big way at that staked ranked event, in particular on the T side. Himself and Mopaz struggled to contribute in the way that the team normally gets out of them and expects from them. Needs to find their footing here soon enough in the second half.
Tak trying to hold on from default. Now Sunpire can get into position. They are up con, but a little belt sticks out and Mopaz will drop. Tak trying to hold on, but he's got a bit of help from Mertz to come through, and a lovely spray actually on Alex, well controlled. There's only really a head to aim at. Now Salsol and Martinez, 2v4. Not much to say in this round, I don't think, unless they get some flashes in play, and there's some work from both of them, has turned things back into a 2v2. Mattis is on a big flank. He's going to choose Palace all the way round through spawn, and Sunpire surely will be waiting for him.
Exactly. It's just a bit of an awkward one to play out because Sunpires would want Mattis to take first contact. Mattis would want Sunpires to take first contact here to try and create the space for one another. Mattis is going to get the frag for free on Salsol. At least that gives Martinez the info. He's now spotted the open CT. Sunpires playing a dangerous game. Martinez recognizes the window of opportunity to force the fight on the Palace player, then takes the initiative with the duel on Sunpires, and that's his 3rd clutch of the map.
Oh, cool, calm, collected. Little grin as if to say, yes, that's me, baby. Sunpire, you know all about me. Martinez looking fantastic.
He was able to piece it together so quickly because he realizes that they're not going to expect him to advance forward like that. Mattis especially not. So he realizes, okay, if I step forward and get an angle, I will catch that Palace player off guard. And then I'm just going to continue to force the fight. I'm not going to give Sunpires any time to reset in the clutch.
And now a fast A play off the back of that, trying to put pressure on G2, make them uncomfortable. Flashes are really, really good. Heavy God is so blind on default. With nothing to be done. Smokes up on stairs and jungle mean that G2 are locked out, and maybe Martinez is once again the instigator for a Gentlemates recovery. They're going to win this gun round and will try and win it with all 5 alive as well, because that will really bolster their money after that 1v1 win. G2 are already out of there.
Yeah, no point in going hunting here if you're Gentlemates to try and get these weapons and pry them out of G2's hands, because then you run the risk, like you say, of losing multiple players in the process. Rather, bank all 5 surviving and build up your own money. I love the call from Alex in round 18 here. Coming off the back of a 2v4 win in the previous and a 1v2 clutch out of Martineza, they realized that G2 might be a little bit flustered. There was no pause called, so they just want to charge straight into that site and try and catch G2 while they're still trying to regain their breath off that electric previous round. Brilliantly done, fantastic call, consecutive rounds, Gentlemates back in the game.
A timeout for G2 at the right moment as well. They're still down 8-10, Gentlemates. They'll know that one sunny day doesn't make a summer. It's only a couple of rounds in a row and they're still playing catch-up. But the individual ability on show for Martinez in this series so far is proving to be the main talking point, I feel like, for them. Especially when, as we've been talking about throughout the entire series, it's his counterpart on the other side, Sunpire, so they know each other so well. Martinez replaced Sunpire when he left the Movistar Riders team a couple of years ago, and Sunpire went on to greener pastures, supposedly. Martinez didn't do too well at the beginning of that, but he's only improved since his other stints in other South American teams.
Yeah,
Look what he's doing now.
100%. He is now the, I'd say, best Spanish AWPer in the server.
Obviously. Oh, big nade on Mopaz early. This is not the round that breaks the G2 economy yet. That's why I said it's not really very close to a proper comeback for Gentlemates as of yet. G2 probably have 2 more buys in arrears.
But it does break the G2 momentum.
Yeah.
And that's super important considering the direction that this map has been trending in from start up until now. Oh, really well done. If one of you can't take the Jorth Martinez, then double up. A hail of bullets in his direction. He's the first one to fall. He's got to watch this from his sidelines and hope that the teammates can get the job done. 3 players grouped up in apartments with a 4th in tow.
Mattis now knows it's coming. Tak playing from bench. They're going to jump down next to Mattis. That actually makes things awkward for him. Great pathing, actually, for MOUZ to force his way out, and Tak can only get the trade on 1. Nert's not able to finish off daviG. Another awkward situation for daviG. Down on 10 HP, going 2 and 14, getting just caught with all the damage back and forth, left and right. Now the retake's on, and now Salsal is tagged up. Heavy God's really forced the issue all the way through, past the market door. Salsal needs to try and find something because daviG is still walking wounded. 1 bullet through that bench should be enough. But Alex has gone down to Nertz, and there's the reaction from Heavy God. daviG's been here the entire time. Maybe they don't know. Oh my goodness, there's an opportunity all of a sudden. Or quick reaction from Heavy God. And Nertz has a kit on 4 HP, so the time is fine.
Oh, I thought for sure they would have known daviG was there because he was shooting a little bit from behind Broken Wall, but obviously there was just too much going on for G2 to have pinpointed his location. I was thinking about how on earth does daviG prioritize his targets, and he obviously would have been concerned that there was a kit on the defuse. I'm not sure if there was on the first player who was sticking the defuse.
No.
If it actually was the player, it wasn't, right? So if he had instead maybe taken a little bit more time to line that up, he might have been able to find those 2 kills in quick succession, but obviously it's impossible for him to know that that player busy sticking the defuse doesn't have a kit, so time was far more of an issue in his mind, and that puts G2 just 2 rounds away.
It's too much of a scramble for the brain to check to see what color the wires are and see if he's got a kit on his belt and all that sort of stuff, right? Like, in that heavy, very difficult moment, it's never going to really be easy. And yeah, Heavy God didn't have a kit, but Nertz did, and thankfully Nertz survived on 4 HP. If that kit gets dropped elsewhere, then that could have been a totally different outcome.
Yeah, works out for G2 though. It's kind of rough. I mean, Gentlemates didn't have the best post-plant positions to work with. They were kind of trapped. They were quite low, especially once the apartments player had gone down. He was like the pressure release valve for the 2 players who were hard committed. Barely had a square meter to work with in their respective positions. And now must win here for Gentlemates. It was A, and then A again for G2. And now we've got the converse here from Gentlemates trying to hammer home in on the speed bomb site. Now Mattis is just going to try and stay alive for as long as he can while Tak rotates in.
Again, playing inside of this smoke. Tak is here on time. Mattis knows what's going on, but Tak again goes down. That's again just inexperience, unfortunately. It puts a lot of pressure on Mattis, and he only gets 1. Some Pius rotating in has missed the window opportunity to get the kill through the window, I think. The bomb can go down, and Heavy God's on this big flank. It could activate a retake if he finds Alex, and he will. But of course, now his position is known.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, Alex giving up his life to get that intel brilliantly done from Sun Pius, aiming the angle and then able to get the kill. And now it's the exact same setup between daviG and Salsal compared to what they had in the previous where they weren't able to make it work. Sun Pius doing the most and Salsal spotted in the corner. Heavy God will just peek, re-peek, take his head right off. And that puts G2 on map point to tie up the series.
Well, it hasn't been easy. 2 relatively difficult retakes for G2 on B that you wouldn't see all too often, especially 2 rounds in a row. Great final kill from Heavy God. He's been insane this entire map of Mirage. That's the Heavy God we want to see. But I think a lot of credit, we've been talking up Martinez in this entire map, a lot of credit needs to go to Sun Pius. Firstly, the kill on MOUZ. Secondly, the little jiggle near that bench smoke to clear daviG from the corner. That was just expertly done.
Yeah, I mean, the kill on MOUZ is what gives them the foothold in the retake, right? That's what creates the space for them to actually start to flood their way forward. And then up close and personal with some combat AWPing. And they're looking to get the job done here and now. Active from Heavy God. He hasn't had a whole lot to do over on the side of the map. takes the initiative. That's his 23rd kill here on Mirage. Top of the scoreboard by some distance, as he's put Gentlemates down to 4.
It's a lot of round swing for Heavy God in this map, I think. So many important kills. 23 and 9. Can G2 close it here and now? Take us to Overpass. It'll be a pretty fun map 3. Both teams play the map, but it's not exactly a favourite of either. Poor Heavy God.
Up his playground.
Oh, the flash comes through. He's so blind. Mopaz finds Tack in the meantime, but Heavy God's again. How are Mattis and Heavy God continuing to phase these smokes in this game? It's pretty crazy how he's still alive. And then Nertz drops through the stairs smoke into Sandwich to get his kill. And G2 find a way. That CT side was a lot more confident. You'd expect that maybe when you don't have an in-game leader. But it shows that the firepower is still there, ready to deliver.
Yeah, brilliantly done. I mean, a great crossfire, super well played there from Heavy God in and amongst the chaos. These smoke phases and smoke plays, like you say, on opposite extremities of the map, making a big difference there for G2. We spoke about how on the CT side, we expected the individuals to have the big moments necessary to get the job done in the second half, and they delivered in brilliant fashion.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable! Something special to throw up this decoy, and that's exactly what happens. Katowice, we are back!
to another. What's it gonna be? Where's your head at? Where's my head at? Watch how the waves they're chasing each other, and they let it be. Where's the shore at? Where's the shore at? Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. Your mom told me pride aside, I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Kinda miss you. Kinda miss you. Wanted to lay my hand on your shoulder for a minute, babe. We grew stronger. We grew stronger. Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. Your mom told me pride aside, I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. You're pulling that way up to another. What's it gonna be? Don't know which of us is right, but don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Kinda miss you. Kinda miss you.
Ih, rapaziada! Mas esse samba tá certo? Ih, mas esse samba tá do avesso, é isso mesmo? Ah, vamos embora! Ele vai do avesso, não, ele vai do avesso. Só quem samba do avesso é que bate no verso da palma da mão. Ele vai do avesso, não, ele vai do avesso. Só quem samba do avesso é que bate no verso da palma da mão. Frito olho no mesmo peixe, copo d'água faz cafuné, engrossando de fininho. Diz em silêncio o que quer, pra voar de pé no chão tem que jurar de pé junto uma prece, escalando a confusão.
First question is, it's a simple one. Are you guys excited for Overpass? It's like an offers map, isn't it?
Yeah.
Any offers pumped for it?
They changed the spawn, so you cannot pick too much, but I think it's good.
You think it's good? Okay. You guys excited as well?
Yeah, I like this map actually.
Really?
Back on this, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You?
I'm also, I think it's a really good map for opening on both sides. So a lot of long angles.
Yeah, a lot of
It's
places
nice.
to fall back and reposition.
Yeah, I think it's easy to just take the shots, fall back, take shots, fall back.
Yeah.
It's good.
Anyone sad about Anubis leaving us? No? Not even a little bit?
Never played that map, so I'm
That's
happy.
fair, yeah. You don't really give a shit either way, do you?
I was so good.
What was bad about it? Was it actually like the CT side?
I think you play good city side and you can even still get 2 rounds only, even if you play good.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's like the T's can win you, but you can do whatever. Default or they can do some strat and just win.
Yeah.
Super T-sided.
Yeah. Okay. What about the CT economy changes? Does that feel like it helped at all? Could you guys even Do you notice it?
Yes,
it's
I think
really
it's a
good.
big change.
But you do full
Very
eco
big
and you
change.
can buy EVP kind of. And
Yeah.
like it's like when you expect 4.3 buys, now they have EVP.
Yeah.
So I think it's good. I think because the city economy was top tier, so I think it's good.
Right.
Yeah.
What's it been like for Oppers now in CS2? At the start of it, there was some struggles for the Oppers. It seems like most people have gotten past it. I think you were probably the easy example of someone who kind of struggled at the turn of CS2, but you've come back now and had some really good performances recently. What do you think was like the turning point? Like what was like the thing that clicked for CS2? Was it just getting used to it, or was
I think it's, I don't know. I didn't also have good teams, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's like I don't know. I think you with the op is. I think the op is fine. It's not as good as on CS:GO, but it's different mechanics. You need to pick more sometimes. I don't know how to explain it. Like watching with the op even.
Really?
Yeah, sometimes yes.
Yeah. I think CS2 opening is. I think it's different than in Go, because I felt like in Go you can just go and swing, and I mean that's how I feel. But in CS2, I think you have to be more patient a little bit. Of course, you have the picker's advantage, but I think it's better with the open CS to just hold angles and sit and.
Really?
In my opinion.
When I'm sitting white pick, I'm dead.
Yeah, I mean you have to be ready.
Even if I'm ready, just
yeah,
no chance.
I feel like it's better to be patient.
I mean,
that's
for
cool.
me the biggest change, like on CS:GO, you can just shoot, don't quit the scope, you know, get the scope back and just pick slowly, you know. Now you shoot, and you know if the guy knows where you are, you need to swing or you need to no scope. You cannot slowly pick him. He will just swim, you know what I mean? And I think that's the biggest thing that you need to adapt on that. But I think it's also fine.
Very entertaining series between these two teams. Gentlemates and G2 going back and forth, blow for blow. Heavy got an incredible map too. Martinez, an incredible series so far. And on an Orpa's map of Overpass, Matt, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of it.
I'm super excited for that duel, Trav. It should be a highlight of Overpass here between these two teams, because we've seen moments from both Orpas, more than just moments from Martinez. I mean, he took over Mirage in a lot of ways. He had 3 key clutches. He was electric. We saw big moments from Sunpius, a little bit more sporadically, but he pitched up to play towards the map as the end of the map as it went on. So I think that that could be like a deciding factor in terms of the outcome of this deciding map, is that AWP duel.
Absolutely. I mean, it should be the case. It was one of the main exciting storylines coming into the game, with these two Orpas going up against each other, as they have done a couple of times before, of course. They played against each other at EPL last season, or last year, actually, I should say. And it was an excellent performance from Gentlemates to win on that occasion. But in comes Overpass, the first BO3 decider. Already one BO3 in. We're already getting close matches at Intel Extreme Masters Rio, and already Martinez gets met with a goosh.
Yeah, not great. And then frag started by Mattis, finished off by Tak. Mattis will then take Sarsol down. That's going to set the round in motion as they just surge in towards the say bomb site. Door being closed in by 2, but Gentlemates aren't going to mind. Now, WG has at least been able to get a kill here, but that then puts them on notice in terms of players being in these backlines. They wouldn't know that there's 2, though.
Pause will flick up. Oh, that's a great reaction. Mattis and Nertz and Sunpius are trying to fight him one by one, and eventually they take him down. But it has given WG some space. Is it possible to lurk round and get this kill in the back? Just misses the timing.
Oh, no.
On Tak, that's unfortunate. And with the time ticking down bit by bit, WG has no say in the CT pistol. G2 have managed to brawl their way into victory. 4 kills from Gentlemates. That, is going to be good for a CT4 spy with that $250 that will come through, or $200, I should say, that will come through as a bonus. But G2 get a critical T-pistol.
I just love the acceleration there from G2 after they get that opening frag from Mattis and the Dink. They just decide, okay, that's our in. We're not going to hang around. We're not going to think, okay, we got these kills. What's the best way for us to then try and get into the round? What's the best option available? They don't hesitate, and that's why they're able to get onto that A bomb site before Gentlemates can respond with a rotation.
Yeah, and the buy that I was talking about is really not that bad at all. Scouts, 209s, 5-7, FAMAS, these are won all so often, and there we go already. The boost on short to get WG fighting Mattis goes in the way of the FAMAS. That con position being kept a close eye on, and WG continuing to pressure that short position with that extra flash coming through from his teammate. G2 need space on the map.
This is their last flash, though. So they don't have any more options to make these poppy plays do, Gentlemates. And like you say, G2 just trying to slow down the approach here and get themselves a bit of a foothold. This has become a popular boost these days because when you go through Monster as the T and you kind of glance into the right corner, you don't see the player when he's so far up, but Mopa's not able to surf his way to the top. They're going to try and assemble it again. These are the sorts of rounds you do want to go for these gimmick plays.
Technically, this is a bit of a pixel boost. We saw Furia use it to great effect at the end of a game, I think earlier in the year. It's definitely cheeky. Yeah, definitely cheeky, but I don't think it's anything nefarious. How is Salsor alive? There we go. Tack will take him down. Yeah, I believe the MP9 boost is definitely allowed. They can just leave him there now.
Oh, it is.
They're keeping it.
The decision for Sassel to advance forward was an aggressive one there. Thought he might have just gotten the kill and decided to rather try and fall back. Maybe he didn't think it would have been an option to get back to the safety of the A side. Alex is the one who's in the corner right now. My God, and check because of WG, and he'll double down to finish off the job. Captain asserts himself to seal the fate of round 2 and answer back immediately after losing the pistol.
Oh dear, I mean, Mattis, look, a great player. I've always loved watching him through every single tier he's played. He's very susceptible to tilt. It's been a common thing with him from the very beginning I've watched him. He can get angry pretty quickly. Even though he was out of the round at the very beginning, it's the frustration of watching how the round was finished by his teammates. Some players managed to get 2 on that entry toward the A bomb site, but with 3 players there, it was always going to be difficult. They didn't even need the Mopars rotation. G2 will get caught short early.
Look at Martinez. As soon as they win the round, he looks over the monitor. He wants to stare G2 down, look them in the eye and say, yeah, you just lost to the force buy here. Great way for Gentlemates to answer back. Good tag from the scouts out of St. Pius is going to send Sarsel packing. And that's a lot of space being gained now for the T side to push on in towards the same bomb site.
Oh, Martinez, got to be careful. Sees a couple of players there. Doesn't want to peek into multiple. Definitely awkward for him, but the last few bullets left, he manages to get himself 2 anyway. That does allow Salsal to come on the rotation, but St. Pius caught Salsal, and now PB3 out of nowhere. Alex already trying to make a play from Bank, and Heavy God has completely destroyed him. A great trade from DaviG and a good flash to blind up some Pius, but this round is not done, even though TAC is so very low. Another tag, DaviG down to 27, a headshot on Mopos, and incredibly, G2 answer back. Force by War is on, and so is the War of Words. Look at that reaction.
Yeah, bit of a glance across there from Nerds this time. I love that there. He wants to try and rub salt into the wound. We're just trading rounds back and forth. Some ping pong played in the green room, no doubt, and on the server here in the Decider.
I loved Martinez's reaction there. He just looked at Nert as if to say, how dare you talk back to me? But G2 won the round, so that's what matters. What an incredible one to take.
Scout was the hero. He hits like, what, 4 or 5 shots with the Scout there. A couple tags, a couple frags. Captain taking responsibility. Great way to answer back, and G2 in a position to really pile the pressure on early here onto Gentlemates. It's going to be a couple trades going back and forth. You don't mind that if you're Gentlemates when you're on the force buy. Normally the 1-for-1 trade early in a round would favor the T side because you can thin out the numbers on the defense. But when you're on a force buy, if you can just trade evenly, you feel like you're in the round. You're whittling down that T side and keeping yourselves in the contest. As G2 start to set their sights in on this B-bomb site.
Oh, Heavy God. It's a good catch on Mopos. And, oh my word. Not sure how Alex has actually been able to get away there. Heavy G on site 2 in water. Not easy to clear that position, especially when that MP9 is moving so quickly back and forth. And Mattis will get caught again. Heavy God waiting to activate until his teammates are in to help, and the flashes are good actually, but Alex still finds the kill. So back and forth, the beginning of Overpass, but TAC, great reaction, finds 2, and now they know where Martinez is. Wallbang is definitely possible, or it's a little bit too high for Martinez, and he gets completely destroyed by some Pious. And G2 have won the Force Buy battle.
Yeah, here we go. We've got the game alive here in this decider. Players getting into it. We haven't really seen many words being exchanged across the arena there with the way that they're set up across from one another, but now they're getting loud in and out of the server. Just trying to get into the heads of Gentlemates here.
Oh, and I think that's a really frustrating situation for Gentlemates, because once you win that Force Buy on the second round, you're like, okay, CT Overpass, we can lock in, we can really make something happen here and get a good number of rounds quickly. Now it's the opposite. G2 playing without their in-game leader, Hunter, due to that leg break, unfortunately for him. Playing attack from the Academy. They need as many T rounds as they possibly can get, and Nertz will hold on for a quad kill against the Eco. Very nicely done. And now the hard work begins for Gentlemates to recover.
Yeah, the favorites assuming control here. Like you say, winning 4 out of the 5 rounds already on the T side sets them up brilliantly here. If they could add 1 more, they're already at the benchmark for a successful T side. 2 more, and they'd be elated with that return going into the defensive half. Gentlemates have a hell of a job to do. They started really slow on Mirage. They were able to battle back there, and they find themselves in a similar position here once again.
Tak has played quite a bit of Overpass on his G2 Ares squad. And he's actually had very good numbers on it, obviously. It's numbers in Tier 3 online CS, so you can't really take that with all too much relevance. But yeah, I think it's an important bit of information to know. It's not like it's a map that they just don't play on the Academy. That has often happened. I mean, famously, Kiyosuke had barely played any Inferno before he joined the Falcons. And we're going to see him later, of course, after this map.
Lots to talk about there. Excited for that conversation and to get to see that series and what sort of form we get out of Falcons. Gentlemates have got to win this round here. I mean, it's obviously not like the be-all and end-all lose the map if you don't, but boy, does it put them in a sour position, and G2 would just have so much momentum behind them. They've won the Battle of the Force Buys, which has delayed this first gun round of the 3rd map. Open play on both sides of the server. We saw Martinez was instrumental in the success for Gentlemates on Mirage. Rest of the team languished. Gonna need them to show up here in a big way if there's gonna be any chance for the upset.
FEG willing to play close to that monster smoke. In CSGO, when you could play smoke fade, that was a very powerful strategy to go for. Sitting 2 players in that monster smoke, waiting for it to fade, and then catching anyone holding in a default outside the pipe. But in CS2, that is not really a relevant play anymore, so it's the patience required. Nertz could be walking into Salsol. He is. It's a good catch, but it was only a bit of a fake on that side of the map for Nertz. They're going in toward B, but right now, Gentlemates are holding on pretty well. DaVG will find Heavy God. Tak is trying to force his way in. He's got a mid-site smoke to use to possibly assist the plant. They're actually going to flash their way in towards water. Again, we've got players bypassing themselves in smokes, but Alex makes it happen, and some players will be caught by Mopos. So, Gentlemates do get their second.
Yeah, they passed the test, the flying colors there in terms of defending the B bomb site. Nertz was the one who was almost looking to initiate the round, even though he was in that lurk role. He made a move before his team were looking to execute because he's hoping to find success and maybe draw some of that attention away from B. Once he goes down, at that point, G2 have no option but commit to the play. A really nice kill while completely blinded initially, gives him a big edge here. And then, like you say, passing like ships in the night through that smoke. Enables Gentlemates to lock it down. Got to start to build some traction here early on and get some momentum going here for the CT side. This is fast from Nertz up long.
Yeah.
This is a position he's gotten himself into a lot earlier than what you would normally find. I mean, 20 seconds into the round and he's already outside of bathrooms. And there's nobody in any position even anywhere near him right now to try and figure this one out. And with that kill, I reckon he's going to keep forcing the issue.
Yeah, that's a bit of miscommunication there. I mean, Martinez is completely wide swung from connector, and Tak destroys Salsol. And there goes Alex as well. Mattis, a deletion. That's what G2 can do to you sometimes. Pure W key headshots. I mean, look, There was thought process to it. Nertz could have run up all the way to the A-bomb site if he wanted. Little did he know. But in the end, it didn't matter because all his teammates got the kills to clear it out anyway.
I just love the confidence for them to make that play. And again, we're seeing that this has been the style from G2, when as soon as there's a spark in the round, that then ignites them on this T side, where there's no hesitation. There's no time where they're taking, oh, okay, where should we go from here? Do we look to try and... No. They're just immediately pulling the trigger on the most readily available option. It's Occam's razor. The most simple solution is probably the correct one, and it's worked the trick here for G2 so far.
And when you're playing with an interim in-game leader, and one that maybe hasn't in-game led all too much in his career, simple calls like that, whether they're from him, whether they're from Nertz, whether they're from a bit of input from Saw, which I'm sure is very helpful. You know how good Saw is as a coach. So many projects over the years that he's had good success on. Maybe it just makes things a bit more comfortable for Sunpius and G2. Just relaxing them, playing within their wheelhouse. You can see Sunpius was calling the shots at the end of that round and saying, look guys, we've got a great position here. 5 key rounds early is already excellent.
I feel like it limits the complications when you adopt that approach. The one thing I will say, if you're gentlemates, you got to kind of clock that's what's going on here, and then maybe realize, okay, if they've gotten this kill, the most obvious approach is probably the one they're going to go for, and that's what we should be reacting to. Don't overthink these situations if you're gentlemates. Respond to what's most readily available for G2. And right now, that's Heavy God searching up short. He recognizes the responsibility to make some sort of a play, and he'll round the corner, but Davi, while backpedaling, has his crosshair perfectly trained in on short. He'll get the kill and compound the problems for G2 in the anti-eco.
Yeah, Heavy God saw the leg of the player walking monster, thinking he had that timing, had that gap. He did not. And now G2 will have to continue to try and go for a pick somewhere to get any response in the round. Tacks up toward long. Will he be jump spotted? Maybe he will be, and that's very awkward for him. He's got 3 players in his way now. Surely he's going to get faced eventually. He's done well to find one, to be honest with you. He was very overwhelmed there, and Mopos has been forced out of B. So Sunpius will get the kill. Now the bomb plant can come through, and all 3 CTs rotating from connector and CT.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a position here where they had a massive advantage, and that boost will help out in a huge way there. Sunpius decapitated, Mattis left in the 1 versus 3. Gonna try and isolate these duels to the best of his ability, but he takes a lot of damage in the initial fight, and Alex will finish off the job. I thought Gentlemates had maybe gotten a little bit ahead of themselves there with the decision to actually stack 4 players on the A-bomb site, really just trying to read into what was going to happen, and they were probably licking their chops once they had seen Tak Long, thinking, okay, we've made the correct call. And I thought that maybe they're giving G2 a way back into the round with that heavy rotation, but smart boost on the retake gets them in the 3v1, and they get the job done from there.
One of the things that is definitely noticeable when you look at the numbers between these 2 teams on Overpass, look, very heavy CT map, but G2, 40% win rate on T, Gentlemates, 37. That is very low. And sure, their CT sides are pretty good. G2 is even up to 65. But if G2 get even one more round, they would feel like they're in complete full strength. Love this boost. Don't see it too often. The sandbags hop up to check toward monster, but of course you can be exposed from short. And with that flash coming through, they realise it's too dangerous to stay there.
Yeah, at least they've both been able to get out of dodge with their lives intact. Gentlemate's pulling out all the gimmicks, and again, this is Heavy God who's really just trying to play the situation. He's clearly been given a lot of room on the leash to make these sorts of plays. Reading the game, taking advantage of his game sense, and trying to capitalize on moments that he sees fit. And he will continue to slide on into B, nestle himself in the corner. Now, his teammates aren't really in any position to do much with this. He's just hoping that as that smoke fades, he may go unchecked.
Martinez now worried about bathroom for good reason. Mopos, surely he's not going to look for this, is he? He was for looking around for a second, but no. Heavy God will get the freebie, and that's when Martinez gets caught short in that bathroom position. Heavy God's found a second on Davi G as well, and with a few bullets remaining in that magazine, once again, Heavy God delivers. as you say, let off the leash to do what he wants, and maybe just plainly makes him even more of a threat than he ever was before.
Oh man, I just love him being active on this T side and seizing the moment, and you combine that brilliant game sense with fantastic mechanics, and then you get these heavy god moments. We saw it on Mirage, where he had brutalized the defense when he came out of Palace. We're seeing it here in this round as well, where he recognizes that window of opportunity and he takes full advantage. Fantastic job there from Heavy God. And it's, again, another bounce back from G2. This is exactly what happened at the start of Mirage, Trav. It almost follows the same sort of path here where you're getting a round one from Gentlemates here and there, but they're never able to string these consecutive rounds together and get any wind in their sails. So they're constantly on the back foot feeling the pressure.
Yeah, and having no handle hold on this CT side whatsoever is not being all too helpful for them. I think some players had a quick glance over the glass there at his fellow Spaniards. See how they're feeling. What was a brilliant performance from Martinez in the entire series so far, especially map 2. A little bit of a fall off here from Gentlemates, and G2 are starting to show their superiority. And Tak, he deserves his flowers here. He's having a very solid map 2 and 3.
Yeah, true. He's bounced back really nicely after what had happened on Inferno, where obviously he would have been quite nervous, you would imagine, going into that game. Pretty underwhelming performance, but it wasn't just from him, it was from the entire team across the board. That T side of Inferno in particular was just an abomination, right? We played 9 rounds. G2 only managed to win 1 of them. They got 16 kills in those 9 rounds in the second half of Inferno. So from top to bottom, it was just a disaster, but they have really been able to pull themselves back in line and show up in the way that we had expected here, considering the class of the individuals, despite them not having the IGL. Heaps and heaps of firepower. And this round here for Gentlemates, I think, Trav, is actually make or break. Failing this round here, and it could almost, very early on in the map, become the beginning of the end.
Well, honestly, in a way, I already feel like 6 on T is that. It's complete comfort for G2, in my opinion, but we'll have to see if Gentlemates can change my mind. You need a recovery at the end of this half, that's for sure, because if it's 8 or 9, then you're absolutely spot on. It is pretty much curtains, you would think. But sure, they'll drop into that lower bracket and continue trying. It'll just be a frustrating loss for them, having won map 1, knowing they're coming in against a wounded G2.
The prize for winning this one, Trav? Vitality.
Exactly. So maybe they don't want to win. I'm kidding. Who wants to play Vitality
This gives you... Yeah, it gives you 1 step extra in the lower bracket, basically, if you win this series. That's ultimately what it means.
Yeah.
Because you're probably going to get knocked down there, if not here, then in your next. And they're in pursuit of chasing down that NIP map streak. They're looking to complete the Grand Slam here at Rio as well.
Oh, so many incredible storylines with Vitality. First, like 3 players to get 3 Grand Slams, I think. The core of Vitality. It would match up with Twist, I think it is. Who has a few. I think Rops actually is the one that will get 3. Remember, I've got it written down. I'll check it later. Heavy God will find Salsal. And Nert's entries Alex, and just like that, click your finger.
Boy.
It's a beautiful A-take. And it's very simple as well. Gentlemates really lacked information, and that is the main thing that hurt them. Knife? Okay, bit of money, but consolation.
Yeah, a bit of a consolation, exactly. That's about as good as it gets for Gentlemates. Can Mopars maybe then put this AK to good use? That's a good frag farm from him. We'll double down on Sun Pius. I was thinking, is there any world in which he looks at to try and use that to just accelerate into A, but instead he will just bank his profits and take the AWP into the next. So at least a little bit of extra damage done. Double AWP going to be kept in play with Mopars having some residual money. Maybe that motivates them to actually drop some guns and buy up in the next, but it's G2 are now guaranteed a lead, and I think that was the most beautifully coordinated round we've seen from G2 on this T side so far in terms of the pressure up long within that late activation out of lowers. Notice how at that point Sarsel is caught turned looking the wrong way. He's not even expecting a play to be coming through from lowers at that point. That's a free frag, and the round just capitulates from that point for Gentlemates.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one, and just the caught timing when they're out of position was the worst thing. When you feel like you're in with a chance of winning the round, it all is feeling okay, and then you're caught out of position with nothing to do. It's the worst feeling. Just to confirm what I said earlier, it would be Rops' third Grand Slam. Zyro, Apex, Mezzi, and Flames would join Twist on 2. Long, long way to go. But that's a lot of history on the line for Vitality at Intel Extreme Masters Rio. Very exciting.
I mean, hell, they could win 2 Grand Slams this year, Trav, if they go flawless through the rest of the year.
I mean,
it is possible.
Yeah. Insane. The era. We're truly living in it. Remember when people say, oh, there's no such thing as an era anymore? Well, Vitality have one right now, and that's no shadow of a doubt.
That is an era. If you say there's no era, that would be an era.
All right. Double
AWP, yeah.
Is there anything possible with this?
I mean, yes, definitely. Problem is Martineza has been lacking massively compared to what we saw from him on Mirage, and this is supposed to be the AWP's playground. They've done really well to shut him down. There's been a lot of super effective utility usage to force him back and deny him finding those same sort of kills that we saw on Mirage. That's one of the main reasons Gentlemates are struggling. But you definitely feel like there's still a chance here for these double AWPs, and it's going to be Mopaz on that second to find success initially.
So that's all go down to Nerds, but unfortunately for Alex, it's only a USP on the B-bomb site, and Martinez is burning a lot. Back dice on A. It's on their angle he has to give up and fall back to. Can't timing the shot on the fallback. And now Devi G from long. It's a power position with a rifle, but not necessarily with a 5.7, but they still don't check it. And he does deny that bomb plant, but can't get to. 12 seconds to confirm that plant.
Wallbang.
Wallbang from Mopaz is possible, but he can't do it in time. He might hit the flick on Nerds, but now they know where he is. And Mattis and Tak should have him locked in. Mopaz, it would be a crazy clutch, and it ain't going to happen. Mattis keeping G2 in full control, and Nerds is not letting up.
I think he was saying, look at me. He was always like pulling his eyes down. Look me in the eye. Where are you now? Oh, man. Yeah, he is really just trying to hammer home right now. The struggles and sorrows here for Gentlemates as their tough times continue. 8-3. G2 assuming full control here on the decider. 5 rounds away from booking themselves a date with Vitality.
Look at me. I am the captain now.
Absolutely. Asserting his dominance as G2 have here on the map, and it's exactly what Gentlemates are trying to do here in the round, and they're going to try and advance forward, but it's just brilliant awareness there from Nerds as he peppers the smoke, and Salsal will be on the sidelines for a hot minute.
Do you remember when Lake, I think it was at Pro League, when he was playing against Complexity, when Floppy was still on the team, he was like, look at me, Ricky! Look at me! And that has lived rent-free in my mind ever since because of how funny it was. Tak with another brilliant headshot on Alex. He's up to 12 kills on this T-side, Tak. That was another beautiful one, and he's playing so damn well. They're kissing in the smoke, or they're making out, but they're going to be heartbroken. They're going to walk by. Mopaz will surely get 2 kills in the back here. There is 1. Oh, it should have been 2. And that would have changed the round back in their favour. And now Tak has all the information on Martinez coming from short. Still can't find him. It's a great kill from the AWP. He does miss the HE onto default, though. So no damage on Heavy Guard. And it's a 2v2 in this afterplan.
Yeah, the one thing that G2 have going for them to not fall foul to the flank through Monster is that they knew that Martinez is in construction, right? So that means they'll be considering Monster. So it kind of means Davi G, even though he's had this great flank, isn't really going to be getting anything for free, you would imagine. And now he starts to push forward, making noise. So the audio cues would be confirmed. G2 now know what's going on. Heavy Guard, well, it's actually Mattis who robs him, but the kill comes through anyway. Martinez are in the clutch, but this one will not go the way that it did on Mirage. Pinpoint precision from Mattis, and again, Nerds is making sure that Gentlemates know exactly what's going down. It's 9 on the first half there for G2. Map should be in the bag, and with that, the series as well.
slight air of resignation maybe about the looks on the faces of the Gentlemates players. They've given up 9 rounds on T Overpass. G2 are in full control, and Nertz is giving it large, as you can see.
Oh yeah, he has been through most of that first half there. Obviously, it's been a big drop-off from Martinez, and he really carried the team on Mirage and even made the map competitive in the first place. If it wasn't for his performance in Mirage, it probably would have been very similar to what we've seen here on Overpass. And this has been brilliant from G2, as they're just 4 rounds away from progressing here at IEM Rio.
Yeah, really important win for G2, and the confidence for Tak as well. It's a great first half from him. He's actually top fragged for G2 on that tee half of Overpass. I mentioned he was good on Overpass, but that was in Tier 3 and Tier 4 Counter-Strike. This is bloody impressive from him. He deserves a lot of credit. And G2 are getting ever closer to getting what will be a nice win. And honestly, Matt, Nertz has had pretty much nothing to shout about when he's been on Liquid. It's been pure depression for him. So I bet right now he's loving it.
Oh, absolutely. You would imagine there's been a huge change up in that regard. No longer part of was a relationship he wasn't enjoying all that much. He's going to have a hell of a job to do here. And the pistol, couple heads appear on his screen. He can't pip any of them. Good utility usage for Gentlemates. Will force him back. Cavalry arrives, but they've been locked out of the bomb site.
Good tap from Nertz. Alex down already. Bomb plant can come through. They're willing to give it to them because they do have a little bit of retake utility on some Pius again, but the lack of a kit again could be awkward. Doesn't matter if you continue to hit headshots though. Nertz found one more, charging his way out, gives Mopos no chance at all, and Davi G deleted. That was so quick, and G2...
the sound of the police!
Continue to keep on telling Gentlemates what's up.
Yeah, that is what I really like what Nertz does there in Bank is that he doesn't completely fall back all the way down the stairs. Sure, he's not committed to actually pushing into the bomb site, but he just maintains the slightest foothold to at least get a kill. He executes that one player, then gets the numbers advantage for his team. There's one Gentlemates player who's still sweeping the back lines there, and at that point, G2, they just group themselves up, figure out the plan, and then charge forward together in unison. And that works the trick. 10-3. If the 9-3 half wasn't enough already to secure this map, then that pistol round certainly should be. It's going to be Gentlemates look to try and forcefully take control of this B bomb site. Mopos is already on the site. G2 scrambling to try and regain control, and that's certainly going to be made more doable with the kills that come through from the rifles.
Oh, they're so clean with it right now. Mattis helps out. Look at that little rotation. That was actually so cool from G2. It was Nertz to find one, then Heavy God got one from Barrel, then it was some Pius's turn to spray the smoke, then Mattis helps out. Literal, nice shot, Martinez.
Yum,
I'm afraid it's a consolation, but it's still gorgeous. But yeah, I mean, that little rotation, player to player to player, to get one kill apiece on Mattis, some Pius, Heavy God and Nertz was beautiful. Martinez has also been heard running back on long, I think. Get peeked from Nertz, long range, spray with that M4A4. Beautifully done.
Yeah, it feels like a mercy killing at this point. G2 just want to finish this off to put Gentlemates down. Obviously, double elimination here at IEM Rio would see Gentlemates going into a game that will be played against Red Canids. Now, Red Canids obviously the lowest ranked team in the competition, but I wouldn't write them off entirely going into that one, Trav. I think that one, there could be a bit of a game there, you know.
Look, you know me, I'm a Davides fan. If any game has Davides in it, I think they've got a chance. But yeah, you would still favour Gentlemates. Thing is, you know, before this match, the main storyline for Gentlemates was the fact that they're just on a slight decline, I would say, unfortunately. I mean, didn't qualify for the major is the biggest part of that feeling. They lost a couple of critical games against Tier 2 rivals that contributed to that failure to qualify for Cologne. And you know, question marks were being asked of, is this the last time we see this 5 play? They're going to make moves after the after IEM Rio? Well, we'll have to see. We're not being able to beat G2 when they're wounded. Maybe that's something that they're not going to be too happy about. Either way, Tak is playing very well, and it's looking great for them.
Especially after Gentlemates looked so damn good on the first map, in particular in that second half, man. There was so much to enjoy about that performance. so much to expect off of the back of that as well, but unfortunately they've just under-delivered. And they're going to persist with the Force buys. They got flattened in the previous round where they went all in. And they're not going to be too happy with trying to let G2 get themselves up to map and series points and then getting a full buy. But it could mean that they end this half without a single full buy. Nerds does preemptively start to spray when he spots the shadow. So that thing gives up his position, but at least the captain is in position to get 2 kills to remain in control. Now, he's just gambling that there's not going to be anybody coming through from long, but he couldn't be more wrong.
Good pick from Salsol, but look how quickly Mattis is on the scene. Up through Banana, he's got help from Tak coming through as well. Now Mopos and Salsol have to make a move. 2v3, they're stuck in really positions that should be easily caught, and as you see, Mopos not even checking for Tak coming from behind. Salsol's trying to go for the bathroom wrap, but there's a kit on Tak and Mattis. They can get one player holding that bomb and have no issue at all here. Salsa's going to give it a look, but they're already body blocking for that defuse. It's coming through right now, and there's the frag for Mattis. 12-3, full control for G2, and their individuals have really shown up when needed. Sunpius, it felt weird when you referred to him as the captain in that moment, but you know what? He's done very well in this opening series.
And it's going to give him a boost as well going forward. I mean, there's going to be lessons to be taken from this series here for Sunpius, for the team, for Tak as well. The teething issues, they can go back, do some demo review, they can take the notes, and then come back tomorrow and continue to try and make progress. And I don't mean, obviously, by winning the game against Vitality, but still continue to try and develop here within the tournament in terms of the level of confidence and competition that they can put on the server and how well galvanized they are. Alex will draw first blood at least to try and keep Gentlemates around here for a little bit longer, but this is just a formality.
Yeah, how long can they keep G2 on the server? That is the only question left, really. Alex working his way up towards short. He's the one that got the opening pick in the round, but damage on Mopos from that wallbang. Hack doing a great job again. 15-6, actually leading the way for G2. Would you believe it? He deserves a lot of credit. First map, jitters, totally acceptable. Map 2 recovery, brilliant. Map 3,
outstanding.
Better.
Yeah, he's been fabulous here on Overpass. He's got a moment here as well. Can he multi? Absolutely. Attention turned away from Alex. Tak might still have to do more though. He has got a rotation in from Heaven and then this flank through from Nerds. Time starts to dwindle and Gentlemates are going to look to try and pivot away from that B bomb site, but Nerds has locked them and he's dropped the bomb and chaos ensues.
Yeah, look where Martinez is, but doesn't matter if you don't have the bomb and Nerds is in such a power position. How does Salsol remove this? He's looking for it. Oh, it's a whiffy one, but that's the end of the game.
GG.
That will be it. It's the first G of the GG already written in chat, and there is the second one. Very comfortable for G2 in the end. They took a while to get warmed up, but as soon as Tak, look at that reaction from the G2 players there. They know how important that was for Tak to get started well in Rio. Probably his first ever trip to South America, and guess what? He is looking brilliant, and G2 are still a big threat.
Yeah, some really good positive signs coming through there from G2 in that series. Sunpai is the first player to walk across to greet some of his former teammates and no doubt still some good friends over on Gentlemates who are going to be kicking themselves. They were presented an opportunity with playing against G2 who had to use a stand-in, missing their captain. Unfortunately, despite winning the first map, they were not able to capitalize, and that means G2 have stamped their ticket into the next round of Group A against Vitality.
And nothing easier on the way for G2 and Tak. He's even wearing Hunter's jersey. That's how sure they were that Hunter was going to be playing at this event. But yeah, someone get Tak a proper G2 jersey rather than a G2 Ares jersey. He deserves it after that performance. Super, super solid. And you actually, it's kind of funny, right? You mentioned it when you were kind of introing him at the beginning of the series. His style is pretty cerebral. He doesn't like go for anything too ridiculous. He plays well, doesn't give up too many kills for free. That was genuinely an exact example of that in the entirety of Overpass. Really well played. And look, there's tougher tests to come. He could drop like 2 kills across the entire series against Vitality. Who knows?
No one would even mind.
No one would even mind because it's Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, this win here in itself, I reckon, is already like a massive goal checked off the list that G2 have at least showed up. They've got a W. You know, now there's no pressure. There's no expectation whatsoever going into that next series tomorrow. And at a minimum, they've guaranteed themselves at least starting one step further in the lower bracket compared to what would have happened if they'd lost here to Gentlemates, who have now been dropped down and will obviously play up against Red Canids tomorrow for that elimination.
Yeah, and that is kind of reached the point for Gentlemates. So that's an absolute must-win. Sure, like we've already said it, it's for elimination. Obviously, it's a must-win. But for their next portion of the season, now they've failed to qualify for Cologne, what's the next step? If they don't beat Red Canids, there needs to be some serious changes. And as we were talking about earlier, there's not really many significant changes in the Spanish scene they can go to. You've got Joey, who's been let go from MOUZ NXT. You've got Adam S, who's another option as well. But, you know, Alex and Mopaz, players play to 35 these days, totally fine, but they're not getting any younger. So it makes you wonder how long they can really go on this Gentlemates roster when they've already failed to complete their goal for the season.
Yeah. I mean, to even add to that point with some numbers, they've got the second highest average age by like a month. Just behind Aurora. So
yeah,
you're right, they are kind of getting over the hill, and obviously with that failure to qualify for the major and even some of their struggles in other tournaments as well. The problem is it's just so bitter because before that, for the past 3 to 6 months, they've been outstanding. They've been trending upwards, they've been making great progress, they've gotten some really decent scalps, but things have just completely, I'm almost saying maybe dropped off a cliff is too strong of a phrase, but it does feel like things have definitely started to move in the opposite direction for them, and they're not in free fall, but something is going to have to try and change. And I'm not saying that's necessarily personnel, but their form is not what it once was.
Exactly right. And I mean, the truth is they've been a very good contender at the top of Tier 2 for a long time, this core, especially as Gentlemates. I mean, they've even won a couple of smaller lands, I believe. But look, in that run into Cologne, they lost to Nine, Big, and HOTU. They are like direct rivals, especially Big, obviously, to qualify for Cologne. And that is the main thing that's worrying for them. And it makes you wonder what the next step is. One thing that I think is a massive positive is that, sure, pretty poor map 3, but Martinez was all over them on Mirage. They may have lost that map in the end, but his individual level has not dropped off. I hope that we see more from him over the course of this tournament and on this team, because I think he's a bit of a treasure to keep hold of.
Yeah, I mean, more from him, but how about more from the teammates? Because that's where they were lacking. Either way, unfortunately, it does mean that they're down. Does that go for interview? We've got an interview coming up now. Hell yeah. Let's jump into an interview with Mr. Sun Pius. I thought it was go interview, but unfortunately, Trevor, was the complete opposite. There was no interview, so we're not actually going to get to chat to any of the players from G2. Womp womp. That's kind of sad. I was keen to talk to Sun Pius about what it had been like taking over as an IGL and what it was like having Tuck in the team, but I guess all we can do is speculate for now.
Yeah, that is a shame, but we'll definitely get more interviews over the course of the tournament on the B stream, so don't you worry, we'll be getting ready for that. But now, of course, we've got a very exciting match coming up for you. 3D Max versus Falcons. Now, there's kind of actually a bit of a conversation around Falcons. I wonder what that might be. Kixan, your days might be a little bit numbered, my friend.
Well, you can't say Kixan without saying kick.
Well, let's leave it there. We'll see you in a few minutes until we get into the pre-game of Falcons and 3D Max.
Placement matches set your starting point. Face It rating measures your impact as you climb. The soft ELO reset narrows the gap between the highest ELO players and the rest of level 10. Your starting point will be based on your recent ELO inactivity. We're introducing Face It rating, so you can see exactly how much you stack up against others at your level. Face It rating measures how much your actions have increased your team's chances of winning the match, taking into account the full situation. Season 8 launches April 22nd. Good luck and have fun.
this is the end, when will it begin? Is there a way to live again? How can I dream if I was never awakened? How can it still hurt when I can feel the pain? We're not born to feel the pain. How can I dream if I am never awake? As I step outside and breathe the night air, a passing thought takes me there, a place where all my dreams live on, a place so far away, a place with the lost memories of all the dreams I once had still live on, and I must find a way to fight in my own way. In spite of all the severity, scoring endlessly, I can wait things out, it's affecting.
Our second BO3 of the day in the openings of Intel Extreme Masters Rio, and now 3D Max versus Falcons. There's quite a lot of conversation points here about 3D Max. I'm kidding. It's Falcons, of course. Let's get into it immediately. Kixan, are your days numbered? Bless your soul. If Carrigan comes knocking, or Falcons come knocking for Carrigan, maybe that's something that you can't say no to, Matt.
I mean, there's just been so many different confirmations from different corners, like KRL, HLTV, those messages from Twists on Discord as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it feels like there's just too much corroboration for it to even just be a rumor mill roster move that's kind of come out recently. And I mean, there's just so many different directions to go with this one. There's so many different contrasting thoughts out there in the community about this change as well. One thing that you cannot deny is it is cinema.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, it's crazy that Carrigan himself called the plus simple on phase for the Austin Major a Hail Mary. Now Carrigan is Falcons' Hail Mary, it seems, to try and win the Cologne Major. Isn't that insane, how things turn around like that? I mean, Carrigan turns 36 tomorrow. I mean, he's not exactly a spring chicken anymore. We all know that. Maybe this is the final chance of his career to actually, get Nico and Major on the same team together. Surely it would be. That's a long way in the future, though. One thing we've got to mention about Falcons off the bat here, it's a rough situation for them. I mean, dead team buff, is it possible? There's so many things that must be flying around Kixan's head right now, which makes it very difficult to perform.
He does strike me as a pretty stoic man, though, who's going to be able to just put all of that outside noise behind him and focus up on the server. At the end of the day, there's a job to be done here, and he also wants to continue to just maybe put himself in the shop window and remind other orgs and teams out there as to what he's capable of. I can think of a few teams who might be desperate to maybe get him on the books. So I think that he will show up. He'll do the best job that's possible, and yeah, see what they can accomplish here at the tournament.
Yeah, indeed. And I think as well, right, I mean, Falcons for a while have been thought about as a contender for the top of the scene, especially when they added this guy, Kiyosuke, obviously. He's been one of my favorite players to watch. We covered him a lot when he was on Spirit Academy, of course. I mean, just knew how good he was going to be. So many people thought of him as, the second coming of Donk. He's from Spirit Academy. Surely that means he's another Donk, guys. No, Donk is Donk. Kiyosuke is a very different type of player. We've seen that very evidently in his time in Falcons so far. He's doing a fine job. He was never going to be as lights out as he was playing in Tier 2. But as you can see, I mean, alongside Molodoi and Makaze, that is a very impressive numbers alongside the two rookies so far this year. So, look, I want to see a really good series from him today because 3D Max should be a team that Falcons run over.
The thing is, Kiyosuke is normally extremely good in group stage games and very good against teams that Falcons are supposed to be beating in terms of like teams that are outside of that tier 1, tier 1.5 echelon. That's where Kiyosuke just farms. I just think he doesn't give a damn about them. I think he just thinks he's so much better, which he absolutely is, and he rides super high on that confidence. It's conversely when he goes up against teams, it's like, damn, okay, these guys have really good players. They maybe match me on that department, and then that's where he tends to go in a bit of a shell. But obviously, he's still extremely inexperienced, and with time, that'll definitely improve.
Yeah, and I think, for MOUZ as well, this year, definitely there was a period that for me, I was a bit concerned about it because he wasn't looking like the MOUZ we know and love for a little while, over the last couple of months. But I think recently he's started to return to that form again. And of course, they're still going to be a Stage 3 Cologne team. And I don't have to play Stage 1 or Stage 2. They haven't lost that much VRS to make that really be an issue. But it doesn't really mean anything to Falcons unless they win the entire thing at this point, right? So as long as they do, that's the main goal for them. MOUZ, if he's playing lights out that we know he can, then look, Falcons will beat anyone, and they will beat Vitality on their day if they all play well. But that, unfortunately, Matt, very seldom happens.
Yeah, on the opposite side of the server, as you got Mr. Maka, who's obviously retaken over the reins as IGL on 3D Max. Of course, Body had departed the team. They shifted IGL duties from Gravity to Maka. They brought Masut into the mix. They brought their old coach Wasink back as well. So 3D Max have done a lot of moving and shaking in this little 2-month window before the major has started. So they're clearly also looking to just try and change things up in multiple different departments and given themselves just enough of a runway to try and bring it all together and tie it into a neat little bow before they arrive at Cologne.
Yeah, I think 3D Max, right, saw teams like Paravision and Foot overtake them in the beginning of 2026 and decided they had to do something, right? Rather than sit idly by. That something was add Masuta in place of Body. I personally don't think that moved the needle a whole lot, but getting semi-finals at Bucharest, propelling them back to the top 15 in the VRS was definitely a very welcome result after a very, very up and down season. Like the tactics and strategy that they were known for became very unpredictable for even themselves. And sure, they were able to beat Furia and Foot at EPL, but they lost to Focus and Phantom, which is the old Polish 9-core, Minio, Kyler, and K at Urban Open Riga. That was a really bad loss for them, and they had one final chance at Parken in Season 3, that local Danish LAN, but they fell to Bestia and Bait, which was the final thing that ended their Cologne hopes. So,
yeah,
not a good season for 3D Max. At least Bucharest happened, and now they can try and rebuild again.
Yeah, and they were able to bounce back at Bucharest because they obviously lost their opening series, which was already a little bit of a concern. And then they went and they played against that Voca team who were even using a stand-in. And then it looked like they were on the brink of losing that 2-0. And then they were actually able to bring it together just in time to go on a little bit of a run and, like you say, end in 4th position at that tournament. So I feel like that would be a much-needed boost of confidence here and maybe even... what's the term, like where you prove something by just getting a little bit of an example of it, like a proof of concept for them, that this team has got enough going for it to be successful in the longer run.
You'd hope so. You would hope so. But, it's not exactly an easy test against Falcons to begin with. And look, whether the news surrounding Kixan or Carrigan will really get to them or not, I don't think it will. They are utmost professionals at the end of the day. And dead team buffs are very common. That is something we've seen so many times over the course of history where, Falcons play completely without pressure and maybe you get like a generational performance out of Nico or MOUZ from a few maps because they just don't have any pressure on them. You know how the pressure can get to this Falcons team and has done in some of the big events over the course of history. So, look, map pool is very interesting between these two. We can get into the veto very shortly. I think there are some openings for 3D Max, and of course they have played more recently than Falcons, but that doesn't really mean a whole lot to me. It's still like a massive mismatch in firepower.
Oh yeah, that's the main concern here for 3D Max coming into this, is that you can just get straight up banged out the server, and even if you are at the best of your ability across the board, they've got way more strategic depth and coaching staff behind them, so you and experience as well, heaps of that as well, obviously, right, as we now get into the veto. No prizes for guessing the bans here. Mirage and Overpass, the perma bans for both these teams respectively. It's more a conversation of where they're going to go. Do Falcons pick into Dust here? That's what I'm kind of wondering, because that's a map that 3D Max do enjoy playing as well. It's a map that Falcons frequently pick. Are they maybe slightly wanting to stray away from their opponent's strengths? And yeah, instead they go for Ancient.
And Ancient is not one that Falcons have a hell of a lot of reps on. I mean, 3D Max obviously in all these tier 2 lands they've been playing to try and qualify for the major, which unfortunately ended up in vain. They've just been playing more CS than Falcons by a long stretch. I mean, Falcons, talking about Dust 2 you're mentioning there, 3D Max have 27 maps on D2 as opposed to the Falcons 11. So it's not as big a differential between Ancient for these two teams, 15 for 3D and 6 for Falcons, but it's still enough for me to be slightly concerned. We're not going to get Anubis, we're not going to get D2. There it is, banned out. So it's not even going to be a decider. It will be Nuke. And Falcons are currently unbeaten on Nuke, but only in 4 maps. And it's another one. It's actually their second most played for 3D Max. So if we do go all 3 in this series, 3D Max have a couple of solid ones to go to here. And yeah, Falcons, they should have more than enough to beat them. 3D Max are not infallible in it by any stretch of the imagination, but we know how motivated they will be, and they'll know the news that's been circulating to try and catch Falcons on an off day. Don't forget, Masuta and Maka are playing against their former organisation here when Falcons were French back in their Tier 2 days. They might want some revenge, who knows?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, their former coach as well. And that was the coach who came in and said, I'm going to give them all a fair try and see if there's any pieces to build around and then maybe make some moves from there. And they were all gone after that. But yeah, just a word or two on Masuta here before we get underway. Obviously, he's come back into the team to replace Body, and he is taking over as the entry fragger, which is what Body was doing. There's been a big upward tick in the opening duels Masuta has been taking since he's joined this 3D Max team, which he wasn't doing nearly as much of on that Gen 1 roster with MBK, who's now the assistant coach here as well. More on that later, though, as we're underway on Inferno, and 3D Max are not wasting any time as they charge their way up Banana.
As he's ready, how many can he get? Immediate headshot to kick off his Rio campaign, and he's got help from Gisuke. B bomb site is closed, and there wasn't even a knock.
They got shut down before they even reached the door, mate. Oh, goodness gracious. What a statement coming through from Kyosuke and Monacy. Talk about running into a brick wall. Kyosuke going to be the one to finish it off. And that is a statement from Falcons as they open up their accounts at IEM Rio here with a pistol round win.
Obviously, I'm not going to say anything until they start playing very well against some of the top teams in the tournament, even though 3D Max are in pretty decent form coming off of Bucharest. But, you know, it makes you wonder how Falcons are going to go about playing this event. Like, are they going to be playing without pressure? Is it dead team buff? Is it that sort of vibe? Or, you know, is that conversation still going to be had about pressure moments getting to them at big events? We'll have to see. It's a great start.
Imagine... Okay, let me hold off my pointer because we've got another big brutal attack up Banana here in towards Kyosuke and Kixan. Seen some big highlights from Kyosuke and towards the top of Banana, and a lot of utility damage has been done as well. Kixan is somewhat trapped at the moment, and it's going to be Niku who rotates across here to try and help him out, and he does a lot of damage with the frag found, but there's a flurry of kills in response. 3 kills in quick succession.
Save.
Should just be round over.
They should save already, yeah. Tessus was going for the rotation, but there was no point. It's Inferno, after all, my friends. They have to keep hold.
I think they know how much damage they've done, bro.
I think they do, but there's no kit. There might be one dropped on site, but Tessus and Monazy might be playing exit kills here. He's looking for a kill on the boost. If they do get it, which they have seen one, it's a good clear on Exercise. So are they going to go further? No, they're happy with the damage. So with the fact that Monazy's low as well, there's no reason to throw it away. And 3D Max will answer back immediately.
Yeah, very well done from them. Just hammering home up Banana, forcing the fights, and with a lot of util damage and getting Kixan trapped, Nico desperately rotates it across to try and help out. He fell foul as well. And just going back to the point you were making about what sort of a state we're going to get Falcons in here. What if they go on, they deny Vitality the Grand Slam by winning the Grand Final, and then they do the Dexter, and Kixan gets replaced anyway just after winning them.
Well, look, you put the thought in my mind now. I'm not sure I like it. Yes. But...
Wouldn't that be insane, though? Like, again, just after you've won your title, you then replace a player.
Oh, dear. We'll have to see how it goes. But for me, it's an awkward one for them. I think if Carrigan's available, if, you know, you mentioned the conversation that you saw on Twitter with Twist talking to a fan in Discord saying Carrigan wasn't kicked and it was sudden. I mean, that already pretty much confirms that it's happening.
Yeah.
Agreed. And yeah, I mean, maybe one of the greatest IGLs of all time could be about to take on one of his greatest tests. It makes one of the things about Carrigan, I know we're already talking about him and we're a few rounds in, so sorry, Kixan, but it's our job. One of the things about Carrigan...
The talk of the town at the moment.
One of the things about Carrigan is he always makes teams better when he joins them. He tends to have a trend of tailing off a little bit toward the end of his tenure on certain teams, as we've seen with FaZe very evidently. But even if his individual level is poor, he wouldn't need to frag well on a team like Falcons. So, look, it's incredibly exciting, and time will tell.
Time will certainly tell, indeed. Like you say, if nothing else, it's definitely exciting. All these teams trying to level up to find a way to topple the behemoth that is Vitality.
True.
3D Max continue to hammer home on Banana again. 3 rounds played, all 3 times they've taken the control and tried to set themselves up to go into this bomb site. Oh, Nico can't connect on the Deeg shots there. Ecstasy is just trying to make a bit of a nuisance of himself, and with the amount of space he's been able to take, he's actually going to call for the team to rotate back in this direction.
2 on A, and Tessus will drop down and make some noise. I'm not sure that's going to be heard from that far away from 3D Max there, but of course they're worried about long now, because it's completely open. It's actually a CT smoke on Moto. Very difficult for Nico and Tessus to hold on, but they are going into that bit of a crossfire, but they clear both beautifully. Gravity with a great job, and again, that calls a round off. Even if Kiyosuke gets this kill, which he doesn't, even if he had, it was still a round over.
Yeah, good work coming through from 3D Max, figuring out what the best option available was to them. Ecstasy's kind of figured out that they weren't stacked up on A, and they had a really good bit of positional map control to work with to then just surge into that A bomb site. Quick and fast plays being made, which is synonymous with the Maka style. No holds barred. They love just grouping up and looking to force their way as a unit into a bomb site, and it's worked the trick here for them to go back to back and get themselves an early lead.
One of the things I think was very evident about 3D Max last year is that they did eventually burn out, right? They were one of the best teams at the tippy top of tier 1.5. They were always causing issues for some of the best teams in the world. But then they fell off a bit. And of course, that's what contributed to them making that move to remove Body and add Masuta. They probably would have felt forced into that move, seeing Foot playing so well, Paravision overtaking them, and they started to fall down the rankings. And of course, they have missed Cologne, but Bucharest was a really promising sign for them to make it all the way to those semi-finals. And they'll be hopeful as a team coming in, you could argue, a bit warmer maybe than Falcons, and having that recent performance where they went deep at a big LAN, they can come in and look very fresh, and Falcons could get caught short. We'll see. The savers come through.
Yeah, the thing is, Falcons would be used to coming into these sorts of tournaments with playing against teams that have been far more active than them, right? That's just what you get when you're in like the top 8 in the rankings. You're only playing these S-tier events. So it's completely familiar territory for Falcons in that regard.
Isuke, all he has is a flash. He's now smoked off. That flash can maybe support a peek to come through from Tesses. Already in his face, though, and Kicksan has no idea that there's one player right next to him. And Dooley's not on a pistol round usually look a bit like that. No damage at all, really, from Tesses. Monazi has the M4 still, and Nico's got this Galil, but he's very, very known about. That quantity is now removed, and Monazi is looking for exit kills.
Yeah, just trying to inflict as much economic damage as possible. Mark is extremely low, so they're going to need to get the kill soon, so there's no threat about the bomb going off, and that's exactly what they'll do. Good force buy to get the ball rolling for 3D Max, and then win against the force and convert against the eco to net themselves a 3-1 lead going into this first gun round.
It's funny from Lucky's POV where Kicksound was in that moment. Good hold on. Already getting loud. That's what 3D Max do. Gravity in particular. Remember his shouting battles with Apex back and forth at various pro leagues gone by.
Yeah, certainly not a team that shy away from getting loud, like you say. Gravity is always one of the more entertaining guys when he starts to find his voice. Obviously not as much of a voice in the server with him no longer being the IGL, and there was that statement that came out from him saying he foresees himself being an IGL later on down the line in his career, but for now it'll be that secondary voice. Lucky the primary man here to get that first kill. Kiyosuke will retake the control. And 3D Max just looked to backpedal out of there. Further damage inflicted through the smoke wouldn't be confirmed. And again, 3D Max really quick to pull the trigger on these reroutes. But not as aggressive this time, which will actually give Kiyosaki some time to rotate back in towards A and pad up the defense.
They have space towards short now. Tessa's under pressure once again. Thankfully, there are 3 players here, but one of them low HP. Gap in the van. Oh, can't complete the kill. That's a bit of a shock. That was a lovely angle to play from, but Gravity still standing somehow on 1 point of health. And now Maka has entry Tessa's. They're not checking for the long wrap. Lucky slipped the gap, and it works perfectly. Kicksun only gets 1. 3D Max right now are totally outgaming Falcons.
Yeah, it felt like there was a bit of a miscommunication there where they weren't completely aware that they could be that threat of the long player activating and just completely unlocking the bomb site by backstabbing those CTs. So, really nice stuff coming through there. What's going on here with the Exorcies?
That's Gravity, I think, isn't it?
Exorcies Gravity, rather, of course. No, obviously, yeah.
Is he okay?
Yeah, it looks like a bit of like a rash or something. He's maybe saying he's a little bit itchy.
That's a little bit concerning. It's very clearly like not a PC thing. It's a pure bodily thing. I hope he's all right.
Yeah. Some sort of like a skin irritation by the
Maybe. Or like it's maybe some kind of, not tendonitis, but you know what I mean. Like it's that sort of forearm that's very important to playing CS. So some kind of RSI.
Not sure what the admin can do
No,
about that.
unfortunately, that's not really in their wheelhouse to help, is it?
Obviously, we're just speculating. You can see it looks a little bit red there. Oh, there we go. A little bit of a kiss the French way.
Maybe.
To just help him feel a little bit better. All right, well, this is an unusual one.
Maybe actually a bit of a saving grace for Falcons in a way. It looks like they do have like a spare like sleeve, maybe. Obviously, lots of players do play with a mouse arm sleeve just for ease of movement. Stop sweat from being an issue.
All right, well, we'll have to just wait a little bit longer to figure out what's going on.
He's in good spirit still.
Before we get underway. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's bothering him.
No, it's not like
that
something
much.
snapped like a footballer, right? And you just, they're in tears as they walk off the pitch. It's not like it's obvious in any way. Yeah, I can kind of see something.
Or that they got hit with a feather and it was the same result.
Unfortunately, that is sometimes the case. Could be a bit of something sharp on the edge of the desk, maybe. Who knows? As I say, we're only speculating. You can kind of see a little bit of a red mark on his arm. We can't say for sure.
Either way, what we do know for sure is that it's been a brilliant start to the map here for 3D Max, actually able to just kind of steamroll Falcons in these rounds that they've been winning. I mean, it was the Force buy initially to kickstart their campaign, and then from there, one against the Force, one against the Eco without much of a fuss, and even the gun round has gone their way super convincingly. So this is a really good start for them on their map pick. Always important when you're a big underdog to get off to a strong start, because making mega comebacks when you're such a significant underdog like 3D Max against Falcons in this particular series is always extraordinarily difficult.
We've got some, is that water or some kind of antiseptic spray or something?
I think it's like an ointment. Yeah.
Apparently, okay, information from our production, there's a chance, not confirmed, there's a chance he was bitten by a mosquito. That can happen. And Matt, you had experience of that literally on an online game we did the other day, because you're in South Africa. There's a lot of them about.
Oh man, the bane of my existence. Like, that's the one animal that I struggle to understand how it ever came to exist or what purpose it serves.
Birds.
But here we are. Yeah, it is a peculiar one. He did even signal the little Spider-Man gesture earlier, so maybe he was thinking he's been bitten by something. I guess that is what we're gonna have to go with. But with some ointment on the arm, he's got the earphones back in, headphones on, and we'll get underway here momentarily.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't throw off the 3D Max momentum, because that's the last thing they would have wanted, to be fair. I mean, they were playing very well against Falcons early map here and had a really good number of calls. Here come the high fives, and he can reset. So a rare med pause in this series.
Untimely moments have a break in the game there for 3D Max. You had some momentum behind them. That's going to give Falcons a chance just to reset. Obviously, you're not allowed to talk during the tech pause. It's not like they could come up with some sort of game plan, but just to settle themselves back into the game, yeah, I think that break may have served them well.
We'll find out. They can't lose focus now against this Falcons half buy. MP9 for 5-7s. Decent utility to chain as well for the CT side. Lucky did very well in that anti-eco previously to get all 5. That was very clean. I think crazy when lots of those players were without armor, but he'll be very happy for his start to the game to add to his confidence. He's been a very important part of 3D Max now for a very, very long time. Nico looking for a bit of information in the middle, but won't go for a full committal. Look where Tess's has got off to. Unfortunately, the door's open, my friend.
Yeah, and it's open as well for an opening kill from Ecstasies, who's not getting caught off guard by any of the shenanigans, and Monacy is going to hear so many footsteps. He's going to try and be proactive on the duel, but Ecstasies on the money. Nico only good for 1. And 3D Max straight back here in round 6 where they left off in round 5. In complete control. This has been a blistering start to Inferno, trailblazing their way to a 5-1 lead.
Yeah, and they're building up their money really significantly right now as well. Mako on 8.7. They're going to probably survive with 4 or 3 alive as well. Sam looking to peek forward now. He's looking to try and pick up something from this round. There are 2 players on that angle, and that's not going to be easy to get past. And Lucky will easily hit that tap. Pre-fire tap as he rounds the corner. Yasuke looking for something of his own. Exactly the same duel, unfortunately. That's a nice kill, but it's only the 1, and they will survive with 3, continuing to build up that money. 5-1.
Yeah, they've got a lot of money across the board here, do 3D Max, so it's going to be a while before Falcons are able to break them financially and start to get themselves going. Going to have to win a couple of consecutive gun rounds here. Gravity's still struggling. Surely it's not just a mosquito bite, Trav. Like, mate, they're just a bit itchy. It is what it is. They go away after a couple of minutes if you just forget about it. So I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that it's just more than a mosquito bite.
Yeah,
and that's not why
it's very, very rare to have a med pause like this, and that's now 2 rounds in a row. I mean, he's obviously played 1 more round, seen how he's felt. This is unprecedented, I would say.
The thing is, like, normally, even if it is like a spider bite, normally the issues don't come immediately after you've been bitten. Like any headaches or dizziness or nausea or whatever, it can actually take like a couple of hours to start to feel that sensation. So maybe it hasn't happened right now. You can see Maka, he's like
how has this happened?
Almost in a little bit of disbelief himself.
It's like, how has this happened to us? We're 5-1 up and we've been nerfed. This is unfair.
Yeah, Spider-Man debuff, man.
Maybe. I mean, they are obviously still keeping a very close eye on it. Tough for everyone on the team. Tough for the admins. Of course, they can't have much to do about it. Player managers might have to get involved, obviously. We've seen sometimes how the behind-the-scenes work. They've got all these sorts of personnel to ESL to help out in these scenarios and in case of emergency. Obviously, it's not an absolute emergency right now, as Gravity still look fine, but
yeah,
he's obviously concerned at the moment.
Lasink might have to take a seat here soon. I wonder if MBK's in the vicinity. Probably rather get him in the player.
I was going to say, like, I mean, MBK would be the person you want to call upon. Of course, he's more like one of the behind-the-scenes guys on 3D Max now after leaving Gen 1. Some of you may remember watching MBK, not just in the classic days of CS in the biggest tournaments in the world, but also playing in Tier 2 on Gen 1 most recently. Left to join 3D Max.
Generous.
Yeah, okay, it was Tier 3. Fair enough.
I do think it's a good natural progression for MBK in his career to now shift across from a player into a coach role. And I think it's always a good idea when you're trying to get into that world of coaching to start off as an assistant coach underneath a already established coach to start to get the reins of coaching, start to kind of get a bit more of a feel for it and a better understanding of the role and its requirements, like what comes along and the different parts of the game that you focus on and how you develop a team. Because it does feel like, you know, MBK always had a really good understanding for the game. And we've seen Zipex already do that with MOUZ. Obviously, he's been an assistant coach there for a while now. So yeah, it does make sense that that's the progression here for him.
Yeah, and now Gravity has left his chair. So I think really the right thing to do here is to throw to a bit of a break. Hope he feels a bit better soon. And we'll see you, hopefully, when he returns.
To say, but
Eyes of a Hawk.
I would love to see the flash that Magic's through, wouldn't it? Because it was absolutely beautiful.
I mean, you saw how kind of booked Elige was by it.
Well, I understand why you play a turtle setup with two sight as well, because at the moment it's very popular for teams to be doing B-pop setups, right? And there, you don't really want poor Naf to be left on an island. You want to be able to support him. But the fact that the fight comes mid to B and no one's playing for info, they got so close before Elige even knew that was the case. So well done from Spirit. And again, it's the flash that I'm the most impressed by.
Yeah, it was Magic's Lurk Smoke and Flashbang. Spirit on the board.
Couple of good long spawns right now for Donk and Tanir. Let's see if that plays into the call. Here it is. So Zontic's upper tunnels, Molly's back plat.
It came from middle.
Yes. So
pop.
Pack of 4 able, and you could see they were even quite spread out there because the AWP in the back lines. Now going to use the long spawn. Donk's going.
Malbs to receive. Donk manages to turn the flashbang underhanded by Malbs in retreating quick. Shui's going to be accelerating up middle, but the AWP is primed and ready for this. Ooh, Shui, would you catch that timing? Peeks off at the HE. Shiro's attention drawn by that.
I love this response, though. It is very risky, but the fact that they're fanning out for all this info, they just need to clear Zontic's upper tunnels, and Elige, well aware that this is his port of call. So diligent stuff, nothing spotted, but bad information in a way.
Yeah, until he clears it.
Oh, this is agonizing. Look at this.
Tough. Sontic's going to get sidelined. Okay, so now you have your info. The door is locked by Shui, and the rest of Spirit are forced forward. You only have yourself the...
This smoke.
AWP on the line. Now hiding on sight. Flash for the Deagle to go and have a dip. And, ooh, that's the end of Malbs. That's the end of your man advantage. Don't give it up. Don't give it away. Naf goes down to Donk as well. They get across, avoiding the AWP. Great shot onto Donk. Ultimate very quick on that one. Puts Tanir into the clutch. He could mantle up here and use that smoke to get the element of surprise here onto Elige. They're not ready for this.
Oh my lord.
This is ambitious. Quick from Elige. High impact round.
Almost pipped the gap there, didn't he, Tanir? That would have been some fantastic pathing, but a nice response from Liquid because you could see what would happen, right? If they ended up losing consecutive rounds and the finances are in a bit of a problem, and then the momentum picks up for Spirit again. So we'll see what type of... Here it is, the block smoke. Forcing this gap. And some energy as well. Yeah, it's hard to have energy when you are losing 13-2, but...
for sure.
Giving it a go right now is... It's a bit hodgepodge. It's a Tech9 for Zontic, a Galil for Magix. There's all pin for Shiro and AKs for Tanir and Donk as just a default setup, but on later timing. They're not really too frisky to take lower and top mid quickly. That's where that came from as regards to the clear. Ultimate will pick up another.
Oh, and Shiro beats him to the punch.
I would just execute A now. Take short control, execute A. The deep smoke is the problem. Elige forward.
Oh, the pre-aim was there, but Donk nails him.
It's rapid.
Shui trying his hand through middle and just peek after peek. Donk and Shiro have taken every kill successful.
Well, they know it's 1A, 1B.
Right.
Naf the B defender, Malbs the long anchor.
Yeah.
Pick your poison.
All right. Doesn't feel great from Naf's POV, does it? He wants to take the fight on his terms. Doesn't want to be getting pincered in, which is exactly what they're doing. They're taking their sweet time, peaking at perfect unison as they push out B main. And a smoke break onto Malbs. Donk and Shiro going to be attributed to that round. Spirit 2, Liquid 4.
And the money's still a problem anyway, so they are going to have to shove.
Ugh.
They're the ones who are walking funny right now. MP7, Deagle, as an M4 in the mix.
Sick. Notice how he was doing a full smoke break because he was trying to set up a leash for something towards Xbox as well. Didn't really work out for them. Spotting with the lower cross this time, Shiro. Nothing to report, so that's going to enable some less util used for his lower take. Donk's just going to be striding forward.
Yeah, a few more liberties taken from Donk in this one. And a B stack, so Ultimate plays over towards B as a bit of a gamble. If it ends up being the A play, might just see them save. I know it's not the best guns in the world to be saving here, but it's better than the alternative. So short control garnered extremely quickly. Donk making sure he remains a bit of a nuisance there on short. Crisscross smokes lobbed in. MOUZ starting to peer in towards long as well, so searching for some info because they don't have the weapons, they don't have the util, they need to grab something. Another short block smoke. Does it buy a window for MOUZ to keep pushing? It doesn't look like it. Spirit lined up with the nades ready to pump themselves out. Here we go.
Shuri trying to be disruptive force with the 5-7 up close. The smoke break exposes him though. Nice nade from Zontix. He actually is the one to get the kill as well. Shiro racks up a double. Just easy pickings through the mid doors. MOUZ trying to get this backstab. Spots the barrel. Oh my god, he took his time. Shiro nearly turned into that. Tanir's up next.
Well, this is a new one. We've had a med pause for Gravity, clearly bitten by something or some kind of discomfort in his forearm, and we hope he's okay. He's back in the server now. It's no coach stand-in required, and hopefully, for 3D Max's sake, it hasn't put a bit of a pin in their brilliant first half so far.
Yeah, well, the good news is we haven't had to amputate his arm. Not just yet. So, he can continue to play the series. Hopefully the struggle's behind him. Like you say, momentum probably dissipated to a degree for 3D Max. Masuta will still draw first blood. Kyosuke feeling so much pressure. Masuta's doubled down on entry duty. It's now all on Nico as this last line of defense. He wants to step out to take the initiative, but that just costs him his life. Tess is pipped by Exorcies. And it doesn't look like 3D Max have been thrown off course whatsoever with that elongated
Not phased in any way, shape or form. Goodness gracious. Honestly, having to go for it. Ideally, you'd want to save here, but look, there's no way you can do it if he's pushed that far deep. And Falcons are getting run over as it stands. And Gravity is back in and looking okay. It's a little bit troubled, but well, right now, it's a scoreline that he should be least troubled about, which is the, I suppose, in 3D Max's mind, the most important thing.
Yeah, they're in complete control. 6 rounds on the bounce here for 3D Max. That round there going to be attributed to the success coming through from Gravity. I mean, from Masuta, good lord. I mean, he does so well to get both those kills to blow the door wide open and towards the top of Banana. It's going to be a light investment now from Falcons. Upgraded pistols and an MP9. Can obviously dig a little bit deeper into the coffers here, considering they have got that max round loss bonus behind them. And at this point, it's just about building up even more of a financial backing for 3D Max.
The run through from Kiyosuke, he's so blind. Goodness gracious. Kind of a handshake in the end from Lucky to say, okay, well, you know you're there, we'll leave you there. He's managed to volley him out and force him up toward the top of Banana again. Tess's great headshot. They need to win a round like this, Falcons, to try and get themselves going. Gravity's managed to find Monazy, though. Great kill. Tess's still standing. They know he's there, though. There are many more players where that came from. How can he keep standing with only a deagle? The answer is he cannot. Gravity and Maka will confirm that. And Kiyosuke and Kixan looking for exits only again.
It did look a little bit ropey at one point there after that one deke from Tessus. He rattles off a few more shots, but none of them connect in a meaningful way. 3D Max continues to trudge forward and are able to get the kills to create the space to get full control. And at this point, Kixan and Kiyosuke are just looking for some damage. But it's 3D Max who have been doing all the damage so far here on the server. 7 consecutive rounds, and Trav, none of them have been particularly close. That's the real concern here.
No.
Is that it's not been coming down to like crazy clutches and these wild, chaotic situations that have gotten 3D Max to this point. They've genuinely just been steamrolling Falcons so
Big
far.
triple kill from Gravity.
7-1, fitting in Brazil.
Yes. A big triple kill from Gravity to make that anti-half buy look a bit more comfortable. One of the first times I've seen in a while as well, since that magazine update that a lot of people were in a boo-ha-ha about on Twitter. Turns out it hasn't really affected much. Well, for the first time I've seen it affect Kyosuke a little bit there. Didn't have any duel to take, but he only had 4 bullets left and with no magazines in reserve on that MP9.
Yeah, well, here's the break.
See if we can hear what Nico was saying. I think we'll just cut away now. Okay, bit of a conversation for the beginning of the round.
He is the man on the CT side, right? He is the guy that they're going to look towards on the CT side to try and come up with the solutions. He's always had some really good ideas on CT sides in terms of adaptations and how to figure out these sorts of problems. So let's see how that tac pause would have served Falcons here coming into round 9.
Well, here we go. Top banana take. Kyosuke trying to get something. Look again, Tesses, a very unpredictable push, and they've decided not just sit back and let 3D Max execute upon them like they have been so far. They're going to try and fight, take initiative. Been a little bit meek so far, have Falcons, and that's a big change up already. Tesses, second time pushing through those apartments. First time was on a half fire with an MP9. Attempts with rifles, and Kyosuke avoids all the bullets, but somehow has not connected any of his own. I can't believe it. They were whistling past the heads of 3D Max, and lucky his entry kicks out just like that. There goes Nico, peeking into the open. What is happening here then? 8-1 is a guarantee.
He's shooting blanks. That's my only explanation, is he's shooting blanks because it feels like he should have at least gotten that kill on Maka. The flash was perfect though, and that's something that 3D Max have always been really good at, is their strats on the T side, but then also how they enable themselves with their flash plays. And again, that's what's going to make the difference. They get the opening kill, do Falcons, and that's ultimately the only frag that they walk away from this round with.
I mean,
disaster strikes as again they hemorrhage.
I mean, Kyosuke couldn't see a thing, but I don't really understand how none of those bullets have connected. They were all just like a glimmer or a tiny pixel above the right shoulder. That is crazy. Different universe, he may get 2 on that spray down, even if he can't see anything. It's a totally different round. But Falcons are, I mean, even when Nico picks from CT there, it was kind of just a gamble reface to try and save the round. As you say, I mean, desperation is the perfect word for it, really. Here it is, coming in right here. Just a random face to try and make it happen. And you saw how 3D Max were positioning themselves. They knew that sort of thing was coming. They were waiting for it. I know that Nico is often that player to go for that CT peek. And they just sit and wait and immediately destroy him. Honestly, has the AWP still, obviously, but at the moment, Falcons only have 1 round, and that's the most important thing. They are nowhere at the moment.
Yeah, it's the pistol round. That's all they have to their name through this map so far, is a measly pistol round. Again, they're going to look to try and be proactive and take initiative. They've gotten banana control a couple of times. A break on the smoke will expose Kixam, but they may not expect Kyosuke in the corner.
Something I mentioned earlier in our previous series, that if you were a watcher of Kyosuke in Tier 2 on Spirit Academy, they never played Inferno. But for, funnily enough, one game that I covered in a Tier 2 online tournament when Kyosuke was coming through. So it was a learning curve when he joined Falcons to really understand how to play his Inferno role. Definitely improved at it these days, and is a very important part of this team. But this crossfire, bottom banana, is actually being kept by Falcons here. Nico is jump spotting. You've got Kixan with Kyosuke. Surely, if they get anywhere near that, there is no way in. And there is only 1 molly. Actually, I tell a lie, there's 2. There's 1 more on Masuta. Are they going to try and clear them out of these pockets? They absolutely are. But again, they go 2 for 1, and Nico just cannot connect with anything at the moment.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. It's fantastic due diligence coming through there from 3D Max on the execute with some very good utility usage and then cross-covering one another. Nico now has it all to do with the world on his shoulders. Single-handedly needs to lock down this B-bomb side with only 21 health to his name. He's trying to figure out the best way to try and take the initial duel. And while he maybe catches Masuta slightly off guard, Masuta's able to adjust and find the frag. And with that, the round. 3D Max continue their domination of Falcons as they're now up 9-1.
And it's just deja vu. It's another one of these rounds where there's no saying it. No chance at a retake in a 2v2 or anything like that. It's always a double man advantage, if not more. and they're really playing well as a squad. We know that's what 3D Max is all about. And I mentioned about maybe how I would feel about them coming hot off of Bucharest, having played pretty well at that event. Probably their best event with Masuta. Well, it's looking fantastic to start here. Honestly, he's doing a great job at trying to stay alive with his AWP, but he's getting pincered. There's a flank from Arch coming through in a matter of moments, and there it is. Easy kill, and free AWP to grab for Maka. He's already got his, to be fair, don't even need it. So he's trying to warm up his MOUZ with those exit kills, but they mean nothing, I'm afraid.
Yeah, especially when there's as much money in the bank as what 3D Max have right now. They've been winning all of these rounds with 3+ players alive. Sure, that one was only 2, but they've got more than enough cash to just buy their way to the finish line from here. 9-1. Sure, it's 3D Max's map pick, but that shouldn't ever have come into the equation in a game against Falcons. And they're going to persist with the investments here, which means no AWP for m0NESY, couple for Masters in play, light on neutral, and no kit either.
Oh, and Gravity's even able to find one on m0NESY just flying through short like that, and that's going to activate the apartments pop immediately. They need to hold on to this somehow, and Kyosuke and Tessus will do so. Finally, the trade kills come through. The Falcons are about to double their score, unless Lucky can do something crazy. All 3 CTs are here, though, and they do go for the double swing. Nico can confirm it, and it's a little bit of something to work with.
Oh man, finally some signs of life here as the hold will get the job done. That extra man gravitating across makes a difference. Kyosuke over on that A bomb site is able to pad up the defense and add an extra man in the crossfire there, because it felt like Tessus was absolutely dead until the youngster arrives there to save the day, get the kill necessary for some breathing room, and Falcons will get back to winning ways. But I mean, in any other game, I would have said it's far too little too late, but you can never write this Falcons team off.
9 on T. Could be 10. What a game from the French so far. As I said earlier, obviously, if you remember when Falcons were French, they had Maka and Masuta on their organization back when Falcons were playing Tier 2 CS. They're playing against their old org here, and they're showing up the superstars. Nico holding on his off angle toward long. Got a rotation coming through from Kyosuke now. Maka's still holding that line on low HP with that AWP, already eaten a number of grenades in that position. Already got one player pushed up as well in that cubby. That is Gravity waiting to activate. Maka almost hits his shot. Now they know about the setup. That cubby player will swing into the open. Maka really convinced that he has crossed and is staying there. They're going to choose to take long now. Kyosuke playing a bit more defensively in toward Arch, and that'll be the bait and switch with Kyosuke to make it work out. So 5v4 and low HP on 2 players is surely will be a Falcons hold.
Oh, Nico just out in the open, not going to be able to get out of dodge after the initial kill, but it's fine because he's got teammates in position to pick up the pieces after he does lose his life. Maka and Exorcies with 25 seconds on the clock here to try and recover the situation. And Exorcies has been able to creep up undetected, but then Tessus will find a favorable angle. Oh, Falcons, is it too little too late? It's going to be 3 rounds is what they have to work with going into the T side of Inferno. Maybe a little bit of an upward tick here for them, a little bit of momentum being carried across, but genuinely never expected to say that they'd only have 3 rounds to their name going into the second half. At least some smiles to maybe improve the mood in the camp, because boy, do they need it.
Well, we talk about dead team buffs. Is this a dead team debuff? Falcons are taking a very long time to get warmed up into Intel Extreme Masters Rio, and frustration is getting to them. 3D Max, despite a mosquito bite, it seems, for Gravity, they are looking fantastic right now.
Yeah, they've taken a chunk out of Falcons, that's for sure. The wings have been clipped and they no longer saw on the server as they feel the pain. 3D Max just need 4 rounds from this second half here to go 1-0 up in their opening venture against Falcons here at IEM Rio 2026.
And funnily enough, right, this is a beautiful tap from Exercise on Nico. Falcons' main issue for a long time was winning pistol rounds. They won the pistol round. That was pretty much the only thing that went for them in that half. Oh dear. Can Exercise continue to tap down more? Kyosuke will find the trade on this occasion. They managed to force their way up on short and take it. Gravity now from the apartments. Hard cleared by Monazy. That's more like it. A chance to take the bomb site now. Lucky looking for these long-range taps, looking to find something before these players really get set up in the after plant, and I'm afraid he's not been able to grab it. So they'll obviously give this retake a go. Lucky up to 17-6 now, by the way. A brilliant first half from him. But I think even his expertise is going to be too little in this retake. Monazy finds Maka. And I know where these final 2 players are rotating in from. And Kyosuke clicks both of them sharply.
I think those are the last 2 bullets in his magazine as well, but he does not care. Brilliantly done to finish off the job, and really solid stuff from Falcons despite that opening kill coming through for Exercise onto Nico. Falcons are still able to do it with 4. It was that kill from Monacy coming through from apartments that blew the door wide open and gave them away into the round. Quick fire frags from him, some clean headshots. And it's looking a little bit more like we're seeing in the Falcons camp, with some smiles starting to come on their faces.
Yeah, finally. Fair, not had much to smile about so far. Kixan taking no prisoners, top banana here. It is a full eco for 3D Max. I want you to buy up in the third here. And it's actually kind of rare that you see a team go for the full eco on the second round, with how close ranged this map is. The MP9s and 5.7s can really do the significant damage, so they're going to take the patient option. Now, a Zeus on Exercise. Surely this is not going to work out. If Tess's peeks close, it's possible, but if he peeks from afar like this, it's too far, as you can see.
Showing a little bit of ankle there. Got Exercise excited, but then Tess immediately bit down. There is a stack, but this is just a toothless stack, man. There's nothing over towards the bomb site that's of any real threat here for Falcons, as they will just be able to chew them up and spit them back out again as we head to the next gun round. Now, the only... I mean, the concern here for 3D Max going into this next round is going to be their lack of utility, because that's the one issue when you do full save in the second round on the CT side to get that earlier gun round in the third, is that you're not going to have the HEs to break open smokes, you're not going to have the flashes to take full control, the smokes to maybe contest deep banana, or the mollies to retake top banana. So that's where they might come up a bit short.
And that is, I think, one of the main reasons why lots of teams, as I was describing, do go for that force and then buy fully in the third with a little bit more util. I mean, as I said, I don't mind why 3D Max have gone for this option, because they have a lead they want to protect. They want to get guns out as quickly as possible. It's an amazing opportunity to try and find the W on their map pick as well over Falcons. Ancient coming up next is not exactly a home ground for Falcons. I think if you look at the numbers, that tells you that easily. So I know they've got a great opportunity here.
They will be feeling a whole lot better than they were 4 rounds ago, down 9-1. Now a 4-round gap, and if they win this gun round, all of a sudden it feels like they're back in the contest, and they maybe start to put some pressure onto 3D Max once again.
I mean, you talking about utility that they needed to prioritize, by the way, it's, broken record on Inferno, but they had to go for double FAMAS to prioritize it, and the counter flashes, top banana, are excellent. In comes a nade from Masuta, though. He's still standing. Oh, getting spammed through there, now down to 12 HP. He's got support. Thankfully, he's still standing, but not by much. Dragging his feet across the floor in this round, and it's a 4v4, but one that is very much in Falcon's favor.
And They wouldn't know how much damage they've done to Masuta though, so at least they've kind of been able to conceal the fact that he has backpedaled into the B bomb site on extremely low health, and looks like 3D Max are going to receive Falcons over on this B bomb site, which is exactly what they want with the setup they've employed. They've gambled that extra rotation across 3 players, ready and raring here. Not much ammo left for Kiyosake, so he's going to have to get that reload off. He can't continue to commit to the fight. It's a really good flash for the swing that comes through afterwards. Kills go back and forth, super low health on 2 of the 3, but Falcons will pull the plug on the B play to shift over towards A.
Exorcist could be about to get peeked from above, though, and it's a brilliant pre-fire from Tesses. I mean, what a clear that is. He knows the most common angle in that situation, and that's the kill that wins them the round. Simple as that. Masuta and Gravity, 20 HP between the 2 of them, will not be going anywhere near the A side of the map. Very well figured out from Tesses. Massive mid-round frag for him that secures a very important opening gun round. And sure, 3D Max can save now. They're going to have something to work with in the following, but Falcons now mean business straight away, and that's in the second half.
Tesses was the player that they were also relying on with that decision to shift away from B and reroute over towards the A bomb site instead. So if he goes down in this duel here, then 3D Max are in complete control, and Falcons are probably kind of like wheel spinning at that point. They wouldn't really know what to do. So important duel there. Tesses doing a vital job for the team over on that lurk roll, which has obviously been a big talking point for Falcons, is Tesses playing on the extremity of the map on the T side, and how it's been a bit of a shift in an evolution required for him, but he's done his job to perfection in that instance.
Yeah.
As Falcons continue to draw back into this game.
He's so good at those mid-round pre-aim kills. I mean, obviously he took himself a little bit of time to get himself set up, jumped on top of the barrels, and this is a very common position. It's one of the main first positions he clears when he's confident that he's not going to get caught from pit. A great pre-aim, and in the end, they weren't ready for it whatsoever. Exercise wasn't ready for it whatsoever. So they have enough money to go for some kind of a reinvestment here, but again, it's going to lack the AWP. It's the issue with the timing in the game. They chose to go for that first buy of the second half. And 1 kit on Lucky this time.
Yeah, they can plug the gaps, but they're still without that sniper, like you say. So maybe gives a little bit more room here for Falcons to play with, not having to deal with that threat of the AWP. 5 rounds on the bounce now for Falcons as they battle back into Inferno.
Nico gives Top Banana control a go, but doesn't want to contend for it that aggressively. Flashing toward apartments. Easy clear for Isuke to figure out alongside Tesses. And 3D Max aren't going overly aggressive here on this buy, which is maybe a little bit concerning. They're giving Falcons a lot of room. And if you give them that, as we kind of saw, to be fair, in the first half, just the opposite way around, it's very easy for the bomb sites to be overrun. Double set it toward long. Flashing toward mid to be taken now. That smoke does block off both Maka and Gravity. Good break,
Control gained in towards the top of mid. Really nice time on the break of the smoke. Gravity will take full advantage and then get himself out of dodge just as that smoke starts to fade. Good opening kill here for 3D Max to try and open up their account here in the second half and get themselves up to double digits. And they've read into the situation brilliantly here, shifting Maka across to pad up the defense over at B.
Again, they choose a 3-man B setup. It's so often the play for a T side. When you're a man down, you go for a B push. It's easy to run over the site. Will they expect a third, though? Maka, he doesn't want to peek. He doesn't want to peek when that CT smoke gets thrown through until now, and he's got both. That's huge. Monazi doesn't trade in time, but he still has got an opportunity. Could this be a Monazi moment? The first in Rio. Immediate fake plant, waiting for Gravity to work his way through, and that's a freebie. 6 seconds on the clock, going for another fake, but he needs to get it down right now, and he's played himself. He has overcooked it and burnt his meal.
Oh man, Monacy had done all the hard work, but he overthinks it to a slight degree. You can't really blame him in that situation. Gravity had a rush of blood to the head. I mean, maybe that was the spider bite coming through from him there, causing him to overplay his hand, but that was definitely not the best option because I felt like there'd been enough time almost to realize that it wasn't a commitment to the plant. He still tries to go through anyway, abandoning the favorable 2v1 and giving up the 1v1, but honestly can't complete the clutch, and 3D Max get their first round of the second half.
Oh, you just don't expect that sort of misplay from MOUZ in the heat of the moment situation. I think after that next fake plant, firstly, it should never have been a fake. He should have planted it then and there, but of course we, experts after the event, we're telling MOUZ how to play, for God's sake. What are we talking about? But at the end of the day, I mean, he had time to plant it again. Even after the first fake. He could have got it down, but he was so ready for Exercise to already be on site. He just didn't trust himself. Incredible. And 3D Max get a critical CT gun ram, but you already mentioned it. One player alive, only. The buy is awful.
Exactly, so if Falcons can bounce back immediately afterwards to win this round here, then they can keep that pressure up on 3D Max and continue to close the gap. NiKo, top banana, pressuring into this B bomb site, trying to draw the attention across that side of the map. Not a whole lot of utility left remaining. No flashes left here for Falcons to aid their cause in executing on A either. NiKo's abandoned banana. They're going to have to go all in. Gravity makes a timing here in the middle of the round to catch them off guard, and then Maka will make a play as well to drop a couple of Falcons players.
And they had to do it when they have this sort of a purchase with this sort of weaponry. Really good work from 3D Max, but hang on. Kyosuke and MOUZ are making it happen again. NiKo needs to keep himself alive, but Maka's going to try and run him down. NiKo just gets away into middle. Does he have help from short? He does. MOUZ is being looked for by Maka. He knows it's a possibility and he sees the shadow, but that's a bit of a recovery for MOUZ. He's angry. Triple kill, making up for the previous round. Falcons back within 3.
Yeah, an angry baby goat is a really, really scary baby goat, and that's very well done from him with 2 quick fire headshots to get both of those kills. NiKo was feeling the heat there after being low on health. He had to retreat into middle. MOUZ times his peaks to perfection. And he's flexed his muscles with the rifle a lot here. Has MOUZ on this map. Vital round for Falcons, because if they lost that, then they're right in the pressure cooker once again. Instead, they will close the gap to 3.
Yeah, now it just feels like it's anyone's game. The only round that 3D Max have been able to win on this second half is that slight overplay from MOUZ. What was a brilliant clutch attempt, just failed at the last port of call. And now money is an issue. Half buy coming through. Got about 3k per player, as you can see on the left of your screen. Maybe this is where the game really begins for 3D Max. And honestly, that previous round... Sorry to cut over you, mate. That previous round was really, really well played in terms of how they took fights with those lesser pieces of weaponry and those angles that weren't necessarily favourable. And they almost made it work, but in the end, Falcons had too much of presence and control of the map around A.
And just Monacy diff as well, but you're bang on that. It was well played there from 3D Max, kind of recognizing that they had to try and make plays, considering their weaker weapons, to give themselves an edge in the round. Unfortunately for them, they still fall short. Kyosuke was the one who had kind of injected some life back into this game for Falcons initially, and now Monacy is the one who's maybe taken the baton from him to keep this race going.
Exercise takes one shot with the Mag 7 and immediately both Falcons players are like, nope, don't want any of that.
Yeah, probably some smart decision making, honestly. And Tessis would have seen that Gravity didn't have the Mag 7, so further confirmation for Falcons as to what's going on. They're just posting. They're just waiting. They're trying to make 3D Max uncomfortable and then trying to punish the plays made by the CT side in response.
Top 9 doesn't catch much damage, unfortunately. There is going to be a full rotation over toward B, but in a round like this, when you've already seen big apartments presence on A, Falcons do really need to just have one player having a quick look around that A bomb site and finding that it's clear, and make the safe decision.
Oh, they're just going to... Unless they use Kixan as player to just scout A before they commit. Just worried that they're using that smoke as a fake and that they're hoping that's going to draw the rotations off of the B bomb site. Kixan has not found anybody. There's still time to pull the plug, boys. There's still time to shift this across. Surely they're going to make that decision with Kixan having gone all the way. And that call's going to come through just in time. They're desperate to try and chase down that bomb carrier, but Tessis will be left as the man to post on the angle to provide the cover for his teammates to get out. And they've made that decision with just enough time to find this bomb plant.
We've seen fumbles like that before, and that would have been a crazy one, but in the end they figure it out. As you say, they actually played it well in the end, did give himself that 2-second margin. Spooky though for Falcons, and what has been a very good recovery so far. Thankfully they do exactly as I suggested and send Kixan in for info.
It's well done from Tessis as well I mean, he was self-sacrificial. Sure, he doesn't actually die, but he's like, you know what? I'm going to stay here and give up my life to just try and keep them busy for as long as you guys need to get across and out of dodge. Down banana, away from the danger. The hero. As his teammates fell back to safety and they get the job done in convincing fashion at the end of the round, keeping their players alive and building up their money. Breathing down 3D Max's neck once again, and if you've ever been on a busy train, you'd know that's not so comfortable.
I'm seeing your mosquito memes in chat, everyone. Keep them up. Giving me a sensible chuckle in the eco rounds, that's for sure. Maka going for the pick. Ooh, sees the player. Tesses jumping across, almost an opportunity, an exercise, my word. Hasn't seen a soul in this round. He's already down to 11 HP, and Masuta cleared by Nico. That's the first big impact kill from Nico, it feels like, in the entire game thus far. And Lucky is all alone. He's already messed up his incendiary. Now that's painful. He might not be long for this world. The right-click smoke to try and keep himself alive. Yasuke's already got himself into pool. He's so far up. Need to break that smoke. Support flash is coming through, but he just can't connect. Exercise might get one through the smoke, but the site is lost.
Check Tessis, he's already patrolling over that A bomb site. Okay, Maka will put him down to at least enable them to get away from B safely and save their guns, although it looks like there may be a call to just feel this one out here a little bit. They don't have a kit, so I'm not sure how tenable this retake actually is. Fresh smoke and CT is going to make things a lot more complicated. Monacy spots one in banana. He's actually keen to take the jewel. And yeah, that's going to be the moment with 3D Max not actually being able to get any sort of foothold here for the retake. They will pack their bags, head for the hills, and that's going to be a 1-round gap.
Oh, 3D Max would have felt in such control at 9-3. They have won 1 round since. The gap is 1. Lots of ones in that sentence. Good opening kill from Nico. Really cracked it open, and then as soon as Lucky misses Incendiary, there was no chance for a rotation round. A little bit too individually based there from 3D Max. The solo peaks, really, for Masuta. Sure, he was trying to hold them at bay and thought that smoke may protect him, but it did not. Falcons break through again. Maka's got the AWP out. The save, of course, means they still have a purchase to be used, but Falcons now have a bank of their own to fall back on.
Yeah, they've also won 8 of the past 9 rounds, so they've got all the momentum behind them. I think Lucky, did he come into the half with 16 kills? Is that what we were saying? I think he's gotten a single kill here in the second half so far. As Falcons have bounced back brilliantly here on Inferno. And if they complete the comeback and go on to win Inferno, then surely that second map is as good as done before it's even begun.
You'd think that. You'd think that. Don't put anything past Falcons, though. Maka playing with the smoke around boiler. Expecting there to be a player in that right cubby, but he's going to move away and actually misses the timing on maybe that little fallback from Tesses. He'll put in some of his utility around that A long position. HE as well to show more presence, but it's B again. The Falcons are looking to entry in. Lucky very blind. And actually does big damage to Nico with his final few bullets. That's pretty handy. Masuta trying to deliver from the back of the site. Does get both. And with low HP on Kixan, can they really break through? The answer is yes, you know. Monazir set up, gets an important kill on Gravity, and now he has full control.
What the hell? He just goes straight through the smoke into the back of coffins. He is not, he's not shying away from these opportunities, not fearing anything or anybody right now. And because of the util that was thrown by Tessis, Mucker is still sweeping the backlines for him. He's even trying to sell the audio cues by running away from mid to try and draw Tessis out, but Tessis ain't there. And Lucky and Ecstasy seem to already have made a decision that they're going to also disengage. And they will at least be able to get out with their life intact. What a brilliant quick succession of kills between Kixan and Monacy to get Falcons into that B bomb site. Kixan gets that entry initially. Monacy was holding the edge of the smoke there. Once he gets that kill as well, that's the go signal for Falcons. And that's a really impressive round that they've been able to recover in the 5v3.
Yeah, I mean, Masuta did so well to begin with, but that's the kill on Gravity. Critical one. I mentioned that, Monacy had a few periods in this season and the end of last year. He's a little bit off the form we know and love from him, but he's really stepped up this year. Falcons might not be winning a whole lot, but he's playing very well, and that's a very important factor. And look, it's something we haven't mentioned in a while, but if he's going to be playing under Carrigan in the future, that's exciting.
Inject that straight in my veins.
For now, though, they're doing really well with Kixan and what could be a dead team. I don't know if I'm 100% sure. Twist, of course, made those comments on Twitter, in a Discord that were leaked on Twitter, in a fan Discord, just saying it was a sudden move for us. He wasn't kicked, so it's pretty much a done deal, probably in everyone's minds. But fair play to Falcons and Kixan, still trying their best at a big event. And now
and with a big comeback on this T side as well. You got to always attribute a big portion of that success to the IGL.
Yep.
Down 9-3 coming into the half, and they haven't looked back since then as they've tied up that scoreline. Looks like Maka wants to try and take a bit more initiative here and be a bit more proactive to insert himself at the start of the round, but as Kiyosake is just charged straight up middle, he fells Gravity, denies him, and they're going to continue to just try and ride this wave of momentum.
That's some of the Spirit Academy Kiyosake coming out there. Pure W key, given the reins to do that, and he's playing around the smoke as well. Surely he doesn't find another one. Exercise playing inside of it himself. He's gone all the way through. He's going to take the duel on Lucky there. No idea he was here, and now he dives into the smoke himself. Finally, he goes down. Masuda's not being cleared, though. He gets both. All of a sudden, it's falling apart for Falcons. Out of bullets, though. Exercise is here. Monazy gets both. Incredible Glock headshot on the quick trade. Monazy gets another chance at a 1v1. It's Maka on the other side. I was going to say AWP versus AWP, but Monazy goes for the maneuverability of the AK. He's already making a move all the way around long, and he's going around to Library because of the bomb plant position, thinking that Maka, being the AWPer, is going to take longer to get into position. And Maka, without a kit, maybe that's the masterstroke from Monazy that gets Falcons back into the lead of this one. Mako has not found a kit on site. He's still looking around for Monazy, but he has disappeared, and now Monazy's seen him. The jiggle bait, shot hit, but Monazy's played him like a fiddle, and he may whiff, but who bloody cares? Falcons are up 11-10.
And there's that golden smile once again. What a brilliant clutch coming through from him. 3 kills with 3 different weapons coming through from Monacy in extremely quick succession. Open to the Glock burst fire, if I'm not mistaken, for that second kill. And then just that cerebral game sense, just so intelligent. There must have been a call that came through that Maka was in top middle, because he was so confident, knife out, running around archers to reposition himself into Library. And Maka was just chasing ghosts. And that is now the lead for Falcons as they supersede 3D Maxion Inferno, going up 11-10.
Oh, how has Masuta done that then? Fighting in the fire, is able to find Nico. That's an annoying death for Nico when a player is standing, consigned himself to death, but still takes you down. 4v4 very quickly. Gravity sees what's going on. A very quick maneuver for Falcons top middle. Exercise in pit. Kiyosake looking to entry. In fact, all 4 players going through short here with no hesitation. Good counter flashes, and Exercise gets 1, but only 1. It's going to have to be Gravity on site. Going to be powered up by that Mosquito. Maybe not on this occasion. It's only a 1-for-1. And Tessis and Kixan are going to be holding on. Lucky gets caught. Once again, Maka's in a clutch. And I think he's trying to line up util before he picks up the rifle. Yes, he is, but that Molotov has already missed, I'm afraid. This is pretty much impossible. And I think for Maka, unfortunately, he knows it. Tessis and Kixan, 2 kills apiece in this round to drag Falcons from the brink, from 9-3 behind to a 12-10 lead. Incredible.
Oh, what a display on this T side. I mean, it was right at the end of the first half. They were down 9-1. They won those last 2 rounds to somewhat salvage that CT side of theirs to make it 9-3. And now on this T side, they have just been unbeatable, unplayable, complete and utter domination. Again, so quick to pull the trigger on these opportunities that are presenting themselves, because you're just getting these opening kills that are then developing into plays. And these aren't calls out of spawn. These are them recognizing these situations on the fly and seizing the moment.
And now, 3D Max are having to rely on the French guns. The French guns for the French team. 3 FAMASs, AWP and M4. And they somehow do what they haven't been able to do in the entire half, really, to get a handle holding a gun round. 3 top banana to begin. Maka will take his pot shot and fall away. Deep nade onto Nico as he finally makes his way into banana itself.
Oh.
Poor Nico's been taking so much damage doing these moves.
I was about to say that too. He's been a nade magnet in the second half so far. And despite his struggles, Falcons have still been brilliant on this T side. It's going to be Masuto, swings off the back of a flash, 3 players blind. Unfortunately, he doesn't get that first kill cleanly enough, so Masuto will go down to m0NESY, who had just regained his vision. And that will at least trade things out. It's going to be Kyosuke, who swings middle. Ecstasy's caught in transition. It's all on Gravity's shoulders. Pressure coming through from both sides of apartments, but he's not going to get checked by Tessis. Remains in Boiler Room, and Falcons actually want to shift their focus away from A and instead commit to the original plan. Gravity finds that kill, but he's never going to expect Tessis to be in pit or at least on the balcony already, and that carves a path into the safe bomb site.
And that could be it. Nico's waiting for Lucky to peek forward as well. There's a rotation caught. Oh boy, 3D Max will be hurting, and it's not just Gravity's forearm, I'm afraid. They had full control of Inferno, and Maka knows it's over. Falcons, an incredibly impressive recovery with some big moments from both m0NESY and Kyosuke. Nico's got this one dead to rights, you would think, and there's the instant headshot. Falcons find a way. It was not easy by any stretch of the imagination, but that was incredibly impressive.
Oh, just exceptional there from Falcons coming up to get the job done. I mean, there would have been a lot of pressure on them with all the conversations that have been going around lately, with a lot of people talking about what sort of form we're going to get from Falcons. And then they start 9-1, 9-3 on the half, and they go on to win the map 13-10. They even had some breathing room to spare at the end of the map there.
Incredible, right? I mean, it's really painful for 3D Max because 9-3 lead, only 1 round on that CT side. You know, Inferno can, occasionally be a little bit T-sided, but that's more an online CS. It's a bit more CT on LAN. Well, it didn't look that way, did it? An incredible recovery. And now going on to Ancient Matt, I feel like for me that's a little bit of a worry going forward, because even though Falcons don't play it a whole lot, they're on form right now.
The pounding heart of Esports beats louder here at Katowice. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. No, it's unbelievable! Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens. Katowice, we are back!
Placement matches set your starting point. Face It rating measures your impact as you climb. The soft ELO reset narrows the gap between the highest ELO players and the rest of level 10. Your starting point will be based on your recent ELO inactivity. We're introducing Face It rating, so you can see exactly how much you stack up against others at your level. Face It rating measures how much your actions have increased your team's chances of winning the match, taking into account the full situation. Season 8 launches April 22nd. Good luck and have fun.
As luzes piscando, o clima tá pegando fogo. A giga no corpo, é só jogo, jogo, jogo. 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 As luzes piscando, o clima tá pegando fogo. A giga no corpo, é só jogo, jogo, jogo. 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 Jogo, 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 jogo. Shake, 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 shake. Shake, 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 shake. Shake, 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 shake. Shake, 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 shake.
You wanna come with me? I can see it in your eyes. It's a feeling that you can't deny. I'll bring you high so deep, so we can feel alive. Leave the world behind. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe.
cosmic, life a sinless truth. I swear I saw the light. I pushed the button, a flying saucer in outer space. Only love can bring me face to face with. I swear I saw your eyes. I felt it coming, a UFO that I could taste. Only love can bring me face to face with you. I swear I saw the sun in your eyes.
A 9-3 lead for 3D Max on map 1 of Inferno gets away from them, and we have a Mosquito replay. Ecstasies, look at that. It flies past his head a couple of times. Is that the culprit that caught Gravity on the arm? Who knows, Matt?
Oh, I saw him gravitating in that direction. Maybe, just maybe, that was the guilty party that set us back. Either way, 3D Max are guilty of letting a massive lead get away from them. They were up 9-1. From that point, they only won one more round, while Falcons won 12. 12 out of 13 going Falcons' way saw them win on Inferno. 13-10 going up 1-0 in the series.
And Matt, I think I have to take a point here and say, with all the noise surrounding all the things on Twitter, we all know what it's about. It's Carrigan. Kicksan called a brilliant T-half of Inferno. That was, it could not have been more of a tough situation for him with everything that's being spoken about right now. And the fact they were that far behind and about to have another calamity. He recovered it brilliantly, and that T-side was incredibly well drilled.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And it was a very impressive display from him and the team. Monosy and Kyosuke were in brilliant form once the team got going on Inferno. They were unplayable, and they're going to try and continue that form here into Ancient. Kyosuke has been blinded up. This is all a ruse. This is all to try and draw the attention away from the B-bomb site. It's worked the trick. 3D Max have bitten down on the fake, and that means Falcons get a completely vacant B-bomb site.
This is such a tough retake now. Made really a lot worse by the fact that Lucky is 17 HP with no armor, and he's the kit carrier. Look at Exercise jumping around, trying to activate, but it's Nico and Monosy that will do it. Big triple kill from Nico, who's very quiet on Inferno. It's a great way to start on Ancient.
Oh, cheeky fake does the trick. Perfectly done there. 3D Max were none the wiser. They thought it was just that straight up A exec from spawn. They weren't even able to get any kills on the fakers over at A. That certainly didn't help. And then I love the decision here from Falcons to just push all the way forward and play up close to the smoke here to take the duels with these 3D Max players while they're gray screen trying to get back into the bomb site. Like I said on Inferno, if that comeback happened for Falcons, you would imagine they've got all the momentum behind them to get the job done in 2. You were highlighting 3D Max have obviously played a tournament prior to this event at IEM Rio here. They were at Bucharest, and that maybe did give them a little bit more comfortability coming into the server, and I think that was the case in the first 10 rounds, but now Falcons have got their mojo.
Yeah. And something that I have to mention, which you picked up on halfway through the second half, actually, of Inferno. Lucky on the T side of Inferno went 17-6. That's 17 kills, 6 deaths. The 2.71 rating. On CT, he went 0-9 with a 0.25 rating. He could not have been more absent in that second half, and that did not help 3D Max's case.
I wonder if there's ever been such a big discrepancy between ratings between halves on a single map. Like, that might be a record. What's that, like 2.49 difference in the ratings?
Pretty much.
That's insane. I mean, he still ended the map with a 1.53 without getting a single kill in the second half. I've never seen anything like it.
Incredible, right? Who would have thought? Not something you see all too often. Now, with the force dealt with for Falcons, only a couple of saved weapons. Just that Mag 7 on Exercise, and that's it. 3-0 start is going to be locked in.
Bit of a gamble attack here from 3D Max over towards the B bomb site. Some upgraded pistols, no real threat on paper. Nico's already almost matched his tally on Inferno here in the first 3 rounds of Ancient. He's pitched up to play. Saw him smiling as well between rounds, so he's even feeling it here once again as well.
Yeah, that's very important for the mojo of Falcons at the moment. Does Mag 7 get anything? Exercise is trying to be a nuisance. There's 1 kill from the P250, but I think that's all we're going to get. Again, big damage, actually. It's 2 rounds in a row we've seen that, but they refuse to feed Exercise what would be the $900 kill reward. I think it still is. I think it's the XM that got a kill reward lowered, if memory serves me correctly. I could be wrong.
Unfortunately, he's not going to get any reward from the round as he goes down, backstabbed by Kyosuke. Just 2 kills in the 3 rounds here for 3D Max. Cannot allow for Falcons to get too far ahead here before they start to get the engine turning over, because I already spoke about in the previous map how difficult it is to make comebacks happen when you're the underdog. You need to start strong here if you're 3D Max and keep Falcons within arm's reach.
Yeah, and they need something from their new man Masuta as well. I mean, people might forget he is a IEM winner back at IEM Winter in 2021 with Vitality at the time. They're going to try and charge their way into the A bomb site here. Falcons not holding anything back on what is the proper opening gun round. Nico will get that molly into the back of Donut eventually, trying to get damage on that right corner where Exercise is playing from. They have got the bomb down. It's a 4v4 on the retake. Exercise does have that 1 kit. He's going to wait in Donut while his 3 teammates work through CT. And he needs to make sure he stays alive, because that 1 kit, if it's dropped, completely changes the complexion of this round. But maybe there'll be no complexion at all. Maybe Tesses kills everyone. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Not even setting foot in the bomb site there for 3D Max as they attempt the retake. They end up in Temple and they meet God, courtesy of Tesses. He gives them a 1-way ticket as they say their prayers unanswered on the scoreboard here as they remain on zip. Falcons race to 4. I'm loving the calling here from Kicksand Trav. I'm loving the acceleration, looking to kick 3D Max when they're down. They know they don't have to be super deep with their approach or overly strategic. Right now, the brute force approach is working the trick.
Indeed. And Tesses keeps hold of that A1S on the T side and uses it to great effect. Beautiful work. Gorgeous triple. Brutal and brilliant.
Take a leaf out of Zonic's book. Nice, Renee.
Let's see if we can hear any of the player comms. I think they're a little bit too quiet on this occasion.
You speak French, Trav?
Oui. That's all I have.
I don't know if, I was going to say, not sure I believe you further than just that one. Either way. That is going to be half by coming through from 3D Max. Still lacking kills desperately with 3 kills in 4 rounds. 3 kills, Max, more like it. But obviously with the max round loss bonus behind them, they've been able to tie up a little bit more here. Still an eco, but there's MP9s and 5.7s. Combined with that 1 saved rifle. But still the opening kills going Falcons' way.
Decapitated by MOUZ is Masuta. Oh, what a clear from Tesses. I mentioned about pre-aiming earlier. His pre-aims have been on point today. He went around off of 1 alone on Inferno earlier to instigate a lot of that Falcons comeback. Lucky's found 1, but MOUZ will continue to deliver. Not miss when put under pressure. Exercise will finally put him down, though. And hang on. This is a bit disconnected from Falcons here. It's back down to a 2v2. They're allowed a bomb plant. Kickstand, you can't plant there, mate. Have to rotate around and play it behind the box. Nico is watching for the Exercise rotation, though, and now Nico's turning up. Wow. What a clean start for him. He's bursting heads away as if it's 2016.
Yeah, 8-0 start for him. He's got that Harrier Hawk kill streak heading into a chopper gunner. 3 more for that, and then maybe even the nuke. 3D Max getting blasted out of the server. And Trav, you know me. I like to do this thing where we add some numbers together. I'm not going to do the kills again. This one, I'm going to add the numbers for 3D Max from that 9-1 point on Inferno till this point here, 5 rounds into Ancient. They have won one of the past 18 rounds.
God damn. That doesn't read nicely, does it? Might as well show the white flag. Sorry, bad French joke. Apologies. Any French viewers out there? You are free to insult me. In French, so I don't know what it means.
All right. Well, they got to turn up soon. Rot already starting to set in, and we're only 5 rounds deep here on Ancient.
Okay, come on 3D Max. I want to see something from you here. I want to have a good game. I don't want to walk over. Lucky is burning a lot. Oh my word, only just gets the smoke down in time. That forces Exercise's hand to go for the peak on Tesses, and Masuta will find Nico trying to just creep through that Jaguar smoke. So that will be something to work with, finally. 5v2, Kixan and MOUZ. And MOUZ gets something done here. He cannot. It's a great flash to give him no chance whatsoever. Now, Kixan is wondering where all my friends have gone. And unfortunately, in a few months, he might be thinking the same thing.
Yeah, all my friends are dead. It's the first time we've seen Falcons look to try and go for mid-take here on this T side. And it's really good to see that 3D Max haven't gone into a shell. That they're still recognizing CT side of Inferno. You've got to be keen to brawl. You've got to be on the front lines taking those early duels. You can't afford for that space to just be taken from you off the rip. So they play on those front lines, and they meet Falcons in the battleground of middle, and then they win all those early duels very convincingly.
Yeah, Falcons are still large and in charge, but it's a start for 3D Max. And also, the most important thing, if they can keep all 5 players alive here, that'll make a big difference. Lucky able to get his one before he had to deal with that Molotov, and that's how Masuta stopped Nico from working his way through. Xan would like to save. It's not the end of the world. If he dies after time in some way, shape or form, he's still got 8 grand in the bank, so it's fine. He will keep his AK and a molly and a smoke. And a karambit.
Carried across as well for good measure. At least 3D Max are now off the mark. Needs to be a hell of a lot more where that came from. But maybe that can kickstart their campaign here on Ancient. Do we see Falcons just going back to that brute force approach into an extremity of the map? Or do they look to try and run it back and find some success in middle, which obviously wasn't the case in the previous? It does look like they're going to try and run it back turbo. 2.0 here in round 7, and this time it will be MOUZ to draw first blood. Kyosuke continues where MOUZ left off, and he doubles down on entry duty. Round over.
Oh, well, there we go. Naka, what have you got? Something crazy? Oh, imagine that could have been a triple collateral, but in the end it's absolutely nothing. And MOUZ desperate to try and take him out of the round. Look at that little cheeky grin.
Yeah.
The team kill means nothing. It's round over.
What a duo they were on Inferno. They were just outstanding. Pick up whatever superlative you want. Brilliant, fabulous. They were unplayable on that previous map once Falcons got going. And they manhandle 3D Max here in towards middle. Straight back to winning ways. Immediately swatting 3D Max back to square one.
It's a very...
Much like Gravity should have done to that Mosquito.
Unfortunately. There's a replay from MOUZ's POV. Sorry, mate. But, yeah, I think it's so interesting how Kyosuke is evolving on this team. I mean, as we said before, it was absolutely lights out in Spirit Academy. He spent plenty of time on Falcons now. He's had time to acclimatise, and he's really learning his role. And sure, you can't be lights out in Tier 1 all the time. He does have a little bit of a fall-off, but it's not massive. That's what these talents can continue to show us. And MOUZ's going to try and do it again. Pushing up ramp. There's a bit of a line. No committal by Falcons at any point here. The bomb still dropped in spawn. Red Room smoke in to block the Maka vision.
Yeah, but more of a measured approach coming through here from Falcons this time. Oh, m0NESY gets some info that one player's departed, but Maka has missed a sitter. m0NESY's been offered a new lease on life. He should be a dead man. He's going to pack his bags and get the hell out of there. They have got Tesses posted in on Red Room, so maybe that's the linchpin that they're looking to take advantage of. Or just double pump here in towards this B bombs like big Jewel going Exorcis's way. That's going to make life a lot more difficult here for Falcons on this B exec.
Maka naded, smoked, flashed, and now Tesses is in a great position. That nade actually does find Exorcise, and that's clean on Masuta. Now full control already. It's all unlucky. He's in a power position. This is the last place to usually be cleared in a site take like this, but he needs multiple or one and stay alive. That's pretty good. Able to do some damage. In fact, big damage on Nico, but he does peek a bit more. But the lucky incendiary has burnt out Nico. That bomb plant is not coming through. 6 seconds. Now it will finally be activated behind the boxes, but Gravity's not there to deny it, and now m0NESY has a chance with the AWP drawn. Gravity needs this kill, and he will find it. Now a 1v1. Gravity versus Tesses. Nade lineup is in play, but Gravity will peek ahead of it. Doesn't matter. Tesses, ever reliable. Triple kill, 7-1.
Oh man, he just holds his nerve. He doesn't overplay his hand. He waits for his opportunity to pounce. He's the one who cuts off that rotation from Maka by just standing out in the open. Cool as a cucumber. Oh, we got to do them dirty. We got to show that replay of Maka missing that shot. It was a catastrophic miss because that's what allowed for Falcons to still have the numbers to then shift over towards that A bomb site. It was a really good call. It was Tesses who even gave them that option in the first place. Lucky does everything he can with his couple of kills from A main, but ultimately his effort's still in vain. As Falcons go 7 out of 8 here, as they're in complete control of map 2 in pursuit of the 2-0.
Yeah, it feels like Falcons are just playing with freedom right now. I mean, I think it's a French saying, right? Is it joie de vivre? It's like just playing with freedom, enjoyment. Right now, the French aren't doing any of that. And look, you can talk about all the conversations that are being had around this team at the moment. Can't take away what a brilliantly called game this has been from Kixan. Showing what he's made of.
Loved how they've shifted through the gears on this T side so far. We've seen a vast variety so far in terms of how they've gone about their business, and this time it's going to be back to the good old faithful Nico go kill. Straight up ramp. And then he pauses, looking to try and make 3D Max uncomfortable and then try and punish the response. And it's going to be Masuta who goes searching. Lucky to still have his head on his shoulders. But Nico's now going to call for the team, the troops, to follow suit and flood on in.
Bit rough from Gravity. Maybe he felt like he had to force the issue there. But now that means bomb site lost. Nico, and Kixan are both going to push into cave to make sure Lucky just doesn't spam that wood any further. No hesitation. Exercise, see you later. Kixan having a bit of fun himself. If you remember, back in the old days of... they're already way on the hunt, by the way. Look how quickly they're looking to try and chase down Masuta and Maka. Let's just see this before I make my point, because Masuta's in trouble. They get a dink on Nico, but not the kill. Now Maka is stuck. He's got many players around him, and Kixan will get it comfortably. Do you remember on, when on Apex in particular, when Kixan was coming through, what really put him on the map was how well he would play as like an entry fragging in-game leader. He's not really that kind of player anymore, but that was a kind of a flash of it.
Yeah, rolling it back a little bit in that regard and able to flex his muscles as well in that capacity. I remember when they were at that Blast Paris Major on this very map against NIP when they made that ridiculous comeback happen. I think they were down like 14-5. Obviously, this was CSGO. And then they were able to come all the way back to win the map 16-14 and eliminate NIP in the process. That was one of their crazy results on that insane run they had up until the semi-finals.
Yeah, well, showing a little bit of it here, when maybe he needs to put himself in the shop window. Who knows? Honestly, we'll miss that shot as Lucky goes for the jiggle, but it's only a wiggle. No shot connected. Nico holding defensively outside the B doors, waiting to see if Falcons try and take lane.
I mean, look at the respect here from Falcons. Now just recognizing, okay, this is going to be the light buy from 3D Max. So we know there's no need for us to forcefully try and take any control. We can just try and play back, try and get an idea of what the CTs are trying to do in the round, and then we can start to take some shape.
Already on the edge of Donut. It's going to be an A split, surely. There are 2 players on the other side of this, but they just don't have much on this half investment from 3D Max. It's not a bad position to play from, but they're going to need more than the 1, and it's only the 1. Nico still lurking around. Very nice spray. Looking to find one more. Doesn't get it this time. But who cares? The round's over again.
He was shooketh that he didn't actually get that kill there. The Nico player cam will always be a form of entertainment in itself. Masuta just hoping to hold on to this AK. 9-1, the imminent scoreline. This was the half buy. I mean, 3D Max is going to be hoping and praying they can replicate what Falcons did, and that's 9-3 on the half, because that's the best they could do from here.
Yeah, it was such a good look early on in the series, but now we're looking a bit more at the 3D Max that fell to some really surprising teams in that rush to try and qualify for Cologne. This is a good job for Masuta, but it's only consolation kills. Falcons are swimming in money, and they all go down in the end. And yeah, I mean, some of the losses they took, it was Focus, a new Focus team, definitely an exciting one to keep an eye on. Phantom, which is the old Polish 9 core, some of you might remember. It's Minio, Kylar, and Kay. Also them in Urban Open Riga. I think Focus there too. And they had one final chance at Parken, at the local Danish LAN in Season 3 of Parken, but they lost to Bestia and Bait. Those were the must-win games that ended their Cologne hopes. Bait and 3D Max have been going back and forth in those matchups for a very, very long time, actually. It seems that they play each other a hell of a lot, and those games in particular were the important major deciding results. And Bait won them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just brutal for them that it kind of fell apart right at the bitter end. I mean, obviously there's been the announcement that came out that for the major in Singapore at the end of the year, the cutoff is going to be a lot closer to the major date itself. And unfortunately, if that was the case for this major as well, 3D Max may have crept in. But that is how the cookie crumbles. Now, there was a tack timeout called before we come into round 11. Is that going to make any sort of difference here for 3D Max? Is the game already too far gone? You would imagine that it is, with Falcons getting 9 on this T side, regardless of what happens in these last few. Oh, Exorcist tries to venture back into middle through the smoke, but Kiyosuke was already in such an advanced position, it results in a free frag.
Some people might look at the scoreboard on HLTV end of this game and think to themselves, okay, Kiyosuke had a 5 and 8 T-side or whatever, but obviously could improve with it final few rounds of the half. But he's had many impactful kills on his push-outs of mid, and everyone's chipped in for Falcons. That's the main thing that's really promising for them. It's not been a one-man show in any way. Good flank from Gravity. Looking to try and put the pressure on ever further. Monazi just gets behind the line, though. Back to the CT AWP angle. Does miss the flick. There's a 3v2 for 3D Max, but not any longer. And that kill is the key one. Oh, it's so painful for 3D Max. That frag allows Tesses to take the bomb over to A. Then Monazi holds to the rotation. And Masuta is like, how did that go wrong at that pace?
And Monacy will even hammer it home with that last shot. Now, he missed a couple of shots, but the key detail there for Falcons was that Monacy checked back into lane, and he saw 2 players on the flank. Sure, he didn't get the kill on either of them, but he then recognized our best course of action is to fight into the deep lines of the B bomb site. If we can get the kill on the rotator, we have a free path into that A bomb site. Great kill from Tesses onto Lucky. Lucky does everything he can. He knows he has to swing to try and take the fight on his own terms. Tesses is just better, and it's a brilliant decision being made there from Falcons to wrap around onto A and get the job done.
What are you supposed to do about this? Nico is 12 and 4. We've got Monazi 10 and 4, Kixan 10 and 4, and Tess is 10 and 3. That is the most even set of score lines on Falcons I think I may have ever seen in any official at any big event.
Yeah, you're not wrong, mate. It's a super even kill distribution across the board here. Everybody chipping in and contributing in big ways. 3 rounds away from opening up their IEM Rio 2026 campaign with the win. It's down to Exorcist to try and hold it over at A, and he will at least find the kill, but Nico's dominating them on the opposite side of the map. lurking and living rent-free in their heads. Nico with a hell of a half. It's Falcons who have bounced back since they've gotten the ball rolling here in Rio. They have been unstoppable. Rolling 3D Max out of the server and bossing the series.
You have to understand how things are up here.
Oh no, do that there, touch them toe, earthquake with it. No, no, do that there, touch them toe, earthquake. Oh no, do that there, touch them toe, earthquake with it. No, no, do that there, touch them toe, earthquake.
Falcons are in full flight. I'm sure when 3D Max were 9-3 up, they didn't think they'd find themselves in a position like this. They are dominating the French side at the moment, and all the individuals of Falcons are stepping up in brilliant fashion. They're having a great time, and I'm not sure I've seen a singular map where all five pretty much have delivered so consistently.
They've won 23 of the past 25 rounds of Counter-Strike played in the series against 3D Max. They have just completely manhandled their opponents. They're just 2 rounds away from getting the job done and progressing in the upper bracket, and it's going to be Maka to set this pistol round in motion.
Yosuke will go down, even though he's only going 5 and 10. All his 5 kills were pretty nice in that first half. But hang on a second. The opening pick for Maka could still be an issue because Monazy's playing close range with those dualies. That's very hard to trade. Masuta's done a good job, at least gives him a chance, but look how low he is. Tessa's Kicksan and Nico are trying to run them down. Good flank from Maka. That P250 does activate, but now they're trying to pressure him, and Kicksan will get that kill. And all of a sudden, it's Kicksan versus Masuta. 7 HP to win the clutch. This is so hard. 1 bullet anywhere. It could be in the arm and a jump. That's not going to be working. And he's like, wait, thanks for the freebie, my friend. And everything is going Falcon's way.
He even stopped to look at Monos. He's like, "Do you see that one, mate? I can do it as well."
What was that
They're all
about?
loving it. Yeah, he literally just paused and glanced over at his homies. Oh, man. I mean, opening kill, sure, was decent. He had a solid flank as well to try and throw a spanner into the works. Masuta was really low on health, though, and Kicksan finishes it off in style, which results in 11 map and series points here for Falcons.
I wonder if Masuta actually tried to jump headshot him, because he was 7 HP and was like, well, what else is going to work here? I'm not sure, but I hope it's a mistake for his sake, because it didn't look too smart. Anyway, 12-1. What an incredible map. Running riot are Falcons, and 3D Max have this disconnected buy that comes with that bomb plant in the pistol. Good opening from Kicksan, already flashed in by Monazi in toward lane. And they don't want to let up. They want this one done ASAP. There's Kyosuke tapping away, bursting away with ease. Now knows where 2 or 3 more players are coming from and does overstay his welcome, but they still have a 4v3.
Haven't even broken a sweat here on Ancient, have Falcons. Breeze their way through this one, wind under their wings. Certainly was a challenging affair at the start of the series, but they have not looked back since then.
Nico playing this one properly, not even wanting to give up anything for free, even with a 12-1 lead. That is the consummate professional he is. Apart from when he breaks desks, but we can forgive him.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you were on the brink of winning a 1v5 and you lost to Apex when he wasn't looking the right way, probably would as well.
Fair enough. All right, 30 seconds left. Is it 30 seconds left of 3D Max's series? Working their way in for a B plate. Bomb is in cave. Monazi with the A4, holding the angle. Now has Kicksan in support. Here the players crossing. Now lineup should be coming through, and there it is. Absolutely nothing for 3D Max. Ever since they were 9-3 up, they disappeared. And I'm sure it wasn't the Mosquito. It was Falcons playing damn good Counter-Strike. All of them are stepping up. All of them are playing well. And look, I argued it earlier. Dead team buff is a real thing, but they look alive right now.
I mean, that was one of the most impressive performances once Falcons got going. I mean, obviously, they were very slow to start. They were down 9-1. They were just getting completely manhandled by 3D Max. But then once they actually got the engine turning over, they were unbeatable. They literally won. I mean, let's just think the numbers here. 12 plus 13, 25 out of 27 rounds from that 9-1 scoreline.
Unreal. I mean, I haven't seen a game as dominant as that for a long time. I mean, some of you may know, me and Matt cast a lot of online Counter-Strike, which can often go too long. Way too long. And it's all a bit of a slop fest. This one was some pure talent on show. And yes, 3D Max outclassed in every way, shape and form. Tactically, I have to give a huge shout out to Kicksan. Look at those shots from Nico, by the way, in that round at the end of the first half. Kicksan from 9-3 behind on that T side of Inferno, he was superb. And that calling instigated not just winning map 1, but map 2 as well.
And then just such incredible form from everybody else individually. I mean, that trio, obviously, of Kyosuke, Monacy, and Nico were just lights out on Ancients. I feel like there was a huge amount of impact that came through from Tesses as well. You know, think about the lurks and the options he constantly gave the team to shift away from the original game plan and just give them a bit of a lifeline in some of those situations as well. Was really good out of him. I mean, everything looked super good once they got going, and that's a great way for them to begin their campaign here at IEM Rio.
Yeah, for 3D Max, it's a bit of a frustrating one, right? Because they had a really good run in Bucharest. They made the semi-finals. It's kind of a run they desperately needed to gain some relevancy back in the VRS. But we'll get back onto that a little bit later, because Zonic is ready for an interview with us after what was an incredibly impressive performance. Thank you, Zonic, for taking the time to speak to us. Great performance. And considering the outside noise right now, you must be very proud of Kicksan and your boys.
Yeah, I mean, I think we did really well. Apart from first half on first map, I think it is a little bit of a tendency that we have. Maybe we need to talk a little bit about the routines that we have as a team, but also with the players, because it also happens in practice that first map of the day is not the best. And I'm happy that we managed to reset after first half and then had some maybe 2 strong T sides.
The individuals looked really good. You guys were able to bounce back super nicely from that 9-1 deficit. Was there anything that was said, or was it just that slow start to tournaments that you guys normally have? Or was there any certain moment there to kind of get the boys back in line, and that's what caused the big improvement?
First of all, I think losing the second round is never nice, especially on the CT side. And then we couldn't really follow up, and then we lost the first round. And I felt that people got a bit more hesitant, didn't communicate well, did not make good individual decisions. Were playing like it was just easy for 3D matches to pick off one by one. And I think we addressed this. I tried to also talk with them a little bit in the halftime, saying that, hey, we can do better, because it was not good enough. We were just making poor decisions, and now it's just one round at a time. 9-3 is a little bit like 11-4, so it's never over until it's over. And we managed to win, the best round on T side, and then the game can quickly be back on track. And yeah, I was really pleased to see how we stepped up communication-wise, decision, great calls from Kixen as well. So it was good.
What would you say went so right on Ancient? Because that was pure domination, right? I mean, from the very beginning, I was surprised for me how many of your individuals were just lights out, which is not often the case, unfortunately. It's usually maybe 2 or 3, 1 or 2. That was perfect calling throughout the entire map. Is there something that you think 3D Max didn't do well to counter you, or is it just Falcons farming?
I mean, I think we obviously picked a map. We have seen a lot of their previous games. We knew them coming here. I feel a little bit bad for them because they just came from Bucharest. I think they arrived yesterday evening, so maybe not that much time to adjust. We knew if they were trying something different, it would most likely be something aggressive, and I think we were very good at punishing. And as you say, if the players are hitting on all cylinders, it's going to be tough, especially also on the map like Ancient, where you just win your fights, whether it's mid or towards B. So yeah, it was good to see that we didn't have a similar start as on first map, and it was a little bit more cruise control.
All right, Zonic. Well, that's all from us for now. Thank you for joining us for a bit of a conversation, man. And, well, if that's the form we're going to get out of Falcons for the rest of the tournament, it is going to be very exciting. You've now booked a date with Spirit in your next match. Maybe a chance at revenge. We'll have to see. But for now, thank you very much, and we'll catch you again soon.
Thank you, guys.
Good stuff. Falcons looking like they're going to be a little bit stronger maybe in this event. We shall see. Who knows? Of course, we want to see them play well, because maybe a Falcons that plays that well is a contender to Vitality. You never know, right?
The thing is, they've got to be at that level. They've got to be right up at that level for the entire series if there's going to be even a slim chance of them contesting, right? But when it's on, boy, does it look exceptional.
It does indeed, but we are done for now. Our shift is over. We've got 2 more BO3s to come. Some very exciting matches, Aurora and, of course, MOUZ in play as well. HOTU and Legacy will be looking to try and cause a bit of an upset. We'll be handing over the reins to Neo and Squid for those. See you in a bit.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable! Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens. Katowice! We are back!
Saw 2 players, did Sizzy. It's wonderful. Up next, and he's going to hit his on the AWP. Quick work made over this B play, and a 5v2. You're trying to plug in the numbers, but You knew there were multiple players back there in Cave. It's too much to deal with for Bait.
Golf clap for Blade. I mean, everything's going perfectly for Na'Vi. The way they played that round is excellent. Conceding the plant, not a necessity, but just Na'Vi trying to min-max in that round and play it as safe as possible. Wonderful ahead of the utility, picking one, surviving. Na'Vi using their numbers together, ensuring nothing can go wrong in these rounds. Even the Cave player doubled up. So trade is really nice from Alexi. He started strong. That double in the pistol, double in this round. There are 0 complaints for Na'Vi at this point.
You feel like you've already caused Bait just a whole host of problems. You've both shut down the mid-take, but even in rounds where they get away with the space, it's not been able to net them anything yet. Now to just one of these A walkouts and again into the wonderful orb. This time he's got backup. Makazi riding shotgun and the full rotate arrives. It's only Essential left. His teammates get turned to dust on the other side of the map.
Yeah, the issue is Essential is hoping his team survives so he can actually play in the late round. He doesn't really throw any utility or cause any commotion on this side of the map. So Na'Vi are so ready for that A play. They anticipate it. If Essential is causing a bit more commotion, maybe there's not 3 rotates in position in time. But Na'Vi are more than willing to run through that donut smoke when Wonderful finds his double opening kill. And trade is the game here for Na'Vi. No good deed going unpunished from Bait. 6-0 start. Still utter dominance in every one of these rounds. Bait haven't even killed more than 2 players in a round yet. And Wonderful, I mean, everyone's talking about Makazi for obvious reason. He's had an incredible 2026, starting this year with an MVP and with some just great moments. But Wonderful's also been a lot more reliable, I think, for this team, which is obviously going to bring up your floor. We've seen what an AWPer who can't be consistent will do to any squad. And in a time where we have so few AWPers of the elite level, it's really nice to see Wonderful be consistent, be reliable.
The Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, and DHL.
Hello everybody, welcome back into IEM Rio here. We are continuing on with the action on this first day. Of course, the Group B getting further and further underway here, Nao, and I think very much looking forward to getting into this matchup, honestly. I think that there's, real potential for this one to go the distance and to be really exciting. We've got a MOUZ that's down on its luck. We've got a Legacy with a very high ceiling that they've maybe not quite had as much consistency finding this year, but we do know it's in there.
Yeah, exactly that. And we've seen some really good performances from Legacy. We casted them go the full distance at CAC. They follow that tournament with a finals at Bucharest as well. This is a side that have the makings to be a very, very decent team on their day, and they love a little upset as well. So I have a feeling there could be something brewing here. And on home soil as well, who knows? Oh, we always love a fan favorite on the home soil as well. So you never know. It could be quite interesting. I'm really looking forward to this game. 2 top 20 teams with a lot at stake in this specific tournament, especially in this run up to the major.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, just kind of the passion I think that they're able to give us on that Legacy side is obviously a lot of fun and can create some unpredictable matchups. We obviously have the MOUZ side here, and yeah, certainly I think Trouble in Paradise definitely works. Some really great results for them this year, and then also some pretty rough ones as well, right?
Yes.
Like going out pretty early in Pro League where it felt like they had that runway for them, then Blast Open Rotterdam after that was also pretty egregious, Seems like they really took a hit in the Pro League finals. It didn't go well. So it's been a rough few tournaments for them, but we also know that they are very, very consistent in those top 4 finishes.
And of course, there is the rumor mill ever churning, especially in the run-up to a major and what's going to happen following that Cologne as well. And the rumor's been floating around that there might be a little bit of a change of the guard in the leadership. Magisk might be taking the reins here for this MOUZ side. So is this the kind of one of the last few times we get to see this full 5 of an iteration before they do make that change and bring in a bit of a veterancy in the IGL department as well? You know, essentially one of the most successful players who ever even touched this game.
Yeah, no, 100%. And it would be great to see him come back, to be honest. I think he was maybe the logical player to take out of, you know, the Falcons roster in particular. And then, I don't know, the Astralis project just kind of doomed. So we've not seen the last of him yet, I would feel.
I agree.
So hopefully into this MOUZ team and a bit of a change up. It seems like all the you know, Astralis guys wanting to stick around but willing to also change. We've got Glaive in the coaching role and whatnot. So maybe, yeah, Magisk can help out here. But a conversation for a little bit later. How much later? We don't rightly know. Is it going to be leading into the major? Maybe, right?
That's it.
But yeah, obviously into this matchup, it is with Brollan at the moment. We've got the map pool as well for you guys. A bit of a veto that I think does get kind of interesting just because MOUZ have a couple pain points in this one. I would imagine the Anubis goes out, but we'll see. We'll see. You know, could get a nuke in there as a punish. We'll find out.
And flip side as well for Legacy, they have a couple of maps which they really like to lean into. I think in particular as well, while it might not be their highest win rate, Dust has just always been this Legacy map. Like as long as we've been casting them for the last sort of 6 to sort of 9 months, for example, like this has been the map that they've been looking into a hell of a lot. And they've been playing some really good Counter-Strike on Dust too. So I'd be very surprised to see that. You've got those handshake maps as well, with they both share kind of similar win rates. Inferno, the Mirage as well. I'd be very surprised if you don't see Mirage. Like, you come in towards this game, both of them sitting on kind of 9 times played, 78% win rate. They're loving life on that. So I would be very surprised if it doesn't get played in this. Maybe even picked in by MOUZ. That is also a potential. Or what feels like probably the smarter thing is that float. So we do get the Inferno. That was the other handshake. Again, for this decider, I'd just be so surprised if we just don't get the Mirage here. It just feels like naturally where this veto has to lead because of these pain points you're talking about.
Yeah, it's quite a clever ban, I think, from Legacy. It's worth noting. You know, the Overpass with the 100% win rate and whatnot for MOUZ.
There we go.
But they maybe could have potentially played it themselves, could have had a game plan for that, but they ban it away. And yeah, I think it does just mean, therefore, that MOUZ have to kind of get creative with where they want to lean, or they have to play into the hands of Legacy. So with that Mirage coming in as the decider, if it is needed, I think Legacy have sort of won out the veto there. It's quite happy to say, and I think that they also will feel that way. There's, you know, going to be a few results in there that I think MOUZ might just have a bit more consistency, a bit more against, you know, the top level players. But yeah, I think certainly this could be a really, really, really good matchup, and hopefully going to go all the way to 3.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you as well. I'll be looking forward to kind of seeing how this one pans out. But I don't know, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this game kind of comes to fruition as well. Because just Legacy have the ability to be a really, really difficult side to play against. They can be super, super aggressive. Of course, that's what's going to happen when you're led by Art, right? This is the style of play that he likes to bring to the table. Very, very aggressive, very puggy in his nature. And for MOUZ as well, it can be quite difficult to deal with. Like, they are relentless on their day. And if you let this side, you know, essentially snowball a little bit, they can be so hard to stop.
No, it's very true. It is very, very true. I think this really could be a dangerous one. And, you know, maybe for the MOUZ that has the dead team walking, quote unquote, vibe going on. I mean, not the team, right? But like in terms of leadership, it's a big role to change up that certainly could have an effect. And I think we've also seen, you know, little bits come out about that. It's like, well, Brollan's not actually out and out the captain, out and out the only voice that's doing a lot of the talking, or that, you know, is keeping the energy up. So something's got to change in the MOUZ camp. They just don't rightly know where that's at. And obviously they've had great success, so it's hard to take a successful thing and make it riskily worse. We've got the start into the pistol here. The Julie's out for that CT side, pretty handily actually, able to find a couple of kills, but it's the A-bomb side that's lost a lot of control over here now. Nissim with a big find above that smoke. Looking pretty good. He's looking for more as well. Gets aggressive here. Not even got the bomb planted yet, but it feels like Legacy are in control of this one.
Yeah, got the numbers and got the space too. Speaking of the numbers of that, C4 get punched in as they look towards to lock down this A site. It's all on the shoulders of one man, and Yimfat has no chance. Seen off by Nissim, and that'll be a nice start for Legacy out the gates. Quite a punchy pistol round. Exactly what we expect out of Legacy. You know, this is the side that can really punch up above their weight, and that's what we're looking towards for them. So get out the gates nice and fast, and actually start to condition MOUZ into this sort of pacey style of play.
Yeah, it will definitely be their main approach. I think that's safe to say. Force buy coming out from MOUZ. See what they're able to find. They've lent towards B, unfortunately. Not quite working on paper, but we'll see. Kind of interesting that, you know, the T side blocking themselves off, but still making it look like just 1 or 2 players. So MOUZ still committing to this idea. They wanted to get aggressive in the upper tunnels, gain some information, maybe take some kills if they were there. But with that info, they should be able to heavily rotate players back around. And it's a slow build-up here from Legacy that will play into the hands. We kind of have this Inferno banana situation in Dust Too Long at the moment with this smoke that is just so common these days. The fight, however, all too tempting. Sadsin with a clean find onto the first.
The thing is, though, you can even see with Yimvat, who's pushed a little bit in towards tunnels, like he is the insurance policy to cut off rotations, kind of, I guess, coming back in a way towards that site, and he's going to realize sooner rather than later, like, especially as this time starts to tick, there's no one here. They're going to commit towards the A site, and this might be a bit of a massacre. The question is, who is it going to be for? Popshot with the Scout, running up close and personal with that 5-7, struggling to really deal with this Galil, as Dumal will deliver that first. Looks for more, and Dumal gets a second as well. He's piling the pressure on. Bersertian's here just to keep them on edge a little bit. Lato will add one of his own, leaves it all for Yimvat, and he was that player over towards B, and he's way too far away from the action now. So with that being said, this round's all but done. Bomb will go down momentarily. They're just going to look and make sure that he's nowhere near. That'll be that. I think for Yimvat, he wants nothing to do with this. He's going to keep out of that MP9, reuse it in towards the next round. But a 2-0 start for Legacy realistically should be a third on the board as well. There's not going to be a reinvestment from MOUZ. Perfect way to kickstart this Dust 2. It's the map that we expected to see from Legacy. At the moment, they're looking pretty clean.
Yeah, early doors for sure. But generally a good start. Just slowly winding up. I'm going to be an eco out into the next round, but MOUZ, it can be tough. I think Nissim in the pistol is the big difference maker at the moment. Beyond that, everything has kind of gone okay for them, I think. Still chiming in places, but just waiting for the game to pick up a little bit and find out whether or not Legacy are really able to match. But I think this is one of the games where you come in and you've got a few of these names now that are starting to really gain attention, but particularly with Art coming into this team, I think that they've maybe done a bit better at consistently punching up.
I agree.
And rather than just like fully vibing out, as it were, and, you know, really just relying on the aggression and the Brazilian style.
Yeah.
They do seem to have just a little bit more to them. Sure, they've been slightly figured out.
Yeah.
And maybe more respected by some of the top teams, but they're still able to really compete. And this is a game that they know they can win with all that experience and firepower involved.
Yeah, and, you know, one of the things I love about Legacy, win or lose, you know, these guys live and die by the sword. Like, this style of play that they bring to the table, there's not many teams that are really kind of opting for this. It's, you know, especially kind of over the last few years, very percentage-based Counter-Strike. They are a little bit looser in terms of running the calling style, but the play style and how they like to approach their CS. And it's always entertaining, whether they're on the kind of the winning end or the losing. Always guaranteed a decent game with them. So around that saved MP9, they've gone for a gamble stack towards B. 1 HE left for Brolin. This should be a simple one. You can kind of see the way that Legacy are posturing right now. This is an A split, and they're going to realize very soon no one's actually here.
Yeah. So an anticlimactic one, unfortunately. But, you know, again, Legacy playing quite cleverly, I feel. They've hit 3 rounds in a row now.
Yes.
In slightly different fashions, but not showing too much of their hand. Not showing too much of the tactical depth that hopefully they do have in the back pocket. Be a little worried if A was the only bomb site that they feel they could hit. But indeed, so far, keeping it simple. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. All these kinds of thought processes certainly coming in. And that's 4 players in the last round, 5 players in this round, so it's big money being made as well. MOUZ could very, very quickly see this one getting away from them.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, no complaints at the moment. How things are panning out thus far. This is the first real look. MOUZ in towards the first buy tools. He's going to bring out that AWP. It's technically a bonus buy for Legacy. Not expecting loads. They might go for a real basic B here, and this could be a bloodbath indeed. Art will open up proceedings as he flies out in towards this B site. Looking for a little more, Spinks under pressure, and he can only get one. Smoke down and Molly behind to cut that rotation towards window. And the smart decision here, MOUZ know that is a non-starter of a round. They're saving, and this is a 4th on the board. Legacy are not pulling any punches.
Yeah, it's really, again, it is quite simple, but it's quite clever. There's a bit of a concept in MOBAs called like a knowledge check, which is like when I hit level 6 and get my most powerful ability.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the timing of when I'm going to get that? Are you aware of what types of abilities a champion might have, right?
Sure.
And I think that that's something very similar in, you know, the high level of Counter-Strike, where it's like, are you aware we could still rush B here? Like, are you still prepared for that eventuality? And MOUZ just weren't. And it's a real sort of kick in the teeth for them to be like, okay, they've gone A 3 rounds in a row. Probably going to look to end A again, guys. How do we deal with that? And, you know, your B players might not even be communicating properly. And that's definitely what that looked like, because a lot of the focus was just on A. You've got Jim Fat on a swing and Spinks playing safe. It's like, we're not on the same page, like at all.
Yeah.
And you've just been pummeled there. And, yeah, immediately a timeout coming in. So I think they have just really been checked in terms of the... Are you ready for every single possibility?
Yeah, and let's be frank, for basically every team that is here at Rio, of all the teams, you have to actually be really ready for things like that from Legacy. Like, this is right in the wheelhouse for an art style of calling. It's great to see. Really, really fun. I'm actually surprised. The one thing I will say is that Legacy weren't actually a little bit more proactive on the hunt. Like, I'd be looking to kind of drop a couple of weapons there. You know, that round was all but guaranteed. The way they've exited as well, they've got Dumal kind of wrapping in towards spawn, the rest of the team falling through CT. You can be a bit more aggressive because there's no real gaps, right? You've covered everything. They can't kind of slip the net and go for a ninja diffuse of any sort. You would be able to find them in that rotation. So only maybe slight downsides, of course, with 3 staying alive plus loss bonus. MOUZ can just rebuy in, no issues. But for Legacy, those small little details, they're not going to sweat over them. What a no for them. Oh, Torzy spotted him. Needs to be careful here, Sadson. Don't do anything stupid. Oh, that was close. Very close, but Torzy misses the opportunity. He's forced off the angle, and Sadson will respond with a molly just to force him off that position.
Yep. Decent bit of utility. Bit more to MOUZ. It's good to see them getting aggressive early on as well. Just dig for some information. That's maybe what they have been lacking in the opening handful here, is just any kind of presence themselves. Lato. Thinking. They know there's someone around here.
Yeah.
Just how do you approach it? Oh, I'm going to chase that player down. They do get the trade out, but still looks good for the CT side, right? The setup and the timing of it all is just perfect.
Yeah, it is, Nissim. 18 to pounce through that smoke. They take all of this long control. I really wonder now, how does Nissim activate to support them? Art and Dumal are going to take a site. Oh, first up ramp as well. 40 seconds, they'll play your time, and Zershin going to get caught in transition. That's going to make life a little bit more difficult, especially with that molly coming down.
Yeah, this looks good now for me. There's 2 players flanking. Oh no. Surely been seen, but Nissim still finds it. He has to be traded here. Yeah, I was going to say, the way that that was all set up on paper, but they're just so very split, these remaining 2 CTs. Jimmy goes down as he's spotted easily. And it's Torji left 1v2 thinking, I know where one is. The other's the planter, but I didn't quite catch him, and I've got an orb. It just doesn't look good enough, so he's going to have to back away. MOUZ with a little more proactivity to them, but it still does not work out.
Yeah. Legacy. Love and life on this dust too, setting up a nice T side at the moment. I'll save those remaining 2 guns. It's moving out to long. It initially looked like it was falling a little flat, but it's just Zershin getting caught there. And this shot as well by Nissim is absolutely incredible. If he falls for nothing, numbers of answers on the retake for MOUZ, you probably back them to be able to take that. Following the attack timeout, nothing changes. Back into more success for Legacy, which is furthering the point of just how well this side can play on any given day.
Yeah.
Now we've got Sadson out in towards the AWP as well, so he's going to contest with Torzi, who's yet to get on the board.
Yeah, it's just never good, is it, when you see a timeout go south. Art does get taken down. I suppose on his teammate's head. What's he doing there? Sadzin was like AWPing lower and then Art's just on his head. I don't quite get that. But, you know, whatever. Just classic Art things.
Yeah.
They try and respond with some aggression out long here. That also goes south. So looking pretty good for MOUZ in this 5 versus 3 situation. Very early on as well. It should be a conversion.
Yeah, it should be. Very difficult to squander around like this. The only real gap that they can work with is up towards short. Was he keeping an eye on that with the AWP? So he's kind of perfectly primed. Make a difference. Listen. Join the group as it's just is feeling like it's going to be a pretty simple hit towards A. Also made a bit of noise there. I feel like Xerxian, as we can see him talking, might have heard that.
Could be anything though,
yeah,
thankfully.
Not pulled numbers. Yeah, exactly. They also could be dropping down is the only other thing. Hence why Xerxian stays posted.
Yeah. Xbox is maybe the best spot on the map where you could give like audible because it could mean anything.
Yeah.
It really could. Cool smokes. Quiet though. Again, maybe reading like a bit of a fake. They'll push up a bit further, get the rest of the utility going. So it's a nice break in the pacing there to just make them doubt. And they are really trying to spot heads above these smokes. It's not happening. They take a bit more damage themselves. They have to wait for not 1, but 2 Molotovs before getting the bomb down. 10 seconds, to get that bomb planted. Really not a lot of time.
They can get it
At
down,
this
though.
point, it's just a question of holding on. I mean, they nearly don't, to be fair, with a really great HE. It falls flat immediately, though. It's Lato against 5. He could take some guns away. That's always going to be nice, but the round itself surely does not happen, and he won't take anything. So it's a big one for MOUZ as they get there first.
Yeah, flawless as well, just to really fire them up a little bit now. This is what it's about for MOUZ. To get that first round on the board and for it to be as comfortable as it was, really is going to help things out. Now it's, again, of course, about building upon that. So yeah, Art was just...
Okay, he's having like a jump spot for lower,
Yeah, he was jump spot for lower. Having a little whale of a time, but
not as wacky as I thought, but still gets caught.
Would have been weird if he was on Samson's head. But then again, not out of the wheelhouse for Art, to be fair. He can't always count those things out. With that first round on the board, though, for MOUZ, how do you now build upon that? This needs to be the start of something, right? We need to build up a little bit of a CT side, just to have some reserves to fall back on. Early upper B tunnels is where the presence is. And it's probably the smart call because they completely lost long early. Lead down. Sadson holding for a swing. Feels very doubtful he'll get one, to be honest.
Borgi trained in here. The architect of the previous round.
This is a horrible round for Legacy. They don't even really know it. They're getting suffocated.
Oh, wow. Just comes off of it. Just comes off of it. Can't take the repeat. A beautiful reposition, however. And still draws Sadzin in. That's all he was looking for. And I think with that, they don't want anything to do with the B-bomb site, but still trying to keep up appearances over there. Not really looking too good here, if you ask me. A minute left on the clock. They've got very little control of anything, and they're a man down. I don't know what you would do. You got the one smoke. It's tough, but you might even think about just saving what you have here.
Yeah. They're horrible save calls to make, but they really have nothing to work with.
Yeah.
40 seconds on the clock. They have no real map control. They have no information either about what these setups look like. And to make matters worse, the one place where they did have a bit of info, they traded smoke. So in that time, who knows what could have happened? 30 seconds. This is going to be a dive in towards the A site, and it's a hope for the best. They're looking at real mechanical prowess to bail them out of what is looking like a dicey round. It felt like a dicey round from the get-go. That is a lovely nade that'll soften up Doomau and Art. And now in towards ramp, they've just got to hold down the line. 15 seconds. We don't have time to mess around here. Molly tickling to the toes of Xerxian, but makes no difference as Art falls. Nissan will get one. It's not going to make a difference. Time is gone. It's ticked. And the last man, Alato, he's tucked towards Blue Crate. He's just going to stay alive, and that is it. That's a really nice round. Again, back-to-back brilliant rounds from MOUZ. Legacy, I would actually be tempted by a pause.
Sure. Yeah. No, and I think, look, they are going to be a team, the way that they play is kind of fly-by-wire, you know, very, very loose and adaptive, sure, but when it stops working, it can be very tough for them, I think, to get back in and to figure out what's going wrong, round on round. So, yeah, timeout would feel pretty good here, in my opinion, but they're not going to go for it. They've still got the cash to keep buying, right? There's no panic stations just yet. Sad's in. This is the shot, takes a lot of damage on the way out. Torji, kind of the same situation, but gets his gun up. catches the over-aggressing R. Not the first time we're going to be saying that probably, but okay,
all right.
That works. That's one way of getting the kill back.
Team assist from Xerxin.
Yeah, the spam works out. It's a lot of damage done. I think Xerxin was like trying to spam back maybe.
Yeah.
Not quite sure. He's really, really low. So this whole B defense feels massively softened up.
Flash out in towards doors, they clear the close corners, and now they know they can sort of hold on to that position if they want. One less thing they have to check if they go for that kind of like initial B split, which sort of feels like what they're setting up for. You've got to smoke for the crossing towards CT. You're going to leave Doom out momentarily in towards lower if he wants to join them through doors. They're finishing towards B, but it's just the fact that back plat, Xerxin waits, and he's staying tucked as well. He's so low, he can't afford to really dip his head up. His best thing here for him is staying alive as long as possible. But a smoke down will give him a little bit of an opportunity. They do have a molly, they do have a nade, so they can clear him out of that spot.
Molotov, not been used. He will just get traded straight. It's a lot of damage that he does on the way out. Jimmy in such a good spot as well. They're not going to be able to deal with him. Dumao, though, in at middle. Huge finds from him. No. And he will get them all. You can't be serious. That is insane. That is what he's capable of as well. And he pulls it out at the best of times. A huge find in the mid-round.
He had no right to get away with more than one there. The first, I can sort of say, sure, right? Smoke's faded in towards CT, and he's found that swing. But this second is absolutely brilliant as well. It's so quick on Brolin. And then even the third, he's kind of fighting around that window. He's getting chipped away briefly, but it's beautiful work. Legacy up to a sixth. That is fantastic stuff. Hawk can go quick. He's going to dive out here, but that'll work against him. Full blind, still finding the kill. Lato for one, but quickly traded as MOUZ will claim stake in the numbers game in the early portion of round 9. And with that, they have to cancel on long. Now fall of that position back towards mid. And it does feel like a lot of what Legacy are doing at the moment is very reactionary, which actually leans in towards their style a lot, but it's not always the most replicable of things. The individual brilliance of that last round is hard to do time and time again, and this is where you see the other side. They whittled them down, get the numbers advantage, and MOUZ just play the trade game.
Yeah, and they're going to get a bit caught up, aren't they, in the idea of, okay, we've just had a crazy clutch, we can't actually fight back. Let's just send it, and in reality, these are some top 10 players on MOUZ, so you really have to be careful with that kind of mindset. Bomb plant going to be cancelled. The MOUZ move up to 3, an immediate response. Oh, well, there you go. There's some tactical analysis for you. And there was something aggression on short. I didn't quite catch which side he was reading, his own side or the enemy side.
No, I like it, though, because it's a point that we bring up a lot. I think, for me, one of the ways that I really value a team in terms of just how good they can be on a map like Dust 2 is actually about proactivity on that CT side. It's a point that we bring up a hell of a lot. And if you know their money's a little bit weird and worse aware, getting kind of aggro in towards mid and taking that control is fantastic. You see exactly that. He's getting aggressive in towards short.
Oh, he's been seen, though, surely.
Yeah, it's Hudson. How do you get out of this spot? Or you just wait and hope that he has to move elsewhere, which is exactly the case. The Xbox smoke does give the AWP a little bit of coverage to still continue being a nuisance in towards mid. But I think for Torzi, he doesn't want to over-aggress, especially considering that Xerxin's sort of fallen off that angle too.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's kind of like the server intelligence of the jump peak, and then he stopped. It's like, wait, he must have seen me. He would keep jumping if he was, you know.
Yeah.
So Torzi's done very well to just not get caught and really tunneled in on that one position.
For sure.
He's doing a lot of work. As I think, again, behind the scenes in the interviews and whatnot, everybody seems to be aware of that fact that he's doing an awful lot of work. Heart's made some noise. A little awkward. Maybe tried to draw them in somehow. I'm not quite sure. Trades are here, though. They will find themselves in a 3 versus 3, but it's a softer one, right? You've got Art with no armor. Does have an M4 and a smoke, but yeah, no armor to speak of. Nissim. Ooh. Pivotal. Massively pivotal with only 30 seconds left. Jimmy's the one playing patiently, though. Nissim has heard them coming. It's a beautiful double spray down. And Nissim is left in the 1 versus 1. He's not ready
25.
for that one to also be up on short.
He's gone it, though. He's gone. Oh,
no, not quite. He takes a pause. And Spinks, I was going to say, is maybe giving him too much room there, but it all works out in the end.
Yeah, now the money is really bad. They're spot on. Money is going to be broken off the back of that one. They needed a bomb plant to facilitate the funds. You can already see how sort of awkward the buy was. And with those kills out towards long, it allowed them to scoop up upgrades, but without a palm, they don't really have a lot. Gonna stake a claim in here. But you can see, just the pistols for Legacy. This should be a pretty simple 5th on the board for MOUZ. But first fight, Brolin gets one. He comes over, good damage as well. Ooh.
Little tags.
A good nade here again. Should see another. Yeah,
there you go. Yeah, they remembered they had these big, high explosive grenades, bro.
And especially against unarmored opponents.
Glock wall, though, I like that. That was kind of funny. Just all open fire and hope for the best. They came close to 1 or 2.
Yeah, exactly. Dink on towards Zershan. A couple of tags on towards Brolin. Behind the last man. He's open for something miraculous. Let's be frank, it's not happening. Not with a Glock and no armor. A constellation would be lovely. He's fight at range and an AWP though, so it's bold. Another nade over.
Annoying.
Just like a mosquito in
yeah, literally.
Buzzing by, but they swat him in the end, and that'll be now a 1-round game heading into the final round of half. So actually a really good recovery, to be honest, by MOUZ. Themselves into a decent spot considering it was a really uncomfortable start. 4 are out the gates where Legacy were really kind of coasting by in a lot of these rounds. But since the weapons have been in play and there's been money to work with from MOUZ, it's mainly been one team in the server. Back towards B. Maybe a little bit of pace behind this as well, but I say that. They throw the nade, bait out the molly, they don't commit.
They will start bursting in, though. Yeah, they're still going to commit. It's just a slightly different timing to it, but the re-molly, super effective. Going to buy some time for the rotation to come in, and surely enough to help out here. The weaponry not strong enough. The spray down's not clean enough. Let's do Mao with a lurking presence again. He's found a 4K before. I don't think he's going to be able to find a 4K like this. However, needs to recover that bomb. It is the final round of the half here, so absolutely going to be going for it in some capacity.
He's had a good half, but he's already had a quad kill, but this would really be asking a lot.
Yeah.
Umal can have some really miraculous moments for Legacy. But this would be something special if he can recover this, especially just because of that C4 being down. If it's on his back, you can kind of see where MOUZ will then have to still have presence towards A and towards mid. But they can shell up, and that's exactly what they're doing. Got one in towards CT. Brolin just to hold for rotations if he comes from long. Dumal's getting nothing. He has no idea where they could be set up, but he has a pretty good understanding that they're most likely all around that C4. He'll swing out, and he'll fall flat. Seen off at the end. It's a tied game and a great recovery from MOUZ. I'm liking what I'm seeing, and we'll see if it continues in the second half.
Welcome back in. A really, really difficult kind of half to split, honestly. Would it have been a different story if MOUZ had picked up that pistol? Would Legacy still have had that same kind of punch in the beginning with the sort of cheesy first rifle round as well? You remember they just straight rushed B and tested that. So it could have been a very different story, of course, but maybe it would have been more of the same. It's difficult to tell with a team like Legacy. They start very well. They have some individual moments there from Dumao, but MOUZ playing clinical Counter-Strike towards the end. It just took them longer to get going.
Yeah, exactly that. Let's see, we're looking towards long, and Dumao will open up proceeding. Xertion, first to fall. And taking a tag in towards Suicide early in towards the round as he was jumping for info, but now they'll smoke outdoors. A huge amount on offer here. For a minute, they're going to group up. Question is where they want to finish. Smoke molly and a flash to work with on the back of Bro. It looks like that smoke will come for the CT cross. It might just be a split in towards B, but with the majority of the bodies coming through from mid.
Oh. Art giving his position away. I mean, maybe trying to distract, and it has worked. Nissim picks up 2. They're holding strong on the site itself. It's just going to be down to Spinks here. Could drop 1 or 2. This player on Big Box is just so low. Oh, man. Give him another couple bullets, and I think he would have found all 3 of those players. Not the case, but it's unfortunate for MOUZ. It's very unfortunate. They don't seem to have the pistols in the locker at the moment.
Yeah, not a bad effort. Nissim does well, though. I think he needed to get a multi-kill there. If he only goes 1 for 1, it puts Lato under so much pressure on the backside, especially taking fights from 2 different angles. See, again, both pistols now taken by them. Won't get the force out for MOUZ, so the follow-up also should be going the way of the Brazilians. The one thing alleviating what feels like the pressures that MOUZ are putting on towards Legacy is that they are getting those pistols and the somewhat nice starts in towards the half. Without those, I mean, who knows really how this map looks, but the assumption is pretty one-sidedly if we're considering kind of only gun rounds. At least Legacy have that to fall back on. MOUZ once again going to move through mid doors. This time, full contact play. Spinks going to look towards window. No one there. It's Lato close by the doors that they've got to be careful of. But again, he doesn't really need to take a fight at range, to be honest. He can sort of invite the pressure in.
Yeah, and I think that's what he's after. Just a spotter, really.
He's got the Yuto as well to just shut them out.
It's a very strange position from Dumao as he takes a rotate ultimately and looks in towards middle. So they've read this pretty well. Eagle does chime in for 1, gets the reload off, but not going to get anything else. So just the 1 kill coming round. They're going for the super early AK, so feeling good about the rifle rounds as you would expect, but just a really sharp finish from them in that first half. Trying to continue that as quickly as they possibly can here.
Yeah, that's it. Coming towards his first gun round for MOUZ. Pretty important. Once again, start chipping away at this deficit. He did so well in that first half to get rid of. He's going to dive out in towards long here. Sort of in front of Spinks, so only tag him once. Break on the smoke, but Art's trying to fall away. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome there. You know for the very least that they've taken long control. They haven't crossed yet properly, but now they're making a move, and those taps are good by Dumao. He'll get one, but Xertion will find one of his own through the smoke, and an aggressive move by Nissim will lose him his life, but Roland wasn't expecting a second. This is chaos, but this is where Legacy do a lot of their best work.
Dumao.
Oh, no further, no further.
Really, really dangerous here. Flash coming in. He wants to go further, but he does it in a safe way. 2 versus 2.
It's good info gather there.
Yeah,
as well,
right.
actually.
It's a really big trade off. Sadzin, though, just totally caught. Deer in headlights. Leaving Lato with it all to do. He's got a full belt of utility. That's about the only advantage that we can give him here. He looks to take a higher fight. They've hugged this wall. He's aware of that fact, and he knows the angles. 1 HP the difference, man. That's so unfortunate. And it's Sadzin on the overface. Even if he goes down early, at least he could have had a teammate, and he knows it. You know, Art's just kind of making sure that he's all good. It happens. He's definitely had a damn that was my fault.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Because if he plays that just a little bit more passive there, even in towards elevator, holding for the cross, like you're absolutely fine. Or falling back on towards the site and playing elevator there, right? Would have had a lot more luxury in terms of miss a shot, I can fall away here. He wasn't given that with that fight. We're diving out towards long again, and that's 2 for Lato to start things off. MP9 going to look for more, but Brolin and Torzi will combine to reclaim some space.
A lot of damage done to these remaining 3 T-side players as well. Not looking good. But super, super dangerous, I think it is safe to say. As there's some unpredictability that comes in. You find those kills super early. It's good to see from Legacy, though, that they're just not letting up after a tough loss in the previous round. This is kind of their default, their answer to a lot of problems is to just really bang their head against the wall.
Yeah.
There's a great position now for Nissim to be in as well, and I think they'll be quietly aware of the fact that someone could be around. Just all depends how cleanly things go. Nissim with a dangerous swing here. Gets one, and the low HP now makes a difference. He's looking for all of them, and he will. Perfectly played. Huge 3-piece from him, and a big round for Legacy.
Yeah, that's robotic. Really, really well done there from Nissim. So easily, just could have fallen off to the first. I'm not even getting the first as well. Then B-site open, and we know how difficult it is to retake that B-site. Fantastic stuff. Does so unbelievably well. Invites Brolin into that third fight as well, which goes against them. A huge round to scalp away. Not only taking the round, but what it means in terms of a knock-on effect. Look at the finances now for MOUZ. The C-side have nothing to fall back on. It's a complete low by bar. 1 P250. All Glocks, no armor, no utility. It'll be simple, or should be, for Legacy to be the first side to crack into double digits. Side's in play. Dangerous game here. Very dangerous game, and he's going to get overrun by the Glocks. And M4 scooped up.
How wide can you go? I don't really know. It's flown round that corner. Convinced that there was someone around, but just gives too much of himself away. And now it gets kind of strange. You feel uneasy in a situation like this. They've not confirmed loads. Are they on a full eco? Oh, it's hard to tell. And as they keep the damage coming, it's going to look scarier and scarier. Nissim on 7 HP now. Still got this M4 in the conversation, so... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes you get this feeling in rounds like this.
You do. One more player gets overwhelmed by a group and in a lot of trouble here. We're going to go for a late move back towards A. I'm on the back here of Torzi. Feel like a lot of this has to be sort of done by Brolin. That M4, but let's see. Dumal reclaim a little bit of space. Art, he's in trouble. He's going to get dinked as well. That's another overface, and now he's in a lot of trouble. Drive-by clocks can be really difficult to deal with. Berserker at least will fall. This is feeling dicey and a little bit of a labor spray, but Dumal will deliver. Down goes the leader, but I think they might just have survived the scare. That was really on a knife's edge there for Legacy, and it's a huge sigh of relief for them.
Mate, one smoke to just cover that cross, and I think it's a totally different story. They were just very hesitant to try and cross together, and it's a little fortunate the way that the cards fall. Still, they've done well, I suppose, to bail themselves out in the same vein. A bit of mechanical skill required for it, but
for sure.
Looks decent. They move into the double digits then, and MOUZ are going to have to stay hot on the heels here. A Legacy pick of Dust 2 that we predicted, that we thought would be a pretty solid shoe-in for them. So far, so good. Relying on the pistols, but if that's the way you got to do it, that's the way you got to do it.
Yeah, you absolutely take those. Monumental round here for MOUZ. If you lose this, especially if you don't get a bump on again, it's going to cripple the finances. And at that point, it sort of feels like you're playing for overtime. Never a comfortable spot to be in. We're essentially going to need, what, 5 in a row? I don't know how well I'll feel about that. Dumal will deliver an opener. Brolin hits the deck. Now it's the call from the grave.
Tertian. Slow contact in here. Needs an opener. Needs to make this happen. Info on short, but it'll be late. Ooh,
oh my God, sad
man, yeah. Tertian was thinking about a peek. It's kind of lucky that he just really can't die here.
That's a good smoke.
Still thinking of going through it. Or do they have the time to sit around and wait?
So is Dumal, funnily enough.
Yeah, well, who'd have thunk? It is certainly a legacy textbook move. They're moving in towards B here, and this feels so impenetrable right here. Dumal is blind through that smoke. He really wanted to push it. And it has fallen into chaos, but with the positional strength that the CT side are able to show us, they just mow them down eventually. And that initial kill as well, I think, really coming into play.
Yeah, absolutely. But that B side setup is absolutely excellent. They're both holding kind of crack angles there, slithers to work with, but they're expecting to swing out, and that's exactly what they get. Perfect work. Lato, the 2 that he finds are really important. Legacy now up to 11. And like we said, a loss there, especially about that bomb plant. It's going to leave you so low when it comes towards the finances, and that's what we're getting here. Upgraded pistols is basically going to be as good as it gets for MOUZ. So at this point, essentially they are playing for overtime. You assume that this round should be a write-off. Now, you never can make those assumptions, especially when A, it is Legacy, and B, it is MOUZ, because they both have the ability to simultaneously win and lose rounds like this. As we saw with that earlier Glock round, was a little dicey, but theoretically speaking, it should be a simple one for Legacy to lock themselves in towards 12 on their map pick. Let's see will that be the case.
Yeah, looking very good here, I think. Just able to split themselves in the early portions. Again, MOUZ might be able to get the download as it goes on, but they just don't have enough room to do that in the second half.
Made.
The protocols, the early utility usage from Legacy as well just feels way more intentional on this CT side. And MOUZ, it's looking dangerous in the early doors. I'm not going to lie to you.
I agree. I love that frontside tunnel smoke from Legacy, and then the nade behind it is just something that feels a little bit defaulty, but the timing is perfect. They don't really know that, but Xerxes takes a hell of a lot of damage, and nice way to slow down any ideas of looking towards B. Now, a lurk smoke thrown here by MOUZ to feign presence that's where they wanted to go, that dive through tunnels, which is something they haven't really done. Once again, they're going back towards doors. It's been where MOUZ are defaulting a lot of their rounds towards. And again, it looks like he might get a pretty similar hold here. Lato, he's up on towards the window. He'll flash over as well. He's ready to take the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of obvious here, but we'll still see how they manage to hold. One in the tunnel. Could be a rare peek from him. Lasso goes down a bit too easily, and Nissim misses his mark. The awkward dissipation of the smoke. Not happening. An advantage for MOUZ now.
They might save.
And I think Legacy will move to save indeed. They don't have loads of cash. That felt really telegraphed, to be honest. You know, you get like the lurk smoke down on B, and then you got the mid to B smoke. It's like, okay, we're going B, I guess.
Yeah.
Usually the lurk smoke is a bit of a fake out. You smoke towards short or something, and then you come back to mid if you want to go B. But they just kept it flat. Relied on mechanics.
Yeah, agreed.
It works out. That's a really big low buy round to be taken.
Art will go look for a late fire here. Needs to be careful. It's not a favorable angle for him. I think he's making the smart call of just retracting himself from that situation. You don't want to drop another gun. It's not exactly like Legacy are in trouble financially speaking. It's more the case that because MOUZ are, you don't want to give them another rifle. But it's great work. It's this fight here, really. If Nissim wins down towards Spinks, he can probably get at least another before the bomb goes down. And then at that point, his numbers advantage on the retake, but not to be. 11-8 now, and it isn't that play for overtime. And like we said, simultaneously MOUZ can win those and Legacy can lose those. And that's exactly what happens. Of course, out towards long. Just about misses his window as he sits in the flames, looks for a second chance at it. Same result, and Art doing what Art does best as he takes long doors. That is so risky, but it's Art in a nutshell.
Does drop back, which is fair, feeling that he might have been heard.
He's a changed man.
Yeah, well, you know, there's a level, there's a balance.
Proud of him.
That's what it's all about. The yin and yang and all that. Maybe he has found Zen.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect break. Perfect break. I mean, the damage as well. Sad's in. He's wanted a challenge. He gets it. Torji will take him as he bites off a bit more than he can chew, but he still looks pretty damn good in this round.
Yeah, we like that.
Spinks remains. And 12 is right around the corner.
Oh, wow. What a round. That is something. That's a statement. Sadson's very happy about that, and too damn right. Third and final timeout taken by MOUZ, but that is a beautiful one from Legacy. And, you know, it's been a bit of a conversation for us. We've kind of been talking about it throughout this map, where it felt like that MOUZ have had maybe a bit of an edge on the gun round specifically, especially in that first half. And was it going to be more of the same in towards the second? I think that was a really important one for Legacy, just to show it for themselves that we can go toe-to-toe with these guys, and we can still play quite brazenly aggressive and make life uncomfortable for them. And they do exactly that in that round. That break on the smoking towards mid doors is absolutely perfect, and they get 2 off the back of it, and they catch them rotating in towards short, which is information to be gained, allows the A-side players to maneuver to set up to further that aggression. It's fantastic. It's brilliant work. That shot, bit of fortune, but you take him all the same.
Great little angle there.
Love that.
Lovely to see it from all aspects. So, may well be the closer here. MOUZ are going to have to turn things around in a big, big way. Wait for this molly, and smoking a flash off the back of it. It's a nice idea. Oh, Jumal left out, isolated. With the double spray down, however, feels pretty good at this stage. Trades are in. And so, when the dust settles here on dust, it's MOUZ with that one-man advantage.
So spaced out as well. Splitting the sights here. Nissim's already got 1-3K to win an important round. Can he do it again? This would be something quite miraculous. He's playing anti, but it'll be first contact. Spots the shoulder. Nissim's in a bit of trouble. When does he time this nade? It could single-handedly see off Brolin, but it doesn't. It goes deep. And with that being said, they're now crossing towards the A site.
Oh. They're going to boost. No, Nissim's just, on the jump peak, and he gets clapped. Damn. Not happening for him. They back off, and Sadzin will take that save. So MOUZ, post timeout, looks pretty good. They had a clear read in the game plan. It's like they molly long, and then they smoke on top of it. Let's mess that up and get our own little play going here. And it works very, very nicely indeed. You can see just fully thrown off. I think that smoke would have been like a mistake. Wow. That is a crazy shot, to be fair.
And he was waiting for it as well.
Yeah.
Either that or the swing from short, but the crosshair was placed perfectly. MOUZ up to 9. And Alexi a little bit back to the drawing board. The finances are a bit funky as well. You got a couple players sitting on like 4 to 6K, but then there's a couple that are a little bit lesser. Still feel like knowing Legacy, you'd want to buy in a situation like this because you're going to have guaranteed at least one more gun round before the end of regulation. And they're going to do exactly that. You lose this one here, and things become very spicy indeed. Then we're most likely going the full 24. And with that being said, opportunity for MOUZ to fully reset things if they can take it to OT.
Would be crazy. Yeah. Would be absolutely crazy. I mean,
it's 2 separate halves with 2 different types of recoveries from MOUZ.
I know.
They'll just look back at it like, we just started better.
yeah, all the pistols, right? That is the big thing that's really the difference here, that Legacy have been able to pick up 5 rounds off of 2 pistols, right? There was a force in the first half and just a solid eco in the second. Feeling a bit panicked. Legacy are kind of all over the place in terms of where they're posting up, putting the aggression, looking for that first kill. Really good nade again. They've got fantastic HE usage.
It's pixels away.
It is. It really is.
He wants to get some information. And, well, there's some for Lato. It's Xerxin caught. This is risky. This is really risky. If he moves up those stairs, it's a left eye peek for Brolin, so he'd be dead to rights.
Just not paying attention to that smoke, though. Punished. The AWP on a change-up, slightly more aggressive, and there you go, locks in the HE. Potentially helping. I think a headshot through that still would have been absolutely fine, but all the same, Legacy putting themselves in the winning position now. Remaining MOUZ players, it's not too far of a guess to presume that they are up short. They are looking for a short play. They've positioned themselves well. It's 2 coming round, and down to just Torji with 11 HP. Can't even break through the smoke, and it will be Legacy. Not necessarily cleanly over the finish line. Certainly the pistols making the difference, but they take their own map pick.
Yeah, but over the finish line nonetheless, right? And that's exactly what it's all about. And this is a point that we brought up in the pre-show. Like, this veto process favors Legacy. So to get your map out the gates already, especially in the fashion that they did as well. It's a real confidence boost then for MOUZ. This next sort of 10 to 15 minutes in this break is a lot to talk about for them, because you're seeing a Legacy side that are not pulling any punches. We want this side to be brazen, to be aggressive, to really be super confident in their style of play, and that's exactly what they bring to the table. Credit to Art in what he's instilled within this side, but some of the shots we're getting, some of the individuals, Sadzin may have started slow, but he warmed up towards the end. Dumal, always fantastic. Nissim had some great moments too. This is a really, really scary side to dispatch, so I don't know how this series is going to look. We're going to see after the break.
Placement matches set your starting point. Face-it rating measures your impact as you climb. The soft ELO reset narrows the gap between the highest ELO players and the rest of level 10. Your starting point will be based on your recent ELO in activity. We're introducing Face-it rating, so you can see exactly how much you stack up against others at your level. Face-it rating measures how much your actions have increased your team's chances of winning the match, taking into account the full situation. Season 8 launches April 22nd. Good luck and have fun.
Maybe their CT side has more in store, but it's got to start now.
A couple of years ago, Blade would have loved this performance out of MPL. Right now, he's hating it.
Nice.
20-2. And the thing that was so impressive about it was it's not like he was being super aggressive. If anything, he was like the kind of safety net in a lot of these rounds.
Okay. One tapped up middle. Oh.
Okay, Makazi will answer with one of his own. Still a lot more bodies out towards Banana to deal with. Rock Smoke lobbed in for Alexi. Wonderful offering, supporting flashes out from the spawn. At least stops any type of a spillover in towards B.
There was no one home for a second there, so big smoke for Alexi. If he doesn't get that down, Beta sending it. He's still alone though. Na'Vi are opting to gamble, and it appears wrong.
Yeah, you kind of hoped that you just showed enough, right? That there were players scrambling over. Two known about for sure by Bait with the flash and smoke timing. And so hoping they were going to kind of overcook this and go back into the one-man hold. That's not what's happened. And so that will leave Bait with a pistol round and that much closer to making this a 3-mapper.
20-2, and he's still planting the bomb. Guy does it all. Poor Bit trying to get back in the game and just gets taken out. Cost Na'Vi everything here as they rotate off of the B-bomb site. And so Bait, nice and clean. Maybe even keeping some Kevlar on the way out as well. It's reassuring, I think. You know, we talked about Bait kind of optimistically coming into this match back on Ancient. That obviously went away pretty early, but just the idea that they were coming off the back of their first trophy ever for these players and for this org. Yes, a smaller tournament, but still one where they had to play a lot of matches against a variety of opposition and still took a win there. In a year that has been, you know, despite their major qualification, kind of struggling for Bait, kind of middle of the pack. Had some difficult events, some early exits back at Krakow, 0-2 in stage 1. And maybe now looking at Cluj, where they at least made the playoffs, it feels a little bit sweeter knowing you lost to the event victors in the quarterfinal. But generally, there's not been a lot to love from Bait in 2026. And so finally getting some revenge against Na'Vi, a team that has beaten them so many times when it matters. Well, it might be a nice start to the tournament.
You were touching on like the head-to-head, just how one-sided it's been between these teams. 8-1 in maps, with Na'Vi winning the series every damn time.
Yeah,
this was like the least likely map for this to happen on.
True.
You know, it's helped out by the fact that Bait have had multiple players just kind of step up, rise to the occasion, and simultaneously Na'Vi have had a couple of key players go completely missing. You know, we were joking about it towards the end of that first half, even getting his first kill has been a non-factor. And sure, I think in spite of that, he actually was a big reason for the rounds they had with the util he was throwing. But, you know, he's usually a very important piece here alongside someone like Bit.
Yeah.
And the A site was the one that they just couldn't break through. Well, if you're not ever getting the openers, if you're always the guys getting entryed, it becomes very, very hard.
Uh-oh. This is dry, so Wonderful's going to flick pretty quickly, and there's no time to... 2 entries for the price of 1. Bit of a discount here for Bait, and nobody home. So converting their pistol, a certainty on this T side. Dust 2 are decider. Feeling more and more likely by the minute. Well, if Bait can reset from Ancient, expectation of Na'Vi to do the same coming into a third map. And no excuses, considering that head-to-head, considering Na'Vi's recent form, all the factors we've been sowing in this series. Because as far as a group stage goes, man, Na'Vi got the easy group. That much is clear.
I think as well, Na'Vi have always been a team that are good at, if they do kind of drop off like this, going away in between maps and resetting, heading into the next. So if you bait, you know, you can't get ahead of yourselves. It's a very, very promising sign. But you've got to keep it up. Push through the smoke here. Right in it to Makazi. He'll get out with his, and a good follow-up nade there. Keeps the damage on. Just how exciting can Na'Vi really make this? Managed to net themselves a 4-on-4. Good damage done down through Banana.
Yeah, back to A is nice as well, because not really the guns to defend this here for Na'Vi. 5-7s on 3 players. Less options.
It does have a smoke here just to try and choke him out on the short push, but goes in towards the apartments. It's one angle removed at least. However, they've lost this long control, and there's the spot on Alexi. 2 players in the site itself. One of them dealt with straight away, and now it's just wonderful left to locate. They'll have no issue doing so. So crisis averted there. The pistols. No fun.
Welcome back into map number 2 here. Legacy looking very, very strong. I think it is safe to say. Fantastic showing from them. On map number 1, I think MOUZ still had moments, and if only they'd been able to get this clutch or to just get one of the pistols, it was a little closer than the scoreline might dictate. But that being said, there were rounds in there where MOUZ did manage to get themselves back in. They had that low buy very late on in the day, and Legacy did a good job of just keeping them at bay and making sure that they didn't get distracted and you know, really had their sights set on the victory. So pretty good stuff. I'm pretty happy with what I've seen. Individually maybe looking a little better, but there are, of course, still 2 potential maps left to go.
Yeah, we've got this Inferno coming up as well, and this is a map which we said feels like a little bit of a handshake, but also you've got one big thing. These 2 sides played at the tail end of last year, 13-11 to MOUZ, a close game, but while that was such a long time ago, that's not maybe really even relevant now. You've got what feels like a nicer style of CS from Legacy at the moment. Maybe not a strong MOUZ, a little bit of a weaker, maybe downtrending MOUZ side at the moment. And I don't know, a really interesting game here. Like MOUZ heading in towards their map pick, do feel like they're maybe slightly in shark-infested water a little bit. This could be really, really interesting. And one thing that Legacy have got going for them, pretty good on the pistol.
This is true.
If they go 3 for 3, that will be very fun.
Yeah. It's going to help your game in a big way. They start off on the CT side here. Lovely double nade, and they're rushing off the back of it, right? So it's just full pandemonium. Great flash, but the contact flash is also pretty good, and unfortunately nothing coming out of the Julies. An attempt from Art is shut down before he even makes it through the smoke. And surely that has to be all she wrote. There's a lot of low HP bars. I don't think they're going to get a chance to test them, and Nissim is still twiddling his thumbs over in pit for most of this round.
That very easily could have flipped. At the same time that the double nades come over from MOUZ, there's a nade over on towards half wall, which softens up. I think if I'm right in saying it was Brolin and Torzi. And with that being said, they were kind of the first people coming in towards that site. So it very easily could have gone the other way. That flash is perfect. Right? The dualies tucks towards first orange who have no impact in that round. If he isn't blinded properly, or if he's able to kind of get out in front of that flash, could be a different story. In fact, he's going to check. And we'll see it off. It is flawless. What a statement to start things off for MOUZ, who have looked a little worse for wear and lackluster on the pistols. Brilliant there. Absolutely no complaints at all. The right way to get things started on your team side of Inferno. And now a good opportunity to scale in towards their map pick with a lot more confidence than it felt like it, especially at the start of that Dust 2.
Forced to come through from Legacy. Try and find some success here and maybe some creativity. And indeed, the smokes down so that they can play just one on B. Always going to be a fan of that. MOUZ. Oh, just got to be careful, man. There's a couple things creeping in from both sides. I think getting comfortable in these land setups potentially. Straight in the arena, you know.
Yeah.
Albeit with no crowd at the moment. So get you nice and comfortable, but maybe a couple of mistakes here or there.
Yeah, absolutely. Long lurk smoke going to come out as well. That'll give them the ability to scale forward, but there's a lot of bodies here from Legacy. This could get really dicey. Not budging just yet, but they're starting to creep. Another dive around this corner. Bomb spotted. Art for one. Nissim Alato kills a piece. Bomb is dropped in a precarious spot. They got to recover that, and they're taking damage. Torsi dinked down to 17. This round is falling apart right in front of their eyes. There's 40 seconds to recover from a 2 versus 4.
They do such a good job, man, finding the good timing. I didn't think it would work for them. They were obviously trying to catch them with nades in hand, catch them off guard, and yeah, I didn't think it was necessarily going to work because it did seem like the guns were all up and pointed in the right direction, but
they found a gap here, though.
Just a little one. Oh, they go early. You know what? You really, really, really could have milked that at the back end of the site. If nothing else, it's just going to buy time. I don't know if he gets this kill. I'm not going to check him. He's so lucky. 8 seconds, just buying all that time now. They have to be careful not to overplay the hand. Fake comes in, but it does not happen.
Wow.
And a big force buy take for Legacy.
That's a huge round to take considering what they bring to the table, because it's ultimately not a lot. It's a couple of SMGs, some upgraded pistols, a sliver of utility, but it's all about that play. Art perfectly timed. He's sent out first as well, of course, as he often is. He sends himself into the thick of it, but the trade and the support behind him is fantastic, and then he waits, bides his time there, because he very easily could have fought on that long aggression when there was about 17 seconds on the clock. He tucks, he waits, sub 10 seconds, then they're moving in, and, well, he also got quite fortunate. They try and pull out right on his position. Everything looking lovely. What a response from Legacy, and we say it very often, it's not about the pistol, it's about the force buy. That's where you can really start to get a bit of a runway. Unfortunately, the response from MOUZ is as best as they can bring to the table, but it's not great.
Yeah, going to have to net like a bomb plant here, some damage, stay really, really close to Legacy in this one, but I don't know. Yeah, you set yourself up for failure losing a round like that, and I think Legacy might be able to, as you say, put some runway out.
Now going to take some banana control, and you will when you've got that deep smoke. Quiet here from MOUZ. They're angling towards A, but not committed by any means. Serge can get himself a nice shot. That might coax them back to B. Oh, he does get a tag off as well. He's at least trying to be a bit of a nuisance with that deagle. Again, this is where they're looking to finish towards this A site. There's 3 in this direction as well. 40 seconds on the clock, the smoke's going to come through, so now it's all but confirmed where they're looking to finish. Sadden. An early fight from him could have been a kill, but it's a team kill, which is arguably good enough.
Yeah, looking good here. There's a little creep through from Xerxton. He thread that needle, but they had eyes on it. They were very, very ready indeed. And Legacy picking up steam. That is almost the perfect follow-up round as well, you know? Yeah. Does not get much better than that, so I think they'll really put themselves in a position now to just start steaming ahead ever so slightly.
That's it. Hopefully inexpensive. No bomb plant as well. Your Legacy 11 life.
Yeah. And another one to go along with it.
Exactly.
You know, that's
it's
the
a
big
little
thing.
cheeky 2-for-1 special.
Yeah.
Buy one, get one free. Over, and it is sumptuous. Xerxton will start the round out at 27 points of HP. Second aid about to come through in a second as well. There it is, lands right on top of Torsi. Everybody getting dealt a bad hand by the util, and Dumal could clean house there. He's tagged up, but surely has no issues with the MP9. It's Lato to get 2. Simple work, flawless for that third on the board, and some fair decent money made there as well.
Yeah, looking strong. Just a question of whether they're going to be able to continue this moving forward. MOUZ looking for a response, looking for a quick response. Absolutely need to find success, otherwise it's going to be a quick day in the office for them here, and not the way that they'd want to kick things off in IEM Rio. That is to say the least. Sadzin out with this orb, looking for the long-range fight. May well get it. Not quite sure what the face-up's going to look like. But Torji down there does eventually take the peak and could have gone down, but the orb just scared off, maybe flashed off at a certain point.
Yeah, 3 towards B in the early portion of the round, but they're now just draw back over towards the A site. He can show up this long presence. Xerxin trying to just feign a little bit of an Arna control. It's basically only him here for now. This fight by Nissim could be important, but MOUZ is going to retract. Look tempted to dive out in towards Boiler, but because Xerxin's got in front of this smoke, he does actually have a natural gap to work with, and they can just pull the numbers over here. Nade will continue to soften up a little bit. Xerxin is pretty damn low. This round has legs behind it until that smoke comes down, and that'll just slow them down.
Yes, but it also comes kind of unprompted. So a lot of the time you see that as a response to T-side utility. That's not the case here. They are talking, they are thinking, and you know, you saw A players moving away and
really sure
B players trying to go towards A. Sats in,
yeah.
Stays cool, and they've just lost the sense of control. Didn't quite land that one. Yeah, we both had to have a double check there.
It looked on though.
It really did. He might just have done enough already, however. Nissim holding at the back end of the site will get traded out. Still more support behind him in the form of Art. The AWP is here as well to just draw them in. And surely between the three of them, they will get it done. So Sadzin with a huge couple of openers. Really well held, as to be expected. Bleeding into these Inferno bomb sites can be very difficult when you're a couple players down. MOUZ with the immediate timeout.
I think it's the right call here. Really big work, though. That's what it's about. Sadzin looking sharp, which is good because he started really slow in towards that dust too. He got a little warmed up towards that tail end. There was a couple of moments here or there where he had some very impactful kills, but overall stats-wise wasn't exactly out of his mind. But Sadzin can have these maps and can have these moments where he really takes over, and if this is going to be the case for the Inferno, MOUZ might be in a bit of trouble. So I think it's the right time to call for what feels like maybe a little bit of an early timeout, but I think they understand that this is not how they wanted to get things started in towards their map pick. Legacy are looking electric. Back into another low buy as well for them. They got a bomb planted around like that. That would give them the finances to squeeze out a buy. Without it, they just don't have enough. Tech9's across the board. Deagle for Spinks. Just a bit of utility, hoping for the best, but all things considered, generally speaking, around like this, we can't say if we can get a bomb plant, that'd be nice. Anything more feels unlikely.
First comes in nice and easy, and well, Dumao is going to stick around and absolutely stop them in their tracks. Really gives the game away as well as to what the main plan for this one was. Not sure how much talk has gone in during that timeout. You'd hope more so about the rifle, but sometimes it can come down to the force buy strat.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen.
The nade dropped over towards CT. I was wondering whether there was one lurking about. I'll scoop it up, but with that being said, the 3 remaining are going back towards A, and Art has rotated over at a good time. Sadzin will continue to hold long control. Art going to play from the site itself, and you've got Nissim in Big Pit. A pretty locked down defense, and under a minute on the clock. How I feel about this from MOUZ. Moto Smoke will come through. Nice nade to further deal damage on towards Spinks on the cross. There's no way you get past Nissim, and he's going to get all 3. Brilliant from him, shutting it down. A flawless round by Legacy to put a 5th on the board. And that low buy, not even scratching the surface. Legacy are looking lovely right now.
Yeah, really not a good sign. I think that that is so simple, and there's just not a lot of contest. So the long and the short of it is that Legacy are in full control. Yeah. Legacy are probably in a losing position with the way that this early stage is going. Jimmy's struggling. Spinks yet to frag, right? If you can keep things that way, it should absolutely be your half at the very least. Oh my goodness.
Talk about the confidence of Sadzin. He very nearly gets overconfident there as we get tagged, but he will get out. Trade an aid back. Bloody bits of chip damage, but Brolin now going to call from the grave in this one with a lovely find. Another nade and further damage. Xerxin, I feel like, is really getting the short end of the stick here with this youthful damage. Playing every round at like half HP or less.
Yeah, sure. That is true. But he's often the first facer in Banana, so part of the job, really.
Yeah, it comes to the territory big time. I will say, though, but Legacy's util does feel excellent at the moment, not only in terms of the offensive utility, like those nades has been doing so much damage. Like, I'd actually love to look at, like, the end of the half or the end of the map, like, what the util damage, especially end of the half, like, what the util damage is looking like. Some of these B guys are going to have crazy amounts, but I think the timing on their smokes are being really, really solid, especially towards B, leaving them late, making sure they have a couple left over as well, just in case. Question is now, do they hear? They've thrown one deep, as Dumal wants to invite them in. Is there another somewhere? Art goes searching, as Art often does, but he'll lose his life.
Yeah, I can maybe allow it. About 35, 40 seconds left there. However,
back.
Yeah, they've really misread the situation. Nissim does manage to find one, hopefully holding the line, but Zershin gets his kill on the other side. Nissim faking out. He's looking to drop that bomb, but he can't round the corner. Oh, man, it's such a weird game state to find yourself in now. Nissim has sort of sold things massively, though. I think he will get the catch over here. No, actually, it's close. One bullet, the difference doesn't happen, and they have just been overwhelmed and confused to allow MOUZ back on the board in a situation that really did not feel like it should have been theirs. And yeah, the first domino is Art getting aggressive down mid.
Yeah. And now in hindsight, you can argue, just feels very unnecessary.
Yeah.
Play the numbers advantage, play for the trades. It was just, you know, a war on a couple of different fronts there, and that's where it draws Legacy out of position, and they're umming and ahhing about how they want to play their kind of defense on towards the site specifically. Do we re-aggress, or do we try and shell up here and invite the pressure in? And because they're caught in two minds, they don't have to play it. Art's going to go for that secondary, as he does like to do. Lamolly's down, going to play one out in front as well. Exertion to open up proceedings. This is mightily close. Pop shots through the wall are really threading a needle.
Nate took damage off 3 players, might even have been 4. So they're massively softened up, but then so are the CT side, to be honest. Still feels like it really could go either way. Dumal. It's such a cheeky position.
It's normally one and done though, isn't it?
Yeah, but sometimes it doesn't get like checked or considered at all. And I think in a round like this, that might be the case. Ooh, Zershin falls. He knows they're coming now. He'll maybe call for a rotation as well. He's going to take the swing early, and he does get traded out. Brolin on 1 HP. I honestly think he could have held for a bit more. Not going to be the case. Flash to make the difference here. It might. Oh, Brolin's got to stay away from it. Strafe in the air to make sure he's nowhere near that grenade. He will slow things down massively here. The bomb plant has been denied, and it's in the hands of Brolin. A weird little thing to note. All right.
That spilled forward as well.
Yeah, that honestly has just left me a little bit speechless.
I don't know about the guy on the right-hand side. This is the only issue. Zershin's actually got a nice little gap in. He will get one. He knows about the second. 2, and Zershin will get both.
What is going on?
Oh, it's way too close for comfort. It has to be said, but MOUZ, another round where late in towards it, they dig themselves out of a hole when things are looking really uncomfortable.
That's crazy though. I mean, Brolin, he's kind of in-game, like body language, if we see it again. He's like looking behind him, see where his players are at, you know, like, you're going to swing with me? No. And then he loses the bomb. And then the remaining CTs just go flying in when there wasn't that much time. I feel like they could have potentially held to just try and force the bomb to fall even further forwards or not be recoverable in the right time. Really, really messy round from both sides.
And this is where things can look very akin to what we saw at the start of Dust 2, right? It was a really nice start by Legacy out the gates, but then a really good recovery from MOUZ to follow it up, and it could be more of the same here. If MOUZ can find round number 9, it just breaks the finance over towards Legacy, and that's where they ultimately should be tying up the game. So could be a very similar thing of a strong start, but maybe lack of consistency when the full gun rounds are now in full force. In fact, oh my god, he's shooting so early on the shadows there, Nissim. He kind of scared himself into a fight he loses.
Yeah, it is true.
There's preempting when you spot a shadow, and then there's, you know, a couple of meters off.
Zadzin looking to pick up the pieces with this AWP, as he has done in a number of rounds so far in this series. So he would not put it past him. Same vein, I think MOUZ are aware of the fact that there's going to be some sort of attempt the mid-round to re-aggress, either with a move forwards or just the positions that they're holding. Art finds himself very alone here, but he's able to play anti-flash from here a couple times, actually. He will get halfway checked. It's Sadzin to find the kill, left on 1 HP. As Torji, I think, through Spinks has hit him. Maybe a wall as well. And that's how he lives and finds his kill. Rotating one off, though. They're suspecting a late flip to the other bomb side, which has happened a number of times now. Sadzin to find another kill. And Dumao in this pit is going to have to really go large. The flash is great. He's surely bought enough space. Wow. He gets another one in as well. That's 2 self-flashes to just absolutely destroy them.
Yeah, he's done so well there. Dumao single-handedly takes over to shut down that A defense, and things were looking really uncomfortable. Fantastic work. And he runs out of ammo, and he's like, should I reload? Nah, we're just going with the pistol. This is a little bit funny. He's so far off the mark when he spots the shadow, but...
It's also a shadow that looks exactly like a person.
Yeah, no,
usually
true.
You just see like the edge of the silhouette, like the leg silhouette.
Yeah.
So maybe he's just kind of instinctively reacted.
Huge round though for Legacy. Funny. We were kind of talking about the stakes at hand there. They lose that one, and financially they're going to be in a lot of trouble, which is a springboard for MOUZ to work with. Put them back in their place a little bit. They're going to try and dive through here. It's off the first. The orb. Does he realize one's even crossed? It might not even matter, because Art's going huge. Leading by example as Captain Fantastic gets 3 before he falls, and it leaves it all down to 2. Torzi and Xerxian, surely a next to impossible round here. There's 3 in the direction of this site, and Sadzin in that big green will see off one of the last, leaving it all on the shoulders of Torzi in a 1 versus 4, which he has no chance in. Legacy have guaranteed a lead at the half already.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing so well these past couple of rounds that they've done a very good job of stepping up when it's needed, right? Yeah. And again, this is something that at times for a side like Legacy can be missing, that it's like the discipline goes out the window and they lose momentum and they struggle to get back into it. But they've done it a few times now against MOUZ, where it's like, okay, we lose this tough round, we lose this 1vx or to a hero moment, and they just look really, really great. Able to bounce back without even taking timeouts is the big thing. They've got MOUZ on the back foot, both in terms of the scoreline, in terms of the timeouts as well. And that speaks to the mental, that speaks to the confidence. Legacy just able to stay in that flow state.
That's it. It's looking very, very good over towards Legacy. There's a lot to like right now. Couple of rounds left to play in this half, where unfortunately again MOUZ have to take a bit of a half bite. Unfortunately, nothing they can really do in a spot like this in terms of investing. It's just been such an uncomfortable full buy. They went for it. So half here and hope for the best, but assumptions being that I guess he should be taking an 8th. Early util damage towards top B is pretty good on Dumao. They're doubling back. We're finished towards A. Got Art and Nissim here. A cheeky angle by Nissim, which is actually often overlooked. You normally look deeper on towards the big box on site. So he should be able to get 1 and also then fall away if he doesn't get caught with util on hand. Good timing on his molly, though.
And he wants to follow up.
I love it.
Nissim wants to try and chase it. Called for a flash. And we'll see that they're scared off. It's quite late, to be fair, though. Does it really give you a clear picture? No. Goes in for another. I think that flash was slightly dodgier by the looks of the little mini-map movement. But either way, there's no one long hauls. They can kind of confirm that. And they are headed towards B. And yeah, no long hauls presence. They immediately get the B cross smoke down here. So Legacy really working on a higher level than you might expect.
Lato's a molly. Timing on it could be pretty excellent. He's going to wait towards back box, but... a second, Dumao goes down, and so does Lato. We might have life in this. Nissim's going to find one of his own, but now it's about this retake. It's about crossing on towards the site, and Sadzin has other ideas. Can't net the second as he wants to cross. He'll lose his life for it as he's just jumping about. And unfortunately, with how low Nissim is, this round might be a write-off.
Maybe. Art's in a decent position to maybe get something done.
He's far forward here.
Yeah, they're giving a lot of space across. Spinks is just over half. Footstep heard. And Spinks with the trade. They do well to find the timing on all those movements. And It's a nice one. I think it's a little bit, unorthodox in the way that MOUZ approach. Maybe they literally didn't have a smoke for the cross, but I think that might be the case given the fact that, they were trying to get the bomb across no man's land like that. But the lack of the smoke, the working off of the contact flashes instead, catches 3 players off on B.
Yeah.
They had a good setup there to deal with it. And it's really not enough. Sadzin, I think I'm trying to get the read here. It's like he's confident that he can hit the shots, but I think he's more confident that he just won't die.
Yeah, exactly,
and that's the way that sometimes he goes flying into these angles, these bomb sites. It helps when you've got the AWP up and you're contacting in. But yeah, I think that he is like, don't worry about it. This crazy play, I'll live. They won't be expecting it. Or there's actually not going to be anybody on that angle. And he gets taught the lesson once or twice.
It's a pivotal round, though, for MOUZ to be taken. Like, they were really on the back foot. And they've at least given themselves a chance to alleviate some of the pressure. Dynamic sets up here in towards mid is make or break, and Spinks will pop his head up for 1. They tried something a little cheeky. It's this or lose his life, and Sads are now a known quantity with that open towards mid.
I mean, MOUZ doing a decent job in some of these rounds. The push and pull factor that we talk about on Inferno, kind of its core DNA.
Yeah.
I like to think there are some teams that play it differently and try and evolve it, but it always comes back to this, and MOUZ doing a good job of it in this round and some of the earlier rounds as well, and just fully conditioning things away. And again, it's a difference of the force buy in this case, but it is the early rounds that MOUZ are just not quite able to fully convert.
Oh, that is so brazen. Somehow no one's died, and Ar's been given the luxury of getting away. They're not committing towards B here, but Zerson trying to keep that pressure on. They're going back for a late play towards A. This is the right call. It's all on the shoulders of the IGL. Angle for him. He lines up 2, but he can only net 1. It's Spinks. He got 2 kills in the previous round, 2 in this one, and it may have taken him a while to wake up, but when he has, he's given MOUZ a little bit of life. 2 versus 2 now on the retake in the final round of the half. And look at the util, actually.
Yeah.
Lato full belt. Sadzin's got a couple of flashes too, and Sadzin's opting for the rifle.
It's just always a question of whether they're going to fully get it out. Molotov fails. That's kind of a yikes. The nade in the wrong place. Flashes are your big ones. First comes in, top of the head. He's just not quite sure. And Spinks will get them both. Flattens them. Absolutely flattens them. Really, really well done as they look solid towards the end. It's still a lead, though. Legacy looking down the barrel of the 2-0. And we're going to find out in that second half if they can get it done.
Welcome back. Legacy with a lead on MOUZ's map pick, but this is still absolutely anybody's game. MOUZ now head on towards that generally more favored CT side in most cases. The one thing that worries me is that we know where things are. MOUZ on the CT side is one thing, which is a strength, but Legacy and Art's brazen aggression on a T side can always be difficult to deal with, and we saw how that was the case at times in Dust 2. So let's start with the fundamentals. Pistols, you got the first one, MOUZ, but you failed the force buy. If you can get a nicer start towards the half, something they've yet to do, that'll help.
Oh, man, and it's straight in. I mean, Brolin does well. Catches a jump peek, I think. There's a couple of them going for that. They will go flying forwards, not bothered about the smoke. But Brolin is keeping his head on straight here. We'll take a couple, and that's about the best you can ask of him. Art has managed to pull off the aggression.
No, you can't lose
my
this.
God.
You can't lose
my
this.
God.
You cannot lose
I was
it.
joking at first.
Shoot his shoulder.
I was kind of joking.
Okay, good molly.
Man.
Good molly.
Oh, man. He's in, like, there's one guy. Has he not won that, bro? Oh, it's unbelievable. Right, we'll see. They might be able to hold on, though. As you say, good Molotov. That buys them a lot of time here. Looking to just fully draw them in. Taking chips out. Sadson gets one. He's got the knife out. It's close, though, you know. I don't think they've got it. I don't think they got the defuse. I'm pretty sure I saw the bar like, he is on. Still, though.
It's close, though.
He's not got it. Someone got off.
Yeah.
I swear to God, somebody got off.
No, I don't think they did. They just missed the window. It was so close.
No. But there was like someone defusing, and then as we kind of cut out, I saw the bar disappear. Maybe we get it on replay. You know.
I don't think they got off. I just think it was ticking. I thought I heard the beep where it hits that.
Yeah. It was definitely like close, but I swear someone was like on it, and then they got off.
No. As he has knife out, they've just got on it, but that was too
I might
far
have to
gone.
get in the demo for that one, bro.
I can't lie.
I might have to ring Mr. ESL and be like, send me the files, you know? I need to know if
John
Miles got off
ESL.
it. Yeah.
Please help me. But bad round to lose nonetheless. Right down to that wire, but not enough. Zertian fighting for his life and he'll lose it. And that's Doom out. Delivers one to open things up, boosted on towards barrels. They're going to realize in just a second, when they look towards B, no one's here. The red carpet's rolled out. It's a free site, a free plant, and a free round. And unless there's something found really early here by Spinks and Brolan, I don't even know if you actually want to give this a go. I think you might want to just reuse this force buy.
Yeah, for sure.
I think they kind of already are soft saving for exactly that. Just reuse it towards the next.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting here, you know, like Dust 2, you wouldn't say is the fastest rolling T side, but they start off very slow, built that up, and then they start bursting a little bit. Here on Inferno, it's like the slowest T side by a
Look at this, by the way. They're hunting.
Ah. All right, we are gonna get the defusing.
We're gonna get an
That's
answer
big.
on this.
That is big. But yeah, what I'm saying here is Legacy have started off on Inferno, which you expect to go a bit slower. They've started off really, really quick.
Yeah.
And I think again that's just kind of catching MOUZ.
I'm telling you, they just get on it too late. I thought, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they just got on it too late.
Okay.
Because when he's in Nubox fighting for his life with a knife out, they weren't on it.
Yeah.
And then as he dies, they just get on it, but it's too late.
Right.
So
that's fair enough.
Yeah, put down.
It was all a bit crazy. It was all a bit crazy.
Put down the good stuff, mate. Lock in.
I might still get in the demo. I'm not gonna lie.
What? You just saw it? What do you mean?
Yeah, it's obviously evidence has been tampered with.
Evidence is tampered with. Have a word.
I'm pulling your leg.
Oh wow. Well, 9-5, and I mean time's running out for MOUZ here. Really, they get a second chance at this force buy. They've got to do something. I mean, they need a statistical anomaly of a round, and it's not a bad way to start things off. In fact, the M4 for one. MOUZ full blind, so Jimmy will get a second. And hang on a second, we said we needed a round that feels like a statistical anomaly, and it might just be here. 5 versus 3 now, with a bit of damage dealt on towards Sadson. Might be a chance, and as the T side head to A, so do a couple of those players in towards B, and even look at the aggression from Zertian. He knows that they are committing towards A.
Yeah.
There's a real timer on this.
Could still make it in though.
I can't see them winning this round. There's way too many bodies here, and they don't know they're being flanked.
True. It's a skill check at the end of the day. And they are just waiting for that smoke to dissipate, waiting for a chance to take the fights. And indeed, they will just walk straight into Meat Grinder. 1 HP for Lato as he is finished off. So, not happening. I think there was maybe like a tiny brief window. If they continued scaling up short like that, they could have isolated the 2A players, but they take a beat. And the beat is far too long. Yeah, it allows them to get in. But it is Yimfat with the big round, ultimately.
His flash there is really important too. It just slows them down. Like, they were going to commit to like kind of living and dying by whatever trades they get in towards that site, but that flash, there's a couple of guys on that half wall and they cancel and fall away, and it just leaves them all alone. I'm not dead just yet. Either around or nothing, they get it. You can see where it puts the pressure back on towards the reinvest by Legacy. Oh, it's not exactly pretty. How is this possibly gone favorably for Legacy? Everything looked like this round should fall to pieces in a matter of moments. And in the most Legacy style possible, they're in a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, they have enough like information to go off of because of their earlier B rounds, their earlier B successes. I think they really do feel confident in their ability to replicate that. And confidence is half the game, man.
That's it.
Maybe even more in a game like this, I tell you what. But yeah, double digits in for Legacy. They look sharp. They've got some great individuals performing here. Dumao again. Sadzin all the way up there on both halves now.
Yes, agreed.
Really, really great.
It's great to see Sadzin playing at this level, of course, because he was so quiet in that first half of map number 1 when they were sort of struggling, especially kind of towards the tail end of that first half. And he picked it up in the second. Was pretty vital towards some of those kills that netted them that map. But yeah, he's electric here. And Dumao, ever present. Him and Lato were lights out on Dust 2, and we're seeing more of the same here. It's fantastic. Confident, very clean on the counter-strike by this Brazilian side. And yeah, for MOUZ, I mean, again, we kind of had this same sort of round in towards Dust 2 where it was on the brink of kind of do or die. Like, if you lose this, you're kind of playing for overtime. And we had the same thing for MOUZ on Dust 2. We've got it here again. Like, you lose this round, you're basically playing for OT.
Yep, 100%. Early shot ringing off for Torji. And off the back of it. It's apartment's control here for Legacy. As they look comfortable while taking it. Jimfat in the unlikely spot here. It will draw them in. Gets traded, but Torji there to back him up. So, mathematical advantage off of a unorthodox play, to say the least. The remainder of the T side are trying to pick up the pieces. And they try and quickly burst out from middle where they think there'll be a gap. They think there'll be a player isolated. Not the case. So again, the remainder of MOUZ have done well to just not allow any more kills to come back in.
Yeah. What do they do from a spot like this? They've got about 45 seconds to work with. It's a late CT smoke down Banana, which they wait for it to dissipate as they start to move back up. It's a slow crawl up Banana, and at the same time, a quick rotate from Brolin, who's coming through. He has a flash, which Andy's just scooped up a nade. Depending on the timing, it could be huge. They're going to contact this cross, though. Zershan waiting fine time, 20 seconds. It's really not a lot of time for error here as well. Zershan can't quite confirm his kill, but it should be enough. 15 seconds, and now into that 1 versus 4. Sadzin, no chance. So he's going to tuck his tail between his legs and get out of there if he can. Spink's got other ideas. He'll drop a smoke to try and stay alive. And he'll just get out of there, just. As he keeps the AK afloat. They can reinvest in towards the next, but a really important round for MOUZ. Just to have any sort of life left in this series.
It's true. It is true. And I mean, they are not over that hill just yet for Legacy. Still very, very, very catchable here. But I think they might just... MOUZ have done well at the late comeback, so we'll see if they're able to do that again. Torji looking for these early opportunities, a couple rounds in a row now. Aggressive utility from both sides, but it is MOUZ to move forwards.
Oh.
They'll get traded instantly, but it's good to see them get the shoulders out and try and keep the T side at bay. It's more on Spinks here, who honestly, I think would have been the easiest trade in the world, but run into him alone. So he gets 1 kill and is able to back away. A mistake, I think, from Legacy.
Yeah. We're going to double pump this execute, though. We're going to go back in. Flash to take top one under control, but a smoke down by Brolin, just to try and slow them down more than anything. Brolin will get the rotate over, so I was going for a 2-2 split on this defense here. Under that minute mark, and what's the idea? Well, Spinks will definitely have heard that, but another smoke will come down. No shocker. Legacy look a little bit lost for ideas at the moment.
They still have the basics to get into B, though.
3 smokes and a flash. Fundamentally, it's enough.
Yeah. Good flash. Here's the big concern. And they're ready to burst. It feels like they maybe have missed the mark. I think they're really waiting to make this a contact flash rather than an initial peak flash. See what they can get away with. Spinks hiding away. Gotta know he's around, though. He's already found a kill earlier on. He's just absolutely calculated things here. 15 seconds. He's not wasting any time. Wow. Beautiful stuff. Waited for that flash. Waited to draw them in. And the discipline there is absolutely paramount.
Yeah. Spinks done really, really well there. He had a very, very slow start to this map. He was really struggling out the gates. Took him so long to get on towards the board, but he's making up for lost time here. Fantastic. That flash from Torsi is brilliant. Of course, he'll get the final kill to close it. MOUZ know about it, and of course, so do we, that the money has run dry for Legacy. So a 9th should be an all but guarantee for the CT side. And there is still a lot of life left in this game, and it's still absolutely anybody's for the taking. 1 P250, a few Glocks, no armor, no utility. Proper contact play, and not a terrible idea. It's always going to take a couple of tags, but we'll get the kill.
Jump scare.
Yeah. Armor making all the difference there, really, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Well, that is kind of funny. See it once in a while, you know, players on edge, fully tense, proving that they are indeed human. Looking for the old waterfall here. It is being watched for in a big way. And Jimmy going to find them all. Lovely stuff. Lato, meanwhile, is on the bait. Not hidden enough. Zertian will still manage to take him down. So flawless one coming in. MOUZ closing his gap exponentially, man. This is a scary look for Legacy, and perhaps a timeout for them. Something that we've not seen very often.
Wouldn't mind a pause. Take a moment to just have a bit of a conversation. Just slow things down a tad. Just going to let it run. Back into the buy, and it's pretty full bar. The fact that Art has to go into a less than premium rifle with that Galil, but he wants to bolster up the util. 3B early for MOUZ. I kind of like this idea. It's obviously been a real pressure point for Legacy in the early rounds. It's kind of part of their default to try and fight up B early. So MOUZ, they can leave out of their book and re-aggressing. Only been out of control taken. And then they can now pull the rotation off. They can leave 2 here, 3 towards A. It's a great way to play it.
Legacy's buy has to work out then. They have started to make a move here. Break coming in. Oh my. Torsi with a missed shot. He's ready for some aggression here, and he will find the response. So misses the easy one, lands the hard one. They've started to scale up short, but it's not looking good. I think things are slowly unraveling for Legacy. Art looking to get himself in that perfect spot, as he so often does.
Oh.
And he might have done it.
Hang on. This is cheeky.
Half an eye on it, though. He still finds the kill. Damn, it's sharp and it's clever.
Half an eye, but he puts a bullet through it. Fair play.
Nice.
Cheers, man. Thanks. I've been practicing.
Oh, faking it out.
I like
we go
this.
in B, we go in A.
This is a nice little re-aggress because Sadzin's surely going to be dead to rights in a second. You'll get 1. Does he expect 2 more, though, around this corner? Or is he going to tuck himself around a separate corner and actually fall away? Look at the time here.
I don't know, they're looking to go for the kills. Still got to get that bomb in, though, because there is that B player so far away. Torji was watching behind, expects them to come out of the apartments here. He's able to take 2, backs off really nicely. 5-7 out, will go down, but the bomb was missed.
Time.
Nissim thought he'd retrieve the bomb, and his teammate fell right next to him, but he did not pick it up. A small breadth of a hair just really making all of the difference, and yeah, that could have been a big steal.
Honestly, really well done by Torzi. Under a lot of pressure there. He misses a shot. Dead to rights, so's the round. The vibe's getting a lot better as well. Torzi, you know, worth mentioning that he's had a really poor start to this map, but he's really starting to look lively. Came to this half like 3 and 10. So
yeah, man.
He's done a lot more to make his presence known. It's obviously considerably easier to AWP on that CT side, but yeah, he's having some real nice moments. He's bailing them out some dicey spots. We're tied square, 10 apiece. And all the wind is in the sails of MOUZ at the moment. This is really feeling like a third map might be required.
Wow, kind of crazy. T-side not taking a lot of damage there from those nades, but they dish out quite a bit. It is, of course, the AWP that really stands out. A very, very scary weapon on the other side of the conversation here. 3 smokes for days over there on B. So we'll see. These are always the rounds. I mean, MOUZ won one very similar to this, actually, like a force buy at the tail end. Nissim, yeah, dead to rights. That was an elbow as well. He's not quite quick enough to react. He really had his sights set on that smoke.
Oh, it's ticks. They know he's there.
I think subconsciously they know they're all here, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Like, just the way that that peak came in towards middle. Still, though, it is brazen, as you've been saying, and the trades are good. One point going to come in, numbers evened up now, and weaponry evened up as well. Lato lacking on the armor. Find out if this AWP can lead the way. It's not going to be easy to get in. Sad's in as well. Finding him, eliminating him is the main mission. They're stacked on top of each other. A great little jump peek. Sadsin caught off. Dumao going to have to go above and beyond for all of them, actually. He finds himself alone now. Brings it into the 1 versus 1. And able to look to play that bomb. Tap comes in, and he knows. He knows. Torji will take him. It's going to be close with the kit. With the kit, I think he does. Yeah, seconds to spare, honestly. And that's tough for Dumao. He had the right idea, not peeking initially, but the panic gets the better of him, and he's just a bit too wide round that corner against the AWP.
Yeah, he just peeks ever so slightly as that smoke is pluming, but it's enough for Torsi to take a hopeful pop shot. It's really not a bad effort by Legacy, but got a feel from Dumao will be kicking himself for letting this one slip away.
What
just
a peek.
So well. Look
What
at
a
that. It's
peek.
just as the smoke is pluming. Yeah, head in hands. I don't honestly even blame them. It's late, but it's the first timeout for Legacy in this map, as they're on the brink of losing it right at this final hurdle. And considering that they were at one point at 10-6, look where we're at now. They are in a problematic spot. Only a few rounds ago that we were talking about, MOUZ, you lose this, you're playing for OT, and now it's actually, that script has flipped onto Legacy, and the pressure feels like it's getting to them.
One of the bigger, if not the biggest mistake I think Legacy have maybe made in the series is like a timeout here.
Yeah.
Should have been 10-8.
Yeah.
Should have been when it's... I like the idea, especially when you've got them to play with, you're in the lead. I like the idea of, okay, we're on our last buy.
Yes.
For the time being. Let's make sure this works.
Yeah, let's talk about this. What have we noticed? How are they liking to play their CT default early? Where can we kind of pile a bit of pressure on? Oh, the nades are a great idea, but they're nade over towards sandbags, not on towards onto corner wall. If they go towards corner, they're an opening kill there.
Yeah.
Maybe even damage on
Maybe
towards
even
that
two.
second player. Yeah,
they were
exactly.
pretty close. They were pretty close to
Exactly.
each other.
Nice idea, just unfortunately the execution in the wrong place. Timing on that smoke by Xerxin. He avoids the flash too, so he can keep this top car control. I'm slightly retracted. Really does feel like now or never for Legacy. You can really feel the boiling point, the pressure of this round. Legacy know it as much as we do.
risky. Could be huge, though. I think he's going to be checked here. Does get traded, but
good regress.
It's created some space, hasn't it? Yeah, full distraction away, and surely you feel enough work has been done. Spinks aware, and it's R in Banana with nothing that he can do to really help his team out. And again, it's like, what have you talked about in that timeout? You're contacting up mid. They don't even smoke long.
Yeah.
There's barely a flash to their name before they're peeking out, and it's just not good enough.
A save will come through for the final 10 seconds for Art. But yeah, money's run low. And with MOUZ now on map point, with what they've proven in this CT side, we're deservedly going towards a third here. We kind of said that Mirage was the handshake in the veto process here. Both sides do like it, but Legacy that were kicking themselves. Just a couple of mistakes, a couple of even just kills going a different way, and they see off this series in a 2-0 fashion against a very tough side to put to rest, and especially for Legacy, they want to start off this tournament well. We got a 2-0 to cleanly get out of the gates. It really opens the door for them, but look now, Double Galil has to come towards round number 23, which very well could be the last of play here, and Torsi wants to make sure of it. I'll say it again, he came in towards this half struggling to have any sort of impact at all, and he has been lights out ever since. Zertian somehow getting out of there alive. A second nade will come down as well as Dumal, Art, Lato all taking a lot of residual damage. Nade on towards that corner could deal some onto Spinks, and it does, but they're still alive. That's all that matters.
Yeah, numbers look good, and it's all unconfirmed damage, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's going to be able to tell you whether that worked or not on the Legacy side of things, but they still feel confident. Into the B Fortress. 3 players over here. Molotov not quite good enough. Maybe it is designed for that location, but all the same, they're so late to the party. Gonna have to recheck those kinds of spots anyway. Zertian dealt with quick, as is Brolin, but it's all Spinks that was the last man I was keeping an eye out for. He will hold the line, and he will finish the job. MOUZ with a pretty insane comeback, all things considered. I think we were 10-7 there, and yeah, really, really look good as they're able to just keep their composure, something that I maybe felt was missing in this series up to that point. Really, really well done from them.
Yeah, it's an incredible run of form right at that tail end. I'll keep singing his praises. I think Torsi's impact on that CT side was miraculous. I also want to say that Spinks started really poorly, warmed up a little bit at the tail end of the first half, and then ran with it in the second. And it just shows just how good that lockdown defense can be from MOUZ. A stellar CT side, and for Legacy, just so little on offer. So Mirage now required. And map number 3, see you after the break.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable! Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens. Katowice! We are back!
Placement matches set your starting point. Face It rating measures your impact as you climb. The soft ELO reset narrows the gap between the highest ELO players and the rest of level 10. Your starting point will be based on your recent ELO inactivity. We're introducing Face It rating, so you can see exactly how much you stack up against others at your level. Face It rating measures how much your actions have increased your team's chances of winning the match, taking into account the full situation. Season 8 launches April 22nd. Good luck and have fun.
And Na'Vi have everyone there. I'm shocked that comes in so easily. 5-7s, man. I mean, it's kind of like, we all know they're broken, but for all the attention the MP9 got, and then, you know, a justifiable nerf, I'm shocked the 5-7 is still as potent as it is. I'm surprised Valve haven't stepped in. I do enjoy watching it though, but man, I'd hate playing it against some of these guys. Oh, that is a round that you will not forget anytime soon, Bait.
Okay.
See, that's a thinking man's gun. That's a classic.
Yeah.
That's
kind of, you can't not respect a 1D.
Yeah, see, 5-7's dirty, but
yeah, you feel kind of cheap.
Eagle's classic.
Liam has missed his nade.
Oh.
And gets caught out in the open over towards ramp.
What's happening?
Alexi needs to try and reel this one back in. It's fallen to the shoulders of the captain. The nades are fantastic. The Grenadier
get him out.
Puts a stop to this A hit and any of the worries with it. Bomb will get planted, but that is the only victory for Bait in this round.
Triple kill from Makazi. Lovely spray and quick on that cat flank.
He's been in great spirits across this series. Even, at the low points of Inferno, smiles all round from Makazi as far as he's concerned. They would never lose in this one.
Yeah. You mean he was laughing at Ema, right?
He was laughing at Ema. I think that's good.
That's fair. He was 0.
We were all laughing at Ema in a way.
Yeah.
But now we're laughing with Ema.
Oh,
you see?
It's so nice. He's come back around. 11-5. And if you look at the scoreline of this game, you would say Na'Vi, no problem. Never even close. Not an issue. But I think there were definitely moments in this map for Bait. And, well, the most notable just transpired. Could have closed this game up. Could have given Bait a bit more room to play some T-side gun rounds, and those gun rounds will never appear. They're going to take the eco here, give Na'Vi match point, and then pray that they can hang on. But that's going to require one hell of a streak. And so the weaker first half coming back to haunt Bait here. As Na'Vi surge towards the finish line.
The AWP is the thing meant to defend this A side of the map, but these are just fake smokes trying to drop down into the spawn. That's exactly what Ema wanted. Wonderful's even able to help out from the ramp.
You see why you really need that player to get that kill when they drop into spawn, because without a mid to B smoke, not only can Ema follow up, but Wonderful's covering from ramp. So Na'Vi just
felt like another one of those rounds where Na'Vi had the read on this situation. Like Ema, sure, he was set up in CT, responsible for mid, but he's playing it in such a way that his main focus actually was on the drop down. And that's a fight you're favored in as the CT if you catch them, on the full.
It does feel like the familiarity of this game is definitely favoring Na'Vi. They've had numerous rounds across this series where they've just perfectly outread Bait. Blade's tactical timeouts have almost always resulted in round wins for Na'Vi. They haven't been losing to ecos for the most part. It's been a solid game from Na'Vi today, with the exception of Inferno, a well-earned win from Bait. That may be all they have to show, as these other two maps have been nice and one-sided. Wonderful pick. Ema follows up, and we're 3 kills away from a finisher.
No problems. Wonderful on that AWP, making it sing. Ema did try and get aggressive, but it's not without reason. He's got Makazi down here in lower tunnels, and there it is, an abrupt close to this series. One map in it for Bait, but it's Na'Vi strolling away with the win when all is said and done. A series that they've always been able to get the better of them in, keeps up for Na'Vi. Bait just cannot beat this team.
Damn, it's not been fun for Bait.
diz que é pra esquecer, tá dando desculpa pra deixar as coisas do jeito que elas são. Esperança ao resto do chão. O teu mantra é deixar pra lá. Se alguém faz do teu corpo peão, te tira do eixo, faz girar, tremendo nas bases, solução você põe na contramão. O melhor é deixar pra lá. Pingo nos is, tintim por tintim, meticulosa particular. Na falta de um pormenor, se espiche e aumenta a questão. Melhor deixar pra lá. Venha gambiarra pra inquietar teu coração. O duvidoso foi mais longe que o certo. O improviso é mais que o teu mantra falhar. Deixa pra lá, não vá correndo consertar. Já não tem jeito não. Deixa pra lá, melhor ficar olhando assim, é de canto de olho. Deixa pra lá, não vá correndo consertar. Já não tem jeito não. Deixa pra lá, melhor ficar olhando assim, é de canto de olho. Que delícia. Vamos nessa levada. Você quando diz que é pra esquecer, tá dando desculpa pra deixar as coisas do jeito que elas são. Esperança ao resto do chão. O teu mantra é deixar pra lá. Pingo nos is, tintim por tintim, meticulosa particular. Na falta de um pormenor, se esquenta e aumenta a questão. Melhor deixar pra lá. Venha gambiarra pra inquietar teu coração. O duvidoso foi mais longe que o certo. O improviso é mais que o teu mantra falhar. Deixa pra lá, não vá correndo consertar. Já não tem jeito não. Deixa pra lá, melhor ficar olhando assim, é de canto de olho. Deixa pra lá, não vá correndo consertar. Já não tem jeito não. Deixa pra lá, melhor ficar olhando assim, é de canto de olho. Você
I can see you're skeptical. You could have a little faith, it never killed nobody. What you waiting for? We're getting closer by the step, feels like it's just getting started. I can see you're skeptical.
A third map that we were not expecting. I think it's safe to say halfway through that Inferno, it felt like the job was done.
Yeah.
Legacy could not finish the job, at least there. They've got to move to a third now. And they're looking to hopefully bounce back. Look, we criticized the timeouts ultimately, but I think a lot of it was on MOUZ, just really keeping their heads together, really looking disciplined, and a lot of it on this guy, both physically on the server, but also I think just what he's able to bring to keep that energy up. Tried on Dust2, didn't quite work, but on Inferno they were able to bounce back really well.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. So now it comes down to the side of Mirage as well. We kind of said this is a bit of a handshake for both of these two sides. They both really enjoy playing. We've got a knife round as well, of course. Always good to see who starts where. It's very rare that we get to see the knife round as well. Oh, Loved had to start. He looks offended.
Yeah, this is why we don't get to see the knife round, because it just stands still for like a minute.
Faff about this, spraying on the floor. Come on, guys. Somebody's got to commit. One of you. One of you. Anytime today, lads. Jesus, come on.
I was joking when I said a minute, but I think it genuinely has been a minute. So
Come on. We got a show to get off here. What is going on here? Here we go. Finally, about damn time. Knives coming through from both sides. Looking... Oh.
Yeah, there you go, MOUZ.
There you go. MOUZ won it. I'm assuming they'll start on that CT side as well. Okay. And they will. We said it's a bit of a handshake for both of these sides as well. Now, I hate to say it because I know some people are going to love the moment. Apparently, owner picks at the moment. But both of these sides have won 6 out of the last 7 in this map. He apparently just broke the German record for most 6-7s in a minute. So.
What's that about? There's no way we're doing country records. It's really gotten bad. Into the B bomb site, as society might be falling apart around us, as is the B bomb site attack. Sad's in the only one left. He only gets that one kill. And it will be MOUZ to take it. So picking up where they left off, and you can see some dejection already, you know, not the happiest looking faces, to be honest with you. So might be in for a long third map here on that legacy side of things, who really feel like they should have had this one done by now.
Yeah, very early. It feels like for them to look a little bit demotivated already. Let's hope it's nothing too serious, but there won't be any sort of a buy here. No shocker, really, with nothing being found in towards that first. This one's a little bit of a throwaway. But again, you'd like a plant. And they're going for the old MM classic. Everybody go to one site. The bomb waits towards B in hopes that they can dive out.
But this has got like an extra layer to it.
Yeah, because it's like a double pronged.
Yeah. I'm really noticing. I'm really watching, learning, taking it in.
Or overcooking, potentially.
No. This is... Then you look to see if anyone peeks, and then you go back to B, and surely they'll think it's B. It's very smart. It's very smart.
Okay. One is rotating towards mid.
Yep. You're too early.
Die.
Too early.
Oh, that's that. And Jim will drop as well. So
you needed me calling the shots on that one, man. I'm a master of the you go A, I go B.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably because of, you know, I don't play in these games. Let's just say that.
Really? Oh, I thought you could handle yourself here, mate.
Well, in a round like that, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's your moment.
Way too early. You've got to leave it to like the last 10 seconds.
Yeah.
But I don't think anyone has the patience for that at this level of the game.
Well, first proper round for Legacy, and let's see what they're all about. Start isn't exactly successful for them, and we're worried about the woes of that late Inferno creeping in towards the Mirage. We'll see whether that's the case. Yeah, this will be a nice little litmus test against that bonus buy. Especially considering it was a flawless round for MOUZ. Not really much they needed to reinvest into. Big front con smoke. So actually going to play behind it. I like the idea as well. It gives them the opportunity to have a little looking towards short, see if there's any movement up in that direction. But if they want to dive through con, they've got to fight through him. Going to re-smoke it as well. This is an A split, but I wonder whether they want to boost one in towards window.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. I think it's part of the scale here. Just waiting for the right moment to do so, and also, yeah, perhaps, again, trying to pull the wool over the eyes of their opponents. A lot of teams will do this with a smoke in towards them.
Grenade, that's the bomb.
Yeah, dropped and heard, figured out, but they're just not ready because there's not a smoke down, and they've managed to get away with it almost for free. It's the two-man setup in towards Palace, balcony, that really could be the game changer. Lato manages to find Brolin. Bomb still can't get out. Great little Molotov. But it's MOUZ in the ascendancy with only 20 seconds left on this clock. Arc going to go down. Lato remains all alone trying to find the tip of the head. It's not happened for him. Somehow survives that fight. But all the same, they had him dead to rights with the re-peak. So 3 in a row. MOUZ looking good. And I don't know, man. It feels like a lot of the life has been pulled out of Legacy.
Yeah, we're just not seeing that fire at the moment from them. And they're very good, as we've kind of been talking about these quite punchy rounds on the T side, but I just don't see it there. Being whittled away a little bit too easily. And I like the way MOUZ also approaching it too. Kind of for them, they're liking to stick together, playing this sort of buddy system in trading off each other. It's just working really well. Not a lot to complain about. So back into Overpass again for Legacy, as MOUZ have got a nice springboard to start this third map. Good timing on the smoke, but they might just disregard it anyway. They might fly on through, and then they come. What they got for us? Torzy holding for the ramp progression. He's been caught by a flash, and now a smoke in his face. He'll break it open. One behind, spotted crossing. Nothing he can do about it. So they will take the A site. No one dead just yet as they get that C4 down.
Yeah, messy. Very messy, to say the least. Resmoke comes in, though. It's slightly deeper and kind of in the perfect spot. Forces all these con players to the back, but they will still try and brute force their way in. One kill on a bomb plant. It's not the worst, it's not the best, but Legacy, I think, can still be satisfied with that. Gives them a boost into this following round. I was looking good, though. A smile out of Brolin.
Yeah.
Listen, he's a pretty stoic guy, so that's really good signs that they are absolutely feeling good here.
Yeah, a lot to like at the moment, early from MOUZ. Obviously, there was woes in towards Dust too, especially that first half of Inferno as well, issues that crept forward, but it's been gradually getting cleaner and cleaner, and we're really seeing a bit more of the pinnacle of them now. This is a lot more like it. As we come back in towards the buy for this T side. Legacy, you don't find number 5, and we're actually starting to really ring a few alarm bells. That's where we look to say, I'd like an early attack timeout of some sort. Brolin, dead to rights. No way. There was way too much pressure on his sort of position. And the fight on two fronts, he'll lose his life. So once again, the A site lost, this time with a full buy behind it. This is a lot more like it.
Yeah, and I mean, the big thing here as well to bear in mind is Legacy have gone really quick. They've gone back to what they feel works, and just their basic answer for problems is to rush, which again is just not all that common for the top teams. They tend to take it slow and then burst things out, but the flat spawn-based rush is not as common. Nades look good, softening them up, but no kills found. There are kits available here, but with no kills coming their way, MOUZ, I think, begin to consider this.
Yeah.
Torzy is so far away. It does look like Essex, really. And they will maybe find some.
Oh, or maybe not.
Quite forward-facing, actually, in the end, to be honest with you.
Torzy does get one of his own on the way out, but it's Duma in the end who delivers with 4 kills to his name. He opens up that round that he closes it to on that sort of soft save, slight hunt play. Not good enough. So Legacy, we said that was a very important round. We kind of needed it, or else alarm bells be ringing out. At least for now, they can subside. He's back into the buy for MOUZ. No problems. They got plenty of cash for this round and for the next if required, really. I mean, Torzy sitting on just shy of 6.5. Time an early lean towards B. And all 5 are in this direction, and they're going to go quick. We kind of said it. In default positions, they dive for pacier rounds, and they're going for that once again. Jimmy's up here towards Gel, but it's Torzy to open up proceedings as Nissan will hit the deck for another on the cross. But Jimfat moves early, and actually, so does Spinks. So the numbers go back in favor of the T side.
Yeah, Lato being sort of lightly dotted into the bomb site was just not communicated, not spotted maybe. And potentially another save here. I mean, they're so far away.
Yeah, I don't think they give this one a look in.
Yeah. This is tough, man. This is tough. MOUZ, right place, right time, just not quite landing those shots and not quite sure of themselves. They're really having the mechanics tested. They have failed the past couple of rounds. I was ready to kind of say, okay, Legacy, rush B, it's pretty transparent. They lose that round out. What have you got now?
Yeah.
Not much, but it's actually working for them. Still does come into the conversation, though. You've gone A, you've gone B, you maybe have fast mid, but, like, what else do you really have in the locker if the slower rounds are not working for you? They tend to be something that you're always going to have to fall back on. I don't think he'll quite reach it. It's not going to get there in time, but to take 2 on the way out is pretty good.
Yeah, it's actually a silver lining, to be fair. 3 saved. Only 1 staying alive as well for Legacy. You can't take a silver lining out of that spot for sure. But Last 2 rounds, slightly pacier. Punch in, you can really just see for Cyclone how he's like, right, we need to cut this out immediately. Like, this cannot be how they run this T side. We can't let them continue to kind of like essentially run the gauntlet on us with these quick rounds and just hope that they can fall back on mechanics, because ultimately Legacy can, right? That's kind of the beauty of this Legacy side, is like in times when it's really quite difficult, they can fall back on a lot of these individuals, in particular somebody like a MOUZ who's come out the gates looking quite strong. It's 2 rounds now for him where he's got an entry to give them space in towards the site, and off the back of his entries, they can close things out. Just can't afford for that to be a consistent factor on this T side. From a 4-0 start as well. Now starting to run a little bit finer on the punch. That money to buy in towards the next, but if things continue with this trajectory, not only will Legacy tie it up, but they'll break your econ in doing so.
Yeah, we'll find out. But this is it. They go back. It's slower. What can they really do from here? They're hoping that by being aggressive, they've put that ingredient into the recipe, and MOUZ are going to try and do the same thing. They're looking to catch off some aggression, but it's just not coming. MOUZ are not playing their game.
It's true.
Maybe in a way, we've got MOUZ playing even more passive to prepare for the aggression that might come their way.
Kind of feels like you want to see MOUZ get a bit more proactive, even as just like an information gather.
Yeah.
Oh, that's been heard.
It has. I mean, it's fair enough. Utility comes out from the same player. But you notice Zershan's got an eye on the window boost, even despite the lack of smoke again, so they're not falling for that same kind of gimmick. A light change up in the way that they will actually boost the player through the smoke. But Zershan is still watching. There's once in a while going to be a team where you have to watch this angle. Oh, they've got the right idea. And Zershan's moved away.
Good nade.
I think this looks pretty good, though. Overlooked on the chair. And your flanking presence as well was picked up by the AWPer. So it's not going to happen here. Not enough time. And Legacy, when they turn that dial back down, turn the heat down, they just don't know what to do.
So the issue is, right, being one-dimensional is where they're getting their rounds, right? And they're getting their successes by being really pacey, really quite puggy. And of course, Mirage is a map where you can really lean into that. It is sort of the pugger's paradise. It's the map that everybody knows and loves. But being so one-dimensional in that sense, you can get conditioned. And this is sort of where MOUZ are at now, where they know what to expect. They know not to overfire. Or if they're doing so, making sure they have the right utility and trades around them, that they can kind of pile that pressure back on towards Legacy, use their own pace against them. Or when they don't throw pace, it feels like they're just a little bit weaker in terms of how scary this T-side should be. Which is a worry, right? The only thing you can do is, from what we've seen in the first 7 rounds of play, the only real blessings of Legacy have come from really quick rounds. Even the rounds that they've lost, where they've got a bomb plant or they popped in towards A, which we kind of saw much earlier in the half. It was really pacey, really nice to see. All these slower rounds so far have been super ineffective. I wonder if this one's going to be more the same, because again, it's another slower round where they're building through mid-control, poking and prodding towards both the B and the A side and seeing what comes up, but I also don't look too phased by it.
Agreed. Oh, lovely little flash over. Zershan not able to net the frag, and he will lose his own life for the trouble. So MOUZ tries some aggression. Doesn't quite work out. Maybe they will go back to just sitting on their hands for the best part of a minute and a half. Nonetheless, damage done, info gained. These are things that you can argue. It's going to be a pivot back towards A, which does feel like a capitalization on the squishier bomb site, as it were.
Yeah, it's just Torzy. Oh, bad timing on scope. Wow.
That is just so unfortunate. I think with...
as bad as it gets,
yeah,
really,
the luck going against you like that, you're on the wrong bomb site, the rest of the guys... just going to be a save here for MOUZ.
Yeah. A loose look at exits, really, but yeah, you're spot on. You just shell up here. It's good to see that Legacy can bring in those slower rounds again. We haven't really seen them for a while. We haven't seen them at all really on towards this map, but obviously kind of for a while, even back on Inferno. That's just unfortunate. Even if Torzy gets one there, it's a different story. You know, he gets 1 falls away back into like a 4 versus 4 where they can actually fathom the idea around a retake, but it works against him. Sadzin playing exits for him. He'll catch Jimmy lurking around TV room. Roland gets one back in blood at least. Orp scooped up. Oh, and Lato just caught a knife out, in fact. Spink's probably not worth the fight, to be honest. So a couple of kills at the end, which she'll take as small little parting gifts, but it's Legacy now making this a 2-round game. Yeah, it's just so unfortunate for Torzi. He just doesn't want to be double scoped in case they walk out of Palace because he's so alone there. He's also worried that potentially they could actually move up towards stairs or actually contact up through connector because he was the only one towards that side. They'd gone for an early gamble call of 3 towards B.
I'm trying to think of where that comes from as well.
I think it was just late in towards the round numbers disadvantage and they were like, let's just take a chance here. They've defaulted a couple of times towards B. Let's see whether they do it again, but in the end, not to be. I don't hate this. A double move through ramp with Brolin leading the charge. No one's here. If anything, partly you'd kind of think, Xerxes, do you fall away now? But no, they're both going to sit together and start moving the way. One of you has to keep eyes trained. This Sim. Knife out as he rounds the corner. It's a little bit uncomfortable for Sadzin, but does he expect the second? Oh, the kill. That's a great nade. Perfectly placed. Touchdown by Xerxes. Let's get the numbers back in favor of MOUZ. I love the aggression.
Yeah, really well found. As they look set to maybe push things forwards here. Press the attack, so to speak. And remaining aggressive off ramp for quite a while.
Yeah.
I'm going to move back towards the safer spots, but Legacy, of course, and down. A wild walkout from Spinks, but it is easy for him. Dumao turned the wrong way. Art's made his way up the window. What can he get done over here? Xerxes will check him. The molly puts him on alert, really.
Kind of
it's going to be Lato.
Yeah,
it's pretty funny. Lato is going to be left fully alone. 1 versus 4. Nothing going to happen for him, so it will be a save out. And MOUZ able to retain their lead in their strong position here. But again, seeing some life in them. They are certainly capable as they will move their way with full contact aggression on the CT side. It's pretty scary, but it works nice.
Yeah, it's a nice round. It's just a little bit uninspiring from Legacy. So MOUZ are guaranteed. Worst case scenario is that tie game at the half the way they're playing it feels very likely that they should be taking a lead. Actually running with it. We'll speak a lot about the CT side of this map now. Second highest of 2026 thus far. Just behind of Overpass. You got those 3 of like Overpass, Nuke, Mirage of all so CT side of this year, depending on kind of the level. Tier 2 is a little bit different compared to that top end. So going a bit quicker. He gets out in front of the molly. That molly has split up the pack. A smoke that'll come down behind it as well. Jimmy knows that this is a real potential to be something dicey here. That's a great find. And Torzi's now rotated over at a great time, but he can't find the trade. He's going to stick around, and in doing so, that second swing will lose him his life. But Spinks has got all the right ideas. 3 for him to shut down B, and Sadzin's all left. He can't scoop up a gun. That was feeling very uncomfortable, but Spinks bails them out of a bad spot.
Yeah, it's just holding the line. No retreat ultimately is what they're after there, and although shots are missed by the AWP, his mission may well have been a bit different. Creates all this space and information for Spinks to work from.
Yeah.
Fantastically done from him, but he had backup on the way, right? They're just able to really keep control of the site itself. Absolutely fantastic stuff, as they will continue that lead. And Legacy not out of the danger zone, right? 3 rounds is not going to be enough for you. Great flash coming round. They're totally caught.
Oh, yeah.
And guess what they go back to now? It's a rush. Let's try and rush in there. Well, this time, MOUZ are very, very ready. It's not going to work. And you can just see the playbook for this Legacy side perhaps barely even exists. Only about 4 pages long on Mirage.
Yeah, no, exactly that. And you can kind of see even for Art, his sort of reaction there. He's been absolutely read like a book by Brolin, who's walked away with 4 kills. And It's one of those situations of if you don't laugh, you'll cry kind of thing. That's
yeah.
exactly how Art feels. 1-9 for him. He's really struggling.
0-9
for Nissim. Yeah. It's not what you want to be.
Should have closed out. And then map 3, just not our map. Whether that is because of the way map 2 goes or just the way that their Mirage does not perform.
Yeah.
Tough to say. But yeah, certainly not looking good here. As MOUZ are one step closer to 9-3 and one step closer to that finish line if this continues in the fashion it is.
Yeah, exactly that. It feels very unlikely. They don't get a 9th, to be honest, considering the bye. Galil for Doomau is as good as it gets. Diving up though, Zertian. Be tested in a second, but it's Spinks to open up proceedings. Zertian going to go in front of the Flames. I love the idea. You've got the AWP at range to hold down the fort for you a little bit, and it's just all falling apart. It is beautiful from MOUZ. Lovely stuff from them to shut out the half, and they have put a statement up there. Legacy are in trouble. We'll see after the break.
Well, here we go. Could be the end of the road in this series, to be honest. MOUZ have looked very, very good in that first half. Legacy with the Legacy gimmick, you know, just rushing in, catching you off for a round or two, but they've not really been able to replicate or outbrain their opponents necessarily. And now the pistol worth its weight in gold. The odds raise your eyebrows by the looks of it.
Brutal.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more, though, to be honest. I mean, Legacy have been an absolute non-starter here, Mirage, which we thought would be a nice handshake. It felt like, of all the maps in the pool, it was like, this one feels like guaranteed we'll get it. who will pick it, how will it come into play here. But yeah, man, it's just been so rough by Legacy. They've offered up next to nothing. This pistol feels like it's everything. You lose this, and I don't really have any sort of faith. I mean, I kind of already don't have any faith, but that'll make it even worse. You've got Art 1 and 10, Nissim 0 and 10, 0 kills in the half. Like, it's a bleak time for the Brazilians on home soil as well, especially considering that they honestly should have 2-0'd this.
Yeah, and I think they know it, really. They're looking to try and do what they can. Oh, it's a big kill to give Lato the chance on these Julies here. Ultimately, 3 kills created around him. Could be huge. Bomb recovered lightly. Still don't really have space to get into the bomb site itself, though. Xerxian looking for some elevation to try and change things up and find that all-important head. Still not feeling confident enough to cross to get this plant. He'll run out of space, but he really wants the high ground.
Yeah.
Really wants to try and net a head from here, but as soon as he shows himself, it's a double swing. In fact, it's all on him. Giving him space. There's not a lot of time left now, though. He's got to recover the bomb back himself, which, again, they are looking to lightly hold. He's happier to take the fight, it would seem, than plant that bomb.
No.
And he might start getting away with it. So calculated thus far. 2 easy kills, a bomb plant in the nick of time, and a low HP Nissim.
He has no armor as well, because he's got the kit.
Yeah, this is scary. I think Nissim needs instant headshot if he is to take this. And he's lost track. He's lost track. He does not know where Jimmy's at right now. Gonna tap that bomb. Will he consider CT? It looks like he probably will now that he's checked firebox, but no, he is just going in.
Oh, he doesn't fall for it.
Wow, okay. Jimmy just not peeking. Second time of asking. He will get in there, and it's a little dicey. But Jim Fat with the 1 versus 3.
He doesn't fall for the initial tap. That is so well played by Yimfat. Just nerves of steel not to swing around that corner. Especially when everyone's low and they've all lost track of each other. But the big thing about that, that's a 2 versus 4 they fumbled. That is poor from Legacy. Then into the 1 versus 3 and done so well. Yimfat, huge round to scalp away. And that might just be one of the final nails in the coffin for Legacy. That was a gift. That's one they couldn't convert. Still corners and is yet to get on the board. Art couldn't get one in that round either. They're round that corner. Lato will get one of his own. It is a double from Spinks to try and answer back. And Xerxian and Torzi will add some more pain into it. Dumal's all that's left of a P250, but no real chance for him in this one. Yes, there's a fair decent amount of damage dealt towards MOUZ here, but this round's a write-off, and that's MOUZ up to 11. This is essentially 1 gun round to keep Legacy alive in the map, and the series, and Dumal flames at his feet. We'll see him off as he burns to a crisp. This is it. This is now or never for this series. You lose this, you've got no money heading into what is most likely the final round of play in this series.
Yeah, tough prospect. Very, very tough prospect, I think. And, you know, there's maybe some checkout from the Legacy guys. Look, sometimes it is just as simple as you got 2 players who are 1 and 24, which is just a crazy stat to say.
Brutal.
Yeah, it's rough. And you can look at that and you can go, all right, well, you know, nothing we can really do about that. Like, we didn't plan for that. You can't necessarily blame anyone. It happens to the best of us. But seemingly, at the worst of times, is the problem for Legacy right now. Maybe an injection of something here if they can find this first rifle.
Yeah, and even outside of kind of the 1 and 24 for 2-year players, you look on that flip side as well for MOUZ, and it's like their worst performing player so far would be the top for Legacy. I mean, it's such a poor showing here. Dumal, only one who's had his moments. Lato, the occasional kill here or there. This is it. Assassin's Glass cannon with the AWP as well. It's worth keeping an eye on that. Lovely work. Xerxian was waiting for that. Dumal, he double checks in. He'll lose his life, but Sadzin will do something at least with that AWP. And Nissim finally gets on the board, and he actually gets 2 for it. Better late than never.
It's true.
I was worried he was going to go killless on the map. So
yeah, that would have been insane. But he does redeem himself slightly. Is it enough to give his team the round, though? I think is the question here. And they're actually way, way ahead of things on B. They will slow down, not realizing how good they could have had it. Sadzin out with some light support behind him, but they've split up. Flash comes in, slightly delayed second as well. Going to give Jimfat the space that he needs. The Orb doesn't quite know what to do. The backpack sticking out. Lato gets in the nick of time. Torji with the fake to draw the one-on-one, but there's no time remaining. Lato plays it well to just force him off of that bomb. And it will be Legacy to survive for the time being.
Yeah, Not plays it well by being nowhere near the crime scene there. He was all the way in towards mid, but it works. Torji was looking for that fight. They left it very, very late, but it's just about staying alive. And that dive out from window is so unbelievably important. Because Sadzin was spotted, I think you've actually got to be a little bit more aggressive on clearing Sadzin in towards back pillar. Obviously, in hindsight, not dead just yet. Little life left in Legacy, but still a long, long road to recovery. So only an MP9 for him. We brought in towards round 16, but then flip side, Brolin only has a Tech 9. Oh, the nade's good. The nade's very good. Does break open that smoke as well. They don't do anything behind it. The spam deals a bit of damage to Zertian on the retreat.
Later utility out here. Maybe for some mid control. They're so far back. Got like no map control right now. Which is a little wild. I guess trying to earn it. The Palace play could be the difference maker here, but a minute left on the clock.
I like the setup a lot though by Lato and Sadzin. It's so aggressive to kind of try and meet them where they would try and kind of go for a waterfall here. Because eyes are going to be trained naturally towards the likes of kind of CT back, triple jungle, these sort of positions. They're ready to fight right up in their face. And Sadzin, if he can get one to start things off, that'd be huge. But he doesn't. The crouch peek. But Lato, he's going to get overlooked. He struggles with the first, but he's still alive briefly. But briefly is the key words, the Tech 9 will trade.
Wow, I mean, just gaps everywhere. We got this smoke on short. They did think they were going towards B. So, yes, the setup was there, but I think maybe minds and eyes a little bit elsewhere as info that it could be a short split came in, and that was just enough to distract away. Even though they kept the positions, they just weren't quite as locked in as they might have been 10 or 15 seconds prior. No mid presence from the CT side. They were able to just charge up Con and not get shot in the back. So again, ideas in place maybe with site partnerships, but the overall encompassing setup just not on the money.
It's true, Sadzin just needed to go 1-for-1 in that first engagement. And then with doing that, if he gets one, Trey comes through, but that play up close and personal gets another, so then the advantage comes back and it buys time for the rotations from that B setup, but it goes the other way. The trades are fantastic for MOUZ. Easy pop through and towards the A side, and that Tech 9 that moves through from connector, really effective. 12-4. Map and series point. MOUZ on this reverse sweep. Off the back of a lackluster Dust 2 and a poor start towards Inferno as well. It was really looking very likely that they were going to get 2-0'd in this series. And Legacy went missing at the halfway point of Inferno, and unfortunately we never found them again.
That's a pretty good way of putting it.
Thanks.
To be honest, no, but it's true. It's very true.
But it has quite literally been 3 halves. Well, they've never been there.
They're just stuck there. I think they are just really in that, damn, we should have won.
Yeah.
And that does not seem to have been shaken off in between maps, in between halves.
And I think credit to, the kind of the leadership in this side, right? You've got a couple of voices that are very prevalent with MOUZ. Obviously, you've kind of got Cyclone behind the scenes, Torzi, who does a lot of that kind of secondary calling, but Brolin as well. I think Brolin, he has really read art and the style he likes to play like a book, and maybe it took a while to understand what he's trying to throw in and what his defaults look like and what signs are there to kind of get a read and get an understanding. But I mean, once he has, it's only been one-way traffic. Let's see, Sadzin up close, come towards Torzi, they behind as well, but he'll lose his life. How about the second there for Brolin? The IGL leading by examples, they dive out in towards A, and this could be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's just perfect, man. It's just absolutely perfect as they entry their way in. Umar will take down Brolin. He's looking for a little more here. And perhaps... Oh, it's too much to ask. The MP9.
Oh, no.
The difference maker. He's been flanked out now as well before he can even finish that kill off.
Speaking of flanks.
Yeah, we do have Nissim here. Looking to get a few more kills to his name. Bomb goes... Oh! Bomb goes down.
You hate to see it. You really do.
So does Nissim.
Yeah.
And so does the series. That's a rough one. Their last chance at anything. MOUZ is just too far away. 14 HP. This is a save, but you can't save. And the nade even to finish him off. He doesn't even have a peek come his way. They definitely knew about him. MOUZ going to take it. Look, slow start from them. Dust 2, we maybe flash back to it, right? They lost both pistols. Maybe if they get one there, they could have found Dust 2. They could have found this in 2-0 fashion. So I will say that throughout, although scorelines are a little bit close, it definitely is MOUZ playing the better Counter-Strike, but Legacy just giving themselves more room off the back of those pistols, which is a game in and of itself, right? We might have to get it under the microscope to say, did they have good strats? Did they just get a bit lucky, as you sometimes can in pistols? But when it came to the proper CS, it was MOUZ looking really sharp, especially towards the end.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And, you know, unfortunately for Legacy, they just go out with a bit of a whimper, to be honest. It really was a lackluster showing. And I'll say it again, from the halfway point of map number 2 onwards, we never really found this side again. They got figured out and they got understood. And I'll say it again, Broden, credit to him. I think not only playing an excellent game, like he looked really sharp himself and was quite selfless in a lot of the fights he was taking, buying a lot of space for this MOUZ side, but I think he just called excellently too. He figured out what Art was trying to throw at them, and he nullified a lot of these key pieces. And even the guys who were still putting up some numbers, Dumal, Lato, like he really kept them at bay and didn't allow them to shine the way they usually do. You look back towards that first map, those two, Dumal and Lato, were lights out, 20 plus kills for the both of them. They didn't get anywhere near that in towards that decider. So absolutely fantastic display, but man, we have to ask a lot of questions about what happened to this side. It was just such a poor showing in towards that Mirage, which is a map that they haven't been bad on. I'll say it again. They've won 6 of the last 7 on that map, and we didn't see any signs of the greatness of Legacy there. So credit to MOUZ. What a way to start the tournament for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think, you know, they've played a very good game in the end. It took them a while to get there. I'm not quite sure. You know, they miss out on Bucharest and everything, so have they gone away and done the practice? Are they taking things a little bit looser? Is there movement coming in the team before the major? We don't rightly know, but certainly Legacy came out all guns blazing, playing pretty good Brazilian-style Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
It just maybe took a readjustment period for MOUZ. That's one of the big things. When you face off against a team like this that are on the precipice, they can be pretty hard to deal with. You have to remember how they play. They've not played each other since, the summer of last year, so nearly a year ago. It has been quite a while since they've met. So there's all these kinds of things that come into the conversation. And once they had got their finger in, once they had figured out how to get the winning formula, they just kind of didn't stop. So...
No, exactly that. That snowball effect was fantastic, and I think they took a lot of momentum from map number 2, that tail end, which was fantastic, in towards that decider on Mirage, and they never stopped. They never slowed down. And for Legacy, we even kind of said it off the back of Lost that pistol, like, oh, hang on, they look a little dejected here, a little bit, you know, maybe not all that, and we just never saw them really step in towards the server. So a dicey start for one of the hometown heroes, right? And now they've really got to try and fight their way back in towards this if they want to play in front of a crowd. So we'll have to see, but for MOUZ, fantastic work. But that is not our only series left for today. We have got one more to bring you, which we are very, very excited for. It is Aurora taking on HOTU, which I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw up this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
That's prime Glock play right there.
Dude, also just like in amidst all the chaos there, it was Fallen we were on this camera where he gets his double. You can kind of feel them deciding in the moment who they're all going to face, who they're all going to swing together. It ends up being the CT guy. You had to kind of change his mind on the fly. Felt like they were going to fight Ruins, but at every turn, you know, even though it was like an even odds retake, you were actually taking like 2 3v1s back to back on those peaks. So just very well handled, well managed in amidst the chaos of the retake.
It's a really hard round for Passion to piece together, to be fair. The numbers, their only advantage. And Force Buy comes out, giving us a 4-on-4 early at Banana. But now a gamble has to be made. A lot of util here. Top B, Fang's gonna block. He's got one more smoke as well, entrusted with this site alone. Nick's got a jump spot down middle, I think, so he's just realized that whole position's empty. Does Kavem want to rotate? It might be too late anyway, even with the smoke from Fang. He needs a multi-kill or bust.
Gets out with one, but it's about all you could have hoped for. You got 3 players fast down through mid, on for the backstab. Molodoi can hear this. It could still get weird if they clear this position.
Yeah.
It's a vulnerable spot.
Oh, no.
Fake check, and Molodoi has 3 right in front of him. All money made. Molodoi comes in big on the backstab at Banana.
Oh, they half cleared it. Because if you clear that as coming back up there, you see him before he sees you. And so that's a free kill there for Passion, but they don't do their due diligence.
So MP7, very small gun.
Yeah?
If it was long gun, maybe they
Oh, maybe. Okay, yeah. I mean, it didn't look like the deepest check.
Yeah, it was like the laziest
It was a lazy clear. Oh, no. Another, I feel like it'll just feel like a missed opportunity here for Passion. That could have been a 3-on-2 with good timing on a retake.
I think also it's just reassuring to see Furia not really having any issues in this map.
Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, and DHL.
Welcome back in, folks. We are on for Aurora versus HOTU as a matchup that maybe, you know, you might not have expected coming into today, right? HOTU, a team that we're kind of aware of, I think it's safe to say. They look pretty good within the Tier 2, especially coming into this year. Maybe missing out on the crazy VRS rush towards the end of the cutoff. But yeah, certainly a team that you don't see very much at this higher level. And you might expect some of the Brazilian teams, it makes sense, right, given where this tournament is taking place. But a team like HOTU, yeah, they maybe are under your radar. It might be the same here for Aurora here as well, coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what HOTU can do in terms of punching up, because recently they've struggled against some more notable sides. You know, you look at the teams like your kind of like what I call tier 1.5, like your kind of like Bet Booms of the world, or like your 100 Thieves of the world, right? Where they're like, there's a lot of talent on those rosters, and they've struggled to really put up the performances kind of required for them to be kind of a scary side. But there's a lot to like here, of course. You got that man on the right hand side, Norbert, back on soil, which he has had some successes, let's say. Of course, a major title under his belt, back with the Outsiders. But there's some nice names around it as well. You know, Duke Fazora has been around for ages. Kalashnikov's playing on that previous Amical roster, and he was always pretty scary. Frontales has some decent moments too in the tier 2, and MOUZ a bit more of a newer name, but I've been seeing some really decent things from them. So there's plenty of talent here on the server, but it's just a question, like, is there really enough talent for them to be able to do, well, something like this, lift the trophy. And Norbert, of course, would love to do it again, of course, on this sort of soil, right?
Look at him at the back. That was so cute.
Very fond memories.
Total disbelief.
My King Norby, man. I would love to see him do something like this tournament. This HOTU side are really, really interesting. But I think you're right. Unfortunately for them, like the start to the year was absolutely fantastic. Tail end of last year into 2026, they're looking great. Easily, like we would call them the gatekeeper team of the tier 2. And then the VRS rushes just didn't go in their favor at the start of this year. They really couldn't get those land wins under their belt, and they weren't playing enough of them, to be perfectly honest, when a lot of the teams around them, like Sinners and teams like Big as well, did a really good job of playing basically everything that they could and guaranteed those very, very important VRS points. But flip side, right? Aurora, always a scary side to dispatch.
Yeah, absolutely. Also a team that feels like they're in a little bit of turmoil at the moment, in all honesty. Again, high ceilings on these guys, and I think, you can kind of see the peaks and troughs of where they've been. They've actually, I suppose, a little bit surprising to me, like really jumped up VRS-wise. Yeah. But ultimately, I think a team that you would maybe expect a bit more of coming into this year, and it just hasn't quite landed for me.
Yeah, exactly. But I guess on the other side as well, you kind of like question, what does this Aurora side really look towards as well? And fundamentally speaking, they've been inside of that top 15 for the last 2 years now, which is actually really, really impressive for them, especially kind of when they were moving from Eternal Fire to this organization. They kind of had the opportunity to kind of really be that giant killer, and now they themselves are considered one of them. It's just about where is that skill ceiling and the consistency of that skill ceiling too. We do have a little quote here from Major, of course, about Xantares, and already Xantares had a hand injury for some time, and so he got painkiller for his hand, and the doctor said he has to rest a little bit. But with all of the tournaments we have and the schedule, that's not easy for him. And of course, that is the blessing, but also then the curse of Counter-Strike at this top level. There's just so much CS going on.
Yeah, and I mean, we have a bit of a response that I think ultimately spoke for the community a little bit as to why they still attended Draculan. Maybe, a super early agreement kind of thing for them.
Yeah.
It could be argued. But they'd already secured the major, and, it was advised that they perhaps, keep Xantares off. You could have even stood in with the coach. You didn't necessarily need... I understand being a decent org and you want to keep these connections solid with the lands that might be beneficial in the future, but maybe just rest up this star player who absolutely does a lot of the heavy lifting here, and, coming into Rio might have little bits of damage, but it's also, you would assume, is like repetitive strain injury.
Yeah.
The clue being in repetitive. So, you maybe want to give it some time off because you've got like the major and things coming up soon that obviously, could be the peak of your injury because you play in so many tournaments.
That's it. And not only was it questionable, I think it's such a valid kind of tweet from Scrawny. It was sort of one of those things, like, not only is it sort of questionable to be playing that land because it just feels completely pointless in a way. Like, a lot of the teams there were playing it because it was like either they need to lock in a 5 kind of for that VRS or get the necessary VRS points. You obviously have teams like M80 and Alliance who are really vying kind of like to actually qualify for the major, and of course Alliance just missing out as well by for some fine margins. But not only did they go there to a pointless LAN, but then on top of that as well, they didn't even do anything at the LAN, right? They ended up, of course, a couple of wins to start off against Infinite and Sashi, and then lost 2-1 to M80 and 2-1 to Alliance. So it was all for Nords. We do have the map pool, of course, in this one. We were having a bit of a discussion about where this goes, and there's actually a couple of different angles that this could lean in as well. There's a couple that feel like they should be locked in place. Like the Anubis, of course, has been very good for HOTU. They've been playing that a hell of a lot and to very good success. Won 8 out of their last 9 on that one. Flip side, for Aurora, you've got the Dust 2, which of course they like, but so do HOTU. So then potentially does that get floated? Do you lean elsewhere in the veto? But then where, right? Because you can't really punish them on a lot of the maps. A lot of the maps that they are struggling on is actually where HOTU have some successes. So maybe do you actually just play to your own strengths rather than kind of play for the weaknesses of your opponent, which generally is a better sign.
Yeah, I would say so. We do start to get into it here. The opening bans will make a lot of sense, but it does depend on where we go. I think maybe what that decider is in particular. So it will be the Mirage pickup, which is a bit of a playing into the weakness, quote unquote, of Aurora. Something that is, really, really worth noting is the fact that these matchups come out way ahead of time. So you certainly could have looked at your opponent in this one, right?
Yes.
Looked at the maps, pointed towards that and gone, okay, this is one that we should be able to just kind of find some issues. Maybe they have found some issues and it pays off. Now, the D2 pick, that's maybe the opposite side of the coin in the fact that Aurora are playing more to their own strengths and not really looking at what HOTU like and where they have efficacy, because the Dust 2 comes in as like their most played map by quite a large margin. And then the Anubis as well comes around, you know, forcing them towards the nuke is quite good. So HOTU have maybe had the upper hand in the banning phases here as well to just direct things in the way that they would want. But yeah, the D2 pick, I don't know, what do you make of that?
See, I like it. The reason being, I actually don't love when teams overcook the veto where they're so focused on their opponent's win rates and their opponent's stats, because also you've got to kind of take into account, like, yes, HOTU have played this map a good amount, I mean 27 times in the last 3 months and a very decent win rate, but you also got to take the caliber of opponents they're playing and winning there. Like, they're nowhere near the level of Aurora, who have a better win rate against much higher caliber teams, right? So that's the way I look at it. I think for Aurora, if anything, I see it as self-confidence more than anything, right? For me, that's the way I'm looking at it. I think this is a side who don't really care that much about what HOTU have got in terms of reps under their belt. Also, a hell of a lot of tape for them to look back on too, and that's exactly what will happen. But let's get this show on the road. I think we do get towards the decider. That could be really interesting. The Anubis is one in which it has been good for HOTU. I've seen some really good maps out from HOTU on that one. They look really, really solid. Norbert in particular, I think, looks very solid on it, but it's this Mirage for me, which is actually the one that I'm actually a little bit concerned about. I thought they'd pick into Anubis. The reason being, I've just seen so many good maps from Aurora. You know, you get Xantares playing well, which who knows with his injury will be the case. But if you do, they're so difficult to put to bed.
Quick one tap. Another
second.
Quick one tap. Soulfly is the man of the hour here, and he keeps them coming.
Wow.
So indeed, the argument of whether you're going to be able to match up to the powerhouse that is Aurora and just the pure fragging test that they're going to give you has already started, right? Already against you on the side of HOTU, as that is a really one-sided opening round.
And this is the issue that I have when you have that Mirage as a pick in. Like, on the flip side, unless it's like a real punish pick where they struggle on this map, if they're anywhat competent, which we know Aurora are, they are just stronger. Like, they have more firepower to fall back on in the server, and that's the thing that's going to concern me in a series like this. And we see it. Soulfly, fantastic work from him. Absolutely nothing gained from HOTU. So no real buy for them in towards round number 2, and a simple start for the CT side. And the big worry is they can come in towards a map like this, their opponent's pick, and just set a tone. Like, it's maybe might spell some bad times. A double dink on towards Madja there. If Kalash had anything other than a Glock, Madja's dead.
Idiot. Oh, they're lined up for him. He certainly still had bullets left, but he opts to go towards the Julies. He's just buying some space. Woxic says hello in the app. So not the jump peak, but, you know, still funny on the Mag 7.
Good money as well with the Mag 7.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Bomb drop 2 assist round.
Did that get moved down? Am I crazy, or did that stay at 900? I swear it was just the auto shot that they moved to 600.
I think you're right.
Kind of having an existential crisis.
I think it was just the auto.
As a commentator, I should know all these, you know,
fine changes.
Kill rewards. Yeah, the Mag 7 kill rewards are a really important thing for me to remember.
Yeah, How many mags do the MP5 have, mate?
3 in total.
I think that's actually spot on.
Yeah, I think so. That was recent, so that's kind of fair. The whole shotgun change was like 2 years ago now, I swear. So, yeah.
Well, first buy for HOTU.
He has used the money to go straight in for an AWP as well, by the way.
Yeah, I kind of respect it. You know you're about to get a full gun round to come through, so want to make the most of it. The only issue is, look at this move. Now Woxic's actually potentially in a bit of trouble, because Antares has fallen towards short. He was holding under, but he's going to stick around in towards mid at least a little bit. Samuel Hall from top con. Madja's made a move in towards apartments, and he can just stay tucked here with this MP9. They're doubling back towards A. At least for now, that's looking like where they want to pop through. And there's 3 players here to meet them. One of which, of course, is that orb.
Has to be effective, I think, from the get-go.
Yeah.
Clash holding out for the flank. It's a patience game over there, really. And I mean, as soon as the utility comes in, Madja will move, as will Clash. I feel like Madja's been heard.
Nice nade.
Meanwhile, the frontal attack, is that going to be successful? Honestly, as the biggest question, but with Madja being sought out and heard and kind of seen, they decide to try and fight him, but it doesn't matter. They were like, yo, come B, come B. There's a flank going on, by the way. But you'll deal with that. I gave you all the information. You should be fine. And again, just not winning out the fights here, HOTU. 20 seconds left. Kalash, bro, it's a save, but he's giving this a look. You know his location now, and they might be after him, honestly, to just try and eliminate all the rifles. But Aurora with a big recovery. They were man down, and this is the thing. You might be able to create the first kill.
Yeah.
But actually completing a round is really, really different at this level of the game.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. It will save that AK at the very least, but I mean, buying around, it's not exactly going to be too pretty. And it starts kind of well. MOUZ will open up proceedings, and Torres falls, and then it all falls apart for HOTU. Yeah, he thread the needle there with the MP9, and that'll be that. 3-0 start, and not a nice time for HOTU. It should be a pretty simple fourth on the board unless Kalash does something incredible in a round like this. He does have the good spawn for that B peak, but he'll then slow down, so he's not committed to it. It's very early doors, but is it too early for me to say I'm a little concerned about HOTU at the moment?
I mean, maybe, you know, you can have the rough opening rifle round against the big dogs.
Yeah.
First sort of serious LAN situation for a lot of these guys. I could put it down to a few nerves. Come back to me in
2 rounds.
4 or 5 rounds. Well, yeah, two is probably fair. The next rifle round. See how that goes. But for now, I'm trying to figure this one out. They've got the hero AK. And he's a little hot under the collar. He will be melted down slightly, but nothing much coming off at the moment. Aurora, I think, want to start this one strong. Trying really not to make any mistakes.
I love this because Wakadia could so easily peak, but he actually wants them to kind of start setting things up in towards window. They're giving them that control. Kalash will deliver one with the Kalashnikov, but even still more required. Wakadia and Soulfly have got other ideas. Wox could get in for one of his own, and a simple shutdown. It's a consolation kill. That saved AK, but that is it in the round. And so far, that's been about as good as it is for HOTU. Second chance at a full buy, but Kalash's econ's still a little bit weird, so he's going to have to take somewhat of a hit. He's going to go for the scout. And Tarlis has got his AWP out. The second chance at it, this one falls flat, then I'm starting to ring off a few alarm bells for me.
Yeah, valid. Toxic fails to jump up, but
doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. The kill's still created.
Oh, yeah.
There's actually a massive gap in this smoke. I don't know if it was blocked, maybe, but there's a big gap from somewhere. Double advantage. Bomb dropped at the top end of middle as well, which I think will be lightly confirmed, but certainly has to be picked back up. And it's a perilous journey. All picked up. An attempt made by Kalash as he changes his name to Orp for just a brief moment there.
And now dead, I think, is his name. Casket, something like that. No, but MOUZ, I mean...
Yeah, nothing you can do.
What do you even do here? Yeah, exactly.
I think you save.
Yeah, I think you do as well. The thing is, you've got to save for a minute. Norbert will get one for him, but MOUZ is also a known quantity. They know he was just fighting in towards B apps, so... Surely you send out a couple of feelers to see if you can drop this AK from him.
Yep.
Just a selection of bodies.
Yeah,
just,
the firing squad.
Yeah, pinned up against that wall.
My thoughts exactly. My face when I am dead at the top of mid.
We'll workshop that one.
Oh, well, you got to know about the my face when.
Lovely eye colour,
though. All right.
Like mine.
All right. Can't say I've noticed. Spend most of my time watching the Counter-Strike, not looking in your eyes.
Oh, MOUZ. He actually will save. Antares is going to be a little bit slow here to catch him at the tail end. So, silver lining, I mean, it's a real loose turn. I don't think we're at that point where that's going to make too big of a difference. It was just too easy. One by one they peak, and one by one they fall. A shooting gallery for Woxic. So unbelievably simple for him.
Yeah.
You look back at it now, that Mag 7 kill in towards the AWP buy, actually a really good decision. Yeah, 7-0 for Woxic at the gates. And you know, Xantares might be nursing a bit of an injury, but Woxic will pick up the slack in games like this.
Yeah. He's had a look at the docket. He considers a farming opportunity is on the cards this evening.
It's time to print the stats a little bit.
Yeah, and he's certainly doing that thus far. And HOTU, honestly, it has looked really difficult. You know what I mean? Like, that previous round is just egregious. You got one after the other after the other. Like, where's the structure? Where's the teamwork to try and get that bomb back?
Yeah, flash for each other, smoke top mid, so we can then work in towards boxes, but...
And you have to, the thing is as well, you have to pull it out in every round, in every situation. Even if it looks like you're not going to win, even if, statistically it's like, okay, we're down 2 players, that means we shouldn't win the round. Like, you have to be playing the perfect Counter-Strike all the time, and I just don't see them doing that. Wicadia holding strong here from triple. The Molotov wasn't good enough. Soulfly's still under dark.
Yeah.
And they're just pulling away. This is tough to watch, man. This is really tough to watch.
And Xantares will dip his head up. Duke Visora gonna fall. Easier on Frontales. Left with it all to do in a 2 versus 5. 40 seconds to work with, but absolutely no chance in hell. Molly will come in towards back triples. That does force Wicadia out, but it forced him in towards the fight. Because that flash is absolutely fantastic from Woxic. He has the advantage on a full blind. And Frontales, last man, he's opting for the Deagle here rather than the Galil. But, I mean, pick your poison of what weapon you want to die with, really. He gets his first kill on the board. He looks for more nade right. Love to keep that KD flawless for now, but this round's all but done. Magic will see it off with only the 1 casualty. 6-0 for Aurora. Can I now be really scared for
I
HOTU?
think so. Yeah. I've seen enough. I've seen enough.
It's uninspiring, isn't it?
It really is.
I'm no surprise. I was about to say I'd love a pause here for HOTU because there's been absolutely nothing on offer in these first 6 rounds, and they are going to call for their first tag timeout. But man alive, this has been really uncomfortable viewing for this side. Got a coach and a bit of a vet at that MOUZ, but what can you even say?
I remember back in the day, it's like it was either, I believe it might even be Mo. Everyone was always like in on the pronunciation.
Yeah.
Mo, MOUZ, Mao.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's somebody out there who might remember that. But yeah, the guy's a bit of a legend. Hellraiser's legend, I believe.
Krakow 2017.
Yeah. He's a hero, mate.
Good to see him kind of still.
Yeah, still around
scene.
and, you know, working new talent. That's sort of what you want. Yeah, you might make your money, get your bag, and it gets a bit tough for you after the major win and everything, but reappearing, sticking around. I think a player that also just remained competitive, like he did play for a long time, even if his better days were behind him, kind of thing. So, a great voice to have that might be able to straighten them out. Not expecting it in this round necessarily, but ultimately here, it's that future that we are looking towards. 7-0, and you got to try and stop this now if you are HOTU. It's getting, you know, 13-0 type conversation.
Yeah, and normally we would kind of make a joke here of like, oh, you've cursed it, but I think it's kind of tough to curse at the moment.
The rounds are just like not even close, bro.
Yeah.
Like, they're really not looking good at all.
No, you're spot on.
To be honest with you.
Last team on HOTU in September 2024, so it really wasn't even that long ago.
Okay, he did Gambit for 3 years as well.
Yeah,
so
I remember the forward days too. They were kicking around in the tier 2 for a while.
Yeah, I called him a Hellraiser's legend. He played on that team for like 6 months. But I think that was right around the time I started watching. So that's like the team I sort of associate with him.
And the one
Even
tournament
more.
they won with him, he got MVP. So
well,
you can call him a legend for that.
Yep. Bang.
Wicadia. Be the first to fall. 13-2 for Wicadia. 10-0 for Woxic. But now, Big Man dropped in this early portion of the round. So the first actual real opportunity, it feels, for HOTU to get something on the board here. A decision being made, but the bomb is loosely rotating back over towards 8, and Torres will jump up in towards window, catch MOUZ. Again, there's a bit of a gap on that smoke that they continue to utilize. They're going to go back for an A finish. And at the moment, A is open. They've triple stacked B here, Aurora. Antares, how bad's the injury? We need you here.
Yeah, in a big way. Is he going to face? This is where the 7-0 confidence might come back to bite them. I mean, look at him. He's edge of the smoke. He's just absolutely happy to take these, but they're going to give them to him. No! Oh, man. Nearly triple spray down. But I think he's gone above and beyond there. Absolutely massive. Denies that bomb being planted. Does enough damage onto Norbert as well. And suddenly, Frontales finds himself all alone. This is wild. Down he goes. But how Zantares by himself has ever gotten away with that? Like, I think you got to have one eye on the run out. One little spam. Maybe the molly behind it. Sure, not a lot of teams go for that these days. But just a little eye on the run out would really make a difference. Zantares confident and effective as ever.
Yeah, exactly. Fantastic round from him. He nearly catches Norbert here. Drops him down to 40, which then means that Matt just sees him off with the HE. This is ugly at the moment for HOTU. This is a side that, you know, tail end of last year into the start of this year, they're actually looking all right. They look like they had a bit of a kind of a giant killer feeling about them where they could kind of steal a series here or there, but no chance of that at the moment against Aurora. On their map pick, no less. I'll come back to it again. It was that worry about why I was a little concerned about picking in towards Mirage. I felt like Anubis might have been the better choice. And now I am really feeling that. And the way things are panning out, I don't think we're going to get towards that Anubis. Dust 2 is a decent map for HOTU, but I just don't know if they have the firepower required on these quite puggy maps.
And like the protocols and all this kind of stuff really does not seem to be in play. Norbert taking matters into his own hands here.
Oh, that's a nice find, actually.
Yeah, they could do something with it. They're really trying to take him down. Not quite good enough, though, in that type of an area around Tetris. Gets trapped, gets caught, as does Woxic.
First death.
Yeah, there goes his flawless streak. Can the team keep it up in terms of the overall scoreline is now the question. Bomb plant coming in. Frizura in behind with a rough one. And surely he gets dealt with. He does indeed before even finding a kill. You cringe. Just, yeah, that's rough to watch. But still, they've got the man advantage. They've got the AWP for Kalash again. You know, this guy really likes playing on the AWP.
Yeah, they're saving.
And they will save. They don't want to face against this.
Okay. I was really worried about that miss from Duke Fizura that it might open the door back up, but it won't be the case. Cadia is secondary. He will get one for him. He might be tested in a second, and yeah, him and Zantares will fall. Magic sticks around for an exit, but it's actually 2 AWPs going to be saved here by HOTU. Now, do you want to double AWP on the T side? Probably not. You're already at such a deficit. At least it's not the 13-0. Can we save face a little bit? On this T side, Norbert's not impressed. Shake of the head there. They aren't going to keep hold of that double AWP. Frontales, he'll wield it.
Right. Going to need a few more rounds, HOTU.
You get 4 rounds in this first half, give yourself a little bit of a foundation. I don't think it's the end of the world.
No,
I think
this
it's
is true,
actually
this is
doable.
true. But like, if it goes 11-1, what difference does it make? You know what I mean? Like, it's the same.
Oh.
Interesting sideways blocking guy.
Yeah. I think the slight aim punch as well actually meant the missed shot.
Yeah, for sure. But that looked a little funny. Kalash at the back, able to capitalize. Somehow, yeah, the aim punch, I think, might be the fair argument. MOUZ goes down. Zantares here. Looking to try and find a few more. He's always confident on these peaks, so injury be damned. He really does look quite sharp in this particular matchup. Soulfly wins his, but left low. Duke Fizura has taken a pretty heavy tag as well from this window player. They will get a few trades back in. They've got a bomb to recover, unfortunately, and quite a strange game state, but they have brought it down to the 2 versus 2.
Bomb's going back to B. He slipped the net here, and I think just because Kalash has fallen towards stairs,
Yeah.
It's drawn attention towards the A site of
Yeah, Magic
surely that's where they're going. But no, he's found the gap, so he'll get a plant out of this. He's got enough time to work with. He starts moving in. He gets his choice of where he wants to plant. He goes for a more default plant for Abs. Mollying towards Market as well. V2 has a chance, but she'll go through the flames and he'll actually double back as well. Expected that Duke for Zora. Might be going for that peak. Orbit does not look impressed. And, well, I don't blame him. You're 9-1 down.
Trying to get a bit of the reset. Did also note he put his mic up there, which I believe on these mutes it, or at least, you know, makes it harder for you to hear. And then he said something.
What are we doing?
So,
Something along those lines.
Something along those lines. Just doesn't want the team to necessarily hear what he's got to say.
Yeah. What are we doing? Maybe not as kind.
Yeah. Either way, 9-1. Aurora, we expected them to be the favorite. They are delivering in a big way here. I hope for a convergence of that, you know, high ceiling of HOTU, low floor of Aurora type day, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen here, unfortunately.
Yeah, Aurora looks so comfortable, don't they? So clean. An ult around other half. Feels pretty likely. Double digits will come through. He dropped down, that'll chip away towards MOUZ. Puts him now one-tappable to the M4. And now definitely one-tappable as he's down to 61. And a Molotov to follow up that double HE. We'll have to give up the idea of wrapping in towards mid through lower. Back to A they go. There's 3 people here to meet them. And every time we see an A-pop, nothing's really come from it.
Yeah, I mean, Light Palace control. Not an awful lot here. They're even lacking. They've got 1 smoke. So, utility just not really good enough. I have to rely on putting their best foot forward. Big need to chunk down that entry fragger.
Wow.
Soulfly sharp, and he's just looking to really draw them in. Will go down to Orbit, as does Centaurus, but there's still the man down below, right? Who is really going to keep them at bay. They've got a late little lurk coming in from middle, but only 20 seconds to get this bomb planted. They're just so nervous. I think they really could have bursted forwards, gone into A, gained the space, but they're so scared. They're taking it player by player, rather than area by area. There's a flank coming in as well. It's just absolutely done. The AWP shot misses. But look, man, you had it in the 3v3. You've already eliminated a couple on it. I think you just go. I think you just fully send it. Norbert dies, you trade him out, and then you've got some control to work with, but they just were too slow.
And especially when Norbert gets the second kill, you have to pounce immediately. Like, he drops 2 really important players, but especially the guy over towards stairs, and that gives you runway. And they just freeze up. And again, this comes down to nerves. It's inexperience, it's nerves, it's a bit of shell shock, really, for a HOTU side who are just not offering up anything. Double digits for Aurora in this first half. I've made absolute light work out of HOTU. We're going towards the final round, but KD is 18-4. Centaurus will find his 7th. Norbert the first to fall, so that is the danger man gone. Like, danger's even maybe a bit of a loose term, to be completely frank.
There was a time.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone would have said that. No offense to Norbert, but that wasn't necessarily his job at the peak of his powers.
These back-to-back rounds where he just gets hit down to around half, if not lower, from HE without getting any information from it.
Yep. Slow contact in towards A here as they look to give it another go. MOUZ is a...
That's gone well before, hasn't
it? Lurking holder.
They just look out of ideas, despite not really having any ideas.
Yeah, well, this is it. This is it.
So they map pick again, just to remind you.
I know, it's kind of wild, but I think nerves is a big part of it, though, man. There's a couple rounds, not loads, where it just feels like, just go, guys, just go for it. But Aurora have put the fear in them, and they feel like every Aurora member can get like 2 or 3 kills for free. Frontalis goes down, MOUZ spotted. Unfortunately, doesn't quite cut players off. They will take their time, wait for the peaks, try and win out the fights here. Only 20 seconds left.
Hang on.
Juke Jura looks all right, but there's just too many to get through. Not going to happen for him in the end. And as I say, 11-1 doesn't look much better than 12-0. That is ultimately what we get in the end. And I think this one may well be our quickest series of the day. A non-starter here for HOTU is the brutal truth, and yeah, I feel
these are some great angles.
This is maybe just all you can really do. It's tough. It's just not quite working out. Norbert tries, I think, from all angles really. Lead as an IGL should. Lead from the front. Try and create some space, but it just was not happening. And his teammates are very unsure of themselves in places. Very nervous to be here. I think it is kind of safe to say.
Yeah. The lack of experience is really showing.
Yeah.
Izu wants to get aggro with the dualies. I don't hate the idea. Flash in. Oh, God, it just sums up HOTU, doesn't it, really, at the moment?
It's not a bad idea. The execution's just not good enough.
Not a bad shot, though, from Frontales.
Yeah, it does stop them in their tracks. But while all this has been going on, they've made space out on towards B. Norbert's going to have heard them. He knows what's up. The bomb is slow going. It really depends. Need to find some kills, and can't be letting that happen. Wicadia now, the danger man on this Glock. Julie's out for Zentares. As, wow, they don't even need to get the bomb down. They just find all the kills. And I think that will pretty much be that. This is now just a formality to close this map out, ladies and gentlemen.
Generally is one of the quickest maps I've done in the last few years.
Yeah, because it's not even like HOTU or whatever were moving slowly.
Yeah, I've done a few like 13-0s that have been longer than this.
Yeah.
Round to be more drawn out. This is just pacey. Lost Aurora for HOTU. And an absolute non-starter of their own map pick of Mirage. Scout from Frontales and a few greater pistols and a little bit of utility. Might do it again. Diving in towards ramp. Frontales does have a flash if he wants to send them in.
I mean, they're just set up and ready for it like they were last round, really. So I think fair enough.
CT smoke thrown. Duke Azora's up close here as well. Has a nade, doesn't know where to throw it. Will opt for Palace. And do some decent damage to Soulfly and Centaurus. And now they start to progress into Frontales proceedings. MOUZ up close. Duke Azora finally some success for HOTU. We're not dead just yet. Maybe a little bit of life left in them as MOUZ will see after last. It's flawless for HOTU. Okay. Somehow.
Crazy. And I believe we learned recently, if you remember, from one of our producers, that's called the hair effect.
Oh, we did?
Yeah. We were kind of looking for a term because we see it a lot where you
get to 12.
Yeah, you're on the 12, especially when you're on a heavy lead.
Yeah.
And then you immediately let the next round fall.
Yeah, the hair effect.
Yeah. Shout out Z one time if she's watching.
Of course, will be a buy back in response for Aurora and double eco. You kind of have to. So they go for upgraded pistols themselves. There should, in theory, be a bit of a springboard here for HOTU to have a somewhat cosmetic comeback. Nice reaction from Frontales. Katie will get caught, but they're going to dive into the A side now. MOUZ will be tested. He'll get the first. Second, it's labored, but he'll get there nonetheless. Down to 2 now. The Tech-9 could have 2. Oh, hang on. Thankfully shut down by Kalash, but Madge had an opportunity there to throw a spanner in the works.
Yeah, I mean, if he's not in that right place to deny the weapon saves and whatnot and just get the trades, I think that round blows wide open, but not the case. There'll be a save out here as we hear the ticking of the Glocks. So it should be another round for HOTU. We're slowly building bits of momentum, but there's really not much to this at this point.
Yeah.
They need to give us, I don't know, like a 7 or 8 rounds type scoreline, and then maybe I could say, okay, you've done a good job of recovering things. And maybe if you started on the CT side, you know, lots of other debates open up, but for the time being, it's still more or less the same.
Bottom. Lovely nade on towards Arcadia. The swing below. They actually don't clear him in that close corner, but a double check and a double miss of that information. Dink onto MOUZ. In a round like this, a bomb plant would be nice. Got a free kill. We'll get there in the end. No way. He nearly gets 2 for it. In the end, it's only 1 consolation kill, but there was a few on offer there at the very least. If the headset back on, game's not done just yet, Norbert. It's a little bit of life, but back into the buy now for Aurora. And is this going to be the closure of the map is the question. It feels like it really should be. If HOTU find this, though, you can start to ever so slightly open that door to believing a little bit, but I really won't entertain the conversation until it's like 12 to 10.
Nothing too unorthodox here. As Aurora, I think it is a discovery mission, you know, what are HOTU like doing? What is their general strategy on the CT side? They're just not necessarily going to know that until they face off against it. It's very passive from both sides, very wide from both sides. Not a lot of over-aggression. So what are we looking at here? A fake out. That it's a short play and then just work their way towards A, maybe try and boost a player up. I mean, this is pretty textbook for like a higher level round of T-side Mirage, but it's still moving quite slowly. Volley comes in, they'll start bursting forwards. I think they are ready for the A hit, but Just the sharpness of the players, man. MOUZ doing what he can, but he's caught out in the open because his teammates let him down. And a 4 versus 2 now to convert things should absolutely be enough. Norbert quick to the scene, quick to find a head. He does have a kit. Got Frontalas in the backlines with this AWP. Maybe not the most ideal weapon, but he could isolate one as he contacts round, not fast enough. Woxic deals, and it's all on to Norbert. 3 more to find. Tries spamming away, and they just don't peek him. He's got info on Woxic. He'll move around and keep things interesting, but ultimately they are able to get it done. Super, super clean stuff coming in from Aurora. Really as we expected, and just a fantastic showing from them overall.
And try just saving. So Furia, I mean, audacious to just go back for that A attack and great flashes. I think they were from Keserato back at Ram, just
yeah, I mean, we saw it from Passion's point of view. Every site defender felt like they spent the entire round blind till it was already too far gone.
It hurts, man.
Money broken for Passion UA. They've got the saved guns to work with and a couple of pistols bought around it. This is at least going to force, you know, Try and Fang to be kind of innovative with how they try and put these guns to work. You want them involved early. Furia go fairly slow in this round.
Oh no, it's the 3rd dot from the left, actually. Yeah, I feel this. I feel this.
I don't remember which patch of dirt.
There's a lot of dots. He's got it, though. That looks good. This looks like it's going to hit. But Keserato, this might work.
Yeah, he's nailed it.
That's the Professor. Molodoy, there's one more. He's waiting for window, but in all that time, Kavem actually gets a swing off. A hit comes in, and that smoke couldn't have bloomed at a better time. They're locked out. Try's just having fun. Hits another. But they're on the stairs.
I mean, as far as Try's concerned, he's been looking great in the last few rounds. He was down to give that a attempt in the 2-on-3, but a great flash flushes him out of the round before he even gets to fire his second shot.
Is Yuri the flash GOAT? I think this series, there's got to be a conversation.
I think, you know, Fury have actually always had like great, well, not always. Depends how far back we're going. But like this version of Fury have always had great utility.
Their flashes, I think Yuri's just caused so many blinded players in this game that directly result in kills. And Fang, they know he can't leave, so they just wait for him. Good punish from Fallen. And man, even when it goes wrong, it goes right here for Furia. 7-2 up. And this is with, you know, a couple of players stepping up in this game for Passion, something we didn't have back on Inferno, right? Kavemis had some moments. Try has definitely hit some AWP shots. It's come down to whether he is in the right position at the start of the round or not. He's going to start under here. He really wants to get involved, and I don't blame him, but full blind on both players. He didn't see Molodoy cross. Molotov pushes him back, and he will survive at least.
All in brawl out here in middle.
Oh, Yakinda.
Felt like it was only a matter of time for Kavem though, right? So many bodies there in mid. Has the 1v1 and it just slips through his fingers. Try still floating around in the window. And with Yakinda still alive, you know, there's a chance a man gets hurled up there.
Ooh. They go clearing. Head spotted, head removed, and Holodoy covers window. Every piece of Furia pounces on this push. And Fang's double, too little too late in a 1-on-5. Passion, they play it together, but every single player of Furia holds their own.
Furia aren't even like celebrating these round wins anymore. It's just kind of, you know, it's all happening. It's going exactly as they want to. As far as they're concerned, this is just par for the course.
Just business for Furia. Fang takes his rifle under. Kinder. Oh, the timing couldn't have been better. A second after Fang peeks and Yakinda nails it. Blows that gun out of the way.
There has been this aggression while he went down to kind of manage the gun in lower, and that will catch him out. Important pickup for Nyx, because K-Serato was in a position to kind of move back around and link up with Yakindar for this B-split. That's now called into question. Fallen's at least heard the rotate back, knows that Nyx isn't hanging around in the apartments or pushing further forward, but it's left you with this A play. And A's a big question mark right now. That one kill from Molodoy is going to help. It's try in through Palace. That holds a bit of promise here for Passion. Will this go unchecked? Looks like it. That kill's free. Instant return, though, from K-Serato. Oh, nice. Crisis still not yet averted, and there's the put down. Nyx arrives precisely when he's supposed to, out towards the spawn, nails the shot, and an unlikely round comes through for Passion UA.
That is shocking, yeah, considering, you know, Fallen gets all that space up on short when he realizes Nyx is deep in apps, but he gets flustered, doesn't get the molly in, and they catch him with a deagle. Kvem's Deeg hitting hard. He's had good pistols in this game, and Passion have been on pistols for most of it. Him and Nyx piece together 4 kills and put a round on the board for Passion. Much needed round late in the game. And now they have everything to show for it. Open rifles. Round number 12. And again, Nyx alone at B. It's been a frequent setup on this CT side. Looks like Passion want to... Oh my, they're just setting up. They're not moving. Surely you're going to do something with this. Getting ready to swing together. Nobody home.
Oh, they're actually following through with the aggression. I mean, it was a lot of resources in that connector. You saw it. I saw it. 3 players there stacked up alongside each other. All the way into top mid, ready to try and deal with Yakindar on the smoke fade. They've gotten past him, and the bomb here on the back of Fallen. He doesn't want to lose it. That would be the round. So no choice but to give up this space. Look to regroup. They're split up here. Nothing you can really do to bring Molodoy back into the picture.
This feels like an impossible round to win for Furia now. So what are they going to do?
Util in to try and set this one up.
4v3.
Fallen takes first contact out of the ramp side, hoping to make it a double. Can't get past Kvem. K-Serato doesn't fare much better. And so Passion streak together something on this CT side. It's 4 rounds. We're trying Kvem.
Fico sentado na roda de samba, fico parado, a perna já bamba. Vem sambar, você duvidava. Fico sentado na roda de samba, fico parado, a perna já bamba. Vem sambar, mas eu não quis querer, nem quero mais voltar pra mim. Foi tentando dizer não, que fui vivendo sim. E então cheguei ali, você duvidava. Não sei mais quem é quem. Disseram que é mais fácil assim. Quem se assenta em solidão, que esquece de entender. Se arrisca e perde, enfim, nem digo mais nada. Fico sentado na roda de samba, fico parado, a perna já bamba. roda de samba. Ficou parado, a perna já bamba. Vem samba. Mas quem ousa dizer que era o fim? Um sim ou não, talvez um perdão. O jogo que você desenhou, nem digo mais nada. Solta essa mão, menino, vem, 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 vem. Bonito. Pra que sorrir se alguém te alenta ou te descarta assim? Foi a força do meu pé que a voz movia até. Que encomendei pra mim, você duvidava. Por que cair? Por que tombar, pestanejar pra mim? Fui rodando em perdição, cavei baldeação, larguei de desistir. Mas quem ousa dizer que era o fim? Um sim ou um não, talvez um perdão. O jogo que você desenhou, nem digo mais nada. Fico sentado na roda de samba, fico parado, a perna já bamba. Vem samba. Fico sentado na roda de samba, fico parado, a perna já bamba. Vem samba. Fico sentado na roda de samba, fico parado, a perna já bamba. Vem samba, você duvidava. Fico sentado na roda de samba, fico parado, a perna já bamba. Vem samba. Sambô?
Fan, they need it. That could be their lifeline in this second half.
Yeah, and they started this game with a 5v3 that's obviously Fury pulled back in that pistol. Passion can't afford to make any mistakes if they find this early advantage. JT trying to sell something, dropping his nades. But Furia have no one close to hear this. So I don't think this fake is going to do much. Look at the setup right now. Furia stacked up AAA, and they have a bit of a shift, but that penny will drop pretty quick. Con spot for Yakinda, gets aggressive, and the cover is there. Delicious double from Yuri, tucking in. And Fang's got to hunt this kill down, but Moldo's got the cover for his teammate. There is not a kill in sight for Passion UA. And there it is, a flawless pistol for Furia. The good times just keep coming.
Yeah, fake nearly worked and all, right? You started rotating players out, but they realized very, very quickly that was all a ruse, and so everyone gets back in time. You have this crossfire still established between CT and Palace. Allows Yuri to get away with this. And so now, you know, you're left with this feeling that it might just be on rails for Furia for the remainder of Mirage. Double digits is all but guaranteed with just the Deagle in play on Kavem. He's actually been fantastic with the Deagle whenever he's donned it. But he would have to do everything.
Yeah. Yuri's already out, so I don't think Kavem's ready for that. Especially not after this long of hanging on the edge of stairs. It's his retreat that could get punished. And now no reason to really repeat this. Doesn't mean it will stop him. There it is. It's Counter-Strike. Nice shot from Kavem. Irretrievable gun, so Passion just have to group up and throw bodies at the problem. Yakinda v Glocks. Oh, going down is scary, but yeah. MP9's good.
Delays that just enough for Big Daddy Fallen to come in and help him. Stop it getting too weird. And so, yeah, no issues.
Unfortunately, not a lot of substance behind that first map. It was a very, very one-sided affair. For HOTU on their own map pick, they really couldn't offer us up anything. Aurora looks so unbelievably clean, so sharp all the way throughout. Wakadia, fantastic showing from him. Woxic looked really clean. Soulfly started, in fact, incredibly well, especially on that pistol, but he kept it up all the way throughout. There really isn't anything to say on a bad note for Aurora, and unfortunately, there's plenty to say for HOTU. And now we go into Aurora's map pick to make matters all the more worse. It's safe to say all signs point to a 2-0 here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some sharp shots individually, maybe a couple of players having a moment that could have created a round, but as a team, HOTU just did not quite have the confidence, I think is the main thing, and really let Aurora play them off the park, so to speak. So yeah, I think going to be a difficult one here. Moving into D2, again, to match off individually. Potentially there's a big conversation that's had in between maps, like do you have that ability and expertise to, you know, really bring the players and the team together? Maybe, you know, not necessarily like Norbert and Mo being the two voices that we would look towards, not necessarily the craziest cerebral guys in their careers and whatnot, and maybe not quite the leader of men, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be tough on all fronts, really, for HOTU to get back into this conversation. But I'd absolutely be happy for them to prove us wrong and maybe indeed squeeze out a third map here.
Yeah, you can never say never, but I really want to say never. Because
it's close.
Yeah, there was
close.
really not a lot.
You can say like Nev.
Yeah,
this,
exactly.
You know, you can definitely say like half of it. Maybe as we get further into the map, we'll be like, okay, well,
yeah,
it's going to be a tough run for HOTU here in Rio.
That's it. That's it. Let's see. Looks like a pretty basic A hit to come through here. Only two towards this site as he went for a bit more of a gamble towards B. An opener found of a little bit of a laboured swing from Soulfly. Jukas are going to find one of his own. Oh my god, where are those bullets going? Thankfully, you got Madra up here. Should be able to get at least one, and he does. With that being said, numbers now taken back for Aurora, as they should be able to get a plant out here, and they will.
Forcing way too many fights. I mean, they get all the kills in the end. They don't necessarily need the bomb. But again, there's a moment where it's 3v3. You need to take a step back. You need to take a bit of a pause and figure out how you're going to reapproach it in. But they just work off the info. They go, okay, let's try and fight. Let's try and fight. They rush through maybe the most impossible smoke on this map, right? Like, so hard to find anything through a deep CT smoke like that. And yet they still try and go for it. You had plenty of time, and you just have to understand where to try and fight for ground and where to give it. You have to give that bomb plant, you know? And I think the key thing is that they were trying to stop that bomb from getting into the site, which is just not going to happen.
Kalash wants to play up close here with his Zeus. I don't hate the idea, to be honest. Better than the USP in a round like this with his head armor across the board for everybody bar Woxic. Very reserved here, though, in all fairness, by Aurora, kind of knowing that HOTU really aren't going to have any sort of a scary buy. Even if they force board, it wouldn't be kind of too damning. But
it's true. They won a force buy.
It's true, yeah.
On Mirage. And then also, I think you just kind of, this is a you know, wild animal backed into a corner. You don't know what HOTU are going to do.
Yeah.
You know? So I think you really do just have to give them the respect that they could go for something absolutely insane in terms of where they're stacking. And it's also a chance for Aurora to kind of pick up the ghost of momentum, bit of a phantom, I think, that a lot of teams tend to believe in. It can be important, but if they win this super one-sided, they perhaps feel it's going to give them some confidence moving into their future matchups. Pistol's not looking too bad. They will now, though, unfortunately. Rentales around here to try and take the deagle, but there's a smoke in the way this time. I guess, yeah, he holds on to it. Like,
keep hold of it. What else are you really going to do in a round like this?
There might be a kill that comes your way rather than throwing yourself into the mixer. But second in a row coming in for Aurora, as they look very good while doing so.
Yeah, pretty simple stuff. maybe a chance nearly for kind of a second there for MOUZ on towards Maja, but big body shot on Wacadia. He's getting close. He's dealing damage. He'll get his. There we go. He spoke about the potential of an exit, and might be more. He'll tag Woxic up as well. He's still at least keeping his name in the hat here. The last two are body shottable, but he'll be caught in by, off from the side, I guess you could say, for Wacadia. A little bit expensive constellation kills, but a 2-0 for Aurora. First buy for HOTU. This will be an early indicator for us and a bit of a lip test of understanding how deep the level goes in the CC side. You know, obviously we're incredibly concerned off the back of such a poor showing on their map pick and Mirage that we just want to see something that proves there might be a little bit more of a back and forth here on this map number 2, but who knows whether that's going to be the case. Frontalis get out his orb, at the very least. But it is glass cannon.
Yeah. But feeling like they want to put on their best act here, I think. And really give this first rifle round everything it deserves.
Yeah.
Quite a quick little move, as Aurora will look for short presence very early on into the round. And expecting some kind of aggression to come their way. They've got a player posted up at long for quite a while. They're going to try and late towards B, which I never like a B hit on Dust 2, you know? Like, sometimes maybe you can fall back on it, maybe you can really test things, but a hit like this, I don't feel confident in a lot of the time.
Depends how good the util is really for them. Great timing of that molly, but want to be thrown back in response. MOUZ force that in towards the open. Then Okalash is up close as well. Wacadia going to be the one to swing upon him, and he'll find that kill. Aurora does spam one through. That's something at the very least, but they can't deny this plant. Now to 3 versus 3 post-plant on this B site. Statistically the hardest site to retake in the competitive map pool, and I do wonder whether HOTU even want to give this one a look in.
Thinking about it, Duke Fizura, it's kind of mostly on Norbert with his flank. I think he maybe has to try and pull out a flash to help the teammates move in. They try and contact flash it does not happen. And everybody getting taken down. Look, I can respect the fact that you're not saving, but I think you do just go for the save there. Let Norbert have a little look. If he gets like a quick headshot, you have to start backing away. And not the case. So, yeah, this is shaky to say the least.
Sure.
And it's still very early, but HOTU, the same sorts of issues coming in.
Yeah, I probably would have gone for the save. Felt like, obviously now in hindsight, definitely worth saying it's kind of the better call. Norbert got out of scalp. We'll actually get a tag off with that Deagle. It's a leg shot on towards Antares. Antares going to go looking a little bit. Nothing in towards lower for now. Nothing up towards mid. Some information to be gained from this. But again, you can kind of see the respect being shown by Aurora. They're not over-fighting. They're a little bit worried about a gamble stack. They're worried about that similar round that we saw in Mirage, where they went for a late dive, they hit 12, and they just go for a kind of a dive in towards A, very simple, and they get shut down. They don't want that to happen again. They don't want to give over freebies. So they're going to group up and go back towards B, and this time it's a 1v4 on the site itself. MOUZ needs something miraculous. The 5-7 is pretty damn good, but this would be pretty crazy. And you can see attention's being drawn over towards long because of Maj. I mean, he's drawn 4 players here. So 5-7, what have he got? 2 is actually not terrible. Smoke for the cross. Antares going to get tagged. Might be something brewing here.
Yeah, flank on the backside. Very panicked. And I mean, Maja is quite far away from the action. Molotov makes a big old difference. Maja reveals himself, can't find the kill. At least slows him down, but also says there's only 2 on the site. So we can get in there, but they fake things out. They go flying in. And the dynamic duos, Antares and Woxic, roll back the years to land a double spray down each.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff. It was actually looking a little dicey there. So not a bad way to recover this in a very early time out here taken by HOTU. I don't even hate the idea, to be honest. I think it's probably worthwhile. 4-0. You went back into your second attempt at this full buy, and it really needs to be something quite special here. On all 4 frontales, the M4s alongside it, full belt to util. Nearly everybody. really trying to fire them up here. I need to lean on the experience of somebody like him. Obviously, I have a pretty decent read on what Aurora are throwing at him, but it's kind of the issue that we've been throwing in with this game. Like, even if you have the read, like, is it actually going to make a difference? Like, do you have the mechanical prowess to overcome? And we kind of saw it there, right? Like, the read was pretty solid. The idea is kind of nice, but it's just so sharp. I feel early, but I'll say it again. Like, I feel like you lose this one here, and I once again get really worried about HOTU. If Aurora find the 5th here, the 6th feels like it's all but a guarantee. And at that point, and running away with that first half as it did with the first half in towards Mirage.
Yeah, beginning to feel that way. Light little switch up of the defenses. It's going to be a slow encroachment up short here. They'll take their time on it, faking things out on the old mid to B. So it's a tale of as old as time with this particular approach. They move in fast, try and deny any kind of utility response. Norbert, however, one of these pesky smokes that just allows him to stay alive and stops the molly coming in.
That's
and
fine.
also stops them pushing forwards. What do Aurora want to do here?
Cancel.
As we hit the 1-on-1-4-1, I should say. And they will indeed cancel things, while also still faking it out. Even a bit of presence.
They got time. Making noise about this, they're running back towards B, and that might actually be a bit of a foot race here, but they can have Woxic as the insurance policy to hold for the cross. They're going to walk into an MTB bomb site. Woxic is there to deny any people coming through, but he'll be caught in the backlines by Frontales.
Oh.
Okay, what's happening here?
All right, guys. You could have just run across. I mean, they don't know how good they had it, but all the same, the overcook, the classic. Wakadia now finds himself very, very isolated. Not sure which way to look. Xantares, it's not enough, and HOTU will get on the board in that all-important fashion. Big round for them to perhaps start this gap close.
Yeah, it does really feel like that was just kind of Aurora's own doing. You know, overcooking that situation a little bit. They were quite attentive heading in towards B. Like, I like the idea of leaving Woxic in towards mid. Can't really blame him for falling by long at re-aggression, but they just take a little bit too much time to go in towards B. Like, even in 3 versus 4 in a post-blown on the B site, you'd assume they would be fine. Woxic takes a pop shot on the flash. Just whisks past the elbow. On control taken by HOTU now. And earlier in towards this half, looking a bit more lively. That's all we can really ask after, of course, what we saw in that previous map. Just give us something to work with in this game. The door smoke will come through.
And what are they set to do? Like, what is the finishing plan here for Aurora?
It's a B split, maybe.
Yeah, with that bomb being in the upper tunnels, but could, again, easily join them. Campaign towards short. Just keeping noise, keeping presence. Gonna have to find this response, I think. Otherwise, the map really does get quite interesting, and you can see why they're playing tense every single round. They just understand how precarious it all is. It's fine from Soulfly on the front-facing Kalash. MOUZ for 1 and 2. Trade comes a little late, but Madja does get it. Still, it's going to create space for the bomb plant, and between the two of them, Xantares and Woxic are able to find kills. Absolutely delectable double coming in from both of them there, as they will lock things in, and a great response from the Turkish side.
Very nearly a team kill in towards mid, but yeah, perfect. Kind of like freeze up as well. If the bomb goes down, they 2 kept towards door, and they're there to catch for that move that worked last round, but it can only work once. Yeah, Woxic does very, very well. An immediate response, immediate sort of bite back. Oh, very nearly the shot to the doors there. Looked like he was on, to be honest. Wakadia dives out towards long. He'll get the first. For the second, he'll lose his head to Duke Fazora and the Deagle.
Hang it. Really keen shot on the trade up. See if they're able to capitalize on it. But it's something a bit different from Aurora. We've seen them very passive, Very shelled up, turtled up.
Yeah.
This is a round where they do start things from a faster moment, which is kind of cool to see. Still taking it very, very slowly, man. The Dust 2 is unraveling, the rounds unraveling really tentatively.
I like this from Duke Aurora. He's getting in the backlines here. Also, what is Magic going to do?
I don't know. He's extremely late to the party. He really is. They've managed to gain the A control, and the kills are coming in thanks to the stronger weaponry. However, AK retrieved in the backside. He's not quite fast enough, and another teammate falls. He's just going to look to try and save this AK now. But yeah, there was certainly a moment if Duke Aurora is a bit faster, gets his hands onto that AK, drops that bomb. With Magic being miles away, it would have been weird, to say the least, but just not the round that we get. And it will be Aurora continuing this strong start. Yes, a small hiccup in there, but ultimately looking very good.
Yeah. Aurora looked like he actually, I was going to say, will be given the luxury of keeping all of that AK if he just stands still. He has a look around the corner, and Magic will see him off. Starts well with Arcadia diving out. It's a nice shot here, but unfortunately there, they're really the only positives that we can kind of talk about for HOTU throughout this series thus far is like the occasional nice shot, or as you mentioned with that hiccup, kind of like nice round, but there's just no consistency. There's no solid form from this side. Okay, MOUZ. Sure. I mean, he's just saving here, isn't he, really? Yeah, he will. He'll keep hold of the M4. That'll be that. That was pretty low. Woxic and taking a tag as well, but there's just no point. There's no way he's pulling off a 1 vs 3. He'll upgrade to an AK. Ultimately, that'll be about that.
Yeah, just waltzed in towards the A-bomb side, didn't they, really? And I think, you know, a pretty solid pickup for them, as Aurora needed a one-sided round. And they do manage to get it, especially after the opener from MOUZ, but a really keen cancel. Just keeping HOTU guessing in a massive way. So I think we're seeing, you know, not a massive stretch, but Aurora play quite a nice game here, and still bringing some tactical depth rather than just sort of running at them and seeing if that works.
Yeah, it's true.
Which is good, because, I mean, a lot of the criticism of this team, I think, this year has been, like, the Magic T-sides and whatnot.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So I think maybe trying to start this tournament off on the best possible foot. He's also having a good map.
Yeah,
10 to 1. Not what you would usually see. Nice trade out onto Zentaris, meanwhile. An AK to protect, potentially. Zero, though, loses his head trying to take a few more.
Yeah, I mean, again, it feels, again, too simple, but I guess this is a lesser bite. Ooh, oh, nice little tap.
A dink and I'm gone.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea. But, I mean, already where we're at. Lead taken by Aurora. 7-1 scoreline, a bit of a cursed scoreline in this country, but not for Aurora right now.
And you'd bring it up at, like, the first opportunity.
It's got to come up immediately, especially when I'm wearing a Brazil top.
Yeah.
I have to do it. He still has potential here. Woxic with a deagle. Now back into a 2 versus 2. Arcadia going to come late through mid. He's made a bit of noise about this as well, but he's going to tuck up close. I like this idea. Playing up close. Norbert had heard that the noise had been cut, but he just checks the wrong side. Arcadia's running out of ammo is the only issue, but it might not matter. Robotic from him. 2 at the end. That was dicey. That went down into a 2 versus 3 turn 2 versus 2. There was nearly a chance there for HOTU, but not to be. And that has kind of been the story of HOTU in a couple of these moments where like there's been chances and moments here or there, but there's inability to close out from them. And now up to 8 for Aurora as they are coasting at the moment on Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, as I said, the completion of a round. Like, I understand where Norbert's at. He's playing inside the smoke. Keep that spot. Wait for your teammate to join up with you. I know he's on a scout, but, like, let's trade this. Let's play together. But they just kind of go in by themselves, and then there's no trade opportunity. I think it was a bit of a longer kill from Arcadia. He was running out of ammo, as you noted. These are all vulnerable things that could have been exploited if you were a bit tighter on those trades.
Oh, agreed.
But they're just not. Maybe things they get away with at their level of the game usually because they have some sharp shooters. Even then, though, I don't know that they would necessarily. It's not like they're really, really, really sharp. All the same, what's the change up here? It's the double AWP setup.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I mean, at this point, nothing else is working. You might as well try something new. Toles and Kalash wielding the big green. Toles first. It's fine from him as Majo hit the deck. That's a positive. We don't really see too many opportunities for opening kills that come through for HOTU, so hopefully they can make the most of it. Oh, wow.
Soulfly, that's ridiculous.
Second hit there on offer. And a third as well. Yeah, the spray is fantastic from Soulfly, but where are we looking, lads? What are we doing? Team play, the comms are cluttered. It is carnage. And it's a really tough look in the server. Arcadia actually can't punish on the first option or the second as well. We're still in a 2 versus 2. There's a nice angle for Woxic above this smoke. Smoke as well, but that gap is more than enough for him, and a second look at it. An overface by him gives Kalash an opportunity back into a 1 versus 1, but how does he want to play this? And where is Antares?
Yeah, I just don't think he knows at all. Nearly gets his crosshair around, but yeah, Antares was not really with the pack and just playing things very, very safely, very, very far back from the main conversation. But yeah, it's one of the things we talk about. We're obviously going to see like the Soulfly triple kill here. One of the things we talk about is like, you want to put all your resources into long or into short. That's a very simple way of controlling the A-bomb site as a CT, and they're just very widespread.
Now, honestly, Norbert, mate, I feel you. I asked the same questions there. What
are we looking at? Like, why has it not been picked up?
Yeah, he kills a guy out long, and then the 2 other long guys, neither of them are looking at him. I don't even blame Norbert for the reactions. I feel like he obviously is quite an emotive guy. It's quite funny in terms of some of these, but like I kind of feel for him. Like some of these like decisions by HOTU at the moment, baffling. 9-1. I mean, they are, again, they're just running riot here. And for Aurora too, right? Like, this is kind of a game where you can really flex the muscles a little bit, but also just get a clean start towards this tournament.
Yeah, it's tough. Very tough indeed. Talers, though, will open us up here. Some support on the flash. And fully forcing them away. So that's a good, clean 5-on-4.
Yes.
Which I don't know that we've been able to say that
too often.
Yeah, maybe 2 or 3 times in the entire series. And it will remain.
Clean 5-on-3. Now that is rare. Maybe a clean 5-on-2. That's very rare.
Yeah, an absolute winnable round for HOTU. I think it will be agreed. And we're so late on in the half. They just need to keep this relatively clean. And things should be okay in terms of the buy. And they will do just that. It's just going to be down to Soulfly here, who is miles away from any bits of action. He's got the right idea. There is a push coming into the longhouse. He's going to have his gun up for it, so takes that. There's a path that exists.
There's a small chance. There's a real small window. And he does have time, right? 50 seconds in a 1v5, turn 1 versus 4. And the way this game's been panning out, you really can't count him out of this.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, MOUZ. Soulflower tucks himself back in towards Longhouse as he looks back. They know where he is. Now you can just focus all your resources, all your attention, fight together. You've got a bit of util to work with. Let's try and use it. That's a questionable choice, though, because Norbert's going to fall, and now Soulfire's going for something a little bit dicey as he dives through. If he actually goes for the committing towards the A site, there's that
Better,
window,
for sure,
but
yeah.
it's even still worrying. Like, how are we in a 1 versus 5 and, like, scared for HOTU? That's how damning things
I know,
have been.
yeah. I just took a look at the minimap after he got the first kill, and I was like, I don't know.
something
Everyone's
there.
like by themselves.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. But it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. We don't get that kind of craziness. The one-sidedness is still most certainly on the cards here. 10-2. Shouldn't be too much work, you would assume, for Aurora. We'll see if they're able to find it. Smoke in the way, though. Woxic can't find that first kill.
It just takes a pop shot and hopes that he's swinging behind it, but won't be the case. Frontala's had a gap on that smoke, but he'll fall off the angle. I think it's probably the smart call. Let's shell up and play with the pack. Final round, we just have to have something here. You get 9-3. It's not great, don't get me wrong, but it's at least something to fall back on. It's workable. 9-3, pistol, force fire behind it. You can start chipping away at the deficit. You can start fathoming an idea, but so much needed in the second half. And if Aurora get double digits again in the first there, like, I just look back and just say, again, there's no chance. As it felt very early in towards map 1, and it's kind of feeling like here. Just going to look in towards Longhouse. The issue is with that, he's left his teammate all alone on the site. Frontales does have to pull off something pretty heroic, and there's the first.
Torres? Oh my goodness, how does he not get spotted? And he nearly steals away too, but maybe it's just dropped enough chaos in to the cup here that they might get it done. Bomb goes down, looking healthier as well, of course, to try and keep control of this bomb site. Wicadia looking desperately for the head. The shadow spotted. Frontales reveals and does find two. It's all going to be on Woxic, who lands a tag, but not the kill. He gets softened up. I don't know, though. You just sort of tap the bomb, especially with the smoke coming in. Surely not. They are on the hold now. He's got to try and get something done. Not going to happen. 9-3. More workable than 11-1, but still pretty one-sided stuff in favor of Aurora. HOTU, this is their last chance in the opening series.
back in. It is not exactly been the half of dreams for HOTU. As you can tell by Norbert's expressions, he's very animated here, and for the wrong reasons, really. It's a 9-3 half, and yes, they get 3, which compared to the 11-1 is better, but I mean, as you can see, this has been a tough time. I think there's been a lot of talk recently, 2026, about cortisol levels rising.
Yeah, for sure.
It's peaked out, skyrocketed, unfortunately for him. It's been a tough one, that is for sure.
I would say 50% of those are what are we doing type.
Yeah, it's him just looking at his teammates being like, guys, like...
I can't say anything to you because, you know, good vibes and all that, but inside, I feel a certain way. That's kind of what he's doing. Which commendable, you know, commendable. It's a skill in and of itself to just kind of ignore it and move on.
Yeah.
But it's tough when the scoreline's like this and when the series has been going like this to, I suppose, ignore those more obvious issues.
Yeah, it's stuff that needs to be kind of said in the demo review. They're diving towards B. I mean, this site is open.
No.
Well, maybe not so much. No way, you get 3.
I don't think so.
No way, Xantares. How is he getting away with more than 1 there? The first, I can give him that, but he should never get a second. And the third on the 180 is ridiculous. The bomb will go down, but it's a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, B bomb site forced open.
Kind of like this.
Nice little angle from MOUZ. He will be found out. Most of the attacks coming in from the tunnels, though, and it's from Talas. They've got to deal with. Really not looking good. And Instagoosh comes in as well. Woxic begging for some support, but it just does not come. MOUZ finds another, and this is a 2 versus 4 that these boys are going to pull off between them. Really well done, as HOTU looks set to battle back at the start of half 2.
That's a bit more like it, yeah. Again, just shows how difficult it is retaking on towards that B site if played properly. And even still, I would say that was kind of slightly more kind of a strange setup, but it works really well. And I think if you're Xantares, you'll be looking back at that and saying, like, what more can I do? I've just got 3 kills. How have we not been able to convert that? But it was a little bit too simple. They're just diving in one by one, giving them the duels.
Yeah, just got to be careful on this CT side, especially to be like,
oh my God,
the job is done, even within the rounds themselves. I think that's a bit of what we saw there. It's like, all right, cool, it's fine, we can fly in. Xantares, flash not good enough. Norbert leading the charge.
Yeah. That second one onto Maja, like, that's a pretty questionable choice there. The rifle is not a worthwhile pickup for what was at stake there, losing long.
Yeah. I think they were coming at him regardless.
Yeah, I just think you got to fall back towards the site there.
I feel like they're too far up. You might be right. You might be able to get around that corner. I think he's dead, but also picking up the M4
I don't think he was,
confirms it. Yeah.
He's like here. He's like left, just left hand side where the scope is, and he runs forward for the M4.
No, that's definitely true. You definitely confirm that you're dead.
Yeah.
I think
he could get
running
get out
away.
there,
Yeah.
No issues. Woxic will look for something at the end. He's spotting the toes, but they're actually getting up close to him. He needs to be careful. Oh my God, the shot through the door nearly rings off true. He's being pressured. He will smoke out the door as well, just in case they decide to go for a late dive. They don't. He can stay tucked. It's a flawless round for HOTU. 5 stay alive as they put their 5th on the board. All right. There's more sustenance here than there really was in towards that first map, that's for sure. They've already kind of surpassed the rounds that they got in the entirety of their map pick and Mirage. That's a nice thing to have. Still a long, long road to get back into this. You've, of course, got Scout and MP9 saved. A few upgraded pistols around it as well. With the Eagle for Wakadia, that is a pretty scary prospect always. He's so good with that hand cannon.
Looking for some kind of aggression. Feeling more of a tunnels hit, but it just doesn't come. So slow creep up short here. As HOTU are getting all the plans out. Testing all the rounds, making sure that their utility and protocols are good.
What were you saying about utility?
Yeah, before I even got the word out. Woxic, either way. Oh, does get the tag. How is that not the kill?
I guess it was like on his shoulder rather than his head. It looked dead on though. Smoke will hit Xantares. That's actually a nice block. I mean, it kind of goes to CT off the back of it, but he can still catch a head here. Oh, but he can't. Still, kills are coming through for the CT side. Hang on a second. I spoke about Wakadia and that Deagle. He'll get 1. And Woxic with the Scout will deliver 2. With Duke, Visora, and Frontales both being low, this is dicey. It's really dicey. You kind of expect Woxic to get at least 1 more. He just misses the window. He'll re-peek him, but he's under pressure now. He needs Wakadia to get another. They're starting to close down in this position. He's under a lot of pressure. He'll fall from the sides. It's all on Soulfly. 1 versus 2. It's not impossible, though. It absolutely isn't. Lurk smoke from him. Look at the time. 20 seconds. The Nadal soften him up, but he just can't see off MOUZ. 3 kills to his name, but honestly, for a low buy, that wasn't even a reforce back in. That's actually not that bad at all. And Norbert, he's not happy about it.
No, for sure. Yeah, not good enough type energy for sure, but I think they'll be lucky to get away with it. The nade as well, you know, making all the difference in the end to just soften him up. So could have been much scarier.
Yeah.
Again, I sense some nerves. They do wait for the man from long, and to be fair, in the end, he's the one that wins it. So maybe it makes sense, but I think there was a window where they could have just kept getting aggressive and show some of that confidence. But
yeah,
their method works. Their method works. So, you know, I think we can hold our hands up to that for sure.
Worth pointing out as well, MOUZ is actually having a bit of a stormer of a map, actually. He's looking pretty sharp. Got 3 kills in that previous round, but 17 and 8 for him. Pretty good. And Frontales, the other man, who's also looking decent. He'll get 1. The swing feels unnecessary for Magic there. I don't think it's even worthwhile going 1 for 1. Because now you're spread very thin, the remaining 3. And with so much time on the clock as well, it's a minute 10 for HOTU to move around. It feels unnecessary. It feels maybe slightly brazen, overconfident of like, this has been so easy, so I'm just going to fight. But
yeah,
just shell up and play a 4 versus 4 there.
I mean, would you not just like post up with Woxic as well?
Yeah.
If he's holding, you're not like playing the smoke to be safe. Just hold the corner with him.
Yeah, exactly.
To be honest.
Back
Back into
down.
a 3-on-3 though, yeah, I think this still looks like a decent game state for Aurora despite all this. Soulfly behind the smoke. Ready for a fight. Lets himself be known, it's the AWP. However, in the hands of Norbert here to drop Xantares, I think will make all the difference. He should be able to get another. And Soulfly just could not make it into the site fast enough. He was trying to distract away, he was shooting through the smoke. Maybe that brings a player or 2 towards him. Maybe that brings eyes off of long, but not the case. And so, HOTU will bring it down to just 2 rounds between them. And so far, yet to lose a round in this second half.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying it, but there actually is life in this map. Ondos 2 not looking too bad. We did kind of mention in the pre-show that this is actually a map that HOTU likes. Playing it a lot, especially kind of at this sort of tier 2, tier 1.5 level. It's one that comes into a lot of their series, and they've got a pretty decent win rate, but it's just the fact of it's the caliber of opponents that are at compared to Aurora. And I kind of like that Aurora are picking for themselves, but there's more life in this side.
Yeah, and I mean, this might be like a little bit reductive, but the CT side has a bit more nuance to it for me on this map.
Yeah.
I feel like the T side has really not changed in like 4 years.
No, it's
so
true.
Does it take a lot of effort for you to bring your level up to a team like Aurora? Probably not.
Yeah.
And that's potentially what we're seeing a little bit of here on the T side. Now, do they have extra layers? Do they have more in the locker? Do they have the sort of bait and switch, the push and pull, as everybody likes talking about? Maybe not, but they can get into a bomb site, which is sort of, you know, half the battle on this map.
No, I think you're right.
Couldn't do that on Mirage.
Yeah, it's true. 2-round game. He's run a little dry for Aurora. It's a half buy for them here. Close by Frontales. Quarter of a second off. Soulfly. He goes back to take B control, but he gets caught diving out of window. Is that an AK recoverable? Yes, it is, but at the cost of half your HP for Wakadia. Lurk smoke sent out. Molly behind it as well, which will do further damage on towards him if you thought he was out of range. And an A behind it. Now we've got a decision to be made. Do we actually give this a go?
Yeah. I don't think so. Oh.
All
right, there you go. Norbert keeps his cool.
One of the fights of all time. Honestly, he only got tagged once by the MP9 there.
Still here. Why have we not planted the bomb?
Yeah, they're really
Kinda
nervy.
Crazy.
Guys, it's okay.
He's faking the bomb.
Get it down. You're all right. It's okay. Yeah, we'll re-smoke doors, though. Let's do
I mean, fair enough. Look, they're like, hey, we're actually doing it.
Due diligence, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
They're
we're actually doing
really-
it. Don't take any chances. You know,
No corner.
I'm scared, boss.
Uncleared,
you know.
no stone unturned.
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
what I mean?
Not planting the bomb until Norbert's around. When Norbert is near, I feel safe.
Yeah.
You know.
Protect me, my sweet prince.
Yeah, and then they've like faked it a couple times. It's kind of crazy. Just plant the bomb, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
now.
Nice shot again from Norbert. He's warming up a little bit on the C side. Could get another here. Oxic. That Scout, he just needs a body shot, really. Norbert down to half HP. But now he's trapped. And he
There
still
it
wins
is.
out the fight.
And
Katie is
another.
low.
And another. This might go.
Yeah,
Truly.
Norbert's
Probably one of the top 5 players named Norbert in the game.
That's it, man. Ah, there we
Hell
go.
yeah.
Gets the quad to see it off as he now 13 kills to his name. Yeah, he's warming up on this T side. This was one of the fights of all time by Madja. That's the nice way of putting it. He only tagged him once, despite all those bullets that rattle off. And he had the drop on him too, but don't say anything. It's a one-round game. We're back in towards the buy for Aurora. They've been forced to call a timeout. They are looking uncomfortable, and Zantaros will hit the deck early.
Wait a minute, dude.
2 cross door. The Ultra Frontales doesn't flinch at that. He waits, and a third player comes across, and that's when Zantaros will die. So, hang on.
It's not a joke anymore. It's serious stuff now.
Yeah, we were kind of like, you know, tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah.
But
it's getting serious, so they've closed the gap. They're absolutely doing it. They're looking good. They are looking very, very good here. Just got to see this one off. Take everybody down with you. Could be the perfect round. Could really be the start of that third map coming into the minds of these players.
I can't believe that's even, you know, a prospect.
Oh, yeah.
Off the back of map number 1, a 9-3 half as
It was
well.
bad. It was bad.
It was.
Map 1 was bad.
It was
like,
bad.
There's no being around the bush.
Yeah.
It was not good from HOTU.
Potentially I don't mean to be mean, but kind of one of the like worst maps we've seen from a side at kind of like that we've seen.
Yeah, on the B streams, we
Yeah.
could give it that. Yeah, we'll give it that title.
It was a 13-0 early today, to be fair, on the A stream. But
Yeah. But for us, that
for
we've
us,
done.
yeah.
And
That's a nice
this is
move.
looking a lot better.
There we go. This is 9-0. We're tied.
He's just Soulfire's been shot in the back of the head. What's even going on? What is going on from Aurora?
Oh my god.
Leg for leg. There you go. Woxic with a big find, but yeah, I mean, HOTU just absolutely cleaning up house in these rounds, man. Creating first kills.
That's it.
And the pick-based Counter-Strike on D2 is a very legit way of playing the map. Very, very simple to close out those 5-on-4, 5-on-3 rounds. And we're seeing them look for the remainder of the CT side as well. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get it, in all fairness, because Kalash is so low for that trade. So it will take a lot of players down on the lost round. But
It's expensive, but like ultimately for HOTU,
I don't think it matters.
Yeah,
Okay,
look
they
how
all
much-
die.
Yeah, look how much money they've got though, right? You got Duke Visor on like 11k. Basically everybody else just shy of 10. Like they don't care at all. I think the hunt is like the right call there. Second time out by Aurora. You're Faber. You're thinking, lads, like we're 9-3 at the half.
Yeah. Just give me one. Let's just start with one.
Yeah.
Already it's commendable. I think 6 rounds in a row.
Triple AWP, by the way.
Is back.
Oh, okay, Xantaros sold up. There was for a second.
Yeah. Double up though. Take a leaf out of the HOTU book. Didn't really work for them, but yeah. And it's not. I won't lie to you. I don't think it's a great sign for me that it takes 6 rounds in a row for you to like let's double up. You know?
Yeah.
Like I don't know that is the deepest response. We'll see what they do with them.
Yeah.
I think more like your coordinated bits of aggression gets them up the tunnels control, so on and so on. But yeah, I think being like, what do we, double up? Let's just do that. That worked in like 2016 when no one was really ready for it.
Yeah.
But like I say, we'll see what they do with it. Woxic gets aggressive. And the secondary AWP going to be posted up on B.
Yeah, let's see. What is the idea? Because HOTU have actually looked pretty clean. Like they are getting the individuals online. I think in particular, may I say, Norbert. He's looked really good on this T side. That first half was basically all MOUZ with kind of a bit from Frontales in there, just a little bit behind, but the second half, this T side has been Norbert leading the way excellently from him. Really see the pressure actually getting on towards Aurora now. If HOTU the first side to get to double digits after Aurora being 9-3 up at the half, that'll be wild. Squander this dust too as well, who knows. And also, let's be honest, if they squander this round, look how much damage they've done with the nades in the early portion of round number 19. Like this, by every metric, should be a simple one to see off.
Yep.
And with 3 players towards A as well, like you should have no issues to trade effectively here. Woxic get one, fall back, cover for the short aggression. And here's where you can get exactly that, because you know Magic can hold for long. Here it is. Molly will come down as well. Flash behind it too. This gives them coverage. Woxic has to double back. He needs to be careful. Gets one more as he looks for his third. Woxic has bailed him out of a dicey position. Frontales, how are you still alive? But a 1v4 turn 1 versus 3. And finally, Aurora are going to get their first round on the board here. 10 seconds left on the timer, so not enough for Frontales to do anything with this, despite having the bomb on his back. And it's been a really dicey showing. They are the first side to hit 10.
Yeah, and I mean, as soon as their lead is under threat, right, it's actually their first round as well we have to consider in the second half. So obviously the timeout really pays dividends in the end. But I think quite clever, just really easily keeping them at bay. Short worked very, very well by, I believe it was Antares in that position, just smoking it out, mollying it out. And they read that it was going to be this A split quite early on.
Yeah.
And it forces the long players to be the first point of attack. Not necessarily the main one or whatever, but when you're trying to scale things up, your short guys are being kept at bay, and you maybe think there's a few more eyes on short, so naturally you move towards long. So I think it's pretty well handled and well corralled by Aurora to force them into their stronger defense. Another timeout coming in though. So, you know, really quite serious. I think they've definitely understood that they've lost control of this game and they're trying to wrestle it back, but doing very well in these timeouts, and a big round on the cards here. If HOTU can answer back, we're back on. If not, could get scary.
Yeah, they've definitely had to lock in a little bit. More so than I think they initially thought. I think kind of one of those things where they had taken their foot really off the gas.
Yeah, for sure.
Nonetheless, even finding this round here and denying a plant from HOTU will put a bit of pressure on towards the investment in the next round. Duke for Zora, MOUZ, who financially squeezing out a buy might be a little awkward because Lost Apprentice isn't maxed out. That point as well, HOTU have got a choice. Do we force buy there or do we try and play for OT? Either are good. For Aurora, who had coasted for 75% of this series and have been forced to really kind of sit upright in their chairs here, this is the round for them. You found round number 20 and things should slot themselves into place.
Woxic manages to find it again, you know, he's so quick.
Yeah.
He's so quick, and they are just immediately peaking with the flash. Makes life very easy for him, of course. They're able to drop back. And a change-up from Aurora here in the setup. A bits of aggression. There is a player miss. There is an AWP as well. In the conversation that they've just fed straight into. No flash, no re-smoke. They will be kicking themselves for it. Matcha is still in a good spot. He's not quite going to realize it, thinking that he's missed the timing, but could drop one, and that's what he goes for. Bit of patience pays off. Smoke comes in from long, so he knows a player over towards long, but Soulfire going down, tried to play a bit of an off angle. Doesn't work for him. 10 seconds the difference here. Woxic with one. The nade smoke getting in the way. Madja, however, though, might be able to catch this player, given the timing to do so. MOUZ is alone and isolated for now, but there's still Kalash coming in from behind. This is so difficult to deal with, so difficult to read. Woxic misses the timing to find that trade, and he will go down. And HOTU back on the board in unlikely fashion. It started so well. Aurora have to be able to close from there, but we're now in the realms of a competitive game, in the jaws of a competitive game. Aurora have lost their favoritism. we're seeing the consequences. This is really, really could go to a third. Really could go the distance on map 2.
Yeah, I cannot believe it. We were talking about it again in the pre-show. Anubis feels like the one map that HOTU have that advantage on. That's the decider. Real life in this. Molly will come down, but extinguished by the smoke. Sig waiting for a lower player, but I think going to make the smart call just to fall off the angle. It's not really worth being caught in the open. Get the spawn for the early peek, but just not a necessity. Smoke friends and Tara is out towards long. They got 3 players in this direction.
Yeah, I don't really like this from HOTU. Very, very, very far back. Trying to get one out, but Norbert just oversends it. Completely isolated and, yeah, desperate. They are expecting a long hold because it's happened like 3 or 4 rounds in a row now.
Yeah.
So I think they've maybe had a little conversation about how can we adjust. But Aurora had adjusted in preparation for your adjustment. Duke Fazura. For the catch, gonna get caught. But the B-bomb site's open. They don't quite burst fast enough before the defense comes in, but it's not like the defense is gonna be in a really good spot here. Wicadia can't get the trade out. Smoke now to block him. Looks like a fantastic position to at least force the bomb plant, but the round itself on a timer. Flank coming in. He will get taken down, but still just so much space that the CTs have taken here. They're ready for another flank as well. Reading the situation well. I think a missed shot this time around.
Good nade.
Fake coming in again on the plant. They love a good fake here, HOTU. Into just one. I don't believe it. MOUZ finds the spray down to close them out. And indeed, Hirosh, indeed, they are doing it. They are absolutely doing it. That's a 4-on-2. Without the bomb being down on B. Unreal. Absolutely unreal stuff from HOTU.
How have you won that? How? Aurora, what are we doing? I mean, credit to them. Like,
just let them get a plan.
Yeah, MOUZ continues to have a really, really good map, but like, how are we losing these situations? I feel like I'm starting to ask with the CTs, like, what more can Woxic do? He's given them so many lifelines, and he's still squandering the chances. Another double from him, and still not converted. 2 versus 4 fumbled. Just all over the place. This is it. HOTU, you win round number 22. We are going map number 3, surely. The wallet's empty at that point for Aurora, and they've got lost runners to fall back on shore, but momentum in the bin, and Wicadia goes for a peek in towards mid. He'll lose his life. Duke Fazura opens up proceedings.
It's like 3 rounds in a row that they've just walked out mid like that.
Yeah.
Didn't really work for them in the previous round, but it's just such a commonality.
Oh my god, it's happening.
Soulfly falls all too easily. It's got to be a save here. And Aurora has just fallen apart at the seams. Crazy. Absolutely crazy, man.
I can't believe it.
I know, it is unbelievable.
Again,
truly.
Maybe for those who are joining us a little bit late, we were 9-3 at the half for Aurora, and I mean, to say they coasted through that first half is an understatement.
Yeah.
It was
And
effortless.
the first map. It's like,
and the first
HOTU
map.
have
It could have been a third.
turned into a completely different team.
Yeah.
Norbert genuinely might be the GOAT, just absolutely lighting up the scoreboard.
Yeah, on the T side, he's been electric.
Yeah.
MOUZ's looking class as well. I'm baffled by what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, and I think so. Aurora is the big thing. So they take 2 timeouts. One of them works, and they have fumbled 2 rounds now as well, is the thing. There's not really been a super legit win from HOTU. It's been underdog, stealing it from the jaws of defeat type stuff.
There we go. Map point HOTU on their opponent's map pick. From 9-3 down, they've only dropped 1 round for the last 10 played. It is absolutely phenomenal from what HOTU are doing, but questionable to say the absolute least from Aurora. They are non-existent at the moment. This feels like Anubis is our destiny. Never felt like the case from the first half of play on Mirage. We're like, right, this will be quick.
Yeah.
Nice early bedtime.
Yeah.
Look at us now. About to be burning the midnight oil, potentially in towards a decider, which is a crazy prospect to have. Aurora. Move up short, but a nice nade will deal a decent amount of damage. 4 in the direction of short, and he's going to come join them. He was lurking towards upper B, drops a lurk smoke out there as well. He's going to come join the group, but it'll be late, so he's hoping that they can actually get out for the execute here. And Woxic's got other ideas. And I'll say it again, how many times can Woxic bail them out? Oh! Different round! Woxic for 3 massive kills that might just keep Aurora alive in this one. Maja sees off the lurk. Woxic, a supersonic round from him. And it's all on Norbert, and he can't deliver. 11 for Aurora. My God, whatever they're paying Woxic, double it. He is keeping them alive in this. He is locked in. And at times it feels like in this seaside he's the only one locked in. But that is ridiculous with the scout.
The third is
in the flames as well.
Unreal, man. Yeah, absolutely insane. Could be a game-saving moment, for real. Could be a game-saving moment. We're going to find out. HOTU, how strong is your stomach? Can you take rounds like that? Get back up off the canvas and continue fighting. We're about to find out. There's some broken buys in here. Lack of utility.
Good timing.
Lack of the rifle for MOUZ. And HP chunked out onto Kalash as well. Unconfirmed damage, but a good, strong start for Aurora. And they are again prepared for an A-hit, short presence, and Torres drops down. They're looking to catch him here. A dangerous man to take in the heads-up duel. But even he will have to back away here as the utility comes raining over the top.
Oh, yeah. Trying to take those fights. When does the nade come out? Here it is now, right on towards the planter. Landed at his feet, and Duke Vizora hit down to half as well. Smoke downs, and Torres will play around. There's a little gap to work with as Wakadia makes his move. Soulfly getting in behind, and a molly on towards the site will clear them out. But here's MOUZ, the late lurk, and that Tech 9's going to deliver. Uh-oh, 2 versus 3 here. Make that 1. All on Frontalis, and the AWP. He's going to get caught as he maneuvers around Goose, and we go for more. Overtime required here. I'm baffled by what I'm watching, but a really good recovery just to see us in towards the extra rounds.
Yeah, man, I mean, you just see them sharpen up as well, you know, as the kind of threat of the loss, the threat of the third map comes in. You really do just see them remember the level that they can push themselves to. Woxic, though, absolutely kicking and screaming. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. More work to be done for both teams, and at this point in time it feels like a bit more work for Aurora. Woxic keeps it coming, drops a smoke behind him. I mean, they're not biting necessarily, and he has backed off, but he's been given enough time to reset that he's able to keep finding the frags. And the smoke was actually his exit strategy. Cat is being followed. I think he knows it. He kind of maybe bumped into someone in that smoke. He lives to continue fighting here in this 5-on-3.
Woxic continues to be the lifeblood of this Aurora side. He is bailing them out so many opportunities where it feels like it could fall flat. Maja. Gotta be careful here. Issue is for Maja, he doesn't really have to support. He's got to hope that Centaurus can get over in time. Norbert, nice find. So Woxic hits the deck. That might change things a little bit, but I speak too soon. Very quickly, it's all down. That man himself, Norbert, he's been fantastic on these T-sides, but surely a task too tall. And that is the case. Aurora open up. They take us to OT, they get the great reset, and they draw first blood. Here it is again, right? That shot from Xantaras that gave them the entry pass back in, and then even there, he bails out Maja. He was in a lot of trouble. You get an extra timeout in towards the OT, and HOTU use it nice and quickly. I don't hate the idea, though. They know they've lost control tail end of that regulation. And you can see, it's something that you brought up, Like, do you have the stomach for this? Like, the pressure is something that everybody bar Norbert is not going to be used to at this level, right? At an S tier
and even then, it's been a while
for
Norbert, you know? And not recent feelings that he can call upon.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on. But, you know, the other 4 on this side, this is uncharted territory for them. Long map. A land very, very far from home against a elite level side, and or maybe not playing super elite on towards Dust 2, but by name value alone, most definitely are.
So dropping some smokes is kind of something worth noting, that they are maybe looking to play a bit more defensively in at long, but they will push forward, so would seem not. Keeping Maja in good stead. It's going to be the mid control, and then see where that lands us for HOTU. Looking for a bit of short presence here. Clash will take a tag. So not the best of starts. And they've not really gained the ground that they were hoping for. No early faces from Aurora, no early kills to be gained. You have to cross the threshold into the Lion's Den. That is certainly easier said than done right here.
Grouping towards B. 4 in this direction with a smoke down. 1 for the CT cross, 1 for the lurk. This is the mid to B utilities, and Taras will find an important one for him. Soulfly caught a little bit off guard, so again, it's on Wacadia now for him. Orb gets 1, but secondly just misses his window, but he's got the support of Xantares. Up to his 3rd in the round. 1 will go down. It can't be denied, and Norbert puts himself into a 1 versus 3. And basically the best site to have a 1 versus 3.
It is true. He's got this flank coming in though, so it's all going to be on the timing.
Picked up another molly.
Useful. Oh. I'm thinking he might have heard a step. He definitely has now, but doesn't find the kill quick enough. He'll get tagged down. He'll get finished off. Not going to happen, as the opportunity just escapes him. And so a good solid run now of 4 in a row for Aurora. Looking for that 5 in a row, of course, to solidify the second OT and start threatening the 2-0 series. HOTU. It's tough. It's tough. The question still remains, do they have it in them? And we are yet to find out. There's a little more room. A big round on the cards, I think, to deny that 15 away for as long as you can.
Yeah, exactly that. Of HOTU, you just can't afford to have Aurora go 3 for 3 on the CT side, considering how good their T side was. Kind of spoken about it. Obviously, it's been a long, long time now, but we're doing all that best work, right? 9 to 3. They looked really good, and we saw how vulnerable HOTU looked on that CT. If they themselves have to go flawless, it's, I don't know, surely too big of an ask for a side who are already under a lot of pressure, and then will get very dejected by how the fact they haven't pushed this towards a decider already in regulation. Get a 13th here, see off this first half OT, and still have that belief. Don't do it, Xantares.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
I mean, he's already halfway through. But you were right. Orbit takes his head clean off. Responsive flash.
Oh my god.
Gotta check this smoke. Gotta have an eye on it. I mean, it's just enough of a flash that Norbert is halfway blind, but then the B-bomb site doesn't feel well defended anymore. So he should be able to get the bomb planted over here. We have seen some of these B retakes go pretty dire for Aurora, to be honest with you.
Yeah, some of them kind of sideways, I think is the nice way of putting it.
Maybe they are able to tighten up, but we're going to find out.
Util.
Yeah, and Duke Fisura in behind. This doesn't look good. The flasher is taken down. He could have certainly gone in for a bit more, but, you know, just bit by bit. Maja on the flank. Should be able to cut him off. Indeed he does. It's good information for the rest of the team to spin around and take him down. Trades are here. There's not a lot of time left for Woxic now. Certainly the man you want for this job. but he has to get moving a bit faster than this. They're not giving him the peaks. Down he will go, and HOTU do get their 1 round.
Yeah, needed. But still, quite a big ask in towards the second half. Only got 3 rounds on that CT side. Granted, of course, so did Aurora, hence why we're here in OT, but that CT was really lackluster. I mean, we were talking about how it very easily could have been double digits if not, you know, the likes of an 11th. It's got a couple towards that tail end, which alleviated the pressure, but it was far from convincing for HOTU. So, see, we're diving out towards long nice and quickly. Norbert might want to re-aggress here. Is this the right answer? I mean, he falls, but Duke Aurora will stick around. He still has this control, but only briefly before he'll lose his cranium. So that'll change things. 4 versus 3, and they've got long control now.
Yeah, pretty cleanly. Clash has not moved a muscle. Watched him for about 10 seconds, and he just did not move. They're not sold on the long hit.
They're even going looking towards mid.
Yeah, they think there's something else going on, but it really is just as simple as it seems. They've given up the little bit of control they had on the A-bomb side. Maybe just really trying to net another kill. And it kind of backfires here.
Yeah.
I think this should be a sure 15th now.
Yeah, especially with that smoke down in towards shore. It really does everything you need. We're going to boost above it from Frontales, but nobody playing up close. Waiting. Smoke will fade. They can now start to progress if they want to, but they angling to save. Yeah, they're not even going to give it a look in. It's just...
which is insane.
Yeah, in overtime, guys, like, you have, like, 8K. Like, why aren't we going for a look in here? We're going to go late, but, like, this is done. Like, it's already done. Like, I don't get why we soft save. And look, right, you're getting kills at the end. Imagine if you had done this 10 seconds ago rather than a cancelling. Nice shots by Kalash, but, like, why are we saving an OT? First round of the half as well. You have so much money left over. Why would you even call that?
Yeah, no, it is crazy. It is crazy. I don't rightly know. I mean, maybe someone's made like an autopilot call. They've kind of halfway listened, and then someone else has said, no, guys, what are you doing? It's messy again. It speaks to like the inexperience and the nervousness that comes through from HOTU here, and it is costing them in the key moments when they have MOUZ, they have Frontales playing really well, and I don't know if you're going to get performances like this out from them for the rest of the tournament, you know? So you absolutely have to be capitalizing on their individual ability, get them sent into that retake. May well have been MOUZ who's feeling confident that led that charge. That was like, no, guys, go. It's hard not to get annoyed at the notion of it, you know, the group at large, but it is kind of annoying to watch, so let alone playing in the thing.
Absolutely. Of course, now I'm mapping series for Aurora, but yeah, I'm stunned by that choice. Especially because when they did give it a go when it was already kind of too little too late, they get the kills. Like, again, if you'd done that 10 seconds earlier, could have stole away the round. We could be sitting here 14 apiece. But I guess no point dwelling on it for us, or especially for HOTU. Aurora, they're looking to dive in towards B here.
They're insanely ready. I mean, they get the molly out. There's 3 players as well behind all of this, so Aurora not getting in.
They got to cancel this.
However, insane flanking maneuver coming in from Zantara incredibly quickly. I think he may well have been hurt on the way in, but it doesn't matter. Still able to get the catch. Great find from him, and it just capitulates the B-bomb site.
That's it.
Yeah, they absolutely rout over there. And a big, big issue now for the remainder of HOTU as they have to try against the odds to clutch things up. It's not looking likely here, folks, and I think they have just run out of gas towards the very tail end. Dink lands, that's a gun difference. Frontales caught with his knife in hand is just kind of going to sum that one up. A bit of a wild series overall, but yeah, damn. It's really unlucky for HOTU. I think they played some nice Counter-Strike in places, just couldn't play it consistently enough, couldn't play it all the way towards the end. Yeah, Norbert certainly feeling himself in that one. A bit of a sigh of disbelief, I think.
Yeah.
The third map was absolutely on their minds at one point.
that's the kind of game that you need to be hitting the demos after and having a real talk, right? And saying that there's a few decisions made on, especially, of course, that map number 2. I mean, I think map 1 was just a write-off. It was a class difference by Aurora, but map 2, they should have won that. We never should have gone to overtime. We should be talking about Anubis and kind of waiting for that third map to start. I'll say it again, and I said it all the way throughout. Without Woxic, we are in map number 3. He kept them alive. I thought Santares went electric towards the end, and I think he might even walk away as kind of the MVP of that map specifically, but Woxic on that CT side kept them afloat so often. That 3K with the Scout, the amount of times he multi-kills as well, it is ridiculous what Woxic produced in this game.
Yeah, the 3K on the Scout is like all you need.
Yeah,
in my opinion. Like, you know, like a decent game and then a round like that, but he had multiple bailout, high-pressure moments, it feels like.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. So for HOTU, that's a real tilt. And I think, you know, on kind of the flip side, credit to someone like MOUZ. Like, I thought he looked absolutely brilliant, but it just simply wasn't enough in the end. From Frontales had a couple of moments too, but it'll always come back to this, right? It's not really so much about the individuals, it's the decision-making. Like, some of the choices, I'll talk about it again, like in OT, first round of the half saving in a 3 versus 3, like things like that. That for me screams, you know, pressure and the situation getting to them. You know, for 4 out of 5 on this side, everybody bar Norbert, they don't really have the kind of depth of tier 1 LAN experience, and this is quite a big thing for them to be on this stage so far away from home. But they really need to kind of bunker down and look back at those demos and say, you know, how are we not in towards Anubis? How have we not pushed this towards the side? Anubis, by the way, which is a favorable map for HOTU, the only favorable map in this veto.
Yeah, I mean, showing some signs though, definitely showing some signs, which is something that into their matchup in the lower bracket, I think is going to make a big difference. So, you know, we'll see if they're able to replicate it a little bit. Maybe they do have the D2 they can lean on. Be nice to see them potentially angling into like an Anubis pick or something along those lines. But unfortunately, against one of the favorites for the tournament, in my opinion, you know, it's going to be a tough ride. So taking it to the OT is something that you can look back on just in isolation, in its own moment. You might say, damn, we absolutely should have won that map, but it's often not that simple.
Yeah, as well. We run through these highlights. You can actually see as well, especially kind of from that first map, just how good Wakadia looked. I think he'll probably walk away, you know, as the highest rated player off the kind of tail end of that stage. 1.5 rating for him. He looks super sharp, 46 and 28. But, you know, kind of the bulk of that come really from just how good he was on Mirage. 23 and 8, a 2.26 rating for him. Didn't have a bad Dust 2 by any means, but yeah, it was really kind of bolstered up there by a very simple first map. And again, you know, we were talking about how this could have been a 13-0, or, you know, probably should have even been a 13-1 if they didn't fumble the kind of the forced buy at 12. But irregardless of that, you get a dominant first map, a dominant first half on Dust 2. How we even got to overtime, I think everybody is kind of sat here scratching our heads a little bit. It's credit to HOTU for never giving up, because I think a lot of teams would. You check out, you mentally think, right, they're just better. This is their day and it's not ours. But man alive, some of the Counter-Strike of all time there in that in that
game. No, for sure. And I mean, map 1 in particular, like you could just see it in real time, like losing these moments, losing like what are you doing kind of thing. And there was a bit of that as well, you know. Comms a bit too hectic, and again, I think it might just be players getting used to like the LAN environment, the headsets, the etc. So yeah, it's a rough one. It's a very rough one to say the least. But HOTU, some big mistakes, you know, and maybe there is this like light narrative about how many mistakes you make in a map of Counter-Strike is more important than how cleanly you play these days, and maybe it is something that has certainly come in for HOTU, but they weren't little mistakes, they were quite big ones. But Aurora had plenty of their own. I think that's why we ended up in this overtime on the second map. You know, some of the rounds on that CT side, as things were getting a bit close when we were like 10-7, it's like, yeah, whatever, they're going to start winning. They're going to start winning. And they just didn't. They were losing opening picks, and they were, you know, losing these crazy retake situations. So it's not like Aurora played great Counter-Strike and then HOTU played great Counter-Strike against them to close the gap again. Aurora, I think, also made a few big mistakes themselves.
Yeah, I think absolutely spot on. For Aurora, they just can't afford to do that, not only in this tournament, but even like tomorrow. They're playing against MOUZ in that last game of the day. And man, like, if you pull off those sort of mistakes, MOUZ will punish you every day of the week. We kind of saw what MOUZ did today. They looked, pretty clean, ultimately, as sort of expected for this side, but you just can't afford to do that against a side of MOUZ's caliber, because they're going to punish you time and time again. So Aurora, I think they themselves will spend a fair decent amount of time looking back at that second map in particular. But we do have an interview ready for you. I think we're going to be joined by Maja off the back of that one. And, plenty to ask. I think it's safe to say. Maja, thank you very much for joining us, brother. First and foremost, congrats on the win. But I got to start by asking, my guy, talk to me about Dust 2. That was close.
Yeah, I think we did. First of all, hello everyone. Hello to you guys. We did a good start on T side, and then on C side, I don't know, we did so many mistakes, and I think maybe because a little sleepy, the team was a little sleepy, or just after the good T side, I think maybe my teammate feel that it was an easy win, so we did less focus maybe, but mentally I'm very happy that we came back and win on overtime.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's good that you kind of recognize as well that things were a bit sideways. They're a difficult team, interesting team to play against. I think it's maybe safe to say. What do you make of HOTU as an opponent? How do you find playing against these teams that you've probably not really seen or played very much of in the past? Like, how do you deal with that kind of matchup?
Yeah, we have, I think it's an outsider team with good individuality. So today we did the same preparation that if we play Vitality, the same thing. So we had a game plan, etc. I think Mirage was really easy for us. And after Dust 2 and after the side on T side, and after that we throw the pistol on CT side like 5v2, I think. So yeah, I think when you play against them, you need to play better Counter-Strike. When you play teams like HOTU, I think you can play more TP, more utility. You don't need to go to the fight, IM fight, you need to make more better action as a team. And I think on City side we play really bad, but tomorrow I think we play MOUZ, and hopefully we can show better Counter-Strike overall. But I'm happy also about the performance of the team today. Just the City side on the Stu was problematic, but I think I give it to the sleepy and it was maybe easy win. So my teammate, I feel that they just play like a little face it, and
Sure.
after that, that's all.
Absolutely. Well, outside of the series itself, I want to kind of ask, how are you guys feeling for this tournament as well? We kind of had a quote from you talking about Santares and his injury as well. So how's he feeling kind of at the moment in the tournament? And you guys yourselves for Rio, how are you feeling about it?
We feel good. The things is, last month, I think we did 6 countries in a row. So we did 4 tournaments in a row. And it was a little difficult, and we did it for the stage 3 and the major, and we success to do it. And after Dracula, when we failed Dracula, we go back to home, and we decide to rest. Not generally when we go back to house, like we give 1 day off and we just track again. But this time we decided to do like 4 or 5 days off, because it was a really intense month for us last month. So we came here playing less, but more rest, and I think we're gonna go crescendo. Hopefully we can win tomorrow against MOUZ, but I'm confident that if we play our IEM, we have a high chance to beat MOUZ. But MOUZ is one of the best team in the world, so it will be a good match.
Yeah, and I mean, how do you guys feel about like where the VRS race and everything? Because Dracula maybe eventually fell as a tournament that you guys didn't necessarily need for that, and you were locked in, and you've obviously got like the Zantares thing going on. Is it like difficult out there? You're just kind of signing up for everything to make sure that you're absolutely locked in, you don't end up with like a phase situation, or is it maybe just a bit harder for you guys to like drop out of Dracula and want to take that rest? Like, talk me through how the scene's looking at the moment in your opinion.
No, the thing is, for Dracula, we take the decision because we were top 7 before Dracula, and there is a deadline, and we had to take decision. But before the Rotterdam, Blast Rotterdam. So when we took the decision to go Dracula, it was not sure for our stage 3, pardon. And then after doing really well in Blast, we guarantee our stage, but we can't win draw Dracula because we're gonna lose like 2 forfeit and a lot of points. So we say just play Dracula because we have no other choice. But generally overall, I think the V-Race is good, but it lack of mistake. Like example, I think like I don't disrespect Astralis is a good team, but now like Astralis and Foot they just doing like final in PGL when there is not the top 5 extra and they insta top 3 on the world, you know. So like Wuxi said on the street, like I think there is still things we have to fix in V-Race, but overall I think it's good because it gave chance to everyone, you know. Like example, Foot win tournament, Astralis now is top 3 on the world because they did really well in one tournament. That's mean like we have to play all tournaments, you know. We are forced to play a lot Counter-Strike to stay on the high, and I think it's a good thing to be honest, but maybe we can fix some things, you know. Like when the best team is not on the tournament, maybe you can win less points, you know, when something like that, like depend of the tournament, like quality.
For sure. Yeah, makes sense. Well, man, thank you very much for taking the time and joining us. Congratulations on the win. And rest up. Best of luck in towards tomorrow taking on MOUZ.
Thank you, guys. Good night, everyone in Europe.
Bye. Sleep well. Yeah, a little bit tired there, it seems, as well. Jet lag is a hell of a thing.
Well, I think they've been, what he said, like 6 countries or whatever, which is going to be like with your layovers and things like this, you know.
Traveling takes it out of you. It's one of those things that, I mean, I'm sure plenty of us have kind of been on a holiday. That first day is normally a write-off. You sit around the pool and you do nothing.
And then to like come in and compete at the highest level of competition, it's pretty mentally taxing.
It's a different beast. It's a different beast, and it's kind of one of the things that does, catch off a lot of players, especially when they just start climbing up into the top level and playing a lot of these tournaments. But that is day 1 done. We can take a look at the brackets and see how things are panning off across. Here's Group A as well. Vitality, pretty nice win for them over Red. Kind of simple stuff. But G2 made to work. That third map was pretty effortless, though. They cruised through that. No shocker that Spirit take down Team Liquid, and Falcons as well, taking down 3D Max. Over in towards this lower bracket, this is how things are panning out. Red Cannon's gentle mates could be something there. Team Liquid, 3D Max, 2 sides that are struggling at the moment, but looking to rekindle the flame.
Yeah, and maybe an opportunity to do that in that particular series. This is the Group B side of things as well. A little more to plan, I think. You know, we had a close one to close things out. Maybe Legacy finding a map against MOUZ, you could argue. But
bait against Na'Vi.
Yeah, no, that is true. That is very, very true, especially Na'Vi, kind of the hot hands at the moment, aside from that one team, that no one could beat. But ultimately, I think could be a little interesting that they're able to do that. And
first half of map 3 against Na'Vi, there was something there. I could see something brewing, and it all fell apart, unfortunately. But for Bay, the little team that could, we've been kind of calling them for a little while, right? They kind of punch up, and I guess Passion UA, of course, playing with a stand-in. Who knows? Like there could be room to punish. Legacy HOTU could be a game for the ages, to be honest, but maybe not for the best of reasons. We'll have to see. But I think I'd be surprised if Legacy just don't show their sharpness in a game like that. Like, they're such a confident team, generally speaking, and I think they're going to come in towards that with a lot. Like, Duma and Lato should have a field day in a showing like that. We got the games for tomorrow. Here's the 8-stream schedule. Kickstarting things with a bit of a banger. Vitality taking on G2, then Spirit taking on Falcons, Fury and RV, and to round out the day, Aurora versus MOUZ. Both sides who, have something to prove. On the B stream, we got Red Cannon taking on Gentlemates, Liquid versus 3D Max. Myself and Scriv will be jumping on the car, so we got Passion, UA, and Bait, and to round it out, HOTU and Legacy.
Yeah, looking forward to it. As always, the Counter-Strike's definitely there. HOTU showing us a little bit more, I think it's safe to say. Yep. But there's potential for some of those games to just be real long barn burners. So if you're into like long games, if you're into just sort of catching the weeds of Counter-Strike and how worlds collide, styles collide and whatnot, we might have some games for you on towards the end of the day.
You're gonna see these top teams later in the tournament. Come and see the sides that, they might be their last game, right? Because you might not get to see them again. Who knows? Whether next time you can see HOTU if they drop out tomorrow. You know what I mean? So you never know. You want to see it, but either way, that is today done. It's actually been a bit of a long day. In all fairness, past midnight here for us, so I think it's bedtime for everybody involved. Magic looks tired, so are we. Thank you very much for joining. It's been an absolute pleasure for myself and Scriv and all of our wonderful production. We'll see you tomorrow.
Scrutiny, people twisting up the truth. This ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils, we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, a lot of tears, a lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils, we dare not to stray.
Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, and DHL.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme